The industry had moved on from linear, level-based side-scrollers, and players were beginning to demand more from their games. Greater complexity, ambitious storytelling.
Did this game come out before Soten? I thought Soten came out first, and then Chronicles came out.
It was time for Castlevania to grow up, and in order to do so, it needed massive reinvention.
Oh my god, it is... I'm right next to the window here, and it's like starting to get stupid cold outside. With wind chill, they say it's like 25 degrees out, which is crazy.
In 1994, the video game industry was blown open,
which is
by
the
Sony's
coldest it's gonna get
market,
down here.
And their CD-powered PlayStation immediately stormed into a hardware sales against Nintendo and Sega. With much lower production costs, huge amounts of storage and advanced 3D technology,
dude, the PlayStation is
goated. No serious developer could ignore. Just like Capcom, Namco, and SquareSoft, Konami were early adopters and very quickly put together a library of critically
He's going to make that
acclaimed
kind of temperature
PlayStation
illegal.
titles,
Yeah,
like
true.
Suikoden, Police Noughts, and Tokimeki Memorial. With sales far exceeding anything they'd experienced as a Nintendo or Sega developer, and the low production costs returning huge profits, it was clear that their big franchises also needed to make the transition. And throughout the mid to late 90s, the company experienced a golden age, publishing titles like Metal Gear Solid, Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, Silent
Let's go! Forbidden Memories, best game!
Hill, and Dance Dance Revolution. Possibly the greatest game to come out of this period of creative genius was Castlevania Symphony of the Night. A game
I'll say it, this game right here, mid as fuck. In fact, bad even. This game sucks. Why would anybody want to spend their fucking time playing this game?
that single-handedly catapulted the franchise back into mainstream relevancy.
Mainstream relevancy? Okay, this guy is huffing the copium. This did not catapult Castlevania into mainstream relevancy. That is the hardest, strongest, dankest copium I have ever heard.
And in the process created a whole new genre. Its reputation is obvious.
Also saying this created the genre is
enormous. But just like
hot.
Castlevania 1
Did it?
before
Yeah.
its origins are surprisingly humble. After Rondo of Blood's critical success, Toru Hagihara was once again entrusted with the Castlevania series.
It made greatest hits.
Originally had been in charge of
Everything made greatest hits, bro. PlayStation greatest hits was like, if your game didn't get PlayStation greatest hits, it means it was literal shovelware. It's not that big of a deal.
a team working on a title for Sega's 32X Genesis add-on.
Why would anyone
under the
play
title
Soten for 24 hours? I know,
The
dude.
Bloodletting. As it became clear that the strange
Crash
32X wasn't catching on, and that the PlayStation was roaring into life, the Bloodletting was scrapped, and the team were asked to put out something for the upstart new console. Development began in 1995, and Hagihara used this fresh start.
Let me look. Castlevania Soten sales. Let's say 2000 or by the year 2000. Can I look that up? PlayStation Saturn version. It didn't even sell a million units. This is mainstream success, not even selling a million units. What's Super Mario 64? $11 million. That was combining the Saturn and the English releases. Guys, this is mainstream success. Not even a million sold. Combining the Saturn and PlayStation versions. Piracy in Brazil made it mainstream? True. That's not even copium. That's just facts. This game is like a pimple on the ass that is mainstream relevancy. Yeah, I know that. Wait, what? Did I say something contrary? I'm sorry. I've been streaming for 14 hours, almost 15. I might have said something stupid. Let's go, Piracy.
to bring in a young talent who he'd long wanted to work with. Koji Igarashi.
So you guys are saying if it wasn't for the piracy, the game would have sold 10 million copies, 100 million even. You guys are telling me that 100 million copies got pirated in Brazil? Honestly, I'd believe you.
Had joined Konami in 1990, fresh out of college, and after working his way up the ladder as a programmer, he got his big break working on Tokimeki Memorial as a scenario writer. It might be surprising to hear that this thoughtful dating simulator was a cultural phenomenon in Japan, and Igarashi suddenly found himself as one of the most
We should play
talked about
Tokimeki
young
Memorial on
developers
stream
at the
one of these
company.
days. There's got to be an English patch, right? Yeah, this
Obviously,
guy's playing on an English patch. At least 2 million, probably, maybe.
Suits wanted him to produce and direct a Tokimeki sequel.
We should,
but
because you
Iga
can
had
find
other
Maria
plans.
in the game, right?
His wife was also a programmer, and during the development of Tokimeki Memorial, she'd been working on Rondo of Blood, which meant he'd gotten to know the Castlevania team really well and felt very passionate
It's not a
about
game
where they could take
because
the
it's an
franchise
RPG.
next.
True, RPGs aren't
With
real
the team
video
moving
games.
over to the PlayStation and an open brief from the board, it was a perfect opportunity to bring in Igarashi, and together with a particularly ambitious Hagihara, they decided to produce something that broke
How do
all
you
of
say
the
yes in
established
Spanish?
rules
I
about
have
what
no clue.
Castlevania could be.
CD's nuts? I
In
don't
an
know.
interview
What's
with
up,
Push
Supple?
Square in 2012, Igarashi outlined how at the start of the development process,
Not a fan
his
of this,
team had sat down and worked out exactly
this
what
filter.
they didn't like about the older
I'll say it. The scanline filter not looking so crisp the way that he has it set up on his setup, but you know, it'd be what it be.
titles, and then tried to build their
Shit.
game from the ground up by
You'll get me
addressing
next time. Don't worry,
The first
Supple.
problem was that they felt the games could be beaten too quickly. And after seeing countless copies of Castlevania 4,
Yeah,
in the
honestly,
used
Soden
section
takes so
of his
long to
local
beat.
video
It takes
game
24
shop,
hours just to
Igarashi
upgrade
came
one
up
weapon.
with the idea of a much larger, free-form world for the player to explore. One which could
I
incorporate the
I've been streaming for
replayability of
16 hours and I
Rondo,
stay
but on
ready
an
for those
even
D's
bigger
nuts
scale.
jokes.
Inversely, the second objective was to create a game that didn't rely so heavily on intense
He
difficulty.
spent 7
and could
million
actually be
hours on
beaten
the
by
walking
casual
animation.
Players. Both Igarashi and Hagihara were huge fans of Nintendo's Legend of Zelda.
Yep.
And influenced by how Link's inventory grew over the course of the game, they decided to incorporate an equipment and leveling system in order to give players a way to overcome obstacles that their skill level couldn't
I need to
handle.
finish Link to the Past.
Finally, and probably
Me watching this video is just me saying, I should play that game. Meanwhile, still play Soten. I do want to play through Link to the Past in full, because I never actually beat the game. I want to at some point.
most importantly,
That's
they
like
wanted to
a
move the
gamer
series
sin to have never
away
finished Link
from
to the Past, in my
action hero
opinion.
come monster movie aesthetics of the past and create a
I should
look
play this,
that was
Smile.
unique for
That's
the
me
series.
right now.
Igarashi's
I should play
central
anything but
idea was to
Castlevania.
switch the dynamic of vampire killer and vampire, putting the player in the
I think I
shoes
got
of the
like
creature of the night
most of the
and having to
dungeons
do battle
down. I think I was
against
only
one of
missing
the
like 3 or
almighty
4.
Belmonts. The only issue with this was that while Igarashi and Hagihara
It's good,
had
but not
lofty
amazing.
ideas, nobody
Yeah,
at
that's
Konami
fair.
could actually execute
But it's still like, you know,
and this led them
part
to
of
bringing
gaming
in an
history.
outsider who was up to the challenge.
Plus, also, I want to be able
By
to play the
scouring anime shops
randomizer
for
at some point in my
artists that
life.
caught their eye, they eventually found Ayami Kojima, an incredibly talented
Ooh.
artist who used
at that
watercolors and
art
oils
style.
to create
Oh.
sumptuous Baroque-inspired art that Igarashi
Oh, that
felt
shit
was
hits so
perfect
good.
for his vision of the night, both beautiful and horrifying in equal parts. With Kojima responsible for the art direction, Igarashi was free to concentrate on the story treatment and decided to bring back one of his favourite characters to play the leading role. Instead of a whip-wielding warrior, we would be playing as Alucard, the
Kojima's
son
art
of
goes
darkness
fucking
from Castlevania
dummy.
3, and the plot would revolve around the aftermath of Rondo of Blood, featuring Richter, Maria, and the Dark Priest Shaft, all trying to work out how the castle of Dracula had risen outside of the 100-year cycle. Armed with an incredible cover art that portrayed Alucard in the castle like a piece of Renaissance art.
That's the PAL. What? Brother, Europeans don't know how good they got it. Also, is YouTube doing the thing where it won't load videos anymore? God damn it. I was going to look up the... Oh, there we go. This is the PAL cover art, dude. Look at the NTSC cover art. Look at this shit. Seriously, you want to play this game? Fucking... This shit looks like doo-doo. Compared to, Obviously, the PAL version. Actually, NTSCJ. What about the Japanese cover? Oh, it's the same as the PAL, basically. The Saturn cover, however, goes kind of crazy. I mean, I think printing the castle on the disc is cool, but not as like the cover art. Like if this was printed on the disc, that's fine, but like as a cover art, this is way better cover art.
With an incredible cover art that portrayed Alucard and the castle like a piece of Renaissance art. The team spent 2 long years developing their ideas.
Castle wasn't even accurate, true. But the castle is a creature of chaos, so it takes many forms and iterations.
Things weren't entirely smooth.
It's actually lore accurate.
And about halfway through production, Hagihara was promoted to a board
our game is slow, but our art,
the project.
Chef's
Which
kiss.
meant that Igarashi, having never produced or directed a game before, had to step up to the plate and finish the job they had both started. Despite a frantic rush to finish the game, it made its March 1997 release date and immediately made a huge impact.
It is a real castle,
Critics
yeah.
absolutely loved it, and it remains to this day one of the best reviewed games on the PlayStation.
True.
Sitting at an incredible 93 out of 100 on Metacritic.
Yeah, but Metacritic is more of like a...
main.
Metacritic didn't exist in 1997, though. Metacritic is like a more modern, right? Am I wrong in saying that? I'm pretty sure Metacritic didn't exist back then. This is more like nostalgic people looking back on it more so than like reviews that came out at the time. Because at the time it had middling sales, I remember, right? I don't know.
Mainly thanks to its 2D look, but very quickly word of mouth spread and copies were flying off the shelves in both Japan and America.
What? We looked it up. It was 700,000 sold. That's not flying up. Super Mario 64 sold 11 million.
Strangely,
it only sold 2 copies. I feel like this guy, what? That's not right.
The game's been somehow misremembered as a commercial flop, which couldn't be further from the truth. It in fact sold so...
Yeah, but that's Mario, but like... Yeah. This guy said this game is mainstream. It doesn't even touch Mario's dick. So when was the sole reason you bought a PlayStation? And you're one of the 2 copies that got sold. I don't know. I feel like this guy's hyping up Soten, which don't get me wrong, I love that. But I just seem a little bit more realistic. I don't know.
So well that it was cleared for a greatest hits run just a few years later. And thanks to the incredibly low production costs of making games for the PlayStation, it was the most profitable title in the series.
Most games don't break a million. Yeah, but most games aren't considered, genre-defining masterpieces or whatever.
And Igarashi, a passionate guardian, more than equipped to take it into the next generation. But that is only the story of the
You got your copy at Toys R Us. And it's the last copy they had, and it had a crackable case.
Casket and dived into this generational masterpiece.
I don't know. To be fair, this game came out when I was 2 years old, so I don't know anything. I'm literally a baby. Don't yell at me. It's also my birthday coming up soon, so please be nice.
Symphony of the Night establishes itself as a sequel right out of the gate, with one of the first examples of a trope that would become incredibly popular over the next 2 decades. The flashback tutorial. Almost as soon as we
I don't like the scan lines on this guy's
into a remixed version of the final chapter of Rondo of Blood, playing as Richter Belmont while he confronts Dracula atop his castle. Now obviously this scene has become more famous for its wonky English translation that robs it of some of its dramatic weight.
Robs it of dramatic weight? What are you talking about? It is dramatic weight. If I had to weigh drama, it would be in scales of Dracula versus Richter voice. What?
But I think this sequence is a lot stranger than people realise.
What?
As almost everyone outside of Japan hadn't played Rondo of Blood, this introduction would have been even more confusing than the dialogue already makes it.
I know.
It's a thrilling start to the game, showing off the team's ambition with incredible 3D backgrounds and a pulse-pounding boss fight. But as a narrative starting point, it's hilariously obtuse. Luckily, things become a lot clearer as we flash back.
Well, it's your fault for trying to understand the story of a Castlevania game.
Alucard, awake after centuries of self-imposed slumber, racing towards his father's castle, determined to discover why it's reappeared.
No, he didn't
after
talk shit
only a
about the
handful of
dialogue.
years.
He accurately assessed that it is obtuse and most people wouldn't understand the story because most people wouldn't have played Rondo of Blood because it was a Japanese release only on a somewhat obscure console outside of Japan. Which is fair.
Here we get yet another trope that would go on to become a staple of the adventure genre, the ability fake out. During this opening section of the game, we play as a hyper-powerful version of
What does
the
he mean,
son of
fake
Dracula,
out?
armed with powerful equipment that kills every enemy in a single hit. It's a taste of the power to come, but it's quickly stripped away.
What do you mean stripped away? Wait, Death took away your gear? What are you, a noob? What, have you never played this game before? You let Death take your shit away? Fake gamer, get him out of here, doesn't even do death skip.
When Alucard comes face to face with Death. He's similarly confused about his resummoning, and while he refuses to stop Alucard with force, he instead steals his gear, which sets us up to regain our powers over the course of the game. We step out into the first area with nothing but our fists, and Symphony of the Night begins in earnest, with a huge castle to explore, gear to find, and a mystery to solve.
Mystery?
First, let's deal with the castle itself, as this structural difference is easily the biggest departure from the series' traditions, and the foundation that enables every other new mechanic. Unlike the segregated levels of previous titles,
I will say the scanline filter is kind of bothering me, but at least he's playing the PlayStation version, assumedly through an emulator, as opposed to playing the Requiem version. So I'll give him credit for playing the correct version here.
Symphony of the Night's zones all flow from one into the other, forming a vast castle that Alucard...
Also, I literally have that image downloaded because it is a full, like, pixel perfect recreation of the castle, and I use that for creating thumbnails all the time.
...explores over the course of the game. You're free to return to areas once
Shoutouts to
the
Sprite
boss has been
Resources.
defeated, and doing so with new movement abilities usually returns upgrades or new equipment, which in turn makes it easier to explore new zones.
Shield Rod.
While Rondo did incorporate some elements of exploration, Symphony takes it to a completely new level, and the sheer breadth of the castle will seem ludicrously imposing, considering there's virtually no indication of where you need to go and when to do it. Cleverly, this has been alleviated by the game beginning with a linear journey across the length of the castle, taking you from the main entrance on the left all the way to the outer wall on the right hand side. It gives players a chance to acclimatise with the controls, and through fighting a boss and gaining a few upgrades, the core loop of the game is established without having to overload the player with potential places to explore.
Yeah,
Once
honestly
you're atop
true.
the outer wall, you're introduced to the game's librarian, who conveniently agrees to operate a small shop. And here the first non-linear elements are introduced. By purchasing the Stone of Open, suddenly Alucard can unlock blue sealed doors, which means you now have access to two potential routes. Through the Holy Chapel, back at the main entrance, or down into the underground, found just after the first boss.
I will say that's just his British showing. He doesn't know what words are. The British people, they have to deal with all sorts of, mental problems. It's not his fault. I will say, starting off with Jewel of Open as like the first relic is kind of weak, right? Like the game doesn't give you additional movement options like right off the bat. I guess Soul of Wolf kind of, but like I don't know. I wish the game gave you something more substantial.
It's never spelled out, but there's only one
British
correct
people.
way to go.
Hey, I'm allowed to make fun of British people because we won the war. We won the Revolutionary War. I'm sorry. Like, get fucked. USA, baby. USA #1.
And that's to the Holy Chapel. But the fact that Symphony allows you to head off in the wrong
we threw the tea in that
to
harbor.
explore and find secrets means there's really parallel progression systems working here.
Going through the chapel
There's
to
the
get double
progression
jumped
through the story.
In Classic, though. Yeah, I agree. It's just that the chapel, I think, is kind of a slog, and I wish they gave you like a little bit more, especially fighting Hippogriff early on. From a casual perspective, I think this is like a pretty big like jump in difficulty compared to the rest of the game, and then the game kind of chills out from here. Also, if they gave you like a little bit better movement options, I feel like it wouldn't be as bad going through the chapel, but again, it's fine. The game's still good. It's just the one thing that I kind of am looking at right now where I'm like, this game kind of has a slow start, doesn't it?
Story, advancing the plot through beating certain events in a certain order, and there's Alucard's progression, done by
They don't say the
finding new
T's because they'd be
equipment,
drinking
gaining
it.
money
Lol,
and
get
upgrades, all of which is done in no order and completely at the player's discretion. Thanks to death, you begin the game with absolutely
It's
no
even slower if you
equipment,
happen to choose the
and one of the
underground.
core
Exactly,
objectives
yeah.
is
That's
increasing
true.
your power by finding better gear. Unlike the Belmonts before him, Alucard's toolset is incredibly varied and really depends on what items you want to use and what suits your playstyle.
Yo, sword bro.
You can equip knives and rapiers that attack quickly but with less power, huge claymores that swing slowly but hit much harder, and all manner of strange weapons in between, from rods to throwing weapons to shields that block attacks. You'll generally just stick to whatever.
Use your
weapon
shields
does the
to
most
block
damage,
attacks?
but it brings a huge level of variety to the end.
I think maybe he means like the rapier special attacks quickly, but yeah, I don't know.
Endless whipping
What up,
of
Sniper?
previous titles. Now, for this is starting to sound a lot like a role-playing game.
Also, we are nitpicking because we are turbo nerds at this video game, and that is the only reason.
You'd be completely correct. And along with all the weapons and armor, Alucard also gains
we're
XP
turbo
for
nerds,
each
okay?
enemy defeated, which eventually causes
Yeah, lumping in
level-ups
rapiers
that
with
improve
knives
your
is
health.
pretty
It adds a huge
silly,
amount of
but,
purpose to the combat and means that backtracking, no matter how lost you get,
Purpose to the
always
combat?
carries a benefit.
I will say Symphony of the Night is really good at that. This is one thing that Metroidvanias, I think, do a poor job across the board in a lot of cases, is not rewarding the player properly for exploration and backtracking. Symphony of the Night does an amazing job of at least giving you something every time you go somewhere. But didn't even mention the best weapon, Sword of Dawn. Yeah, true.
It's one of those concepts that you can't quite believe didn't exist before this point. And obviously has become hugely influential, spawning a
Not
legion of
influential
copycat
enough,
clones
unfortunately.
that blend light RPG mechanics into existing genres as a way of creating progression. These days, absolutely everything from FIFA to Call of Duty has some kind of leveling system, and you can make a pretty strong argument that Symphony was the first to deliver this, outside of a traditional RPG.
Okay.
While it never stops being satisfying seeing the level up animation freeze the screen, or solving a little puzzle that rewards you with an interesting new weapon, the whole system does have the accidental effect of making Symphony of the Night an incredibly easy game. One which is almost unrecognizable in challenge when compared to its brutal.
This is a very
8-bit
easy game, yeah.
Depending on how long it takes you to
Wait,
reach
Alucard
the
has a walk
librarian,
animation?
or if you head into the underground before you reach the Holy Chapel, you can arrive at this early point of the game ludicrously overpowered, and Symphony never really manages to claw back a semblance of balance. As more of the castle opens up and you have more and more directions to head in, this process can repeat over and over, leading you to face bosses that don't remotely pose a threat to you. Igarashi had wanted to create a Castlevania that anyone
He got
could
the
beat,
Mudman.
and he certainly achieved that goal, although it was definitely at the cost of those incredible moments of satisfaction that Akamatsu, Ueno, and even Hagihara had managed to craft. After the chapel, the game very quickly settles into its
Lesser
core
Demon
flow,
can do
which is
things? I've never
discovering
seen him do
items and
anything,
abilities
honestly.
that unlock new areas of the castle and visiting them to see if they contain the next set of upgrades.
Doppelganger
or
does kill the
Alucard
noobs, that is true.
levels up and gains more power. Cleverly, all of the zones have been designed to have really distinct colour palettes and unique aesthetics,
Yep.
which means that you don't always need to rely on the map to guide your way. This is where the PlayStation's muscle as a powerful next-generation console.
By
really
muscle,
gets
we
to
mean
shine,
slowdown
as in
happens
certain
everywhere.
areas, Symphony of the Night looks simply breathtaking. In the chapel, we're treated to sprawling.
This is how I know he's emulating the game, because right here, if the game... Oh, I probably shouldn't... I forgot. YouTube is being weird today. Right here, the fireball shooting plus the sword bro spinning at the same time would make this crawl to like 30 FPS. So that's how I know he's emulating it. And he's probably emulating it on like DuckStation or EPSXE. Probably DuckStation, to be honest, because it doesn't look like EPSXE graphics, and DuckStation does have a built-in filter for scan lines. But I think the scan lines thing is something is like a post-processing thing. But yeah.
Simply breathtaking. In the chapel, we're treated to sprawling 3D backgrounds that depict a monstrous Gothic cathedral. And up on the battlements, swirling effects create an otherworldly atmosphere, which makes the castle feel more alive than it ever has before. The Colosseum
Just saying we pause the blood farming? Yeah, what about it?
Skeletons. In the long library, we battle against demonic books that burst out of the wall. And in the alchemical laboratory, mechanical switches and levers reveal hidden locations.
EPSXE is
and
banned.
operate lifts.
Don't talk about it unless I talk
Alucard's
about it.
smooth as butter animations.
I've been
which
grinding for
perfectly
so long,
realise
Rain.
a
Please,
Yami
my hands are
Kojima's
turning to
flowing
dust.
art, and a gameplay system that never stops rewarding you for your actions. It's extremely obvious very quickly as to why Symphony of the Night became such an instant classic and is still so beloved to this day. It's one of those magical games where ambition and invention came together and truly broke.
What's this? I am playing Symphony of the Night and watching this guy talk about Symphony of the Night, and I have 9 hours left in the stream.
Out all the more starkly. For starters, the actual sequence you're supposed to follow to progress through the games is really quite obscure at times, and without a map that.
Do I like so? No, this game sucks and I hate it, and I will never play it again.
Without any direction. Once you get the leap stone,
I've never even played this game before. Pay no attention to the sub goal that says Saturn Soten 100% run.
Available. The thing is, none of them actually progress the story, and you're meant to go to the clock in the middle of the castle, and then leap up to the left when the clock face is set at a certain time. I have absolutely no idea how you're supposed to work this out on your own.
The cutscene with Maria shows that the statue can move. It's just difficult because you have to remember that. That's something that happens in like the first 10 minutes of you playing the game, and then you don't get the leap stone until like probably like an hour or so later. That's everybody gets stuck there, but there is an in-game explanation for it. It's just that most people don't put 2 and 2 together. It is guaranteed to move during that cutscene no matter what. The statue is guaranteed to move during that cutscene. How many disc copies do I own? Currently just 1. I used to have more, but... The map also has the entrance too. Is that true? I guess it does show on the map, huh? The disc copy is expensive. I got mine for $40 like a couple years ago. I got fucking lucky. Somebody was selling it on eBay for $40 and I'm like, I need to buy this now. Cuz I think the cheapest you can find it is like $100 now. Dragon Blitz Daily is the real Soten Master. That guy got the all bosses world record. Yeah, I'm gonna keep stretching my hand. By the way,
as fun as
I need to rest my hands.
The halls of the castle, it's immensely frustrating to find.
You have a sealed copy? Sure.
Annoyingly, this actually happens in more than one place. The clock face path eventually leads to the Colosseum, where Alucard gains the ability to transform into mist, which allows him to pass.
Yeah, my hands are turning to dust because I'm over the age of 40. That is true. Yeah.
Of locations, and as the grates don't separate rooms, you can't clearly see on the map where you need to return to. Once again, it leads to a ton of aimless wandering that's going to have you reaching for a walkthrough. What you're meant to do is take it back to the library.
Do people get lost after finding mist in casual playthroughs? I've seen a couple of casual playthroughs recently, and I never feel that people get lost after finding mist. Huh. Or at the very least, it's like they just go explore the map again. I don't know.
And use it to unlock the final transformation power, the Bat,
yeah,
which allows you to
map.
fly and access all of the remaining areas. It's an amazing upgrade which completely changes how you approach navigation, but it immediately makes the mist power and the double jump redundant and contributes to Symphony's very odd structure. Clearly, a large cause of all of this was because Igarashi's team were discovering how a game like this should work, with no established genre conventions to fall back on. While it might feel obtuse and confusing,
it's like I hate this game or something.
Hollow Knight or Guacamelee, within the context of the mid-90s, it's still a very impressive game. So just like how we ran into death during the opening sequence, Alucard regularly bumps into other characters during his wanderings, and it's through these encounters that...
Why is he pulling up PSP footage all of a sudden? Or PS4 footage all of a sudden?
The vast majority of Symphony's mystery plot is delivered. Very quickly, he meets a much older Maria.
Why? Why are we... Look how fucking... by the way, Requiem pisses me off to no end. Look how fucking, like, white... Or what's the word I'm thinking of? It's, like, bleached out. The gamma of the actual gameplay is fucked up. The colors are fucked up. The sound effects are fucked up. Like, damn, this port makes me mad.
Renard, who's searching.
He didn't finish the emulated PSX Soten, I guess.
Missing shortly after defeating Dracula in the prologue.
It's not saturation. It's the gamma or something. Like the lighting is fucked up. I can't think of the correct word because I've been streaming for 16 hours or 15 hours.
Yeah, initially treat each other with suspicion, but after seeing him dispatch the servants of darkness, Maria confides in our hero that she suspects Richter might have something to do with the castle's reappearance.
Yeah, it's just overly bright.
This
like,
fear is
I don't
shortly
know.
confirmed when deep within the Colosseum, Alucard encounters the Belmont, sitting
God.
upon a throne,
Oh, that voice acting's so gross.
claiming ownership of Dracula's citadel and commanding the forces of evil that reside within it. For Americans
I hate
and Europeans
Sasuke,
who've
dude.
never really seen Richter before, I'm sure this wasn't a big deal, but if you come into Symphony knowing the character, it's a huge surprise, and one that goes far further than Igarashi's
Crush
desire to
this
have the
flea
game
that
be based
invades
around
my
fighting the Belmont.
castle.
This isn't just any vampire slayer, it's probably the most light-hearted good guy of the whole Belmont family, now redesigned as a nefarious villain. It's a shocking move considering just how heavily the series
He said the thing. Oh, you know what? He switched versions to make me mad, and then he switched back to make me happy again. He did that for me. Oh, I love the PSX version. Oh,
relies
it's like a
on
warm
traditional
blanket.
good versus evil concepts. And incredibly, that isn't the
Known as Adrian Celsius in the PAL version. True.
only subversion that Igarashi designed for Symphony of the Night. After gaining the bat form, there's actually nothing stopping you from heading straight to the throne room and challenging Richter, who reveals that he's doing this to be able to fight Count Dracula for all eternity, as without his nemesis, his life lacked any purpose. He's often referred to in Castlevania lore as the strongest of all the Belmonts, and this boss fight absolutely does that reputation justice. Without good enough gear and a big enough health pool, he will rip
Stop switching back and forth. It's giving me whiplash. Just play the PlayStation version. I'm sorry for talking about the CRT filter. The CRT filter's fine. Just play the PlayStation version. Jesus Christ.
you a new one with lightning fast whip attacks and full access
talking about
to
Dictor
all
Belmont?
of his item crashes from Rondo of Blood.
Just loop his ass. Just jump back. Like you can loop his ass so easily. They even show you in the tutorial to loop his ass. Or I'm thinking Doppelganger. He doesn't show up in the tutorial.
When Alucard emerges victorious, Richter passes away, with a haunting line that really shows the script of this game wasn't completely butchered in translation. What use is a shepherd when all the wolves have gone away? The castle crumbles to dust.
He mentions the translation, but shows the wrong translation because he's showing the Requiem. I hate this video.
And Alucard stands upon a cliff, pondering everything he's seen. He decides
I
that
just hate
Richter must
Requiem,
have
but
chosen
whatever.
a life of warfare, as it was all he'd ever known. And lacking any other explanation, he leaves the land of his birth, swearing to never return. With no real explanation for Richter's actions,
At least he puts in Eye
or
in the Wind for
exploration
just
of
a-
Alucard's heritage.
just a little
it's
bit.
a profoundly unsatisfying conclusion.
What are you
And
talking
that's
about? You
because
get to see Eye in the Wind. It's so satisfying.
it's not the real ending of Symphony of the Night. You see, Igarashi decided to include a fake out for players who didn't explore the entire map. And this early ending comes before the halfway point of the game. In their conversations, Maria constantly asks Alucard to not hurt Richter.
I'm in so much
refusing
pain.
to believe that he's turned
Every
to
time I see
darkness,
Requiem, it's just
imploring our hero
pain.
to find another way to prevent Dracula from resurrecting.
I'm just a
If
wee
you
little
do scour the
girl.
entire castle, you'll find a host of additional abilities, like the Bat Echo, which lets you move through pitch black areas, and the Spike Armor, which allows you to break impassable terrain. And through using them, Alucard will find two rings, which when worn in the central clock tower, open a secret path.
He's
into
not
the
going
heart
to complain
of the
about how
castle.
obscure it is
Inside,
to
we
find
meet
the.
Maria for a final time. She accepts that Richter is to blame for the castle returning, but she still won't give up on him and hands over the holy glasses to see if there are any evil illusions that might be surrounding our fallen hero. Lo and behold, if you put them
Yeah, the
on
Requiem
in
version
Richter
has like
form,
it's just
you'll see a
brighter for some
floating
reason.
green
It fucks with
orb,
the
which you can damage,
visuals and the
remixing
sound
the fight
effects.
into a game of cat and mouse where you try to dodge his brutal item crashes and target the strange object. When it's destroyed, the truth of the game's central mystery
Mods?
is revealed.
What do you mean mods plural? At most, it's like. Yeah, whatever.
Richter was being controlled by the Dark Priest Shaft, the antagonist of Rondo of Blood, once again returning to act as Dracula's lieutenant on Earth. Through using Richter, he could resurrect the Count while his brainwashed Belmont destroyed all who opposed him, although he hadn't banked on Alucard returning after hundreds of years of slumber. Unfortunately, despite freeing Richter, the ritual of resurrection is still completed, and out of a swirling magical vortex in the sky, a second castle descends.
What?
Mirroring the one we've just explored.
Dude, spoilers? How the fuck am I supposed to learn about this? This guy ruined the game. Dude. I'm not even done with my playthrough yet, and he's telling me about a second cat. Oh my.
A reflection of a place that was already evil. And in its central chamber, Dracula rises once again. This is the true twist of Symphony of the Night, and it's a reveal that dwarfs anything taking place in the plot. There's another castle to explore, and your victory in the throne room is only half of your battle against the Count. Now realistically, this is a pretty well-known surprise, and the
welcome, I'm glad you enjoyed the content.
will have likely already heard about the inverted castle, if they've heard anything about Symphony of the Night at all. But don't let that trick you into underestimating this section of the game, which is a lot more clever than people give it credit. When you step into the beam of light and are transported to this alternate dimension, the structure of the game changes quite dramatically, and this is where Symphony of the Night really becomes the open world, non-linear experience that this genre has become known for. Once you reach the central clock room, you'll realise that you need to collect the 5 artifacts of Dracula in order to face Alucard's father. And as they can be collected in any order, this whole section
same
is
video. Yeah, we're only 2.5 hours into this 7-hour and 20-minute long video. How we doing? Yo, good morning, Talik.
Symphony's exploration
we're gaming
gameplay. As you have access to every single movement ability and there are no more to find. From the second you arrive, you can head to any part of the inverted castle, and really any progression through this space is utterly defined by you. Along with a more free-form objective, the enemies also get a much-needed increase in power, which resets the balance somewhere back to near the start of the game, with regular foes easily able to kill you and health coming at premium. It means that rather than simply racing around looking for the relics, you're encouraged to take things slow and search for upgrades like you did in the normal castle. And it's something you're going to want to do, as the inverted castle comes with its own set of new boss fights which pack quite a punch. Once you've explored the entirety of the inverted castle and collected all of the relics of Dracula, it's pretty impossible not to return to that hyper overpowered state. And as the level ups, health upgrades and fresh equipment
slow,
keep
yeah,
flowing,
just
by
like
the
me.
time you're ready to face down Shaft and the Count, it's pretty hard not to feel
I was
very
doing it wrong the whole
confident in
time.
Alucard's abilities. And that's a shame, as the finale is easily the most cinematic and gripping moment that the series has ever been able to put together, fully realizing Igarashi's vision of a
the most gripping and cinematic moment? Really?
Castlevania game with real substance to it. We first do
this video has the Lord of the Shadow timeline. It's 7 hours long. It probably has everything.
Chemical machine, but who really poses absolutely no threat to the vengeful Son of Darkness. Alucard delivers the final blow with a fitting action
Dracula does try to grip
one-liner.
you.
You claim to love the darkness. Go then and dwell there for all eternity.
That line does
With that,
go
the
kind of
screen
hard.
melts away, and we finally get the family.
That's why the original voice acting is so much better. Oh, fucking. Oh, God. The performance in this one is so much better. Alucard's so much better. Fucking Sasuke sucks dick.
Reunion that the
Not that there's anything wrong with sucking dick, but you get what I'm saying.
whole game has been building towards. And this is where Igarashi delivers his final surprise. The Count asks Alucard why he fights with the humans, and if he's forgotten what they did to his mother. You see, in the normal castle, you can step into a corrupted save point, in which a succubus tries to torment Alucard with his memories.
No succubus mode? I think you just summoned one.
The event chosen is the death of his mother, Lisa,
Mother,
burned at the stake as a witch for her relationship with
coming,
Dracula,
mother.
and who in her dying breath asked Alucard to forgive them and do them no harm. This familial loss is the source of the conflict between Alucard and his father, stretching all the way back to Castlevania 3. Dracula, unable to forgive and forget, unleashes his vengeance upon humanity, punishing them for taking away the only woman who loved him, while his son desperately clings to his mother's last words by locking
70
himself in
health? What are
eternal
you,
slumber.
bad at the game?
It's a complete reimagining
Didn't even start with
of the
80?
far more pulpy origin story that we got in Castlevania 3, adding depth to the character of Vlad Tepes by taking huge influence from the 1992 movie Bram Stoker's Dracula. which similarly presented the vampire as a grief-stricken tragic character, rather than a malevolent monster. In a world of Final Fantasy and Silent Hill, audiences wanted more depth from their characters, and somehow in this short scene, Igarashi manages to redefine a character who for most people is the iconic cartoon villain. It's an incredible moment of video game writing. After a fight where the Count takes the form of a monstrous living throne, the two share one final conversation. Alucard tells his father that he was doomed from the moment he forgot how to love, and the Count sarcastically replies with a Bible verse, Matthew 16:26. For what profit is it to a man if he gains the world and loses his own soul?
He said the line.
With that haunting realization,
and as it turns out, the fastest speedrun currently recorded for this game also happens to be...
He whispers for Lisa's forgiveness and fades back into the abyss, defeated not by the hand of the Belmonts, but by his own flesh and blood. It is a fantastically written ending for a game that largely focuses on gameplay, and pretty much spoils that caricature of Symphony of the Night as a poorly translated mess. It might have some strangely delivered lines, but it's pretty hard to argue with a narrative that manages to subvert almost every idea.
No, the delivery is perfect in every way, and you're wrong.
While also feeling like its ultimate expression. Now, as we've already discussed, Symphony of the Night was a huge critical and commercial success, but as its sales came very slowly, this has had the effect of making it quite the unique game within the franchise, despite the monstrous shadow that it casts over almost everything to come. Soon after 1997,
I do disagree with this
Metal Gear
guy's
Solid
opinion
and
about
Silent
like the
Hill
sales
became
and stuff.
big
It's just not that
international hits,
influential.
and Konami's focus shifted
What's up, Not Ultimate?
completely away from 2D games, meaning there was little appetite to commission a sequel. The team behind Symphony had immediately gone their separate ways, and Igarashi was too busy working on a PS1 RPG called Eldergate to be lobbying the board for permission to work on another Castlevania game. As we'll discover in the rest of this video, when he eventually did return, circumstances were very different, and it meant that incredibly, despite the wild critical reception, this remains the only game where we play as Alucard, and the very last big budget
Elden Gate, more like Elden Ring.
Symphony of the Night may be one of the greatest games ever made, but just like those sales slowly building over time, it would take Konami a while to realise just how important this game would be to the future of the series.
Again, this guy claims that the game was like a critical success and like a sales success. I would argue like it's fine. Like, did we check the sales for Super Metroid? How much does Super Metroid sell? That would actually change my opinion a lot. It did okay, exactly. $1.42 million, like it doubled. It's literally double. Super Metroid sold double what Symphony of the Night did. Man. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think Soten's... I don't like the angle that Soten sold like gangbusters. Maybe compared to other Castlevania games at the time, I'll give him that. But Soten sold 700K, according to Google. What did I Google before Castlevania Symphony of the Night sales? About 700,000. Although this figure says that it sold 1.27 million units, but that might include other versions of the game. I don't know. Inconclusive reports, and I don't feel like doing any more research because I've been streaming for almost 16 hours. Now, this game sold 10 billion units because it's the greatest game ever made. Google machine broke. I was looking only at US and Japan. Well, yeah, nobody else has ever played the game before.
Clearly defined the future of the series. Konami still weren't convinced, and instead of pursuing this maximalist side-scrolling direction, they instead opted to follow the rest of the industry and transition the series to 3D. During the mid to late 90s, it was the question that all developers and publishers...
1.27 is the official figures for only the PSX version? Oh, okay. Well, cool. Check Brood War. What, does it sell like 2 copies? Holy shit, I can't. Oh my god. Doesn't it say sales somewhere on the Wikipedia page? No. It said 10 million where? Oh, nearly 10 million. So yeah. Turns out Soten is still a niche game. Sorry for the flashbang, I apologize.
Were having to answer. Despite the complexity of developing in this style, more and more companies found it delivering huge success. Traditional 2D companies like Squaresoft and Nintendo were having unprecedented
Final Fantasy VIII, the best Final Fantasy game that everybody loves?
That were once minnows, like Naughty Dog and Core Designs, became household names thanks to the runaway success of titles like Crash Bandicoot and Tomb Raider. It was a pot of gold too good to turn down, and Konami's first effort in this space couldn't have been more of a success. Hideo Kojima's Metal Gear Solid took stealth gameplay and mixed it with a cinematic direction that was literally impossible in 2D, and it had the effect of catapulting Metal Gear from a niche Japanese
success.
series
Crash Bandicoot,
into a
pick
global
one.
blockbuster. The future was obviously 3D, and internally it was felt that Castlevania needed to make the jump to survive.
No, I only brought it up earlier because chat was arguing about Final Fantasy VIII earlier, and I was making a callback to that scuffle. I have no horse in the race of Final Fantasy VIII because I played it once as a kid, maybe, and yeah, I didn't even know how to read back then. We're not talking about Final Fantasy VIII anymore. Let it go.
Now that's all fine in concept, but Konami had a small problem.
The GameCube just didn't sell well. That's why Melee doesn't have crazy good sales numbers.
3D experience, and so to manage this new direction, they decided to set up an entirely new.
That's the thing about Nintendo consoles is the sales of their games are just so strictly related to the sales of the consoles themselves. So, you know. Which one was more popular? Brawl sold like 10 billion copies. Brawl probably sold like at least 10 million. I think Brawl might be the best-selling one that has ever existed. Maybe Smash Ultimate might have sold more. It's either Brawl or Smash Ultimate, but Brawl definitely sold like fucking crazy. But that's because everybody and their grandmother literally owned a Wii. So, and the GameCube was a very niche console. That's why GameCube titles tend to have much more niche series tied to them and niche appreciation given to them. So, 13 million, that sounds about correct.
Studio. In late 1996, Konami Computer
we were on
Entertainment
Castlevania 64.
Kobe, commonly referred to as Kobe Studio, was set up with the sole purpose of developing a 3D Castlevania game.
Oh, he's playing
While
the
it was
fiddle.
a pretty inexperienced team, production duties were handled by Etsunobu Ebisu, who was the brains behind...
I'm confused. They went from Castlevania 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to Rondo of Blood. Is that 5? Symphony of the Night, 64. Where's the other 65?
The Gambare Goemon series.
Violins and fiddles are the same thing. It just depends on the play. It's the same thing. It's the same instrument.
America and Europe.
I don't care.
As the Legend of the Mystical Ninja.
That's like
There's
arguing
no
between
about
like
why Ebisu was
blah,
moved
blah,
on to the
blah.
Castlevania franchise, but given the quality of the Goemon
It's
series,
the same thing. I don't care.
It's not a surprising move. Despite Metal Gear Solid's success,
I've been
Kobe
live for
Studio
16 hours.
opted
I can
for
say
the
whatever I
Nintendo
want.
64,
You're being gamer
likely to
racist. Please
capitalize
stop.
on the series' long history on Nintendo consoles.
Yeah, the difference is how many
First
teeth
saw
the
light
person
of day
playing it has.
in a
True.
preview at the Tokyo Game Show in 1997. The game would apparently marry the cinematics of Metal Gear Solid with the action gameplay the series was already known
That
for,
sounds like the perfect video
telling a
game.
story that was spread across 4 distinct campaigns and featuring a fully fleshed out multiplayer mode. It was very ambitious and
Yeah,
really
the
got
2
journalists
Castlevania 2s.
excited. But unfortunately, as the team got further into the development process, they began to hit bump after bump. By late 1998, it was clear that the game had to be delayed, and Ibisu took the decision to dramatically streamline the game. Multiplayer was stripped out, 2 of the campaigns were removed, and whole levels were simplified.
This game was supposed to have multiplayer?
Early 1999 release date.
Imagine only having 2 dimensions like a peasant.
When it finally released in January, it was a shadow of what was originally promised. Despite some surprisingly positive contemporaneous reviews.
Contemporaneous?
64.
Is that a real word? I'm sorry, I have a flare-up in my contemporaneous. What?
Has developed one of the strangest reputations of any game I've ever seen. Just like Simon's Quest before it, most people's first exposure to the game was thanks to early online creators, who in true mid-2000s style,
Nintendo 64 was invented by Tommy Tell or something.
Unsurprisingly, the angry video game nerd was once again at the centre of it all, and his review, which has a staggering 6.6 million views, horrifically misrepresents the game for comedy's sake.
Wait, is this another angry video game nerd where he's like, actually the angry video game nerd was wrong? God, YouTube's doing the thing where it doesn't want to load videos. Is that what we're dealing with? Going to bed? Take it easy, have a good one. All right, no Castlevania 64.
Once again at the centre of it all. And his review, which has a staggering 6.6 million views, horrifically misrepresents the game for comedy's sake. It's full of incredibly minor nitpicks, criticisms of things that had long been in the series.
That's what being a YouTuber is about, finding things to complain about and making videos about you complaining about it. Brother in Christ, that's what you're doing right now. But with the...
And ends with this absurd sequence where he makes it look like you can softlock the game, despite only needing to press a single button in order to get out of his predicament. I love the nerd, but this certainly isn't his finest hour, and it really did a huge amount of damage to how people perceived this title.
No, the video game did the damage.
In recent years, this is flipped.
It's literally the meme of like fucking Eric Andre shooting Hannibal Buress and being like, how could the angry video game nerd do this? No! It was you! The game just sucks!
On its head. And we've now got what I can only describe as a positive backlash, where more modern creators have started painting Castlevania 64 as a misunderstood masterpiece.
They're all just being contrarians, it's just bad!
Atmospheric horror excellence.
Actually, pushes up glasses, Castlevania 64 is actually a modern take on the structures of capitalistic violence under...
away any
Shut up!
criticisms.
The game's bad!
Just not getting it. The reality is far less exciting than either of these perspectives. Castlevania 64 is a highly flawed game, and while it's ambitious and interesting...
Highly flawed means bad! If it's just full of flaws, it's bad! Just say it's a bad game!
And clearly and obviously suffered from its mess of a development cycle.
Because it's a bad game!
It might not drive clicks, but it's time to finally uncover the truth about this oft-discussed, but rarely played, black sheep of the franchise. Unlike Metal Gear Solid or Ocarina of Time, which paired the move to 3D
it is exhausting.
with a huge expansion in storytelling ambition, Castlevania on the Nintendo 64 has a pretty
It's so bad it
basic
underflowed to good.
and really feels like a soft reboot of the very first game. Dracula has risen to torture the people of Transylvania, and 2 heroes rise to the challenge of defeating him. These are our 2 remaining campaigns. One where you play as the whip-wielding
Does he talk about Legacy
Schneider,
of Darkness after
and the
this?
other
He
starring
must.
Carrie Fernandez, a magical spell slinger in the style of Maria
Fernandez?
Renard from Rondo of Blood. It's the first game since Bloodlines to not feature a Belmont in any sort of role.
This is because they always called the Belnales clan Fernandez in like the English releases, right? For a while, and then they eventually fixed it. Am I remembering this correctly? She's supposed to be a Belnales. Yeah, okay, thank you.
But rather disappointingly, neither of our replacement protagonists do much to stake a claim to that lead spot. They both lack developed personalities or backstories, and we never find out why either of them are so desperate to destroy the Count. In that sense, it really is similar to the original Castlevania, with a focus that's squarely
Fran, you
on
like bad video
ascending the
games. Why don't
castle
you like this
and
bad
defeating
video
the
game?
demons within. You do this by progressing through a range of
I like bad
stages,
video games
which are
too, and I
split
hate this
between
bad video
more
game. So
linear
you're
levels that are
perfectly valid
focused
for
on
not liking
combat
it.
and platforming, and a few that
I
are
love
more
some trash
open-ended,
video games,
with
but-
gameplay based around exploration and puzzle solving.
If
It's
he
an
doesn't
odd
talk about the
mixture,
skeletons
because
on
at times it can
motorcycles,
really feel
I
like you're
am
playing a true
gonna cry.
conversion of the classic 2D formula, while at others it's like nothing else on the platform, let alone in the Castlevania series. It's a really odd
They have
blend
redeeming
of
qualities,
gameplay
unlike
styles
this
that mean,
game.
despite being quite a short
The
game,
redeeming
there's a
quality of
lot
this game
going
is
on
the
in
skeletons on
Castlevania
motorcycles.
64, both good and bad.
No, it's just
Let's
bad.
start with the bad stuff first, because despite those glowing modern reviews, Castlevania 64 is deeply flawed and has some really big issues that impact almost every second of its
Soden
runtime.
is such a bad video game.
The
I like
first is
Evil
arguably
Zone.
not
Evil
even
Zone's one of my
Cody's
favorite
fault, but
fighting
still
games
needs
of all
to be
time,
mentioned. The
unironically.
Nintendo 64 controller is
Because
just
I'm
a
really good at
goddamn
it.
strange design, and like most studios that weren't Nintendo, Kobe struggled to find a way to make its unconventional layout work. Movement is governed by the main control stick, and jumping and attacking are on the A and B buttons. Pretty simple so far, right? Well, everything else makes a lot less sense. The Z trigger activates a fairly useless slide, which you almost never need to use, and is a weird choice for one of the primary buttons on the controller. The R button centers the camera behind you, and the L button locks onto the nearest enemy, although you inexplicably can't move while locked on, probably because you would need to let go of the main stick to even use it. This means that you'll largely rely on the auto target, which is pretty tricky and leads to most players using carry as her magical spells automatically home in on targets.
Yeah.
Obviously something which I opted against, playing through the game as Reinhardt. Things get really weird on the C buttons. Up activates a first person view, down fires off your sub-weapon, left is a short-range dagger attack, and right opens doors, picks up items, speaks to characters, and activates objects in the world. It's just a nonsensical mess of commands that really does take a concerted effort to learn, especially as you need these actions in the heat of fast-paced combat and don't want to accidentally go into first-person mode when you're
The
trying to
controls
throw
aren't
a
that
holy
bad.
water or grab a health pickup.
I will say, I've played this game a decent number of times. Never once have I complained about the controls. The controls are fine. The controls are actually fine. This guy is complaining about the weirdest shit. I don't know. I think the controls are fine. That was a Dark Souls room? Yeah. This game is actually Dark Souls.
It's made all the worse by the very slidey platforming, which doesn't even attempt to replicate the deliberate and precise movement of its 2D cousins. Both Reinhardt and Carrie zoom
Yeah, the controls
around
are the
maps
least
when
of the
you're
problem.
jumping.
It's not the actual controls that are mapped to the controller. It's how the game controls. That's the difference. It's not the controls on the controller. It's how the game actually controls. Because how the game controls is like dog shit.
Thanks to them retaining a whole load of momentum when they land.
Did I
It's
use the actual controller? Yeah, I've played this game on console many a times. It's like one of the 3 games that exist for the N64. Of course I've played it on console. I currently don't own an N64 right now, but I've played it many a times. The camera and the movement, like the movement momentum is my 2 big things. The camera and then the way that you actually like have momentum when you move around is just fucked. And platforming is fucked because of it. Yeah, Mischief Makers is actually a good game.
Some of the larger
Mischief Makers
linear
is one of the
levels,
3
a lot
good
more
N64
bearable,
games that
but
exist.
in the moments where you're meant to be landing
It's Mischief
precise
Makers,
jumps,
Mario
it's
64,
ridiculously
and
frustrating. Even when you're taking things
Pokemon
slow,
Puzzle
you'll
League.
constantly die from slipping straight
Every other
off
game
the
is bad.
platforms in a way that makes judging where you should land pretty damn hard. In addition to this,
And
most of the
StarCraft, of
platforming
course.
is built around Tomb Raider-style ledge grabs. But that, of course, means if you don't hit them at just the right angle, you fly straight past your destination and to your doom. The game has a reputation of feeling really quite janky, and between the platforming...
If you guys don't get the joke, every time I bring up the N64 only has 3 good games, I list 3 different games. That's the joke. The joke is I say, oh, the N64 only has 3 games, and then I just list 3 random games. And then you guys always are like,
But actually, Ocarina of Time is a masterpiece you don't understand. No. Cool Border 64 is actually the greatest game ever made.
and weird controls, I think it's very disingenuous for anyone to argue otherwise.
So,
Amazingly,
long story
the
short, get
soul-saving
baited.
grace here is the camera, which in so many other 3D platformers is an utter handicap. While you can center the camera at will with the R button, Kobe took the decision to pre-direct most of the game's camera angles, and this works surprisingly well. And while it still suffers from the same depth,
My man said surprisingly well. I'm shaking my SMH on that one. The camera dog shit.
perception issues that other games traditionally struggle with, moving around in
He said it
Castlevania
doesn't have
64
perception
isn't really
issues? Did he say this game doesn't have perception issues? Did we play the same game?
anywhere near as bad as it could be.
Oh, because it
The
could be
biggest thing
worse. Oh, because it could be worse. Of course. No. Guys, you don't understand. It could be worse. You could be getting stabbed to death while playing the game, and that would make it worse.
Hurts the game is its level design, which is very uneven, sometimes putting together really memorable set pieces, and at other times feeling like Kobe was simply happy to get something functional into the cartridge. When playing as Reinhardt,
20 more
at
minutes
one
and I
point
get
we
coffee.
descend underground and have to pass through a tunnel system in order to sneak into the depths of Dracula's castle. It's just a sludgy brown mess of an area that has you wandering
show you
back
a
and
sludgy
forth,
brown mess.
looking for a way out, but without any landmarks.
Later, Rodboss.
indicating
Have a
you
good
might
one.
be getting closer to the exit. The first level in the Forest of Silence is somewhat similar, but every time you find and activate a switch, a gate opens, which at least gives you a sense
You're
of what
allergic
you're
to
supposed
caffeine?
be
Interesting.
looking for. In the tunnels, there's simply nothing, and without a walkthrough for reference, it's absurdly easy to become lost in its identical pathways. That same confusion also plagues the non-linear zones, which is a shame as they really are quite unique
Pistachios
little
have
sections of
caffeine?
gameplay.
Oh,
During the
I didn't know
villa
that.
and central castle stages, instead of leaping and battling your way to the exit, we have to explore various rooms looking for keys and solving puzzles. They feel
Oh,
very
trace amounts of
influenced
caffeine,
by
huh?
Resident Evil, and given the backtracking and little door animation that plays in between areas, it's hard to imagine that Kobe weren't inspired by Capcom's horror mega hit. In the villa, it really feels like this approach works well. There's a great horror
The
atmosphere
villa?
as you're introduced.
The worst level to exist in any video game ever? You're saying... You can't say anything nice about this level. This level sucks my ass.
To Dracula's vampire servants, and the NPCs you meet all have a strange otherworldly presence. It adds a huge amount of
What up, fellas?
character to the wandering around, and ultimately makes searching for the key to access the next zone a satisfying gameplay loop.
No. Wait, is this not the garden? I thought the villa in the garden... Isn't this the one with the hedge maze where you have to escort the child from the chainsaw guy? Is that not this level?
Where this doesn't work so well is
Aren't they two? I think they're the same level. That was the furry game. Is it not the same in Castlevania 64? I might be misremembering.
in the central castle, which might be the most notorious gameplay section in this entire franchise. The idea is that you need to blow up a wall.
I might be
in order
thinking
to
of
progress
Legacy of
further into
Darkness.
the
You're right.
castle. But to do this, you need to bring together a
I'm sorry, the
nitro
games are
tank
just so similar.
and a mandragora, which is a lot easier said than done. To get the mandragora, you need to first get to the top of the stage, which takes you through a whole bunch of rooms where the doors lock until you've beaten all the enemies.
Yeah,
And at the
Garden
summit,
is Legacy
you'll
of
find a
Darkness. I
lizard
think you're
man
right.
Who gives you the
My bad.
torture room key. That's all the way back down on the bottom floor, which means back through all the combat rooms and into the locked dungeon, where the mandragora are kept. Nothing too complicated, right? Well, also on the top floor is the nitro storage room, and in order to get that back down to the cracked wall, you have to engage in one of the most annoying gameplay mechanics I've had to put up with in years. The nitro will explode if you jump or attack, which means you need to make it all the way down through the entire stage without taking a single hit and without falling off of a single platform.
Just
In
don't take
tandem
damage.
with the game's slippery controls, this section is utterly tedious nonsense, requiring constant
Just
resets
get good, I don't
thanks to you
understand.
slipping off of walkways or getting caught by rogue fireballs. Your only possible defense is to use sub-weapons, and let me tell you this, they are nowhere near enough. If you do somehow manage to get the Nitro and Mandragora together, the wall blows up. Except it actually doesn't, and you need to destroy a completely different wall in another section of the level in order to remove a magical seal preventing you from progressing. This means another jaunt through the combat rooms to get a Mandragora, and then another slow-paced crawl with the Nitro trying to avoid blowing up. Once this is done, you can solve a little puzzle which finally removes the seal and lets you do it all over again for a third time, letting you finally get out of this god-forsaken level. It's just horrible to play through, featuring some of the worst game design tropes of early adventure titles.
Let me just say, earlier he was talking shit on Angry Video Game Nerd for dunking on this game, and like, I don't know.
This is the famous moment that caused the Angry Video Game Nerd to quit Castlevania
You're doing the
64,
same thing.
But amazingly, it wasn't because of any of these negatives. In his video, he couldn't work out how to activate the Mandragora or Nitro, which is done by just pressing the right C button. You know, like how you've been activating every single item in the game up until that point.
So you're angry that he was complaining about the game, but he wasn't complaining about the game in the right way. I'm going to complain the right way. All right, man, whatever floats your boat. The Angry Video Game Nerd is wrong, and he made this video 15 years ago, and I'm going to prove him wrong in the year 2022.
It's this sort of disingenuous criticism, which is why Castlevania 64 has experienced a positive backlash. Although, you might be wondering exactly how that's possible, given the host of brutal flaws we've just been over. Funnily enough, there is actually a lot to like about this game. And away from the broad strokes of gameplay, it's full of some lovely touches which really show off the natural flair Etsunobu Ebisu had for creating games. From the very first moment you boot it up, there's a real palpable atmosphere. The main menu is a really cool theatrical shot of Malice, a young character you interact with during the game, playing the violin against a midnight black backdrop. His haunting tune echoes out, beckoning you into an adventure that blends the beautiful with the macabre.
This sounds like the guy who didn't... This is what happens when you have a book report due and you only got 3,000 of the 5,000 words and you're like, fuck it, I'm just going to start making shit up and I hope they don't check. I think that's what he's doing right now with Castlevania 64. He's like, fuck, I need more words for the word count for my book report. Yeah, this is some fanfic. This shit is not real.
Similarly, when you first encounter Dracula, it's such a well put together moment. At the top of the castle walls, a solitary bell begins ringing out, and then you see him. The camera pans up to reveal our nemesis, floating in the sky, the wind howling around him.
This ain't it.
It's this nose for...
Look at his fucking face, bro. This ain't it. Chief, this is not it. You are lying.
Creating interesting...
You're just trying to be nice because you don't want people to dislike your video because they made it 3 hours in and you started saying mean things about Castlevania 64 because crazy people online still think this game is good because it was one of the only N64 games they happen to have played. It's fine. The game's bad. It's okay. These people haven't tried to play the game in 20 years. It's fine.
Moments with the 3D
Walter looked better, true.
That really saves Castlevania 64 from being a completely miserable experience.
What? He's saying those 2 moments that he could call up are the things that save it from being a completely miserable experience? Brother in Christ. Those 2 moments do not make up for all of the bad. Even if I'm going to, at face value, accept what you have said, all of the bad in this game that you have been talking shit on, no.
And despite having a very basic story to tell, it does it with panache and makes some clever adjustments to the formula we've grown so accustomed to.
No.
In the villa's garden, we meet Rosa, a woman who's been bitten but doesn't want to give in to the curse, and begs both Reinhardt and Carrie to end her misery. This whole subplot is just beautifully tragic. We see her trying to end her own life by stepping into sunlight, trying to force our hand into fighting us, and ultimately she sacrifices herself to protect.
Meanwhile, formula is absolute shit.
Death to ridicule the notion of a vampire hunter who prays to God for the forgiveness of a vampire's soul. You'd think this inclination towards a more mature style of storytelling would culminate in the game's finale, but Castlevania 64 ends in a really strange way that I think Kobe thought was more clever than it actually is. When you finally defeat Dracula, whoever you're playing as leaves the castle with Malice and heads off into the sunset. The only thing that might indicate things are not what they seem is a final shot of the mysterious young boy and a slightly ominous shift in the music. You see, this is actually the bad ending, which you trigger by overusing the game's sun and moon cards, which shift the time of day and are required to progress through certain doors.
What? That triggers the bad ending? Bro, this game fucking sucks. The best thing Konami could do with Castlevania is to sell it to somebody else.
It's a strange decision, as there's absolutely zero indication that this mechanic impacts the story, and it robs you.
This guy has said two nice things about Castlevania 64. Bro, he is a fucking centrist and is driving me crazy. This is just political talk all over again. He is talking mad shit about this game, but then at the end he's like, but I see points on both sides. But both sides, motherfucker. You said that the Dracula looked cool one time.
If you don't use the cards, it turns out that Malice was actually Dracula all along, and had been trying to trick you into thinking he'd been defeated, so he could escape Transylvania
Plot
unnoticed.
twist.
It leads to the most insane Dracula second phase yet, where he's a sort of dragon, demon, scorpion monster, which you fight in this desert hellscape, and frankly, it looks pretty damn amazing. It's really emblematic.
Pretty damn amazing? Really? That's a stretch.
Of the entire game, because clearly a lot of thought was put into this climactic moment, but as a functional boss...
Also, the emulator he's using is like breaking. You can hear the audio from the emulator he's using is just not working properly. He's probably using like Mupen 64 or something.
It's absolutely terrible. And you can defeat this Colossus by just standing behind him and spamming your most basic attack. If you do it as Reinhardt, Rosa comes back to life as a normal human, and the two head off to live in peace. As Carrie, Rosa doesn't have the same luck, and for some reason she stays dead while the young girl visits her mother's grave. And that's Castlevania 64.
He said
it's a real
three nice things about it,
game, which has contributed to it having this strange parallel reputation. Yes, it does have some really clever touches, and yes, it manages to create an atmosphere that very few Nintendo 64 games can match. But equally, it's impossible to pretend that its fractured development didn't have a massive impact on it, and the flaws are there for all to see. In the end, the real killer blow to Konami and Kobe's ambitions was nothing to do with the content of the game, and was everything to do with when it released.
Dude,
had it managed...
Just delete the sound from the video because your emulator's not working properly. This is driving me insane. Why do you have the fucking choppy music and sounds from the broken emulator that you are playing? Holy shit. Just don't put it in the game, because that's not what the game's supposed to sound like.
To make that original early 1998 release window, I think people would have probably been a lot kinder to it, ignoring its more rough edges, because there simply wasn't the same level of reference point. In the space of just
Can
a
we
single
not
year,
say that,
the
please,
industry
Fran?
moved so far forwards. We got Soul Reaver, Majora's Mask, Silent Hill, and even Shenmue on the Dreamcast, which made Castlevania 64 look quite literally like something from an older generation. With the Nintendo 64's sales slumping hard against the might of Sony's PlayStation, and Sega's Dreamcast blowing it out of the water in terms of graphical power, interest in even Nintendo's first-party games had really dwindled, and for a title that had long burnt past the media's interest...
Interest in Nintendo's first-party titles had dwindled? This guy's just making shit up at this point, right? We saw Super Mario 64 sell 11 million units, right? Castlevania 64 sales. Does it even say? Does not say. I don't know.
There was no hope. It barely scraped 500,000 sales globally.
Thank you for looking that up for me. 500,000 sales.
Particularly disappointing in Europe, where the franchise had always been historically pretty strong. It was a huge disappointment, and Konami's plans for a 3D dynasty quickly shifted from excitable ambition to frantic damage control.
Damage control means releasing Legacy of
Rather
Darkness?
amazingly, the decision was made to give Kobe Studio another bite of the cherry, and in December of 1999, just 10 months after the release of Castlevania 64, we got Castlevania Legacy of Darkness. Now, this might seem incredibly patient by modern publisher standards, especially for Konami, who even back in the 90s were fairly cutthroat. But the reality wasn't quite as wholesome as it sounds. Konami were desperate to recoup some of the massive investment Kobe had already spent, and Legacy of Darkness is less of a new game and more of a director's cut re-release of the original. The idea was to take the unfinished parts that had to be cut late in the previous game's development
and make
flesh
them
out into a
worse.
finished product, which Konami could then charge full price for.
The word finished is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that
process,
statement.
Producing a very strange, but arguably quite underrated game. Castlevania Legacy of Darkness.
It's not underrated. It is rated, if not anything, overrated. This game is dog shit and deserves to be burned.
And a remake of Castlevania 64, featuring 2 all-new characters who run through a redesigned version of the game's campaign. We head back to the Forest of Silence, we explore the halls of the villa, and end up traversing the clock tower, with everything running in a very familiar structure. It's so similar, in fact, that Reinhardt and Carrie's campaigns are both included, and Kobe had originally planned to call it Castlevania Special Edition. I'm not sure this paints the full picture though, and Legacy of Darkness does feel quite distinct from its predecessor.
Not that distinct.
The lion's
I'm
share
going to be
of new
honest,
content
most of
is
the levels
found
are
in
very
the
much the
first
same.
campaign you play, Cornell's Story, a prequel set 8 years before the events of Castlevania 64. He's a member of an ancient clan of man-beasts who harnesses the power of their god to transform into a werewolf, and one day he returns to his village to find it destroyed and his sister Ada kidnapped. The hunt for her captors leads him to Transylvania, and after making his way across the wreckage of a ship in the docks, he heads into the Forest of Silence.
Cornell's Story is not
towards the
even a W,
castle
man.
of one Count Dracula.
Cornell as a character
Now, while his gameplay
existing,
might look
I'll accept as a
virtually
W, but
identical
the
to
story
what we've
in
already
the
seen in 64,
I don't
there
know,
have been some
man.
really positive changes to how Cornell controls, which make the game much more enjoyable to play.
He's just a furry,
The
and that's
platforming has
okay.
been tightened up with a far more generous window for grabbing ledges, and a much faster animation for pulling yourself up. It's only a very slight change, but it makes leaping around the levels far easier, and with save crystals now placed before almost every section of platforming, you can really go for it and gamble on jumps in a way that you never would dream of doing in 64. The same goes for the combat, where slight changes make the whole package much more interesting.
You just spam the B button.
Cornell attacks via this ranged laser slash.
Yeah, you just
that as
spam
you can now
the B
move
button.
while locked on and can attack while jumping and sliding. You don't feel as much of a sitting duck and can actually start to enjoy getting into fights.
The combat is just spam the B button.
And there's a lot to enjoy. Sub-weapons can now be upgraded if you pick up multiples of the same type, and along with
Enjoy
increasing
the
power,
game.
they get new animations, which all look pretty great.
Bro,
The
I
cherry on
can't
top
handle this
is
shit.
Cornell's werewolf form, which thanks to his status as the blue crescent moon of his clan, can be activated at any time, massively increasing your damage, boosting the size of your attack, and switching your model out for this rad wolf Super Saiyan.
Okay, we get it. You're a
With tighter
furry that likes
platforming
Super
and combat
Saiyans.
that actually gives you mechanics to engage with. It's just top to bottom a much better experience from a pure gameplay perspective.
Okay,
And it feels like
sure,
Kobe knew
whatever.
this too. All of the level redesigns have minimized those open-ended puzzle sections.
I'm gonna
and
grab
really
coffee.
weighted
I'll be
Cornell's
back.
adventure much more towards in-your-face action. The very first level features a frantic race out of the hull of a sinking ship, and then a really quite cinematic battle against a huge sea serpent who can knock you miles into the air. There's hardly a key to find or puzzle to solve all the way up to the villa, which even then has a lot of its more obtuse ideas snipped off. Inside its now unlocked doors, we meet the previous owners, the Aldry family, and Cornell has to do a little toing and froing.
If he says anything good about the maze with escorting the kid, I need you guys to tell me, because I need to know what he thinks of this shit, because I don't understand. The villa was not a good level, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember. I don't know.
Defeating the
I'm mad.
vampiric J.A. Aldry before heading into the hedge maze at the request of Mary to save their son Henry. Thankfully, that's really the extent of the open-ended sections, and after this, we're thrown into pure action platforming all the way through to the credits. and mercifully that terrible central castle section with the Nitro and Mandragora has been utterly erased. Now I can already hear the cry of the Castlevania 64 apologists, frustrated that these supposedly atmospheric and Soulsian sections have been largely removed, but what we have in their place is genuinely much stronger, and Legacy of Darkness's final few stages are a fantastic example of what 90s 3D action platforming could have looked like for the series. Each of the towers you visit on your way to the throne room revolve around different unique mechanics and never last so long that they outstay their welcome or become too complex to understand quickly. In the Tower of Ruins, for example, we have to work our way around a maze of identical rooms looking for 3 switches that unlock the exit. That sounds horrible, but there are in-game maps littered throughout the level which take the pressure off of navigation and let you focus on enjoying the level's core idea. Sometimes it's not even this complex though. In the Tower of Science, everything takes on a very futuristic aesthetic, and Cornell has to dodge turrets and flamethrowers while trying to get into the control room. At various points, the perspective switches over to the side, and we get these almost side-scroller-esque moments of fast-paced gameplay. It's just a cool little touch that shows Kobe had really learnt where to focus their attention, and what makes for a satisfying 3D game. So far this has been a pretty damn glowing review, and while I wouldn't exactly say Legacy of Darkness has any huge problems, the redesigns to the structure of the game have removed some of the more interesting ideas found in Castlevania 64. That game was based around a day and night cycle, with enemies stronger in the day and weaker at night, and certain doors you could only pass through at specific times. In the huge sprawling levels, this was a way of gating off hidden resources, with the trade-off being that doing it too much gave you the bad ending. In Legacy, there is only one ending, and absolutely zero repercussions for using as many Sun and Moon cards as you like. Sounds like a huge advantage, but they're only really used in the Villa and the Art Tower, as all the other levels are too tightly designed to warrant including optional side areas, which reduces the mechanic to a real afterthought.
He skipped
the same
the
goes for the shop, which in Castlevania 64 was another interesting idea, as it caused you to have to fight an extra boss if you spent too much money. Once again, without those bigger levels, you simply never gain enough money to reach the threshold, and nor would you need to, as most of the challenge comes in the form of falling down pits, rather than burning through all your resources and needing to replenish them. The story is also a bit of a weak point, as despite being advertised as a prequel, Cornell's tale isn't really all that linked to the events that take place 8 years earlier. You quickly discover that
black
his
tar
village
copium
was
is being
destroyed by
sold
his
on the black
childhood
markets,
friend, Ortega,
and this guy's
who was
consuming
jealous
all of
of
it.
his status as the Blue Crescent Moon, and struck a deal with Dracula to trade Cornell's sister for a dose of demonic power. By the time we finally catch up to Ortega, he succumbed to the demonic influence and transformed into a chimera. But defeating him doesn't save Ada, as she's whisked away by death and taken to the throne room, ready to be absorbed into Dracula in order to unlock his full power.
Yeah, someone at Konami is like, you're not allowed to leave until you write a nice review of Castlevania 64, our favorite video game.
Did they listen to the criticism of that game's final encounter? Dracula's second phase in Legacy is absolutely insane. He's transformed into an absolutely massive demon.
It's a bad
and it all
fight
takes place on this weird angle where he's kind of off to the right-hand side.
It's such
of the
a bad
screen,
fight.
and it makes avoiding his many different attacks.
811,
very
guys,
hard.
never forget.
Once
that's how much
that's
attack
done,
power we
things
have.
get a little murky, and I'm not exactly sure what's supposed to be happening during the ending. I think that Dracula is about to drag Ada down into hell with him, but instead she gets swapped with Cornell's wolf form, which is now somehow a separate being. The two siblings make their escape, but it somehow emerges that this was actually all part of Dracula's plan, and that they needed the wolf form in order to resurrect the true Dracula, who would take the form of
I don't even
Malice
remember
in
Curse of
Castlevania
Darkness'
64.
Dracula phase.
Why he'd want to be a purple-haired violin player instead of a giant mega demon, I have absolutely no idea, and I'm not sure Kobe did either. Regardless, everything ends with the sun rising over Transylvania and Cornell and Ada heading off with young Henry Aldery, presumably living a comfortable and long life, despite Dracula resurrect just 8 years later. Now, Cornell's story isn't the only new campaign, as Kobe included another to finally fulfill the promise of 4 playable characters.
He has the
taking place parallel
power
to
of
Reinhard
gun.
Carey's adventures.
I never
The
got a
fourth
chance to play
story sees us
Henry,
playing
and I never
as
will.
a grown-up Henry sent on a rescue mission by the church to save 7 children who have somehow become mixed up in Dracula's resurrection plot. If that sounds weird, it's because it really is, and the campaign is so obviously slapped together to meet that old promise, rather than because Kobe had any great ideas for a 4th story. There are no cutscenes or dialogue, and we get absolutely zero explanation for why any of this is happening. It's effectively a bonus mode, although given just how hidden some of the children are, you can easily spend just as long fruitlessly hunting around for them as you spend in the main game. Incredibly, when Legacy of Darkness released, it received much harsher reviews than Castlevania 64 for all sorts of reasons.
Yeah.
IGN and GameSpot recognised it was the better game, but marked it down for Konami's blatant double dipping, while other publications like Famitsu, EGM and Game Informer simply tore it to shreds for what they described as outdated gameplay.
Yeah.
The reality
Even
is
back then it was
both
outdated.
of these arguments aren't wrong, which is why it's unsurprising that Legacy of Darkness fared even worse than Castlevania 64 when
Fucking
it went
Super
out to
Mario
market,
64 came out. You can't be
returning sales
putting
figures
out shit like
so
this anymore.
low that Konami didn't even release them. What I find so crazy about all of this is that it's Legacy of Darkness, not Castlevania 64, that really deserves to be reappraised by modern audiences. Its controls have been tightened up. The combat's more
it
developed,
didn't.
and
No,
its
the
levels
controls
now
are bad.
actually
No,
feel
no,
like
no,
they-
no, 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 no. I will not accept this fucking revisionist version of history that you are trying to peddle, you copium-sucking motherfucker. Jesus.
were designed by a team that knew what they were doing.
If we had to have
with a
one,
3D
burn them
engine.
both.
Sadly, its completely inferior older brother takes all the modern plaudits, while Cornell's surprisingly playable werewolf adventure languishes forgotten in a
Tribute.
dusty corner of
You
history.
steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Thank you for helping wake me up, Dave, with that gifted sub, keeping me alert and awake. I appreciate you.
With 2 failed 3D releases in a single year, Konami became very antsy about the prospect of future attempts to evolve the Castlevania franchise.
8 hours to go.
And this led
The first
to
16 hours
cancellation
honestly
of
went
another
by
big
pretty
console
fast.
release just 4 months later. Castlevania
You got this?
Resurrection
We got this. I'm
was
not
a
too
project for Sega's Dreamcast, which was in pre-production at Kobe while the main team finished.
Dude, part of me really wishes this game came out because, bro, the hot garbage this game would have been. God, it would have been such good content for the stream, bro. Oh, it would have been so good.
Finished off Legacy. Unfortunately, as it became clear that 64 and Legacy had failed to sell
should have
in
finished
any
it.
territory, and with news of the PlayStation 2
I would do some crazy shit to get my hands on a Dreamcast Castlevania game. If there was like, you know, like some beta disc lost to time kind of thing where it gets rediscovered or something, I would play the shit out of that. What's up, Jack?
2's upcoming release, which virtually everyone predicted would kill off the Dreamcast. Konami simply called a fold and cancelled Resurrection before it could do any damage. Amazingly, you can play
They
a
didn't
demo
release it?
build of the game that was put together for E3 1999, which leaked a few years ago, although it doesn't exactly tell you much about what Resurrection was supposed to be.
Oh,
In just
that's no fun.
a few years, Castlevania had lurched from its highest ever point to its lowest ebb, and Konami, as they had failed to do throughout the 90s, needed to work out what exactly Castlevania was going to be moving forward.
They never figured it out, funny enough. Yo, Circle the Moon. Uh-oh, good game alert. Based video game. Totally not cringe. Super
And so
based.
as the 1990s turned over into the 2000s,
Circle the Moon's fine.
we find
It's
the
fine.
Castlevania series yet again in an incredibly strange place.
Understandable.
Konami's
You're allowed.
big budget
I will say I like Circle the Moon. You're allowed to hate it. It's fine. It's weird. It's a weird game. I think for a lot of people, it either clicks or it doesn't.
3D efforts had failed to capture audiences' imagination, and thanks to the power of word of mouth and its inarguable quality,
Where's the fucking
it was
sunlight? I
Koji
can't see the
Igarashi's
screen.
open-ended, RPG-influenced side-scroller that set the tone
It feels like when they made Circle the Moon, they're like, wait, the Game Boy doesn't have a backlight? Huh? They're like, oh boy, everyone's going to enjoy our launch title for the Game Boy Advanced. Wait, It doesn't have a backlight. Why did nobody tell us this?
Tone for what Castlevania fans wanted to see. This dichotomy meant that in 2001, we got the oddity that is Castlevania Circle of the Moon.
Yeah, this game with no backlight is impossible to play. For real, for real. Deadass, no cap on God, for real, for real.
A Game Boy Advance game
It's a fine game.
heavily influenced by Symphony of the Night, but developed entirely by Kobe Studio without any input from Igarashi whatsoever.
It's like a classic
At Space
Vania
World 2000,
game,
Nintendo had
but in a
unveiled their Game Boy
Metroidvania
Color
world.
successor, the Game Boy Advance, which boasted a landscape design and the ability to run games that were light years ahead of anything the portable market had seen so far. Konami, as they always had done,
I'll say it, Game Boy Advance, still to this day, might be the best portable console ever made. I don't know. PSP might also be in contention. But goddamn, GBA just has the fucking... Oh, it's got the titles, bro. It's got the titles. Vita, I never owned a Vita, so therefore it doesn't exist to me. 3DS is decent. 3DS has a terrible lineup of video games unless you are a fan of JRPGs.
wanted to support this new console straight out of the door and committed Kobe branch to producing a launch
Dude,
title.
the Mega Man Zeroes
As
games.
Etsunobu Ebisu had recently left to found his own independent company, Goodfeel, it was felt that Kobe should avoid any major risks and develop something that they knew that fans would like. Luckily, as the Game Boy Advance was essentially a portable Super Nintendo, the idea of making a simpler 2D title that heavily borrowed from Symphony made complete sense. And it led to massive sales, becoming the first Castlevania title to break 1 million units sold worldwide. And
Circle of the Moon sold better than I mean, it's on the Game Boy Advance and it was a launch title, but like, what?
critical.
Metacritic gave it a 91? What? What world am I living in? Hello? Am I asleep right now? Is this coffee not working? What?
Claim, with some magazines even nominating it for their Game of the Year awards.
Game of the Circle of the Moon is, I like the game. It doesn't deserve Game of the Year in any year. Even if this came out in fucking 1996, it wouldn't deserve Game of the Year.
This surprise success just makes its long-term reputation all the more confusing.
Like, what the
as
fuck?
just like Kobe's other Castlevania efforts, history hasn't
Wake
been
up, this is a
particularly
simulation.
kind to
Quick, somebody
Circle
gift
of
a
the Moon.
sub so I can wake up.
Its high review scores and massive sales mask some pretty serious issues. Set in 1830, the game begins with our
I love the
series
soundtrack of Circle of the Moon, though.
immediately resurrected.
The
thanks
Game
to
Boy
the power
sound
of
font with the
Dark Witch
Castlevania
Camilla.
like songs
Within
mixed
moments,
this way. Oh, it's so
three
good.
vampire hunters burst into the room. Morris Baldwin, his son Hugh Baldwin, and his fellow apprentice Nathan Graves. Despite his weakened state, Dracula sends the boys down into the depths of the stronghold and
Oh, I can't
captures
wait for
the
him to
older
pronounce
Baldwin,
juice, yeah.
intending to use him to regain his full power.
You bought
Now
him a
deep
Steam Deck? That
underground,
sounds lit,
Hugh
dude.
insists that
If I got a Steam Deck for Christmas, ooh, I'd be catacombing right now. I still need to try and get one at some point, but you know.
Tribute.
Oh, God.
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Am I waking up from the simulation? Hello? Did Circle of the Moon win a Game of the Year? Holy shit. Thank you, Zazamel, for being a part of that joke.
he handle the rescue mission alone, and the two boys go their separate ways, with the player taking control of Nathan as he begins his own
Nathan
search for their
Graves!
master and
Insert
explores the
guitar
haunted
solo.
rooms of Camilla's castle. Essentially, it's a rerun of the Richter plot from Symphony, with Dracula and Camilla slowly taking control of Hugh to disrupt Nathan's progress through the castle. The idea is that his jealousy at his father gifting the hunter whip to Nathan instead of him made it possible to prey on his emotions, and throughout the game it becomes
Dracula.
more confrontational until the two apprentices are doing battle in the game's final moments.
That fight sucks.
It's very
ass.
much not a game driven forwards by its storytelling, and instead it wants you to focus entirely on its exploration.
Look at this plot again in
combat,
harmony,
and
true.
RPG systems. Luckily, the core gameplay loop is still just as strong as it was in Symphony, with
Bit of a stretch. Bit of a stretch.
leveling up, exploring the castle for upgrades, and mastering new abilities, providing a real solid base for Circle to build upon. Arguably, its
This
greatest
guy
strength
is totally
is in the
high.
design of the castle, which thanks to its slightly smaller size, feels a lot easier to navigate than in Symphony, and makes it harder to forget places you might have to backtrack to.
Nah, I don't agree with that one.
Despite only having 5 warp points, the zones are designed so they all have multiple entrances and exits, meaning even the most directionally
I don't think it's
challenged
easier
player
to
will
navigate
eventually
than
learn how to
Symphony,
get
yeah.
around without any
That's
frustration.
yeah.
It's clear that the way the zones flowed and how the castle links together was a big priority for Kobe, and it really shows because it's one of the best castle layouts in the whole series.
Really? I don't think this castle layout is like worlds better than Harmony of Dissonance. But the best in the series? My guy. Ever since Castlevania 64 showed up on the screen, it has been a fucking wild... This video has been a wild ride.
Sadly, that same level of attention is
Everything is
missing
better
in
than
some
Harmony's Castle,
really
true.
key areas, which makes Circle a lot less fun than it should be. Firstly, the movement is just weird.
What?
For some reason, Nathan walks incredibly slowly, but has
Just
a
slide.
monstrous jump with a very quick fall time.
Just slide.
It means that most of the lateral movements
Just slide
feel
and then
very
start running.
sluggish, but vertical platforming is extremely snappy.
Just slide.
It's an odd decision on the Game Boy Advance's wide landscape screen, which you'd think would be perfect for the complete opposite. It's made all the more frustrating by the decision to have 2 movement speeds. The very first upgrade you find is the dash boots, which give you the ability to run by
Just like
double
Richter.
tapping left or right.
Just like Richter.
Obviously you'll want to do this constantly as it extends your jumps and is a literal requirement against bosses. But having this activated on a double press
Just
is
like Richter.
criminally tedious, and you'll
What?
get sick of it by the time you're out of the very first zone.
Fellas, is double tapping asking too much of the player to initiate a run?
Kobe have managed to get the hard part right by creating a world that's inviting to explore, but messed up the most basic requirement for the game, which is that it's actually fun to play.
What?
Now, to their credit, they did come up with one real innovation, a new system to paste over the top of the Symphony
That's a
action
fair
RPG
point.
formula, and that is the
I'm more so coming at it from a place of like, this guy feels kind of inconsistent with his criticisms, because sometimes he wants the games to be harder, sometimes he doesn't, sometimes he praises the game for having like references to previous material, sometimes he doesn't. It just feels kind of, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's fair. I just think the way he brought it up was kind of weird. I don't know.
the dual setup system, or DSS as it
By the way, the game is only playable with the DSS glitch. That is, I will concede that point. This game without DSS glitch is miserable. Finding all the cards is annoying, and it's literally a grind. If the cards weren't something you had to grind for, this game would be a lot better. If you could just find them out in the wild, the game would be a lot better.
as it's known in game. Through killing certain enemies, you can find magical cards, which are associated with either your attributes or actions. The idea is that you link them in pairs, which produce different spells that Nathan can cast.
Just do
using his
DSS
magic
glitch.
meter,
Just do
and
DSS
has all
glitch
sorts
or
of
play magician
applications
mode.
that the game's combat is built around. For example, the Mercury card governs your whip, and by aligning it with the Salamander card, it becomes a fire attack that deals bonus elemental damage. Different combinations of Mercury with different attribute cards produce different elemental whip attacks, which can be used to prey upon enemies' weaknesses. It's not just all attack modifiers though. The Jupiter card produces defensive
Good morning, Isaac.
spells through swirling elemental orbs, and the Diana and Mars cards both transform your whip into a host of different melee and ranged weapons. With other combinations, you can summon monsters for a huge
flashing
super attack, a
screen
familiar that
warning.
fights
Holy shit.
alongside you, and a whole host of buffs and heals that change how you approach
Wait, I'm just
combat.
realizing this guy's using some sort of like smoothing filter on his gameplay. Why does it look like that? What? Just what? Is this the advanced collection? Does the advanced collection look like this or something? Why? Because he's playing on emulators. This game should what? It's emulated. Yeah. What emulator makes the game look like this?
Amazingly, there is 100 different combinations to mess around with, so you're always encouraged to experiment. and to find something that complements your playstyle.
Like, it would be like me doing this. Yo, guys, hold up. Soten HD just dropped. Look at this shit, guys. Yo, Soten HD. The game looks so much better now. Look at all the pixels being all smooth. Like, what? Why would you do that to the video game?
It's a great system that adds a unique
Oh god, let me
action
turn this shit off.
RPG
It's hurting my
feel
eyes.
to Circle of the Moon, but unfortunately, things aren't perfect, and just like with the fundamentals,
Thanks, I hate it.
there are some
I used to speedrun with enhanced graphics when I first started playing the game on a CRT, and I don't know how I survived. The casual channel, dude, you know what? I should do a whole speedrun in enhanced graphics and just make that a video for content.
key issues that hold it back from its full potential.
No, enhanced
The only way
graphics,
to get cards is from percentage-based drops from
screen
certain
size,
monsters,
widescreen.
which means across a normal
There,
playthrough,
this is
you'll likely
actually
only
the
end up with a small
I should do a
handful to
speedrun
play
like
with.
this. Hold on.
There's no in-game way to know which monsters drop which cards, and as you
That YouTube video is going to go dummy. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Million views? Million view video? Symphony of the Night HD just dropped.
need to use the abilities before the game reveals what they do, it's frankly impossible to fully enjoy the system without using a guide. It desperately needs an in-game bestiary that can guide what you're supposed to
It took a
look
ton of convincing to make everyone not play like that. It didn't take me much convincing, because once I learned that the tricks were like impossible to... Once I learned about like the wolf clip for all bosses, I was like, wait a minute. It's really hard to see the pixels when you do that, huh? It might have even been when I was map buffering for Death Skip. I'm like, the pixels are really hard to see with this enhanced shit on. Huh. I don't know. You still have this game on your Game Boy Advance? This game's pretty chill. I like this game. I like
Without
Circle of the Moon.
this, the DSS
Circle of
just
the Moon
becomes
is a vibe if you just want to play through a game that's not great. If you want a like 6 out of 10 experience, but it's also kind of, I don't know. It's like if you want to play a mediocre Castlevania game that actually has some solid points, Circle of the Moon's not bad. Versus, you know, you can play a mediocre Castlevania game that has 0 things going for it, like Castlevania 64, but, you know.
a great idea that doesn't really come together in the execution. Circle of the Moon has a reputation as a damn hard game, and while a lot of that is because of the game's control issues, it's also thanks to some really punishing design choices. Unlike Symphony of the Night, there's no shop where you can buy potions or better gear, which means, just like with the DSS cards, you're relying entirely
You
on
want to play a
drops
mediocre
from
Castlevania,
enemies
play Order
to
of
gain
Ecclesia.
resources.
Hey yo.
That also means you can't
Is it
stockpile
hot in here?
resources for the
Ooh.
game's boss fights.
Hot
And you're
take.
gonna wish you could, as they are a real step up in difficulty from Symphony's gallery of weaklings. Lots of the bosses have multiple forms or surprise attacks.
Yeah, some of the
just
boss
like
fights
in
are
the
pretty
NES
hard, I will
titles.
agree.
If
It's
you
mostly
head
because
in
of your
without
lack of
correct
movement options,
sub-weapon
though.
or DSS cards,
And if you didn't have the right
fights
DSS
like
combos,
Death,
you're just fucked.
Hue and a Dramoleg are going to take you a long time to beat. Amazingly, another element of Circle's stark difficulty comes
Order of
from how
Ecclesia is
you're
a better
playing.
game once
If
you've
you're
played it once,
emulating
though.
or
I will
playing
say
it via
Order of
the
Ecclesia becomes a
Castlevania
better game on
collection,
replay.
It'll look just like a normal GBA game.
Or just play the
But on
randomizer.
launch, Circle had a very unique
Cross
problem
is
that
the thing that does
artificially
save you
made
in this
it
game, that
much
is true.
harder. Its graphics were too
Cross is-
dark,
Oh.
and on the non-lit Game Boy Advance screen, you quite literally
Bro, can you guys even see what's going on? Yo.
couldn't see the game properly. This was something developers were supposed to consider, and Kobe Studio somehow totally missed it.
It's literally the first Game Boy Advance game to ever be made, bro. Of course they didn't consider it. They were making the game on computer monitors. And then they probably released the game and they're like, wait a minute, this thing don't have a backlight? None the fuck?
This. Areas like the machine
Why didn't Nintendo
tower
give it a
and
backlight?
observation tower, which
Backlight
are full
technology
of smaller,
existed at the time.
hard-to-see flying enemies, are frankly impossible to beat when playing the game this way. And if you're in that small group
Well, supposedly they had dev kits. The dev kits probably had some sort of visibility that the normal, right? Actually, let me look this up. I want to see what a Game Boy Advance dev kit looks like. Game Boy Advance dev kit. I'm curious now. Is this just a website that talks about how to develop Game Boy Advance games? Dev kit hardware. Yeah. Oh, it had an LCD screen. Wait, did the LCD screen have a backlight? The dev controller was a Super Nintendo controller? Yo. Game Boy Advance Wide Boy. Huh. I guess it depends on which kit they got. Because some of them, I think, hooked up to the TV monitors, and some of them didn't. Huh. So, wait, this looks like it has a light. This looks like it has a back... Maybe?
Welcome back.
No, it doesn't. It does not have a backlight. Okay. So if they used one of... It depends on which kit they got, I guess. Interesting.
Group of people that actually did complete.
Also, the Game Boy Advance SP with the... It technically isn't a backlight. It's a front light that's like built into the screen, but it's good enough.
On the original hardware, you have my eternal admiration. And frankly, that goes for anyone who's beaten Circle of the Moon in any form, as its final fight might be the single most notoriously bull Dracula encounter in the entire franchise.
Just get
Once
big
you
bones.
reach the throne room, Nathan and the Count
Just throw 5 big bones in a row and win. I don't just get lucky. It's 1 in 8, bro. It's not that hard.
face off while Hugh rescues his father. And after a few throwaway lines of dialogue about how Nathan
Just throw big
also
bones.
has hatred in his heart, the two get down to business. This, however, is only the calm before the storm, and once this first phase is over, the true battle begins.
I don't think I've ever fought this phase
Here
of
the Count
Dracula
takes on
legit.
a massive demonic
Just throw the big
form,
bones. Throw
and
the
we
big
need to clear
bones. Boner
another
lottery.
2
Go.
phases in order to dispatch him. In both of them, you can only do damage via the giant eyeball embedded in his chest, and all of his attacks do massive damage and are a lot harder to dodge. Which is fair enough, as this is the final boss. What isn't fair though, is how broken the design of this fight gets. You see, the very
Thunderbird
last phase
spam also
involves
works.
the Count doing this huge charge attack from off screen, which you need to dodge with a predictive super jump.
Predictive?
If it hits you,
could
even
slide.
once, you're basically dead, as he chains multiple charges together.
You can just slide from one side of the screen to the other as well. If you know the phase is coming, you don't need that. That's one way to dodge it. You could also make yourself. There's multiple ways to deal with this. You can make yourself invincible as well with the other DSS combo. That's a weird thing to complain about.
And your timing needs to be pinpoint in order to survive.
Not really.
This is supposed to be followed up by a phase where you can damage him, as the vulnerable eye then floats around the battlefield, wreathed in a colony of bats. After a set amount of time, he changes back, and you've got to repeat this until he dies. Except, it is virtually impossible. Actually landing any hits on the eye is ridiculously hard thanks to it having no set pattern, and the positioning of the platforms really not working that well with the game's awkward movement system.
Impossible?
Sometimes the phase will begin and you won't even see the eye until it's too late, or
That's
you'll
fair.
jump trying to reach it and end up taking damage from the bats. It's brutally frustrating because depending on
I will say this boss fight is not necessarily a fun boss, but I will hit him with the Lamau skill issue get good.
your level, it can take anywhere from 25 to 30 hits, which even with the best of luck means you're going to need to dodge that sequence of instant death charges maybe 7 or 8 times in a single attempt. If it's not the hardest boss fight in the entire series, it's certainly the longest, and it must have taken me 2 or 3 hours of grueling, repetitive attempts to finally land that last blow. And
I won't say
destroy
it's a
the
well-designed boss,
darkness.
but I don't know. This
After
feels
going
like a
through
get
all
good
that
moment
turmoil,
IMO.
No ending is ever going to be worth it, and Circle of the Moon predictably ends with a dull roundup on a cliffside.
Not
as the
to meme
castle
about
crumbles to
Lamau's
ruins
skill
and
issue,
the
but
boys
honestly,
reconcile their
Lamau's skill
differences.
issue.
Now, at the start of this section, we discussed how Circle's quite a controversial title, and I think a lot of the design choices are obviously responsible for that. It sold a huge amount, really thanks to the fact that it was the first handheld game of its type, rather than
It's the first handheld game to be released for the Game Boy Advance. That's why it sold well. If you bought a Game Boy Advance on launch, your options were to buy this or... In fact, what were the other Game Boy Advance launch titles? Game Boy Advance launch titles. Rayman Advance? No, that's not a launch title. No way. Super Mario Advanced, F-Zero, Army Men, Dodgeball Advanced. These aren't the correct ones. This isn't the correct list, is it? Where the fuck is Castlevania? Huh? Am I misremembering? Is Castlevania Circle of the Moon not a launch title? Or is this source incorrect? Whatever.
Them because of its inherent quality. While elements like the DSS system and the design of the castle are really well executed, it's full of frustrating misfires that make it a far worse experience in a modern world full of high-quality 2D action RPG platformers.
Why is he comparing it to modern day titles, but he was perfectly fine comparing Castlevania 64, or sorry, Castlevania Legacy of Darkness to specifically Castlevania 64? What? This guy feels so inconsistent.
This mixed legacy was also fostered by none other than Koji Igarashi himself. A few years later, while putting together an official Castlevania timeline, Igarashi purposefully
side effects make sense.
both the Nintendo 64 games and Circle of the Moon, effectively rendering Kobe Studios' efforts non-canon. As they viewed Castlevania as more of a template to tell stories within, there'd never really been any effort to create coherence, and as Igarashi's big idea for the series involved a sprawling, ongoing mythology, the two approaches were incompatible. Well, in 2002, this conflict was permanently resolved, as Kobe Studio was shut down by Konami after more of their developers left to go and work at Goodfeel with Etsunobu Ebisu. Sensing an opportunity to make his vision a reality, Igarashi made his play and was promoted to franchise director, with full creative control and a mandate to take the success of Symphony of the Night onto other platforms. This new role was announced to the world in July of 2001, and in an amazingly candid interview with CVG.com, Igarashi effectively buried
Circle of the Moon got
Circle of the
goated
Moon
music
by
for sure.
outlining what he saw as its main flaws, and promising fans that the next handheld title would be something that better reflected his vision for the franchise. Considering Circle's sales and critical reception, it was a bold move, but ambition might as well be Iga's middle name, and armed with the core of his Symphony of the Night team, they immediately set to work on a hotly anticipated sequel.
And unfortunately, Harmony of Dissonance is a game that exists and is playable.
Releasing just 13 months after Circle of the Moon, Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance landed on the game.
I'll say the music gets a lot of hate. I think the music's fine. It sounds weird, but it's like designed to sound weird, and it fits the vibe of the game. I dislike the castle layout, the enemy designs, and the fact that the castle, you have to play through it twice, but there's like the gimmick is like, oh, it's kind of like the upside down castle, but it's not actually upside down, the A and B castle. I don't like the gimmick. I'm not a big fan of the gimmick. And I genuinely think it's one of the worst designed castles. Also, most of the things that you unlock in this game is literally like, you unlocked the key that opens the blue door, and now you unlock the key that opens the green door, and then you unlock the key that opens the purple door.
Game Boy Advance in June 2003, and as promised by Igarashi, it represented a complete rejection of almost every single element of its Kobe-made predecessor. Development was handled by the reformed Symphony of the Night team, which meant that Igarashi provided story outlines, gameplay concepts, and produced, while his close colleague Takeshi Takeda handled direction and programming. During the run-up to the game's release, they both frequently took interviews together, and it's very obvious from the tone of their answers that they both shared the same vision for Harmony, which was to emphasize the action in action RPG and tie the game into the wider series mythology. One of the most important ways this was done was through another returning contributor, Ayami Kojima, who was responsible for the character designs and produced a host of concept art in her now classic oil painting style.
He hasn't even said juice
Just
yet.
like
Wait,
in
how does he
Symphony,
pronounce juice?
It's the basis for every single sprite and character portrait.
I like the
and is
magic
proudly
system.
positioned
The magic
front and
system's pretty
centre on
cool.
the box art, featuring a slender, white-haired character, and is clearly drawing an allusion to the design of Alucard. Now, given Igarashi wanted these handheld titles to link into the franchise's overarching storyline, you'd be forgiven for presuming that this would be a sequel to his PlayStation title. But funnily enough, Harmony of Dissonance is set in the aftermath of Castlevania 2. Our main character and star of the box art is just Belmont.
He's just, guys, he's just Belmont. He's just Belmont, guys. He's just a little Belmont. He's just a little Belmont. Just fucking, if you're gonna call him, just call him Justin, dude. Just call him Jake Belmont. Like, he's just a little Belmont.
And despite him looking just like Alucard, he's actually
Looking just, wait, hold on. No, his name is Just because it's meant to be like just like Alucard. That's why he's called Just, because it's an allusion to it makes so much sense. I'm a fucking idiot. He's a genius.
Simon Belmont's grandson, who's inherited the vampire killer whip and the title of Vampire Slayer.
Juiced.
Unlike his grandfather, though, Just has grown up in a
I pronounce it
heat,
juice.
and our story
With a
begins
T,
when
but
that
yeah, juiced,
tranquility
whatever.
is mysteriously broken. His childhood friend, Maxim Kershine, is found with horrible injuries but no recollection of what happened to him.
It's not like
The
with a
only thing he
hard
does
T,
know
but yeah,
is that
close
their
enough.
mutual friend, Lydie Erdlinger, has been kidnapped and taken
about
to a
you,
nearby
Stay?
castle. The two set out to rescue her, but within moments of arriving, Just and Maxim are separated by a
Just.
monstrous living armor. After exploring a few of the castle's crumbling hallways, our hero encounters the Grim Reaper,
Used.
who surprisingly claims that the castle
I think used is actually probably more accurate because, like, well, depends on where the game is taking place and like the accent that would, how they would pronounce J's in that area and during that era. I don't know. He's juiced, bro. He's on the juice. Have the developers / designers ever told us? Nope. This game gets instantly forgotten as soon as it gets released.
is not being manifested by the
I'm pretty sure none of these characters return in any other like meaningful way in future titles. Not even in fucking the fighting game.
forces of Dracula.
Yeah, not even in
And
Judgment.
decides to head off and uncover
And
the
Judgment
mystery
brought
for
everybody
himself.
back.
Just like in Symphony, this mystery is the crux of the entire game. And frankly, I think it's a great premise when the majority of the experience
Just-
involves exploration, which naturally lends itself to an investigative atmosphere. In Circle, the only goal was to defeat Dracula, which meant what little dialogue there was could largely be ignored. But here, it's a crucial part of understanding
Oh,
what's
he does
going
show
on.
up in Portrait of
Igarashi's
Ruin. I guess you're
influence
right.
means we actually get a plot worth experiencing. Now, while the story plays out in a familiar way, Harmony's gameplay and visuals are built on huge
Grimoire of Souls doesn't exist, not a real video game. It's an Apple Arcade exclusive, therefore not a real video game. I'm sorry, it has to release on like platforms that people actually use.
changes, which make it unlike anything
That's just me being salty because I don't own an iPhone. So I've never played it.
else in the franchise. Instead of dark and dingy gothic
Also, it's a
horror,
gacha game,
we're
so-
served up an absolute feast of colour, with every sprite, environment and spell bursting onto the screen like a kind of horror kaleidoscope.
Yeah, Juice
was
apparently is
obviously
like
done to
really,
remedy the
he's like a
criticism
magician
of Circle's
and a
super
whip
dark
user, so that
graphics,
he's like the
and
best of
it's a
both
design choice
worlds.
that's taken a lot of flack over the years, mainly from people who don't see
Fucking
it as looking
Hannah Montana, you get the best of both
I
worlds.
actually really like it, and I think it gives Harmony a very unique identity. It's hallucinogenic horror rather than gothic, and the strange swirling
Hallucinogenic? Bro,
colours
you're on
and flashes of
hallucinogenics the
green
way you
when
be speaking
characters
about these
take damage
Castlevania games.
give the game a very unnatural atmosphere. To go hand in hand with a new look and a strange new atmosphere, Harmony also plays extremely differently to Circle and is much more adrenaline fueled. Instead of needing to unlock additional movement skills, Just starts out with the ability to not only dash backwards but also forwards, and you can activate this
7-hour
virtually
rebuttal
non-stop off the
video.
shoulder.
My 7-hour rebuttal video is just me watching this video and talking shit while I am in a fucking been streaming for 16 and a half hours delirium. Okay, that's my rebuttal video.
Buttons, along with a jump that feels a lot more suited to the dimensions of the Game Boy's screen. Movement feels responsive and precise, which in turn actually makes engaging.
I forget the official power
fun.
rankings, but I do know Julius is the strongest.
So heavily on action,
Yeah, he's pretty strong.
RPG systems that save
Maria is
circles
still the
have now
strongest
been
canonical
stripped
character in
right
any
back.
Castlevania
And
game
in its
IMO,
place is a
but you know.
mechanic that's much more of an extension of the traditional style of Castlevania gameplay.
7.5 hours is
Locations
child's
around
play.
the castle are elemental spellbooks, which when equipped change the properties of whatever subweapon just is carrying, transforming it into a spell fusion attack. For example, the Holy Cross, when paired with the Fire spellbook, turns it into the Burning Cross, which does a huge amount of damage, but if you pair it with the Ice spellbook, you summon an Ice Star that fires projectiles from a distance. With 6 sub-weapons and 5 different spellbooks, there's a lot of experimenting you can do. And thankfully, all of the components...
Sleep deprived percent? No, I think I'll pass up on that. I think I'm gonna sleep is what I'm gonna do.
naturally throughout
No
the
stacks
castle,
in this video. He's
which
a
means
casual. He doesn't know how to hit
absolutely
stacks.
They're a complement to the normal flow of whipping, dodging, and using sub-weapons, so despite the DSS system being one of Circle's best ideas, its absence isn't missed in the slightest. Once you're familiar with the mechanics and have a few victories under your belt, Just discovers a teleportation room. But unlike in Symphony and Circle, this doesn't take you to another part of the castle, and instead warps you to another dimension. Igarashi had wanted to incorporate an idea similar to the inverted castle, but rather than hiding it away at the end, he dreamt up a system whereby the game would take place across 2 separate spaces, requiring teleportation between them. On paper it sounds like a really interesting idea, but in practice it's easily the worst thing about Harmony of Dissonance.
True, I actually agree with
The
that.
2 castles are completely identical in terms of layout, and it can make the exploration extremely repetitive. An area in Castle A might have Medusa heads, while in Castle B it has Skeleton Knights, but that's not really enough of a change to make beating these zones twice over remotely worthwhile. It also makes working out where to use new abilities extremely confusing, as the intended next location might be all the way on the other side of the other castle. I'm playing through...
I wanted to write something down and I completely forgot what it was. It was like an idea for a stream I wanted to do that we talked about earlier today, and I'm like, oh, I should be writing these down because there's no fucking way I'm going to remember them after being awake for 24 hours. Oh, but it slipped my mind, and now I'm going insane. Oh well. Maybe it'll come back.
Harmony without a walkthrough.
Oh, I did want to do a video essay about Dyke Bro at some point. I guess I can write that down for now. I've started actually organizing my video ideas
It's
into
a
a
real exercise
better one.
in frustration. The only place where the
CRVT?
2
Wait,
castle
what?
system
What?
really feels like it's working is in the narrative, where it's implemented quite well and forms the foundation of the mystery.
Was it enhanced?
Well,
Unironically, that was it. Thank you for reminding me. Enhanced graphics, wide screen, speed run. Thank you. You the realist.
Traveling between the
The
two
random games like Vampire Hunter D and all that other stuff. Those are all my and Chronicles. That's on my backlog. I have that stuff written down.
castles, Just will repeatedly run into Maxim.
I've had my backlog organized
a
for a
really
while.
confrontational and brash persona, and a much meeker one
Thank you,
who has
Eckler.
no memory of the other encounters. With a bit of help from an equally confused Death, Just eventually works out what's going on and what exactly is happening to Maxim. Turns out that in a fit of jealousy, prompted by Leidy's admiration of Just, Maxim had gathered the remains of Count Dracula and had attempted to revive the vampire so he could defeat him, mimicking Simon Belmont's actions in Castlevania 2 and proving him the Belmont's equal. The plan went dramatically wrong, and instead of reviving the Count, the evil magic in the relics manifested 2 Castlevanias, reflecting Maxim's conflicted personality and splintering the warrior in half, meaning Just has been interacting with two different versions of his friend during his journey.
Yo.
Now, I'm not going to pretend that this is the greatest story of all time, but what I am going to praise is how well woven into the dual castle mechanic the plot becomes.
There's just two of them.
In both castles, the game ends in the central throne room, but you get a different ending depending on if you're in Castle A or Castle B. In one, the good Maxim begs us to kill him, and the final fight is more of a euthanization, ending with Lydie and Just mourning the loss of their friend, but knowing that they did the right thing. In the other
that's
castle,
the bad ending, so
Just
it's the wrong
arrives
thing.
too late, and Lydie has been drained of her blood by the now vampiric Maxim, and the final boss fight is tinged with sadness, with Just unable to save anyone. If those endings sounded a little morose, you'll be happy to hear that just like in Symphony of the Night, there is a third hidden ending. If you explore the entirety of both castles, collect the 5 relics of Dracula that Maxim found, and head into the throne room wearing 2 bracelets which Lydie gifted Just and Maxim, you'll unlock a final battle against Dracula, which is the true good ending. Taking this route adds a lot of runtime onto the game, and honestly, I'm not really sure that the quest is worth the reward, as this whole hidden ending feels very badly designed from a gameplay perspective. The 5 relics are just randomly dotted around the 2 castles, and without a walkthrough, they're borderline impossible to locate.
I don't like his use of the word impossible. Like, he's saying it's borderline impossible or virtually impossible. Impossible is kind of a strong word.
There are no bosses protecting them or new areas which open up that might hold them. So it's really just a mind-numbing game-wide backtrack, combing over areas you've already revisited, scouring both maps for a hint as to where they might be. What makes the whole final section even worse is that by this point, the difficulty curve is really fundamentally broken. In Harmony, you level up really quickly when killing enemies, and as you wander around searching for the relics, it's easy to become grossly overpowered and reach a point of near invulnerability. As enemies also drop money, you'll end up with more than enough to max out your inventory. And by the time I stepped into the throne room, I had 99 potions, which pretty much robbed the final encounter of any tension or atmosphere. In this version of the ending, Maxim sees the bracelets Just is wearing and realizes that his friends still care about him despite the awful things he's done. It prompts the—
I'm pretty sure on my most recent playthrough, which was like 2 or almost 3 years ago at this point, I had to look up where 1 or 2 of the relics were.
The 2 Maxims to merge back into his normal self and purges Dracula from his body. The half-formed wraith of the Count then merges with the 5 relics, and it's up to Just to fulfill his family's destiny and repeat what Simon did 2 generations earlier. Obviously, with 99 potions and a ridiculous amount of levels.
And you complain about potions in the last game? Yup, but we're just trucking along past that.
Phase where he's made up of the
This game's too hard. You can't buy potions next game. This game's too easy. You can buy potions.
Formed body parts used in the ritual, but his model is so large that it's really easy to land endless spell fusions on him. And in the pantheon of Belmont versus Vampire, this is one of the more low-key encounters. Everything ends as
it's not impossible to please him, because if you're Castlevania 64 and Dracula looks kind of cool one time, it's enough for the game to be have redeeming qualities.
expected, with Just, Maxim and Lydie watching the now merged castles crumbling to dust in the distance. But we actually get one final surprise. Lydie, confused and disorientated, asks the 2 what exactly happened, and just as Maxim is about to confess, Just intervenes and tells them both that nothing happened. Maxim is upset at the idea of keeping Lydie in the dark, but Just insists nothing happened. And with that tense and surprisingly not very friendly final word, the 3 characters head back to town and the credits roll. Just like in the Castle A and Castle B endings, the lack of reconciliation between our characters has a real touch of tragedy to it, and would be an indication of where Igarashi would want to take the series moving forwards. Harmony of Dissonance reviewed and sold very well, with an 87 out of 100 on Metacritic and a respectable return of around 120,000 units shipped.
120,000? That's it? What? And that's shipped, not necessarily sold. What? That's not good sales at all. What?
They're the numbers of a really great video game, but they don't really tell the whole story of the game's legacy.
At least they shipped.
That 87 out of 100 seems pretty generous despite its story and gameplay being a huge improvement over Circle of the Moon, and it clearly has its own set of problems that are quite hard to ignore. Obviously, I've laid out my thoughts about the game here, but notoriously, Harmony has absolutely horrible sounding music, thanks to resources that would usually handle the sound needing to be redistributed towards its mega colourful graphics.
That's not even close to... that's not how that works, right? They didn't say, oh no, we need more colors, so let's make the sound worse. That's not... That is not how that works. That cannot be how that works. I am no expert in making Game Boy Advance games, but that just sounds like something he read on some forum somewhere. That just sounds like he's making shit up. I'm pretty sure the sound chip is responsible for the sounds in the Game Boy Advance. And it's not like maybe the CPU can't process everything, so there's like less sound channels going through or something. I don't know. That just doesn't... I don't know, man. It's the game is called Harmony of Dissonance. The music is dissonant on purpose. It's part of the game's name. I don't know.
Thanks to the series' reputation as a feast for the ears, and most people's dislike for the garish facelift, it's led to a lot of people writing Harmony off, and as the user score on Metacritic is over a whole point lower, I'd wager that most casual fans' experience was even more negative than that. Surprisingly as well, those sales numbers also hid a big issue. They were almost exclusively generated by US and European purchases, and Harmony basically flopped in Konami's home territory, which was at that point still the biggest market for all video games, and especially handheld titles.
That's the common belief.
It would mean that while the sequel
that doesn't
was
make
absolutely
sense.
guaranteed,
Is the idea that they spent so long on the graphics that they forgot how to make
You
songs?
steal
Or,
men's souls and make them your slaves.
Yo, Dragon Kaiser, thank you so much. I don't know, man. I just that just doesn't make sense to me. But maybe there's more to it than that. I don't know. I'm not an
actually
expert.
felt they needed to go back to the drawing board.
I do love the
again
design of
and
Death in
try
this
to
game,
work
making him
out
just
why
a fucking
Japanese gamers turned away from the series.
worm monster.
This would be the third reinvention in as many years, but this time the stars aligned and the Castlevania team struck gold once again.
Maybe it was a memory issue. I'm trying to think. Maybe there's not enough RAM to make the game brighter or to use more colors at the same time as like the sound. Maybe like there's a world where it can make sense, but that just seems like such a weird like, I don't know. And also the game sounds that way kind of is like an aesthetic thing too. Like it's an aesthetic part of the game. I don't know. Anyways, this game's great and goated, and we love Aria here.
In an interview with Nintendo Dream in 2003,
Cart
Koji
storage?
Igarashi outlined
Maybe?
how after Harmony of Dissonance, the development team sat down and discussed where they wanted to take the franchise next, and surprisingly found out that they were all in agreement. They wanted to do something different, and decided to make a game that retained the core fundamentals of Symphony, Circle and Harmony, but challenged all the other established tropes that the series had come to rely on. It was a direction that Igarashi felt they had to move in, as not only did they need to recapture that Japanese audience which hadn't liked Harmony, but he felt the constant reusing of Belmonts fighting Dracula every 100 years was becoming stale, and leaving them with very little creative space. Interestingly, he tells the interviewer that the team was incredibly nervous about doing this, as after 17 years and 17 games, fans had come to expect a certain level of Castlevania-ness, and with Aria of Sorrow, the intention was to serve up something like nothing else in the franchise. Importantly, this time around, they were rejoined by Michiru Yamane, a member of Konami's sound team who'd been responsible for the incredible soundtracks found on Castlevania Bloodlines and Symphony of the Night.
Hell yeah.
As Harmony's music had been a point of particular criticism, it was important that this issue was resolved in the next game, and as she was responsible for some of the best soundtracks in the franchise, there was nobody better to take on the challenge. Along with redesigned music, there was a huge shift in the game's aesthetics and setting, where Igarashi decided to take a bold step outside of the series' comfort zone. Instead of a gothic medieval
somebody knew how to make the sounds that didn't require fewer colors, I guess. I don't know, man. It just, something ain't right.
Setting, Aria of Sorrow was going to take place in the near future, and Kojima was given a brief to modernize the character designs, blending her Baroque style with something slightly more realistic. It led to a cast of suit-wearing, highly stylish characters, with the main role occupied once again by another white-haired Alucard stand-in, although this time wearing a fur-lined coat, jeans, and cowboy boots. As we'll discover in just...
Yeah, because he's American, right? Isn't he? Right? Am I remembering this correctly? That he's like an American exchange student? Isn't that the lore? So he's got to wear cowboy boots?
a moment, it's not an aesthetic that totally dominates the game, but considering everything that the series had become known for, it felt like a massive shift, and magazines...
It is in the US? Wait, he's a Japanese exchange student? But it's in Japan? Wait, what? I'm confused.
And websites really made a big deal out of it.
Oh, in the US version, they made him American. I'll take that as a W. USA, USA,
From a development perspective, things went incredibly smoothly, thanks to the fact that this was the first time since Castlevania 3 that the same team had been allowed to create a follow-up game on the same system. For all the series'
Cruz isn't a Japanese
commercial
name.
success, Konami's chaotic approach often meant that developers wasted a lot of time working out how to create on new consoles. And as Iga's team
honestly,
had
Cruz
already
is like a
gone
Latin
through this with
American
Harmony,
name, if anything.
they were afforded a freedom to focus on design that Castlevania
I always
teams
thought
often
Soma
didn't
must have been
get.
like Puerto Rican or something
But
with
as
the
we're
last
about to
name
find
Cruz.
out, it was a process that bore some serious fruit. An Aria of Sorrow might be the
That's because I
single
grew
best
up with a
game
lot
in
of
this entire video.
Puerto Rican
The very first words we
neighbors
see on screen
being a Floridian,
immediately mark
and a lot of
Aria
them were
as
named
something
Cruz.
unique. The year is 2035, and we find ourselves in Japan as a young transfer student called Soma Cruz. He's on his way to meet a childhood friend, Mina, at the top of a Torii shrine so that they can watch a solar eclipse together. At the top of the stairs, Soma begins to lose consciousness, and as the moon moves in front of the sun, he catches a glimpse of a monstrous castle.
Wait, how'd that castle get into the solar eclipse? They should make a game explaining how that happened. Why didn't they ever do that? Huh. Maybe they should do that. Make a game that they should really do that.
Floating in the sky. He's shortly woken by a confused Mina outside the gates of a stone citadel.
How did that
and the two
happen?
are confronted by a strange man in a black suit. He calls himself Genya
Yo,
Arikado
have a good night.
and
Don't
informs
fluff
them
spells.
that they're inside of Dracula's castle, which is no longer in Eastern Europe, but inside the
make me
solar
cry.
eclipse. Before any further explanations can be given, a host of monsters attack, and when Soma lashes out to defend Mina, something very strange happens. As the creature is defeated, its soul bursts out and is absorbed by
Arikado,
a
who could that
human.
be?
Genya, surprised at what he's just witnessed, tells him that if he wants to have any chance of returning to the Earth, he needs to take advantage of this newfound
Does
ability.
Does Konami
and
even
use it
have
to
a
reach
new
the
game in
Master's
development for the
chamber
Castlevania
at the summit
franchise?
of the castle. With his
Has anybody even found any like new like trademarks? Has Konami even trademarked anything recently? Like there's nothing to go off of, right? They're outside of maybe another pachinko machine. Erotic Violence 2 maybe?
strange tutor promising to protect Mina, Soma heads off armed only with his pocket knife and this new ability.
Yeah, Dead Cells X
with the sole
Castlevania,
objective
true.
Of scaling the imposing castle. In what has become franchise tradition, Aria is a fundamentally different game.
Chinese exclusive mobile
to the title
game?
that released just 12 months before it. The design of the castle has been much improved by paring back the scope and focusing on just a single location, which leads to much better level design and a far more natural flow than Harmony's overly confusing structure. Warp points, save rooms, and boss fights are now positioned at key crossroads.
Aria does have a pretty good castle design. There are certain areas that do kind of suck ass. I'm not the biggest fan of the underground water area that much. It feels a little weird to traverse, but you kind of get used to it. But, you know.
And it removes a huge
Castlevania Ascendance of the social credit score.
amount of the enforced backtrack.
Yeah, the gardens needed a warp. That's the other thing. If the gardens had a warp, it'd be a little bit better. But, you know.
Which makes exploring the castle the enjoyable experience that it should be. In a really clever move, Igarashi's team
it's like a
have
solid
reduced the
7.5 out of
size
10
most of the
castle
in-game
design at IMO.
sprites, which means that unlike the clunk of Circle of the Moon or the chaos of Harmony of Dissonance, we get combat, platforming, and exploration that are all nicely balanced against one another.
But with some of the worst hitboxes in the entire series, especially on fucking Curlies. Holy shit, whoever designed the Curly hitbox, I hope they were fired.
Reduced pressure on the graphics thanks to the smaller sprites also allowed Michiru Yamane more leeway when it came to designing the music, and Aria's soundtrack is among the best on the platform.
The smaller sprites meant bigger music? Is that how that... I'm not a Game Boy Advance developer, but if you make the sprite smaller, it means you can have bigger music?
Despite lacking the sampling of the PlayStation, Yamane managed to deliver a maximalist orchestra of sounds. Pulse pounding, emotional and atmospheric, all in equal parts, which more than live up to her work on previous titles. Amazingly, despite having less resources to work with, thanks to the now functional soundtrack,
a Curly could kill you from a different game, bro. Curly's got such a jank hitbox. It must have something to do with cartridge storage, I guess. It must, because it just doesn't make no goddamn sense. I don't know, man. Something about it just feel weird.
the environments of Aria of Sorrow also look really sharp, and I think that's thanks to the team having already cut their teeth on the system. Everything from Soma's coat flapping behind him during his walk animation, to how mirrors reflect action happening in the foreground, highlight how confident Igarashi's team had become working on the GBA, and it really is a visual triumph on such a low-powered machine. Funnily enough, its art direction doesn't really lean into that futuristic setting all that heavily.
It really doesn't.
Generally speaking,
For the longest time, I didn't know this game was set in the future because I never read any of the dialogue. I just thought it was another Castlevania game.
Environments you explore are in the same gothic medieval style that we've come to expect. It's clock towers and chapel halls and crumbling caverns rather than anything too sci-fi or outlandish. Any disappointment in this lack of ambition
I'm like,
is
story,
quickly
what's that?
forgotten
I just want to kill
thanks to
vampires.
the sheer quality of the team's work. In many places there are huge
The year is, I ain't
multi-layered
reading
backgrounds
this shit.
that give the castle an incredible sense of scale. And the sheer amount of detail
That's
on
why
screen
he has
shows they were
lasers.
pushing the GBA to its limits. Take the save rooms, for
I don't think I ever
example.
found the positron
These
rifle.
virginal statues exude a warm light that flickers against the crumbling walls, and really hammer home how these rooms are sanctuaries hidden away from the chaos raging in the castle. They might not have had any of the fancy 3D effects that the PlayStation afforded Symphony, but it's impossible to argue against Aria of Sorrow as a technical marvel. Now, instead of deviating from Symphony's gameplay formula like Circle and Harmony, Aria instead uses it as a foundation for its systems, and out of that we get some incredibly engaging changes that dramatically improve the combat and exploration. Just like Alucard before him, Soma attacks by wielding a variety of weapons that are found throughout the castle. Although
That
here
big
there's clearly
golem
been
cost
a
the
big
game
effort
4
into
songs.
upping the differences between them all. In Symphony, we really only had a choice between fast and slow attacks, but Soma has a far larger arsenal.
You only have the option between fast and slow attacks?
Symphony of the Night, the game that has like more weapons to choose from than like any other game in the series. All with like additional like special combos that you can do, like quarter circle forward, back forward attack. Shield rod exists. 2 options, fast or slow? I'm literally grinding the fucking Muramasa as we speak right now.
To choose from. We can of course use fast-paced rapiers and slower claymores, but there's also elemental swords.
Oh, there's elemental swords because Symphony of the Night doesn't have elemental swords.
Spears, axes, fist weapons,
Fist weapons? Symphony of the Night doesn't have fist weapons.
guns, and even
Symphony of the Night does not have guns.
a whip sword that briefly turned Soma into a de facto Belmont.
I wouldn't go that far.
It's the first time that real choice has ever come into the equation, as the animations are all
First time real choice? What are you talking about? I've spent 24 hours grinding one fucking weapon.
sufficiently different.
That's my
that there will
choice,
naturally
and it's a
be
bad
some
one.
that you're more comfortable with than others.
It doesn't even know about the Heaven Sword.
That same degree of choice also governs Arya's main gameplay mechanic.
Duplicator is better than
the
gun.
tactical
True.
soul system, which takes the very best from the DSS and reworks it.
If he
into
wanted to
something
talk
much
about
more
choice, he should have just started with the Soul System IMO.
interesting that's also deeply tied to the plot. The ability to absorb souls that Soma possesses is called the
It's like he
power
forgot
of
about
dominance.
Soden. I
And by
know.
defeating
No,
enemies,
Soden has
you can gain
fast
a
and
range
slow.
of
That's the only
different
two.
abilities,
You
which
can
are
either do
equipped
fast
like
or slow
armor
attack.
to
Those are
3
the only
different
two.
slots. Red souls replace sub-weapons, which amazingly don't feature in Arya at all. Instead of hearts providing ammo for axes, daggers, and holy crosses, they now restore Soma's magic, which is used to power all of the abilities in the game. It was something that Igarashi was very worried about, as sub-weapons were seen as something you simply didn't tamper with. But by changing them over to the tactical soul system, the fundamental gameplay has been retained, while allowing them to get insanely creative with the abilities you get to use. There are 55 different bullet souls to find, all with their own unique animations and different strengths and weaknesses, which adds a huge amount of depth to the combat, far more than you could ever get out of 5 sub-weapons, and the cycle of discovering and experimenting with new souls stays fresh for the entire game. What's particularly clever about this system is it's not just used in combat.
No, the soul
as all of
system
the
is really,
relics
really
and
good.
Transformations, which previously gated your exploration, have also been reimagined as tactical souls. The blue Guardian souls are activated on the R button, draining your magic and deactivating when you run out.
The Soul System is like probably the best innovation to come out of the Castlevania series, and it's a shame that they only really did 2 games with it, and then I guess kind of bloodstained afterwards. But yeah,
There are things like shields and heals, but they can also be familiars, which
mostly because obviously it sucks that like grinding enemy drops is like a big deal, but it means every time you play through the game, you have a random chance to like have a different build, just based off of the random souls that you get and stuff like that. There's a good. I think from a casual standpoint, the soul system is pretty dang good.
fight alongside
And it gives you something to
and
grind for.
themselves level
And it does
up.
evolve, yeah.
Most importantly, the blue souls are where your bat form and slow fall are.
Bro, CVHD2, oh. With rollback netcode, oh.
Which ties those movement abilities into this core system and makes it
I
feel
still
like
need
all of
another
Soma's
Miser ring.
power
Dude,
comes from
I never got my Valenway +2. To this day, I never got my Valenway +2. Feels bad, man.
his dominant ability, rather than
I think
a
my
host of
Claim
different
+2 was the best
sources.
weapon I ever got.
The final set are the yellow enchanted souls, which are all entirely passive and give you permanent
400 kills
stat
for your
boosts,
first Miser.
although you can only use one at
Rough.
a time. There are some pretty basic ones like the Enris, which boosts your XP gain, or the Golem, which gives you a big strength boost. But it's also where the more unique abilities are found. Undine and Skula.
The issue is
allow you
if they came out with another CVHD, it would just be a legit gacha game, aka fucking Grimoire of Souls. Like, oh my goodness. Yo, what's up, Doc? It would just be Grimoire of Souls, but worse.
to walk on or in water, while the Peeping Eye reveals hidden secrets and the Iron Golem removes knockback on damage. You're constantly switching them out, and depending on what
Look,
area of the castle
you're about to say
in
that you
or
would
what
pay money
boss you're
for
about
it.
to fight. It's typical to
I'm half
completely
tempted to just
change
turn my
every
PS3
single
on and start
soul.
grinding while
You
watching
almost
this.
never find yourself
Yeah, that's
using
fair.
the same 3 for any lengthy
They just need
period
to
of time.
re-release the game on
The way it
PC with
relates
all
to
the
every
DLC
single
as like a
pillar
single
of
bundle
gameplay,
for like
from
25 or
combat
30
to
bucks, and
stats to
I would buy it,
exploration.
and I would have
It's
a
just a
good old
masterful
time.
way of creating cohesion between every mechanic, and by wrapping it up in a Pokemon-style collect-em-all system, it never gets boring.
I wouldn't call
to
it a
see soul
Pokemon
burst
style,
out
but
of a
sure.
defeated enemy. It's without a doubt the best RPG system in any of the 2D Castlevania games.
That is
and
true,
even
yeah.
without everything else, it would be well worth the price of admission.
If
on
they
its
just
own.
re-released it on Steam, a
Another
lot of people
area
would buy
real
it. Yeah.
success is how Arya dramatically improves both balance and difficulty. You can
I don't know what is up with Castlevania games just not getting PC ports until like way too long. And we get Romska out of retirement for like one day, maybe like a couple hours, let's be real. He's too busy to play video games. He don't play video games no more. Unless it's fucking Shin Megami Tensei for fucking 12 hours on a stream on a random ass Sunday. But hey, we take those. Rom Scout fans, we take those. Just play Curse of
now
Darkness.
only hold a maximum of 9 of each item, which solves the ridiculous potion issue from Harmony of Dissonance, and means that bosses now once again become a test of skill and strategy, rather than a matter of how many heals you have. It might not feel like that at first, as the initial
Every time he
bosses
streams, he
like
gets further
Creaking
behind on
Skull
his
and
SMT
Manticore
playthrough.
are really pretty
It's 'cause they
simple to
release
defeat.
more games.
But as the game progresses,
Oh,
some of
it's
the
sad 'cause
late-stage
it's
fights
true.
are really up there with encounters from generations gone by. We get the first ever 3-phase regular boss in the Headhunter, who requires you to learn a huge amount of patterns to comfortably defeat it. And the death fight, which is usually difficult anyway, reaches a surprisingly tricky climax once he unleashes a bone.
The only reason the death fight is hard is because the hitboxes during the death fight are bullshit. The hitboxes are so bad, they do not match the models of the sprites whatsoever. Or like the positioning of the sprite. It's so bad. That's the only reason this fight is hard, is because the hitboxes are bullshit.
Begins spinning it all over the arena. For the first time since Rondo of Blood, there's that powerful sense of satisfaction that you get from beating
Transformation
a really
Man, the math
difficult
up for the
but
sprites,
fair
yeah.
boss. All this contributes to a game that is fantastically fun to play, but amazingly, the very best part of Aria's design comes from something that the series has so often given secondary status. Igarashi had already shown with Symphony of the Night that his vision for Castlevania was far more dramatic and story-driven than it had ever been in the past, and in Aria he finally delivered a narrative that could stand toe-to-toe with the best stories in the industry.
Matthew 16:26.
Very quickly after starting out on his journey to the Master's Chamber, Soma stumbles across a host of other people who have found themselves drawn into the solar eclipse, and how they relate to each other and the mystery of the castle is the game's central question. The very first
They should make a game exploring that central question and fleshing it out more.
character we meet is Graham Jones, a clean-cut religious
Graham? Graham? I always pronounce it as Graham. I can see Graham. Yeah, that's fine.
leader, who
Sure.
despite his polite exterior, believes that thanks to a prophecy, he's about to inherit the powers of Dracula.
Gandalf
You
the
see,
Graham.
in 1999, the eternal vampire was defeated for good, and the cycle of resurrection that had been raging since medieval times was finally ended by the last of the Belmonts. Along with a group of companions, they sealed his ruined castle inside the darkness of an eclipse, and humanity was finally able to move on from its vampiric nightmare. The only problem was,
So how
that
exactly did
prophecy
he?
was
How exactly did he seal it in the Eclipse, Konami? Please, I want to see him get put in an eclipse.
made that during the next solar eclipse, the power that made Dracula so fearsome would be inherited by another Dark Lord. And unfortunately for Soma,
It's a normal
and
ass
Nina,
name in
that
the
next
UK for
eclipse was
old
taking
people?
place
Oh.
right above Japan in 2035. Graham believes that as he was born on the exact minute Dracula was defeated, that he's the reincarnation of Vlad Tepes, and he warns Soma to stay out of his way and to not interfere with his destiny. Shortly after this horrible realization, we also meet Yoko Belnades, a distant descendant of Cypher Belnades, and she offers a much friendlier
No
face.
way.
Turns out she's been sent by Genya, who she accidentally reveals to be Alucard in disguise, to watch over Soma and his newfound power.
Dude, those are critical levels of copium. Oh my god, Hitaka. Whew. That is woo-wee, buddy.
Soma's obviously
Take care of
put off
yourself.
by the idea of using darkness to absorb creatures' souls, but she reassures him that just like Genya, darkness
Igarashi
doesn't
surely will get
necessarily
rehired,
mean
correct?
Evil. The situation becomes all the more confusing.
We were
when
all
Soma
hopeful
later
for
runs into a
Bloodstained.
third
We were all
mysterious
hopeful.
man, known only
We
as
thought
Jed.
Bloodstained was going to
He
change
has
the
no
world
idea why he's
forever.
in the castle,
And
as
it
he's
turns out it was
completely
just
lost his
a
memory,
decent, if
waking
not
up in a
okay,
hospital on the
Metroidvania.
day of Dracula's
It was
defeat
fine.
in 1999. Much
With,
like Graham,
in my
the
opinion,
prophecy
mediocre
drew him
graphics,
into
but
the
whatever.
castle, and as his memories are slowly
It was
returning
just
the more
okay.
he explores, he leaves Soma offering
It's
no
not
help.
offensive. I would argue the visuals offended my eyeballs, especially in the lava area. I still have retina damage from the bloom effect of the lava area. But other than that, yeah, it's fine. It's a good like 7.5 out of 10 experience on your first playthrough, and then I just never want to play that game again. Except playing as Zangetsu. Playing as Zangetsu is actually kind of based and fun.
And asking for none in return. This question of who is going to inherit the power of Dracula is particularly interesting.
Just pay for sprites, dude. Or develop visuals that look better, because the concept art looked so good. It looked like fucking Guilty Gear Xrd levels of like art. But then I don't know, man. I don't know. Did I ever Axe Armor and Portrait? Yeah, I actually finished an Axe Armor playthrough earlier this year. And it was Portrait is fun until you get to the final boss in like every playthrough. Portrait is like, wow, this game's pretty good. And then you fight the final boss and you're like, I want to rip my hair out and die. Level 1 Axe Armor? Never. I will never level 1 Portrait of Ruin ever because the boss fights are really annoying.
Not just because you're
I'm doing
waiting
fine,
to
thank you,
see who the
Damacha.
central antagonist is, but because it also represents the next step.
And it's because I'm
in
bad
the
at doing the
Castlevania
AI manip
series. In interviews in
for
the run-up
Dracula's
to
final
Aria's
form.
release,
If I learned how to do
referred
the
this
AI
plot
manip, I
as the
think it would be a
beginning
lot
of the
better, but
second edition of Castlevania, and frankly, it's a long overdue injection of fresh ideas. The simple fact was that after 18 games, Igarashi knew the
you
series
can
could bloom
level
into
1
something
Axe Armor?
better,
Dude, congrats.
and Aria proves that concept
That is actually
by keeping narrative
very
suspense
impressive.
alive until the game's very last moments. Much like in Iga's other games, Aria has a bad ending, which quite overtly tells you that there's more to the plot than is being let on. After defeating
Have I completed Muramasa? No, we are currently
battle.
at 818 attack power out of 999. And I don't think we're going to get to 999, but I have a trick up my sleeve where I have 2 Vardas that I will be putting on, as well as using an attack and strength potion. And hopefully that's enough to get us to 999 so we can at least say we kind of hit it by the end of the stream. So we're going to continue grinding.
which is an amazing looking boss fight that fakes out a fight against the giant bat. Soma claims the bat's soul, and upon returning to the boss room,
Dude, how the fuck is there a tutorial anywhere for how the AI manip works, Rain? Because like I'm better at the fight now because I'm able to deal with like all of the patterns, but doing like the straight up AI manip is like impossible because I'll go for the full AI manip and just like something just won't work right and he'll do an attack pattern I'm not expecting and just kill me in one hit. I hate
he
it.
finds that doing this has caused a
So
huge
instead I play
wave
the
of
game like a
memories
big
to
old
come rushing
pussy.
back to Jet.
I'm only good with the axe armor manip.
He is
It's the same for all the characters from my understanding as long as you get the manip started, but either way.
Julius Belmont, the last and greatest
At least for all the
Belmont
alternate
clan,
characters,
who
and
once
if you
and for
have
all
Jonathan with all the
defeated Count
abilities.
Dracula.
It's not like Jonathan
With his
80%
power
where you don't
restored,
have
he
all
has
the
a single
abilities.
purpose:
But whatever.
to find the one who will inherit Dracula's power
I don't know.
and kill
I want to
him.
like Portrait more,
The
but I'm
two
just
race to
so
the
bad
throne
at the
room,
final
and
fight that
Soma
it makes
gets
it
there
frustrating.
first, just in time to see Graham Jones take
Graham.
control of Dracula's powers, warping his calm and collected demeanor into an emotional and ragged mess. For the crime of stealing the souls of his minions, he sentences Soma to
Minions?
death, and the two do battle.
It's when you have minions that are really, really small. Minions. You played on your 2DS XL and not hurt my hands. That's cool. Dude, I tried to play fucking those games on just like the base 3DS that came out when fucking 2012, 2013. The buttons are fucking this big. Ugh, hurts my hands. Gru's Minions.
Graham using a huge mixture of Dracula's attacks from previous games before transforming into a twisted, angelic monster. As Graham is defeated, Genya rushes into the throne room, and with the power of Dracula swarming around
With the power of God
he tells
and anime
Soma
on your
to
side.
command the castle to reopen a portal to the Earth and to reseal itself inside of the eclipse. Amazingly, this works, and back on solid ground, Soma asks if the castle will ever return. Genya, with sadness in his heart, replies that it still searches for its master, and eventually they will have to do battle there once again. Soma replies that he can still feel the pull of the castle, and the screen fades to black, and the credits roll.
I have no hands anymore, dude. DS Lite.
Now, I've had a single criticism of Aria of Sorrow.
What's the criticism, guys? What could it possibly be? This guy feels so inconsistent. I'm scared.
It's that unlike in Symphony and Harmony, where you can get the full ending by simply exploring the entirety of the castles, the true conclusion of Soma Cruz's tale is unnecessarily hidden away behind an incredibly strange gate.
Okay. The books. Okay, the books. Okay. Farming for souls, that's fair.
In order for the game to continue, and for the real conclusion to play out,
Fair enough.
you need to defeat Graham while you have 3 specific souls equipped: the Succubus, the Flame Demon, and the Bat. Now, the only way to know this is to find 3 hidden books, which simply say
Hidden?
the first spirit is a demon, the second is a bat, and the third is a beautiful nightmare, and absolutely no indication of what these clues relate to. What makes it all the more obscure is that the demon soul can only drop from a
Demon soul?
single enemy found right at the bottom of the castle, and as its drop rate is extremely low, there's almost no chance of you picking it up without purposefully grinding for it. You'd have to find the books, preserve with the ridiculous grind to get the souls, and then somehow
Those mechanics are actually really good for the randomizer. I will say it might not make for a great casual experience, but it makes the randomizer a lot more fun to play.
think to equip them in the final fight. It's a shame too, as the ending is one of the finest twists
Forbidden Area, you can't go to the Forbidden Area to grind it though, because you need it to get to the Forbidden Area.
in video game history. One that not only presents a fascinating conclusion that contains most of the game's best moments, but also redefines the plot in that excellent way that the best twists do. If you're in possession of those specific
If his
souls,
only complaint was that you need to grind for souls, honestly, that's fair enough. The game's pretty good outside of that, yeah.
as Graham is struck down, the dark power of Dracula swirls
If he complains
around
about the
room
final boss as
and
well,
begins to
I'll
flood
hand it to
into
him because
Soma.
I think Chaos
And
is
when
one of the
process
worst
is
designed
complete,
final bosses.
He makes a final and
Not as bad as
horrible
Menace, but it's
realization.
I don't like
is the
Chaos.
reincarnation of Dracula. Genya once again appears in the throne room and reveals what has been happening. They'd never intended Soma to become caught up in the plot to defeat Graham, but such was the pull of the castle to its master.
The snake
that he
is
found
yeah,
himself
it's
there
only it's because
regardless.
of the snake.
And
Everything
once
else is
Genya saw
fine.
the
The
power
snake
of
is so
dominance in
bad.
action, he knew that there was
The snake
no
is like,
other
"You
way,
die
and
now."
they had to allow the power to return to his body. The only way to prevent Soma from being consumed by the returning power of Dracula is for him to travel into the spiritual realm and sever the
Chaos
connection
realm, but, you
between
know,
himself and Chaos, the malignant representation of all of mankind's evil that gives him his immortality.
I'm here to
It's my
kill
personal
Chaos.
favourite moment in the entire franchise, and a twist so masterfully
This is his
executed
favourite
that I
moment?
think it deserves to be held in the same acclaim as BioShock, Knights of the Old Republic, or Final Fantasy VII.
Huh? You're about to say Chaos is the best part of what? No.
Of course, it's a clever way of adding an
Or you just mean the Chaos realm in general. That's fine. Whatever.
additional final area, and having the game resolved with something other than it was Dracula all along. But the real reason it works so well is that it redefines not only the plot, but the very gameplay itself. The inheritance of Dracula's power isn't something that happens in a ritual or because of some ancient magic, but it's the very action of collecting souls that we've been doing while exploring. Every time we destroyed a
Okay.
monster and absorbed a new ability, the prophecy came that little bit closer towards being fulfilled.
Okay.
Graham was always a sideshow to the true story of Dracula returning to his castle and unknowingly reclaiming what is his. The big elephant this leaves in the room is Julius Belmont, who Soma has inadvertently returned to full strength and is compelled by his bloodline to destroy Dracula in any form he takes. In the floating gardens, against a backdrop of the crumbling castle, the two ancient enemies finally do battle, and it is a boss fight more than worthy of the
They are
occasion.
thick scan lines. I
Julius
agree.
hits incredibly hard.
Also, by the way, the Game Boy Advance, it didn't have scan lines. It was an LCD screen. So why would you add a scan lines filter to a Game Boy Advance game?
Can fail
Scanline fetishization is just gone too far. Just gone too far. Aesthetic.
phase and leap around the battlefield, and has a huge host of vampire slaying techniques that draw on everything that the Belmont clan has ever used. It's not only supremely difficult, but supremely
The space they saved by inserting scan lines gave them more room for colors. True.
dramatic. The true final realization of that concept Igarashi came up with for Symphony of the Night.
It had
When the
very
fighting comes to
visible
an end,
interlacing.
so
The Game Boy Advanced? No. Did it? I don't remember. Did it? I don't remember, man.
realizes that Julius was holding back, and the last Belmont tells him that it was because he sensed that he had not completely
Or are you talking about
lost
the
his
scan lines?
humanity. He agrees to allow Soma the
It does have
chance
some
to
motion
free
blur,
himself
yeah.
from this cycle of resurrection, but promises that if he fails, he'll have no choice but to strike
The Game
him
Boy
down.
Advance, I do remember, and the
With
Game Boy
truce
SP
agreed,
had
we head into
a
the
little bit of
chaotic
built-in motion
realm
blur, yeah.
and battle through a short final zone that brings together
He was using Claim versus Julius? Damn, this guy is kind of stinky.
twisted elements of every part of the castle before thrusting Soma into a last confrontation.
I'm
with the
thrusting
most
Soma, if you know what I
disturbing
mean.
and otherworldly boss.
Wait, how old is Soma in this game? He's 18, right? Right? 17? I am not thrusting Soma.
in Castlevania history. Chaos
I would
is
never do such a thing.
inscrutable, a mash of human, angelic, and monstrous forms, attacking in strange, hard-to-predict ways, and all taking place over a kaleidoscopic background of deformed
Until Dawn of Sorrow, then I'm thrusting Soma.
shapes. Once you work out where you can actually damage the being, it's not really all that hard. But from a symbolic perspective, it's one of the best final bosses in the franchise, and truly seems like more of a metaphor for something that's happening in a spiritual dimension. In a really cool touch, if you do die against Chaos, the game fades to a shot of Soma sitting upon
I know, I've seen it.
Dracula's throne.
You don't have to remind me. We get it. You died to Chaos and Randomizer, DB. Yes, I know. The fight's hard.
Cup in hand in the iconic pose from Rondo and Symphony, while Julius arrives to fulfill the promise he made. Of course, you're meant to win the fight, and once you do,
The fight's so easy, you're meant to win it. Just win the fight.
castle slips out of existence, with the eclipse no longer needed to contain its evil power. Soma, floating between dimensions, hears the final
He doesn't mention anything about the Chaos fight at all? No Snake? No Bone Snake mentioned at all?
goodbyes of the people he met throughout the game. And finally, just
Imagine getting good RNG on the snake on your one playthrough and saying that it's easy. Dude, I guess. Yeah. Holy shit.
like he did in the opening sequence,
I don't know what
he
everyone's
comes to
complaining about.
consciousness,
Bone
lying
Snake
in
was nice to
Mia's
me. I
arms,
never even
but
saw
this
that
time,
attack.
back on Earth. They look
He
at
was
the
using
sky
the claim,
and see that the
so
eclipse
it probably
has
was a
ended,
pretty easy playthrough.
and along with it, the story of Vlad Tepes, Count Dracula. Aria of Sorrow is a magnificent video game, and I'd argue that it fundamentally improves upon the foundations set out in Symphony of the Night.
He doesn't mention
The tactical soul
Curse has a
system
Trevor
is an
mode? We haven't even
inspired
talked about Curse of
streamlining
Darkness
of
yet,
all
have
the
we?
disparate RPG elements, and its narrative is not only
he
the
hasn't mentioned
perfect
any of the
segue
alternate
into
characters.
a new era, but just a damn fine story.
Bro, if he mentioned the alternate characters, this would be a 12-hour video. And honestly, I'm hate watching this at this point because also my brain is turned to mush and I become a hater after a certain point because that's just who I am deep down inside. But I'm having fun and I hope you guys are too.
It has top-notch action, thrilling boss fights, a fantastic castle, interesting systems, and above all, it manages to redefine what Castlevania can be without losing its identity.
Yeah.
It's easily my personal favourite game in the series, and while it
I
might
hate
not enjoy
Snug.
the fame that its PlayStation predecessor does, it's beloved by a great many people. Upon release, it received absolute critical acclaim,
Yeah.
and its review scores sit at an imperious average of 91 out of 100, which was
Didn't Circle of the Moon literally get a 91 earlier in the video? Am I remembering that correctly?
no mean feat considering just how many high-quality games released on the Game Boy Advance. Sales quickly followed, and it easily outsold Harmony of Dissonance, although interestingly,
Yeah, that's not very difficult considering Harmony Dissonance sold 3 copies. What?
it actually sold less than Circle of the Moon.
Yes, because it was a launch title.
likely because the franchise actually
Double
had
pack?
some RPG
Dude, the double pack was lit.
competition on the platform.
I finished
Even
Aria
with
Sara
that
for the first
instant
time on the double
success,
pack.
its reputation would only continue to grow over the years. And you can
I
now
learned
find it
the
listed
Aria
near the
speedrun
top of
on the
almost
double
any
pack.
discussion of the greatest portable
Which made
games,
the
if
speedrun
not
way
the
longer
very
because the
summit.
sleep mode.
For Igarashi, it was another hit, and his vision of a narrative-driven Castlevania that put real stock in its history had been proven to be a winning formula yet again. Konami, knowing that they were onto a good thing, were content to leave him to work on the franchise.
And
under
pay
his
him
stewardship,
$2 for it.
Castlevania
His budget
moved
was
confidently
$7 and
into
some
the next
shoestrings. Ooh, Lament of Innocence up next. All right, all right.
With the huge financial
It was a
and
Metascore of
critical
91. Yeah, he said the other one was a Metascore of 91. So like, I don't know, man.
Success of the series on the Game Boy Advance, it's easy to forget that Castlevania had always primarily been a console franchise. While working on Harmony and Aria, Igarashi had also been hard at work trying to put together something that returned Castlevania.
How's the
to what
grind
he
going?
saw
It's
as
a
its
grind.
rightful place. Despite pretty modest budgets, his customary ambition was as large as ever, and he wanted
Modest.
to make something that not only pushed Castlevania forwards, but also amended past mistakes. Ever since the development of Symphony of the Night, he had constantly spoken about his frustrations with the franchise's narrative, and wanted it to allow for more creative storytelling. With Aria of Sorrow, that formula that had defined the series since Akamatsu first put it together had finally been put to pasture. And to go hand in hand with this, Igarashi
Aria.
wanted a concrete origin story to provide the series with a clear and defined starting point. While in North America, the game would be titled Castlevania Lament of Innocence. In Europe and Japan, it was known simply as Castlevania.
What the fuck is that box art? Sorry, I break YouTube every time I rewind because YouTube's weird today. I don't know why. I needed to see that box art again. It's just Castlevania because it's the start of the series. It's a reboot, kind of. It'll load eventually, guys. Don't worry. I could have just Googled the box art. I probably should have just done that. Because it looks way different than the US box art. The old server that hosts 6+ hour videos doesn't like to scan. Oh, that makes sense. So this just happens on like old videos that have like that are long sometimes. You made that up? Fuck. Because it's been happening all day. They started using Castlevania. Yeah.
In Europe and Japan,
Look at that box art. Dude. What? I was going to say, usually the PAL versions of box art is usually better than the American ones, but not this time.
it was known simply as
However, this box art goes hard as fuck. This box art goes hard as fuck.
Castlevania, signifying its place as the series' new genesis, and importantly, dropping the Akamaju Dracula title, which all Japanese versions had previously gone by. As if that wasn't an enticing enough prospect, Igarashi was also determined to bring the series into the world of 3 dimensions once and for all. In an interview with GameSpy, he frankly stated that if the series was going to survive, it had no
cowboy
choice
hat,
to
yeah.
reinvent itself in this way, and made the bold prediction
remember
that
DB
moving
died in his
forwards,
bosses.
all
Shush.
future games would be in 3D.
My
and
Lament of
build
Innocence
on the
playthrough was
formula
perfect.
Established by this self-titled.
I even found the
remake.
squeaky shoes.
Well, it goes without saying that things didn't quite turn out that way.
I found the Pio Pio
What we're
shoes.
left with is a strange game.
My playthrough is perfect.
Hampered by low budgets and development issues, which somehow manages to both succeed and fail at achieving those lofty goals. Lament of Innocence takes us all the way back to 1094, a dark age where the Catholic Church and feudal lords rule Europe and wage war against heathens from the east through the employ of medieval knights. 2 such knights lead an undefeated company, Matthias Kronkvist, a skilled strategist.
These are the good guys? They fought in the Crusades? And they're supposed to be the good guys?
And Leon Belmont, a peerless warrior. Both are childhood friends, and both serve the church without
Little
question
sus.
or hesitation.
I think
While
there
they're
was
away
no
fighting
good
a
guys in the
campaign,
Crusades, if I
Matthias's
remember correctly.
wife, Elizabetha, dies suddenly, and the grief causes him to withdraw, becoming bedridden.
I will
Leon is left
defeat
to
all
manage their
evil.
company on his
By the
own
way, I'm
until
going to
one day,
genocide those
monsters
people
begin to
because
appear
the
in his
church
lands.
told me
And to make
to.
matters worse, his betrothed,
What?
Sarah, goes missing, and the church refuses to lend aid.
I'm the
to
good
help find her.
guy.
Finally emerging from his sickbed, Matthias
Just like the
tells
founding
Leon
fathers.
that he has discovered the source
Nothing more
of the
American than
monsters,
that.
and Sarah's captor.
This is pre-Crusades?
a
He said that they were in the Crusades. Or in some Crusades. There were multiple Crusades. There was like 14 or 15. My favorite is the Child Crusades, by the way. That is correct. Literal children fought their own Crusades. And they all died.
vampire
Or at least most of
called Walter Bernhard, living deep within the forest of eternal night. Upon arriving at the castle grounds, Leon is greeted by Ronaldo Gandolfini, an alchemist who Walter allows to live near his citadel, aiding would-be challengers in their efforts
The
to
first
defeat
Crusades
him,
were 100 years
treating
after this?
attacks
Oh, well,
like a
close
game.
enough. Although the
Ronaldo
game
tells
lied.
Leon that in order to access the throne room where Walter and presumably Sarah await him, he'll need to defeat
The
5
game itself said that
monstrous
they were in the
generals,
Crusades. I
and
don't know
so
what to tell
offers
you,
him an
bro.
alchemical whip with which to fight and the use of his shop to spend any money that he finds in the castle. And with that, the game is set. We play as Leon and head into the castle of Eternal Night.
Yo, is
to
that
open
Walter
the way
the
to throne room,
vampire?
rescue our beloved, and exact revenge upon the vampire who took her. Now, really my issues with Lament, which is how I'm going to refer to it, begin right here in the opening of the game.
Okay.
As far as premises go, it's not actually all that unique for the series.
Yeah.
While there's slightly more detail about who we're playing as, the kidnapped loved one angle has been done quite a few times before.
Okay.
Similarly, while Walter isn't Dracula, we're still invading a castle ruled by a vampire. And really,
But it's
with the names to
Walter.
be switched around, you'd hardly notice anything amiss. Also, those
Walter
lower
White
budgets
Breaking
that
Bad
Igarashi had
reference?
to work with really don't help establish the
Yo,
story
Dark
in a
Metamorphosis.
particularly
I'll absorb more
engaging
blood now.
way. We never actually see Matthias or Elizabetha or Sarah,
Elizabetha?
let alone Leon's exploits.
I think he's mispronouncing words on purpose now, or mispronouncing names on purpose, because nobody says Elizabetha. Right.
In the Crusades, which contribute to a feeling of shallowness in this setup. It's disappointing because, as we'll discover later, the narrative is actually quite interesting, but it's clear that the team simply didn't have the resources to tell it properly. That's also mirrored in Lament's structure and how the moment-to-moment gameplay functions. Lots of ambition, but never really fulfilling its true potential. Once Leon arrives in the castle, he quickly
Bulgarians
discovers
do?
a room
Alright,
with
never mind
5 teleporters, each leading to a unique zone that houses one of the 5 monsters he needs to destroy. They can be tackled in any order, and each contain unique upgrades, which then can be used to access secret locations in areas already visited. Each zone has its own puzzle mechanics and individual enemies, which sounds like it should make for a really interesting, interconnected game. But in reality, this doesn't ever mesh into the sort of spider's web of a map that we've come to expect. In interviews, Igarashi stated that the original goal was to take the world design of Symphony of the Night, with its myriad of non-linear zones, and replicate it in 3D. Unfortunately, the team really struggled to implement this, and while Igarashi dreamed of snaking pathways and hidden doors, their creation
As it turns out, making a 3D Metroidvania is really, really hard.
didn't translate.
It took. When did Dark Souls 3 or Dark Souls come out? Like 4 years after this? 5 years after this? It took 5 years for Dark Souls to figure it out.
Into an
And even then, it's not actually a true Metroidvania, but close enough.
enjoyable gaming experience. To resolve this, a
It was good enough to inspire all indie
segment the game
Metroidvanias that ever
into
came
much
after.
smaller areas, and to massively simplify the design of each of the 5 levels. Small loading screens were inserted between every single one of the game's many rooms, and virtually all
Metroid Prime came out 3 years before this. What's his name? Tommy Toblerone said Metroid Prime, he worked hand in hand with Miyamoto and gave him a kiss on the cheek every day at work when he made Metroid Prime, and they modeled the games after his sound design. He said the game was bad, so Metroid Prime doesn't count.
all of the exploratory backtracking
If you missed the video we watched earlier on the origins of the oof sound,
then this joke makes no sense. But you should have watched all 24 hours of this stream, because otherwise you miss out on beautiful jokes like that.
Was removed. It results in a game with extremely bland level design, and one that really fails to create that natural
Tony Tortellini or whatever his name
series
is.
like Symphony or Aria so damn addictive.
Tony
Almost every level is completely flat, lacking any kind of
What's his name again, chat?
Puzzles never amount to anything beyond hitting certain switches, and most of the series' iconic environmental hazards have been removed in favour of rooms that lock you in until you've defeated every single enemy. As platforming and puzzle solving have been massively reduced in importance, combat forms the vast majority of how Lament of Innocence plays, and to Igarashi's credit, his team have come up with a pretty good 3D action system. Leon now attacks with combos of light and heavy strikes, and sub-weapons which, much like in Harmony of Dissonance, can be aligned with a school of magic in order to produce different spells. Where things get a little more 3D action game is that by holding R1, you can block. By tapping the left stick during a block, you can execute a dodge, and really the combat revolves around getting combos and sub-weapon attacks off and evading attacks. It's impossible to imagine that this wasn't heavily influenced by Devil May Cry.
It's just Devil May Cry.
As really the basic ideas are almost identical. We have a fixed camera for each room, groups of enemies.
I can't believe Dark Souls ripped off this game.
Progress, and even a combo meter that racks up the more hits you land in a row. Now, despite the unoriginality, the basic elements of the game are pretty well executed. Leon's attacks pack a satisfying punch, and experimenting with the different sub-weapons is really easy.
He has like 3 good combos, and the combos you get are like unlocked over time. I don't know. I don't think the combat's that well executed, but I'm also not a big fan of, button mashy combo-oriented action games, 3D action games, but that's just me.
Thanks to quick menus.
And I never played Devil May Cry, but I guarantee the Devil May Cry system has to be better.
On the triggers, which let you change your setup on the fly.
The music and the sub-weapon
that
system.
same system is used for items, and you can no longer just
the music
pause
is
the
really
game
good
and chug down healing potions. On the right stick, we have all of our equipment and consumables, and you have to access them in real time, which is a great idea.
Wait, did they steal that idea from Kingdom Hearts? Accessing your menu in real time during combat? Did this come out before or after Kingdom Hearts? This had to come out after Kingdom Hearts. Also, this game came out after Kingdom Hearts? Shaking my SMH. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts had a way better combat system.
And creates that frantic trying to find your potions.
Granted, there's no way that Kingdom Hearts came out 2002. It might have had some impact.
In the middle of a fight feeling, a whole decade before Demon's Souls made it popular. When the systems are all flowing together, Lament is genuinely a great action game. And it's easy at its best during the game's boss fights, which are very well designed, with a lot of variety and thought put into these climactic moments.
Were they well designed?
These are against the game's hidden bosses, which push the mechanics and graphic design to some really impressive places. In 3 of the game's zones, you can do battle against the decidedly humanoid elementals, which work a lot like a one-on-one duel. Both of you have basic and heavy attacks,
quick binds
along with
in
access to
KH.
spells.
KH had quick binds, and also KH did the menus in real time during combat, right? Am I smoking crack?
And the fights require a precise dance of dodges and strikes to bring them down. Lament of Innocence also contains Igarashi's personal favourite boss in the entire series.
I love Kingdom Hearts 1. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I've played it a lot.
Away in a secret
I 100%ed the
chamber
game
near
recently.
the
But
it's an absolutely huge
real time, but it
rotting
was still a
demon
list?
that leaks blood and gore and spits out maggots.
I don't
as
understand
Leon
the difference,
destroys
then.
parts of its body. And it was actually so intense that it's solely responsible for bumping the game up from a teen rating to a mature one. Igarashi apparently loved how shocking it was to discover this cursed being. And honestly, I wish they'd lent more in this direction, giving us a brutal and bloody world that reflected the Dark Age setting. Now, as good as these fights are, there are lots of little missteps that make Lament quite a dull experience in between these high points. Unlike in Devil May Cry, where XP that you get from playing the game stylishly is used to unlock new moves. Here you simply gain more combos by killing an increasingly large amount of enemies, which is not only a boring progression mechanic, but also means you have almost no combat abilities at the start of the game, and really just meander from room to room looking for the first few bosses. One of the most baffling ideas is that you can only hold one sub-weapon at a time, and just like in the classic games, they're changed over at certain candles. Now that mechanic worked well in a simple and fast-paced side-scroller, but here in a more complex 3D action game, they really should have let us choose from them on the fly, which would have allowed players to experiment more freely. You could even have the sub-weapons discoverable in different levels, which would add in a sort of Mega Man structure, where you head into the pagoda to get the axe, and then take it into the laboratory to fight the golem, which
I kind of hate to agree with this guy, but yeah, the sub-weapons would have been better if you can kind of just choose them whenever.
The game has a tendency to feel like a
because I do remember backtracking like 20 minutes just to get a sub-weapon that I wanted.
Basic dungeon crawler. You spam the same moves over and over, travel between
maybe not 20
identical
minutes,
rooms,
but you get what I'm
all
saying.
in the hope of discovering a boss fight where the game actually clicks into gear. Now, despite all this frustrating, unfulfilled potential, the story is actually quite intriguing, especially once you've cleared the 5 levels. Inside the main hall of the castle, Leon finally comes face to face with Walter.
Tribute.
Surprisingly,
you steal men's souls.
I'm awake.
And make them your slaves.
Oh god! Everybody wake up! Everybody wake up! Dave coming in with the gifted sub to wake everybody up. Good morning. I wasn't sleeping. Thank you, Dave.
Releases Sarah without a fight.
I was supposed to be the one to fill your dark soul with light.
Saying he'll see Leon in the throne room. With Sarah rescued, Leon takes her out
Wake
to
me
Ronaldo's
up.
cabin, but here tragedy strikes.
I can't wake
The
up.
anti-vampire spells which
Seriously,
protect
this is a
Ronaldo
big
suddenly
problem.
trigger, grievously injuring
I have
Sarah
work in the
and throwing
morning.
Leon into a panic.
Save
Ronaldo
me.
reveals that Sarah has been bitten by Walter and will soon turn into a vampire herself. The only way to prevent this from happening is to defeat Walter, but without a way to harm the powerful vampire, Leon is clueless as to what to do. With a somber tone in his voice, Ronaldo claims there is a way to defeat Walter, but it requires
Ronaldo, dude, I love what you did at the World Cup, my guy. Congratulations.
sacrifice. By using alchemy, they could combine the magical whip with the vampiric power inside of Sarah, but doing so requires Leon to kill her, with the life of one who truly trusts him necessary for the bonding spell to work. Obviously, Leon is disgusted by the idea, but Sarah, knowing her life as a human is about to end, begs him to do it and asks him to swear to use the whip to wipe out vampire kind and make sure this can never happen again. With tears clouding his eyes, Leon agrees, and with a single swipe, the process is complete. And the legendary vampire killer whip, which every future Castlevania protagonist will wield, is
I'll say it. Lame origin story.
created.
Have to go to bed.
Wee. Boo-hoo, I'm tired. Wee.
I'm joking. Thank you, MT, for hanging out.
Armed with his new powerful weapon, Leon sets out to seek his revenge.
Wrong button.
And after fighting through the main halls of the castle, we ascend the moonlit stairs.
Sarah does have the
throne
highest kill count in the
Here
series.
the
Yes.
vampire sits, suitably pleased with the game he's been playing at Leon's expense. But this facade cracks as soon as you land a hit on him, and he realizes that the vampire killer has the power to destroy him.
Tribute. You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
I'm awake. Oh my god, Rogues, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Which leads to a panicked Walter unleashing his full power
That
in a
woke me up.
climactic fight against our vengeful hero.
I'm trying
When
to
the final
sleep
blow
here.
is struck,
I'm
Walter
sorry,
can't
guys.
believe he's actually been defeated.
If I'm
And
not
as
allowed
Leon
to sleep,
strides forward
you're
to
not allowed
finish
to
the
sleep.
job.
And actually, in all honesty, I am going to fix that because that is really, really loud. Let me fix that right now. Settings, subscriber alert, variation setting. When gifted, settings, change the volume. Take that down. Save. When gifted, exactly 2 apparently has its own separate settings. I do not understand why. All right. It should no longer be loud for gifted subs. There we go. Apologies.
The vampire gives one final taunt.
Richter
that
screaming
his power
ASMR.
means he will be resurrected and cannot truly die. And this is when the game
No, I imagine people are watching this stream to go to sleep, and I don't want to bother them.
serves up an almighty twist. As he begins to slip into the underworld, suddenly Walter is absorbed by a powerful alchemical artifact, and when the mists clear, its owner is revealed to be none other than Matthias Kronkvist, the bedridden strategist from the opening cutscene.
Oh my god. Matthias.
Leon demands an explanation, and Matthias then delivers a crushing revelation. When his wife Elizabetha died after he had spent his life waging the church's wars, he became consumed with a burning hatred and swore to do everything he could to pursue vengeance against a religion that he felt
Wait,
had
but what about
abandoned him.
Walter?
He'd led Sarah to the castle.
See you
of
later,
Eternal
Rogue. Thank you
Night,
so much again.
knowing that Leon would arrive to rescue her, and in doing so would defeat Walter, who in a weakened state could be absorbed by Matthias, passing on his supernatural powers. In his new form, Matthias is a powerful vampire, possessing unholy abilities matched with an unparalleled cunning, and at his command are the forces of evil, ready to plunder and destroy God's creation
Better call
and
Saul.
exact his revenge. He offers the very same power to his one-time partner, but Leon refuses, returning to the oath he swore Sarah, to destroy all of vampire kind and prevent any more of the pain they've caused. Matthias replies that he thought Leon of all people would understand, and then as dawn rises, he commands the Reaper to kill him, abandoning his childhood friend to his fate. This brings us into the final fight of the entire game, and with Leon's victory,
Oh
the
yeah, you don't
castle
even
crumbles,
fight
and he
Dracula,
sets
you
off
fight
into the
death.
world, ready to uphold his vow to destroy vampire kind and take revenge on Matthias. The credits roll, and we're shown a final text crawl, stating that this begins the struggle of the Belmont clan against evil, and while Leon would never again meet Matthias, his descendants would continue the battle, an exquisite play from which two souls shall never escape. It's an enthralling origin story that treats the conflict between Belmont and Dracula with a level of seriousness and drama that I'm sure most hardcore fans would have loved. But I'm not gonna lie, much like everything else in Lament of Innocence,
Walter
it
was
falls
supposed to be
short of meeting its
Dracula.
lofty
Yeah,
ambitions.
well.
The biggest issue is obviously that while the twist is extremely surprising, if you've missed the opening cutscene or simply forgotten about the few lines of text that mention Matthias, you'll be left wondering who exactly he is. Lament desperately needed some early levels or a flashback that showed the two knights battling together, possibly highlighting their disillusionment with the church in order for the big Dracula reveal to have maximum effect. Even the vow of the Belmonts to destroy Dracula wherever he rises isn't perfectly executed, as in order for the Belmont clan to continue, Leon presumably must have remarried and had children, which somewhat weakens his characterization as a man so devoted to his betrothed that he'd give up everything for her.
What makes you think he got married to have kids? What if he just busted one and got someone pregnant, though?
In terms of
Just, like, let him move on.
establishing a unique
Yeah, he can't fuck a whip. Like,
mythology for the series, I'd say it broadly succeeds.
let the man nut.
And despite all my criticism, I actually like a lot of the concepts. It's a fittingly tragic starting point for a series that has always concerned itself with the
Nope,
morbid
if your
and
girlfriend
morose.
dies, you just
And
have
even
to
with
be
its
celibate
obvious design
forever.
missteps, I think it makes for a fascinating and well-intentioned video game, and one that's still worth some attention all these years later. And that was a sentiment also shared by contemporary critics. The game reviewed quite well, gaining a 79 out of 100 on Metacritic, with some high-profile reviews from
79? Okay, fair enough.
IGN and Edge really praising Igarashi's attempt to renew the series in the third dimension. Unfortunately, as is ever
If the
been
vampire
series
killer is
curse,
alive, does it become a
critical
threesome?
praise didn't automatically
If you use the
convert to
vampire
sales.
killer in the
And while
bedroom, then
Lament
yes,
wasn't
which I'm pretty
exactly a
sure you
flop,
know.
it didn't
At least
sell
one of the
anything
Belmonts
like the
gots do.
numbers that other similar franchises were shipping. That very same year, Devil May Cry 2 and Prince of Persia: Sands of Time both released to blockbuster sales.
Dude, Sands of Time, I don't think is a game that has aged necessarily amazingly, but I haven't played it recently. I remember loving this game when I was younger. I need to replay it.
And in various interviews, Igarashi always lamented the troubled development process his own action.
I remember
game
having a
went
lot of
through,
fun with it, but I
which
don't
he
know if
felt
the game
robbed
like
it of a
holds up
chance of
under
hitting similar
modern scrutiny
numbers.
or not.
Personally, I think he's being a little harsh.
I haven't
on
thought about
himself,
that game in
as
years.
really Konami has a lot to answer for the game's lackluster sales.
But I forgot, it was like a
Marketing was almost
blockbuster game.
non-existent, and they made the frankly awful decision to abandon Ayami Kojima's incredible cover art for the game's Japanese and European releases, which must have made Lament look so incredibly dorky on the shelves next to the style of Devil May Cry 2, Silent Hill 3, and Max Payne 2. Luckily, it's...
Yeah, the sequel is nowhere near as good. Okay, that sounds like what I thought. Because the Prince of Persia series fucking died out like hella hard. Whereas, you know, a lot of other series are still going.
Modest return and critical reception had done enough to convince the suits to give Igarashi another attempt, and with a slightly larger budget this time. The team immediately set to work on another PlayStation 2 game, one which they dreamt would correct Lament's issues and catapult the franchise back to the top of the AAA pile.
The good one. What? Which game is this? I've never seen this game before. It kind of looks familiar. Wait, hold on. Which game is this? This is Dawn of Sorrow. What was it? What's the... Oh, God, I was trying to make the joke, but I forgot the name of the box art. Oh, it's Dawn of... Guys, it's Dawn of Sorrow. I didn't recognize it at first. Oh, yeah. No, Konami's best. That's so weird. Why? Like, is this like an alternate box art that I'm not aware of? Because we all played this version. It looks kind of familiar, I guess.
But before we get to that, it's back to the world of handhelds, where the team are working on the much anticipated follow-up to Aria of Sorrow. Announced in January of 2005, Dawn of Sorrow broke new ground for the franchise, as incredibly, it was the first true sequel since Castlevania 3 almost 15 years earlier. Igarashi said he knew Soma and the Tactical Soul system were too good to waste on a single game.
True.
And as the team were moving over to a new console, having that foundation already laid would allow them to focus on a smooth transition. When it finally released in August of 2005, it seemed that Igarashi had done it again, with critical praise and rave reviews lavished on the series' first two-screen outing, and sales sure to follow. Now this might prove to be the most controversial
Anime
take
art
in the
style.
entire video, but I am not actually that big of a fan of Dawn of Sorrow.
Really? Colored me surprised. The guy who likes Castlevania 64 doesn't like the good video game.
Despite its smoothly reimagining Aria on the Nintendo DS, I sadly think a lot of the magic has been lost in the process.
What, is it too anime
Let's
for
deal
you?
with the obvious difference first, which is that Dawn of Sorrow
Is
uses
anime.
2 screens rather than 1,
Oh.
which might sound weird, but actually works extremely well.
Yeah.
On the top screen, we have either your stats or the castle map, and on the bottom is all of the action side-scrolling gameplay. Being able to get your bearings with just a glance makes
2
these
screens
genres
is fine.
feel designed for the
The 2-screen system that they came up for the DS games is fine. Having the map on one screen or like enemy stats on one screen and then the gameplay, it works great. No complaints. Now, if he's going to complain about the touch controls are too hard, fine. You win. I'm not going to defend the seal system. I'm not going to defend it. It's not as bad as most people say it is, but I'm not going to defend it. It's not that bad, but I'm not going to try and defend it.
the DS, and it is surprisingly hard to go back to a world where
the fusion system, you have to suffer with ass weapons or grind for more souls. It also hurts that the luck doesn't work properly for you to get better souls. Am I remembering this correctly? The luck stat is broken. If the luck stat wasn't broken, because if you play the randomizer with the fixed luck stat, you get soul drops like fucking crazy. I've played the randomizer or just play the patch that fixes the luck stat. You get drops like all the time. So having the broken luck stat be like in the final release, unfortunately, does suck.
locked away on a separate screen. Another obvious improvement is the game's graphics, which take the core concepts of Aria and then push them to a whole new.
My favorite Castlevania art style outside of Symphony of the Night is Dawn of Sorrow. I think Dawn of Sorrow has like some of the coolest map design, some of the coolest enemy design, coolest character design, coolest weapon design. Like, it's just fucking just nonstop bangers. I love Dawn of Sorrow. Portrait also has really good stuff as well. I just don't like the map nearly as much. The castle design in Portrait, me.
Level. The Nintendo DS was substantially more powerful than the Game Boy Advance, and the very first version came with a CPU 4 times
Abaddon
as
is an
powerful
annoying boss,
and 4
yeah.
megabytes of onboard RAM. It allowed games to be far more detailed.
Tommy
without
did work
losing
on the
any
sound. Yeah, he
performance.
did.
And a complex
Tommy
side-scrolling
Toblerone did
RPG
all the
like
sound
Dawn of Sorrow
effects.
was exactly the
He's actually the voice of Soma in this game, if you didn't know that. So that's Tommy Tortellini.
kind of game that could take full advantage of it. Almost every screen has 3D elements and
So in
multi-layer
Portrait,
parallax
Rondo,
scrolling in
the rest don't
background,
matter.
with
Sure.
tons of little graphical touches that have been implemented, like snow falling off of cars or ash floating through the air. Frankly, it's more comparable to Symphony of the Night than its GBA predecessor,
it's-
and really stands as a testament to how far portable video games had come in such a short period of time.
I've always said it's the
While it's
closest
incredibly
Castlevania game to
impressive from a
Symphony of the Night
technical
in
perspective,
execution, in
and
my
uses
opinion.
those two screens to great success, we have
For
to
good
address
and
the
for
elephant
worse.
in the room, which is Dawn of Sorrow's highly controversial change in art direction. While Aria
He's literally going to complain that the game is too anime when he said Portrait of Ruin is awesome because it's anime? Not Portrait of Ruin, sorry. I meant the other one, Rondo of Blood. He was like, I love the anime aesthetic of Rondo of Blood. The anime aesthetic of Dawn of Sorrow is too much.
Aria of Sorrow had shipped big numbers. Just like Harmony of Dissonance before it, they had been primarily in America and Europe. And regardless of how Igarashi changed the formula, the team couldn't seem to put something together that captured the imagination of Japanese gamers. This lack of success in their home country, coupled with some extremely bad analytics about the average age of a Nintendo DS owner, led to the utterly horrible decision to move from the distinctive artwork of Ayami Kojima over to a more traditional, child-friendly anime look. From the gaudy opening cutscene to the ridiculously bland character portraits, there just isn't anything nice to say about this decision, and it really robs Dawn of that unique look that Kojima had worked so hard to craft for the series.
Really? Do people actually care that much? Dead ass?
Characters who previously exuded
He also did say child friendly, yeah.
a sophisticated style like Genya, Soma, and Julius now
Okay, bro, you're sounding real elitist right now.
The sophisticated style versus this childish cartoons. It's fine. The gameplay is goated, who cares?
look like
Actually, the gameplay's not good because the Chaos Realm does suck major ass, and Menace is the worst final boss to exist in any video game ever. But other than that, the game's actually really good.
poorly drawn Saturday morning cartoon characters, and it undermines almost every moment of dialogue, draining scenes of their mystery and replacing it with something that feels more like a Toonami production. Now, this might be more understandable.
Toonami's goated with the sauce, bro. What are you talking about? Toonami had the sauce.
If the content of the plot was similarly toned down for a mainstream audience. But incredibly, Dawn of Sorrow contains some extremely macabre imagery.
I'll say Toonami got a fucking stray shot at them from this guy for no reason. Toonami's goated. What is wrong with him? Did Toonami make anything original? No. Not that I'm aware of. I think maybe in its later years, but peak Toonami, no.
Tells a story that, were it not for the Digimon presentation, would be considered
Now he's saying Digimon is an insult. Everybody's catching strays.
one of the darkest stories in the entire franchise. A few years after the events
What
of
did
Aria of
Digimon do to
Sorrow,
you?
Soma and Mina are enjoying their lives in peace when they suddenly come under attack by the minions of Celia Faulkner. Luckily, Genya Arikado
Gurgoth is the
on
best
hand to
Digimon,
help out,
true.
and Soma
Gurgoth
makes
actually
short
could be a
work of his
Digimon.
attackers. Turns out the gang from the last game Genya, Julius, and Yoko had been monitoring
And that's a good
Celia,
thing.
who's
Digimon's
the leader
cool.
of a cult dedicated to the resurrection of the Dark Lord. By killing Soma, the cult hopes he will be resurrected as someone more interested in leading them to world domination, and not the fur coat wearing
He has
high
smoke
school
for
student
everyone.
who goes shopping with his girlfriend. Obviously, Genya doesn't want to risk Soma's dark powers returning, so warns him away from their mission. But in true hero style, Soma turns up at the cult's headquarters anyway, and joins in with the gang's mission to prevent the
Not
return
every game
of the
can be as
Dark
good as
Lord.
Castlevania 64.
Very quickly,
True.
we're introduced to Celia's two candidates to inherit Soma's power, Dario and Dimitri, who, just like
Dario.
Graham Jones, were born in 1999 when Count Dracula originally died. And defeating the three of
Mamma
them
Mia,
is the
it's
only
me,
goal of the game.
Dario.
There's no mystery or surprise
my brother,
twist, just a straight-up
Luigi.
tale about our vampire-slaying Scooby-Doo gang taking down a cult of bad hombres. Sounds ideal
Hombres?
for a light-hearted
Is he allowed to say hombre like that? That feels a little bit gamer racist to me. I don't know.
anime romp, but as we'll find out later, things get pretty dark pretty quickly.
Dario and his
So
brother
as we
that's
begin
voiced
to
by Chris
explore the
Pratt.
cult's headquarters, everything falls into a very familiar pattern. We wander levels looking for upgrades, collect an arsenal of souls,
Cut
and converse
lines
with
for
our
the US
supporting
release
cast
from
while
Dario?
defeating a host of
I don't know what that
bosses.
is.
It's a proven formula, so what could possibly go wrong? Well, to my taste, quite a bit. For starters, the cult headquarters setting is really very weak, and a real missed opportunity for the franchise to move on to creative new things now that Castlevania has disintegrated into the past. While levels are beautifully presented, they really lack cohesion.
Oh, the fact that he
and
only
don't
laughs,
feel
yeah.
like a real place. Dracula's castle was full of areas that you'd traditionally find in a castle, but this cult base is full of odd environmental choices like a clown-filled guest house, a wizardry laboratory, and a portal that literally leads into hell.
Brother in Christ. These same exact places were in Aria. He's joking, right? This game has like almost 1-to-1 the same exact castle design as Aria, but he doesn't like it because now it's in a cult story? What? What?
It never feels like somewhere an organisation would be operating out of, and it comes across as very video gamey.
Because you're playing a video game.
Like it was designed to facilitate mechanics, with very little thought given to how the environment plays into the narrative.
You want this to be fucking dark? What? What's up, Blackwell?
That same lack of story integration really plagues the bosses, which have virtually no reason to exist other than to provide the game with big end-of-level fights.
They're references to Aria most of the time, right? Well, not all of them, actually.
Previously, we were fighting against Dracula's evil servants who lived in the castle, but in Dawn there's very little explanation for why the cult are keeping a huge Cyclops monster or a giant bat in
They were in the first game. And they're resurrecting because
their headquarters. And that's a real shame too, as the boss fights are easily the standout element of Dawn of Sorrow. And Igarashi's team seem to have really taken on the
Dude, this guy's getting
criticism that their
fucked
fights
up
could often be too
by
easy.
Paranoia. To be fair, I get fucked up by Paranoia too. Paranoia is a hard boss fight.
Hideous monsters like the Gurgoth break through the arena floor, causing a mad collapse into another location, and strange beings like Abaddon and Zephyr have unique mechanics that go far beyond simple pattern recognition. My favourite by some distance is the Puppet Master, a horrific looking marionette that drags a voodoo doll of Soma over to 4 Iron Maidens, which you need to destroy before they can do massive damage to you. It's a clever idea for a boss, and on my first attempt it really caught me off guard, as I was just so taken aback by its terrifying design, and I couldn't work out what was actually happening.
She's summoning demons to strengthen the candidates.
Now at the end
Thank you for actually explaining the lore, because I forgot it. Thank you.
of the day, this is a gameplay driven series, so the aesthetic complaints shouldn't really ruin the experience. But Dawn of Sorrow is also let down by some seriously drab level design. Most rooms have incredibly basic layouts, and usually just have the same enemy pasted 4 or 5 times in a row, rarely coming up with anything interesting or any unique sequences. Amazing.
Okay, sure. I'll let you have. If that's just whatever, I don't agree, but sure, whatever, man.
There isn't a single new movement ability or transformation, and it leads to a surprisingly
I feel like that's like a
one-note
common thing, but yeah, like that's like every Castlevania game, though, right? He's not wrong, but also isn't that most Castlevania game design? Like Arya did the same thing, except maybe it's like 2 different enemies copy and pasted instead of just one. And also he just picked the one room that happened to have the same enemy pasted like 4 or 5 times. I don't know.
game where you simply follow the exact same structure as
So
Arya,
it also has a lot
but
of
in a
those.
less
Yeah,
interesting
I feel like it's a
castle
common
with a less
thing.
interesting plot. Now, if it sounds like I've been very negative so far, I've not even got to the worst part, which is the game's utterly baffling magical seal system.
We get it. The seals are so hard, bro. Also, you're playing on emulators, so like you also don't get a chance to really like be like the seals don't make sense. If you used a touch screen with a stylus, it's not that bad. Playing on a mouse does make it a lot harder. Haha, seals bad. Touch control's bad. Yeah, it's literally not that bad. Just practice the seals before you fight the boss. Practice the seals like twice before you fight the boss, and you'll never fuck it up. The seals are not that hard. You're a grown-ass adult. Learn how to draw a pentagram.
In order to defeat a boss, you need to complete a magical seal, which is done by tracing a specific...
He's playing with the hack. He's playing with the hack that literally skips
To
it.
defeat a boss, you need to complete...
He's playing with the patch that literally skips it, and he's complaining about it in this video.
Bruh. He literally has the patch that skips the seals, and he's complaining about it in the video. Get the fuck out of here, my guy.
complete a magical seal, which is done by tracing a specific pattern on the bottom screen. If you fail to do this in time, the boss recovers part of its health, and the fight goes on until the seal reappears and you get to attempt it again. It utterly sucks as a gameplay mechanic, adding nothing but frustration to what otherwise should be some of the best boss fights in the series. Having to suddenly take your hand off the side of the...
It's not nothing but frustration. It is designed to create like a level of like panic or like, you know, excitement. Like, oh my God, I have to draw with a steady hand during this like intense moment. Like there is like an actual gameplay element and like design element that you can argue that's why it was implemented. Also, Nintendo did force them to use touch controls in order for the game to be released. So like that's the way they came up with doing it. I don't know. Before I realized the timer doesn't start until you start drawing, I would always panic. I think there is a base level timer that will time out if you don't draw anything after a certain amount of time, though. You have a lot of time before you start drawing, but I think if you just sit there and don't do nothing for like 10 seconds, it'll just automatically, just the seal will break, if I remember correctly.
console and then trace some really quite complex patterns in just a few seconds.
They're not that complex, bro. There's a practice menu. Like, it's, again, I hate that I'm defending the seal system. It's not good, but if you're willing to make concessions for fucking Castlevania 64 being misunderstood, then you are smoking the dankest of crack for you to be making this the biggest complaint about Dawn of Sorrow. Because this is not the biggest problem with Dawn of Sorrow. The biggest problem with Dawn of Sorrow is the end game. Fucking the Chaos Realm and fucking Menace are the two worst designed parts of the game by far.
Is one of those design decisions that you can't quite believe made it past QA.
No,
But sadly,
that's Menace. Menace is the thing that shouldn't have made it past QA.
here it is in the final product. Luckily, as I'd already experienced this agonizing mechanic when I played it on release,
So I put the
for this
hack
video,
so I could
I decided to treat myself to playing a ROM which
Whatever.
auto-completes the seals.
So then shut the fuck up, you're a baby, you gave up.
And I think that's a big part of why I was able to enjoy the boss fights so much more. With gory, captivating designs and really interesting mechanics.
You
they
think
simply-
Menace is a well-designed boss fight? Codeman, the floor is yours. I'm waiting. I am curious. Ugh. It's not well designed, but it's not that bad. Nah, it is that bad, bro. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I will say on a casual playthrough, it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be if you overlevel your character. but it is very Menace is very overtuned, and it's mostly because of the RNG mouths. The mouths that fly at you take like 4 or 5 hits to break, and the angles in which they fly at you is like you're just gonna take damage. Like you're just guaranteed to take like 500 damage every time you fight Menace, no matter what. But yeah. It's the mouths. The mouths is the issue, not actually Menace himself. Menace's attacks are super easy to dodge. It's the mouths. They're annoying. Not as bad as CV64.
This ridiculous gimmick.
True.
And to this day, you can still get message boards raging by asking Castlevania
To this day, if people are holding on to Dawn of Sorrow rage, I don't know what to tell you, man.
fans if they want magical seals to return. Now, despite all these criticisms,
I agree it
Dawn
shouldn't
of
return
Sorrow
in
is
future
not a
titles,
bad
but it's
game.
like,
and I'd
just accept. I don't know, man. It's not that bad.
say that if you played this before Aria or Symphony, you'd likely miss all these strange quirks and still have a fantastic time with it. It's really saved by the fact that, at its core, it's still an Igarashi-developed exploration side-scroller. And that's just one of those video game formulas that's always going to be fun, regardless of how many bad decisions end up being plastered.
That is not true. It is not always going to be fun, regardless of the bad decisions. There are plenty of bad 2D action side-scrollers. There are plenty.
Over the top of it. Something else that really saves its reputation is that it ends extremely strongly, saving virtually all of its good ideas for the final hour, and even
all of its best ideas for the final. This guy is a contrarian. Holy shit. If he's about to tell me that the Chaos Realm is the best part of the game, I'm going to walk away.
delivering some interesting surprises. When you finally reach the pinnacle of the cult's headquarters, instead of being confronted by Celia or Dracula, we face off against Dario, a fire mage who does battle in front of a giant mirror, reflecting the evil demon that's fueling his power. When you defeat him, the castle begins to crumble, and Soma and the gang have to flee, which allows
bad
Celia to
ending,
escape,
of course.
giving us the most overt and unconcluded bad ending of the series so far.
This isn't his gameplay footage. Wait, what? He just ripped that from some... What?
Now what you're supposed to do is have fully explored the castle, which results in you defeating the Pandemonium boss and gaining the ability to enter magical mirrors. Generally speaking, they just hold hidden treasure chests, but if you use it on the mirror in the Dario fight, you'll instead face off against the demon possessing him.
I didn't realize
which
the joke you were
rewards
making until
with
now.
the
That's
final
funny.
magical seal and access to Celia's grotto in the center of the castle. Here, Soma finds his worst nightmare.
He's a fire
triumphant
mage,
Celia
bro. I don't
standing
know.
before a captured Mina, strung up on a tree, being used as bait to draw the evil out from within our hero. Before there's any time to react, the cult leader ends Mina's life, and thus triggers the Dark Awakening in Soma. Consumed with rage,
Another
Soma
bad ending.
abandons his promise to keep his powers in check, and after disintegrating Celia in revenge, the camera cuts across to Genya and Julius, who with heavy hearts set off to defeat the reborn Dark Lord. It's another fake-out bad ending, although this time we get something very worthwhile for seeing Soma succumb to the darkness.
He uses fire like once?
This
No, all of his
cutscene
attacks are
unlocks
fire.
Julius mode, which is an absolutely fantastic alternative playthrough where we control Julius.
My hot take, Julius mode is overrated. It's not that fun.
Yoko
Mostly because the game isn't balanced around the idea of playing as Julius mode. The game's just not balanced around it. So the bosses just don't work a lot of the time for Julius mode.
and Genya as they battle through the cult's headquarters in order to defeat a now evil Soma. Alternative playable characters have always been
Hello? 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 Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. YouTube just broke itself. The video is so dank that it just broke. Julius mode, also known as please don't use Julius, he's so useless. Julius mode, aka Alucard and Yoko team up to beat the game. Don't blame YouTube. I don't know what's going on, man. I've been having issues with YouTube all day today. Abaddon in Julius mode is a big pain in the ass. You can get through with Alucard, but it's annoying. This video is all Castlevania. Yep. It is a 7.5 hour Castlevania video. I'm going to refresh the vid and hope for the best. Prage. Please. Uh-oh. Is YouTube dead? For real, for real? I'm going to let this load for a minute. I'm going to use the bathroom while it loads. Sorry, y'all. I'll be back in just a second. Damn it, Susan. Still nothing, huh? It's not my internet. I haven't dropped a single frame, and my internet is going turbo gigablast mode, so I'm confused what's going on.
The Reborn Dark Lord.
What the fuck?
It's another fake-out bad ending.
We're
Although
back.
this time, we get something very worthwhile for seeing Soma succumb to the darkness. This cutscene unlocks Julius mode, which is an absolutely fantastic alternative playthrough where we control Julius, Yoko and Genya as they battle through the cult's headquarters in order to defeat a now evil Soma. Alternative playable characters have always been a part of Castlevania since Rondo of Blood, and while you could play through Symphony as Richter or Harmony as Maxim, Julius mode is easily the most fleshed out, featuring cutscenes, unique bosses, and a gameplay style that's arguably better than the base game. It's heavily influenced by Castlevania 3, and you can switch
Gameplay style that's arguably better than the base game? What? I mean,
Julius mode is cool. I think it's really cool, and you get to play as Alucard again, but
just got back with my wife from the hospital. Oh my god, I hope you're okay. I'm sorry to hear that. The unique boss is the final boss versus Soma. It's not bosses, it's boss singular. She has pneumonia? Damn. I wish her the best of luck. Did he even mention Menace? No, not yet.
between the characters at any time, with
I think
all
he
of them
will at
having
some
different
point.
abilities that you need to use to defeat bosses. And now
You just never play as Julius. Julius did like 20 damage with that cross because they nerfed the Julius into the fucking ground. There's no reason to ever play as Julius in Julius mode.
navigate your way to the throne. It strips Dawn back to its fundamentals, which are actually quite strong, and shows that Castlevania can still be a satisfying action game when it wants to be. As the team arrive in the throne room, we're treated to another beautifully dramatic boss fight, with Soma's complex moveset easily providing the biggest
Also, the red
challenge
pants
in
are
the
better,
game.
true.
I particularly like all the allusions to previous Draculas. He teleports around the arena like the NES incarnations, has a beastly second phase cribbed straight from Rondo
He teleports around like the NES incarnations? He teleports in every incarnation, huh? That's like his thing.
Blood. And we even have what looks like a portrait of Matthias Kronkvist up on the wall, finally linking our 2035 Dracula back to his ancient origins. It's such
don't
a
think that's meant to be
satisfying alternative
Matthias.
ending that I almost wish this tragic finale
That's not Matthias. That's somebody else, right?
was the true conclusion.
He does walk in
of Soma's
OE,
story.
that is true.
Castlevania has always been a series that's put huge stock into matters of fate and destiny, and Dracula finally giving in to his true nature feels like a suitably gothic way to sign off on the series. Of course, it's not actually the real ending, and you get that by heading into Celia's grotto with Mina's talisman equipped, which allows Soma to sense that Celia has only killed a fake, and the real Mina is safe at home, waiting for his return. Somehow, this all leads to Dmitri resurrecting from the body of the dead Faye,
Maybe it's
and him and Celia heading off into an area called the Abyss, which acts as a stand-in for the Chaos Realm from Aria. The final moments are also where that clash between in-game visuals and art direction reaches peak disconnect, as the Abyss is Castlevania at its most depraved. The last room of the game is a huge warped hall made out of human flesh, and we find Celia now being offered as a sacrifice, strung up on a cross made of limbs.
He says
It's like something.
He says nothing about the. He's like, wow, this game has bad level design. Let me show you perfectly normal level design. And then completely skips over the bad level design that is the fucking Abyss.
From a Clive Barker novel, and it's impossible to not dream of how beautifully horrific this could have looked if it was guided by Ayami Kojima's haunting art.
What? What?
Dimitri's sacrifice results in a demon
How much different do you think it would have looked?
tearing through his body, and our final fight
The art design doesn't affect the sprite work. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What?
takes place against his massive deformed carcass, which the game refers to as Menace. It functions like a cross between a classic Castlevania boss and something out of Shadow of the Colossus, requiring you to leap around a huge arena, destroying multiple fleshy weak points in order to topple the abomination. It's
He also
an
skips the
absolutely
garden. He's incapable of dealing
incredible
with
fight. And despite all
massive
my
trauma.
complaints, it's a fitting end to a game that at the very least knew how to put together some damn fine bosses. The game concludes with the Scooby Gang standing on a cliff, watching the headquarters crumble into dust like so many.
He says nothing about Menace other than he's Shadow of the Colossus plus Castlevania. Yeah, it's Demon Crate. Demon Crate would have been a much better. This video is 7 hours, yes, and we're 4.5 hours in.
Before them.
This has been a wild ride. Also, welcome to the 24-hour stream.
Genya reassures Soma that despite everything that's happened, with all his friends around him, he has the strength to always resist the dark.
Oh my god, 5.5
While
hours left,
pretenders
baby.
to the
We're in the
throne
final
may always
stretch.
appear. They will continue to defeat them for as long
Seeds
as
plus
they
Mauled,
can.
that's me. I am
And so the
Seeds
sun
and Mauled.
sets,
I'm
and with
Darth
it,
Mauled.
The story of Soma Cruz. This game is the very last moment in the timeline, as its two
You just
spiritual
watched this the
sequels,
other day.
which we'll cover shortly.
Dude, this is a
Both
trip.
dive back into the 100-year cycle.
This guy, like, I'm not trying to gatekeep. I'm not trying to be an elitist, but like, this guy shouldn't be allowed to have opinions anymore.
The Igarashi spent so
I don't understand how someone is just so good at being wrong with opinions.
much effort trying to get away from.
On a scale of 1 to sore, how are my hands? I'll give him a solid 6.
Soma Cruz is more than a fitting end
I'm definitely
to the
not going to use
story
my
of
hands
Black
at all
Tempest.
tomorrow, but I think I'm
honestly,
at a point
I find
now
this
where my
battle
hands are
against
fine.
Celia Faulkner to be a
There's
bit
no
of an
pain at all.
underwhelming
There's a little bit of tingling there, but there's no pain at all, which is good.
conclusion to the saga. And really, I think it would have been completely fine if they just simply left the story.
He
with
wants us to
Aria,
get mad. Don't give him the
striking out in a
satisfaction.
completely new direction for a new console, like they had so many times in the past. Where the game does succeed is in providing a proof of concept for Igarashi's exploration side-scrollers on the Nintendo DS, which frankly feels like it was designed to allow games like this to shine. With 2 screens, more buttons,
Hate clicks
and
do
just
work.
the right
Well,
level
that's the
of
thing is
graphical
like he's not clickbaiting with like hate necessarily. It's more so he just has really weird opinions that also aren't backed by a lot of like super accurate facts. Sometimes he just says things that is like source equals trust me, bro. But you know,
power. It was an incredibly strong foundation that would lead to 2 more extremely interesting games.
yo, I want to hear what he says about Curse of Darkness. This one is going to be honestly the one I've been waiting for. I want to know what he thinks of this game.
It might surprise you to hear, but the successful transition of handheld titles from Game Boy Advance to Nintendo DS was actually managed by a relatively small team, as the vast majority of the Castlevania crew was busy working on the console follow-up to Lament of Innocence. In early 2005, Koji Igarashi took to the media to reveal Curse of Darkness. Much to everyone's surprise, it was absolutely nothing like Lament of Innocence. During the reveal, Iga was extremely candid about the issues in his last 3D game, saying openly that
Hector and
he
Isaac
thought fans
suck.
hadn't enjoyed the focus on
At least,
action,
you know,
and that he was personally dissatisfied with how the development
Hector's
process
kinda cute,
had
though.
impacted things like the camera and level design. Instead of producing a direct sequel, they'd started over from scratch, and Curse of Darkness was going to be a return to the action RPG blend that the series had become known for. This change of direction.
When am I
leaves us with a
collaborating
game
with Dragon
that's
Blitz Daily?
paradoxically
Never.
one of the
I hate
most
that guy.
engaging and frustrating in the entire franchise.
part of being bi, of course
full
they
of
suck.
original and well-designed gameplay ideas, but always coming along with an equally impressive dose of everything wrong with this genre. It might be a whole
Hector
new
is kind of a
approach,
Chad. I
but
don't
as
know.
we'll find out, it repeats many of the same sins. Now, despite the wholesale changes to the design of the game, which we'll get into shortly, the most surprising decision about Curse of Darkness is that it is a narrative sequel to Castlevania 3 from all the way back on the NES in 1989. Iga had always been open about it being his favourite Castlevania, and thanks to the creative freedom afforded by moving the series away from the classic Belmont vs. Dracula.
I came for plays Roblox. Oh, you missed the we watched the Roblox video earlier, man. I'm sorry. But we got to hear a lot about Tony Toblerone and his he made every video game ever, I think, and he's best friends with Miyamoto, so
storylines, he could put together his own tribute to that seminal title. We play as Hector, Devil Forge Master, who abandoned his position as one of Dracula's generals after finding love with a human woman
that sounds
named
fair, Astro.
Rosalie.
I'm kind of in the same
As
boat.
the game begins, he comes face to face with another Devil Forge Master, Isaac, whom Hector
Damn,
swore
Isaac.
to kill after he
Isaac about to
framed
make me
Rosalie
act
for
up.
witchcraft, which caused her to be burned at the stake by the locals. The whole plot of the game revolves around vengeance, with Hector tracking Isaac across the land and his bloody mission driving us forwards. In interviews, Igarashi claimed that he wanted to create a game with no good or bad characters, and given we're playing as an ex-general in Dracula's army, it does feel like this could be an interesting exploration of why people serve evil masters, and what happens in a power vacuum when they disappear. Unfortunately, what we get is not really anything like that, and Curse of Darkness' narrative is easily its worst element. Despite a larger cast of characters, more cutscenes, and much more dialogue than we got in Lament, none of that changes the fact that it's just badly written. While hunting for Isaac, Hector encounters the priest Zaid, who provides information, the witch Julia, who runs the local shop, and a time travel.
I'll say it, if you care this much about Castlevania stories, there's something wrong with your brain. You got brain worms. Castlevania stories is guy wants to beat the bad guy, and he's also evil and probably a demon. It's not that deep, bro.
Traveling dandy called Saint Germain.
If he doesn't
And while we
discuss
get
the
a handful
chairs,
of
he's a fake
cutscenes
fan.
with each, we never really learn anything about them, and it feels like they exist to propel us to the next level rather than having any proper role in the
seeds?
story. Much like in Lament, there's absolutely no NPCs, but where that previously worked thanks to the small scale of the story, here it has the effect of making the world feel incredibly empty. Dialogue only ever happens in cutscenes, which means it's often very detail light. And when
There are NPCs in their shop.
a character randomly pops up deep inside a dungeon, feels shoehorned into the flow of the game. Nowhere is this worse than how the game handles Trevor Belmont, an inclusion that should be an incredible moment of fan service, and instead ends up as a wasted opportunity. When you discover that the hero of Castlevania 3 is also hunting down Isaac, it's a genuinely cool moment, especially as he instinctively turns on Hector and you have to survive against him while pleading your innocence. The problem is that outside of this boss fight, he doesn't actually do anything, and barely has any impact on the plot. We never see Alucard, Cypher, or Grant.
Alucard's asleep. That's what he went to bed. It's nighttime. It's nighty night. Me. Brother, you made the video about Castlevania 3 like a couple hours ago. We watched it. Castlevania 3 was right where? Drago's, yeah.
Tribute.
Oh my god, it's so
You
loud.
steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
I thought I fixed the volume. I am so sorry. I don't know why it was that loud. Dave, thank you so much. Or sorry, that wasn't Dave. That was some random dude. Sorry. Dave is always the one that be gifted one sub, so I just assumed it was him. But some random dude. Thank you so much. I'm awake. Holy shit. Sorry for everybody who just woke up and was like asleep falling or fell asleep to the stream. I'm very, very sorry. That was not supposed to happen. Might be. Also, we forgot Grant, true.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
I made it quieter for that one. Thank you so much for the gifted, Dave, as well. Sorry, not to call you out. I didn't mean to.
Opportunity to pick up with the cast of Castlevania 3 and delve into what happens to people after Dracula is defeated is totally missed. Now, a huge reason that the narrative and characters seem so one-dimensional is that Curse of Darkness was one of Konami's first attempts to widen the scope of their releases and include other forms of media. They'd commissioned a 2-issue manga, also called Curse of Darkness,
I need to find this.
that delved into the backstory of the cast and provided the setup for the conflict we play through. Important
Is the video
plot points
flickering?
like
Yeah, it
Hector's
is.
history
It's because of the emulator he's using. The same thing happened to me when I played the game. The PS2 emulator, the way that it emulates this game, it just happens. There might be a way to fix that in the settings, but yeah, that's the. I made a big joke about it when we played through Curse of Darkness on my stream when we emulated it. I was talking about my it was the disc was skipping on the PlayStation 2. That was the joke I kept making.
history with Dracula, Isaac's
Because, you know,
murder of
emulation's
Rosalie,
illegal or
and just
whatever.
what exactly the Curse of Darkness even is, are all entirely
My guess, the Curse of Darkness is actually the curse of humanity, kind of like a sigil or a sign that is dark, that is placed on humanity that keeps them undead, actually. And then the undead will eventually have a chosen warrior that is destined to link the flame. Wait, wrong game.
found in these comics. And it
There's a
means the game
Soten manga?
suffers from that same old issue that multimedia projects often fall foul of. You need to engage.
I
with
have listened to the
everything,
radio
or
drama.
the story
Yes, I
just
have.
doesn't work. So outside
But
of
it
the
was a
big
long time
narrative
ago.
changes, the other areas Igarashi really wanted to focus on
No, but I like making a joke about like, oh, I'm not pirating a video game. I'm not emulating. That's illegal. Like as a joke, but like I know that it's not illegal.
with a camera and level design. But amazingly, neither are particularly better than what he put together in Lament. The camera is no longer fixed, and with the right stick, you're free to position it however you want, which sounds liberating, but barely makes a difference to how the game actually feels to
I mean, it's an early 3D PS2 game camera. Yeah, it's not great, but you know, it's serviceable. It gets the job done.
play. There isn't any platforming or complex movement of any kind.
That doesn't sound accurate.
I'm interested in this.
Good morning. Please enjoy the dulcet tones of text-to-speech yelling at you.
Well, it wasn't so much yelling as much as it was like, you know, firmly speaking to me, but yeah. Appreciate you, Cryo. There's platforming in this game, right? Right. There's definitely platforming, right? Right. This guy did praise the camera in Castlevania 64, true.
So in practice, you
Yeah, there is platforming because you get the bird.
just lock onto the closest enemy and leave the camera to do its own thing. When you're fighting one-on-one, it works perfectly well, but
he
up
said there
against
was
larger
none.
groups, it actually
He said there was 0 and I'm petty, so I'm holding that against him. He lied on the internet.
starts to fall apart. You can change target with the L2 button, but it often doesn't switch to the nearest enemy, and it makes encounters against fast-paced
I know.
flying demons or big varied groups a real mess to try and navigate. The new approach to level design is also another very mixed bag.
This guy said Castlevania 64 had a good camera, yes.
Instead of distinct levels,
This guy said Castlevania 64 actually is underrated. Actually, he didn't say that. He said it was kind of in between underrated and overrated because some people underrate it and then other people overrate it. Regardless, he had nice things to say about Castlevania 64, which is more than me.
we now have a much more open structure to the world, with larger zones that flow seamlessly into one another. And instead of everything taking place indoors, the copy and paste square rooms have been replaced with a far bigger variety of environments. While that sounds great on paper, the reality
Every single video game that came out before, what
What's a game that actually fixed the camera? Is there a 3D game that actually fixed like camera controls? Because it took a while. Like every game that came out, like let's say pre-2011, that was 3 dimensions or third person, just except that the camera just didn't work. KH2, maybe. KH2 had a decent camera. Let's just say KH2 for argument's sake, sure. Everything that came out before KH2, just disregard it. The camera is bad.
The reality is, Igarashi's team was still working with the same engine, and so zones are still segregated into lots of smaller areas separated by short loading screens. The rooms might be larger and look slightly more interesting, but really all this has done is increase the amount of time it takes to get around. And the general...
I will say I agree with that. This game has a lot of walking with like nothing to do in between certain walking segments. Mega Man Legends had a great camera. Mega Man Legends is a good video game that has a serviceable camera.
The flow of slowly filling out your map and looking for a boss room is functionally no different. In fact, it's actually worse from a structural point of view, because without the hub leading to different levels,
is the Lord of the
once
Ring
you
of
do
video
beat a boss,
games.
it's incredibly unclear where you're supposed to go next. And as you can only view the map of the area you're in, and any new routes aren't marked, acquiring a fresh skill and then actually working out where you can use it becomes a ludicrously boring chore without a walkthrough. So this probably sounds like a pretty terrible video game, right? Well, no. Despite all those hideously glaring flaws, Curse of Darkness is entirely saved by its new RPG systems.
Let him cook. Let him cook. I don't agree with what he's saying, but I'm gonna let him cook.
The idea is that when Hector left Dracula's army, he also shed all of his power, and in order to kill Isaac, he's got to slowly rebuild it over the course of the game. This means that level ups and experience points and equipment have all been brought back, and to be fair, this does add some much needed purpose to the constant battling. Now this is all pretty typical stuff, but where Curse gets really interesting is the Innocent Devil system. As a Devil Forge Master, Hector can summon and bind different demonic servants to his will, and you very quickly build up a team of different creatures. Each one has a unique function. For example, the fairy type can provide heals and buffs, the battle type gets stuck in with the fighting, and the bird type peppers enemies from the sky. Just like Hector, they also level up and gain skills, which you can activate from a spell bar with the triangle button, and it adds a really quite traditional RPG.
If he was going to make fun of a Digimon game, because I'll say it, the UI in this game is Digimon World as fuck. This is a Digimon World UI. But it's good.
RPG twist to all action combat. While you're dodging and pulling
this is a
combos
Digimon
with
video
Hector,
game.
You're also selecting which spells your Innocent Devil should cast, and switching them out depending on different situations. In the longer fights where you need to switch multiple times and really plan when and what your devils are doing, this combat system is absolutely fantastic, and it really is the first time that Castlevania in 3D has felt like it has its own unique identity. What's really cool is that each of the devils has a sprawling evolutionary path that ties into what weapon you use.
Digimon. This is a Digimon video game.
Much like in Aria and Symphony, our Devil Forge Master can equip a wide selection of weapons. But unlike in those titles, where it really just amounts to a question of which item you feel comfortable using, here there is a deeper system at play. Each of the weapons is part of a
I'll let him cook, but I disagree.
coloured set. Red swords, blue axes, green lances, and yellow fist weapons.
I just disagree with his opinion on Symphony of the Night weapons and lumping them into two categories, which is fast and slow attacks, when Symphony of the Night has some of the most diverse weapon. It has crazy weapon diversity, so much so that I'm spending a fucking entire 24 hours leveling up one weapon in the game.
And as you defeat enemies with one of these equipped, they'll drop coloured evolutionary orbs, which trigger devil evolutions depending on the colour you farm. It's an awesome system because evolutions can be quite different. For example, the sword line in the battle type devils eventually produces the...
No, I wish he argued for Heaven's Sword. That's the issue. How close am I? We're a little ways away. 828. If I put on all my buffs, I think I might get close to 999 though.
Razet's Samurai Devil who's relatively weak but unleashes rapid-fire sword combos that deal huge amounts of damage. If you go down the
Relatively weak, but he does combos that do massive damage. So how is he weak exactly? Huh?
knuckle path, you instead unlock the Liquid Golem, who doesn't really contribute much in a fight, but has the Mercury mode spell where he
Also,
turns
I
into
love
an
Liquid
invincible
Golem from
ball
Metal
of
Gear
liquid
Solid.
metal that ravages the battlefield. Now, all
HP
these
wise weak, but he
interwoven
could have
RPG
specified.
ideas are
He
tied
has
together
time.
by
The video is almost 7.5 hours long. He has time to specify how exactly it's weak.
one of the best action game crafting systems that I've ever seen. A compliment that I did
It's weak,
not
but
think
really
I'd be
strong. You're not
dealing
getting
out
it.
to a
I
3D
guess not.
Castlevania. The in-game shop is really only meant for buying potions, and the way you improve Hector's equipment is by using drops from enemies to craft better weapons. As your overall level rises, you unlock more recipes, and thanks to the pretty generous drop rates and the fact that you can steal with just the press of the circle button,
It's not steal with just the press of a circle button, by the way. If he doesn't go in depth on the steal mechanic, then he's not a real gamer, because the steal mechanic is a huge part of this game. It is so integral to every single enemy encounter that you learn how to steal versus every single enemy, because it's just that easy. All right, never mind. My
very
bad.
easy to get hold of ingredients and end up with some strong
Maybe it's
gear
just
without
easy.
having
Okay,
to
whatever.
farm or look things up. It means you're constantly seeking out combat so you can get more drops to create better weapons, to farm more evolutionary orbs, to evolve your devils and reach new heights of power.
I do agree.
Considering just how bad the story is and how sterile the level design gets, it's amazing that Igarashi's team have put together such a well-balanced and well-realised action RPG. And as I said earlier, it saves the
Just kill the
entire
enemies.
game. And it bloody well needs it too, as the final moments of Curse of Darkness' plot are absolutely ridiculous.
If you care too much about Castlevania plots, you have brainworms.
There's yet another attempt at a big surprise twist, but just like in Lament, it
I
comes
know,
out
I
of
am
nowhere
streaming
and
at
doesn't really
an
redefine
ungodly
the
hour.
plot like a good twist usually does. Turns out Zaid the monk is actually Death, and he's been secretly manipulating Isaac and Hector to fight in order to use one of them as a vessel to resurrect
I paid good
Dracula.
money for these worms.
How exactly has he been doing this? Well, it's apparently through the Curse of
Yeah.
Darkness, which both the Devil Forge Masters have contracted and slowly engulfs them in a murderous rage. It's a cool
So, the Dark Sign? This is a Dark Souls ripoff?
concept for a twist, but its execution is just really lacking. Outside of the opening text crawl, the curse never really factors into the storyline outside of this moment. And without being able to see how Hector and Isaac acted before the events of
They got the
any
Castlevania
twist that
STD, yep.
involves them mysteriously acting differently loses any impact. So despite Hector realizing he's been manipulated, Isaac ends up dying anyway, which means once again we're thrust into a final boss battle against a recently revived Count Dracula.
I'll thrust into that boss battle if you know what I'm saying.
Now, I'm not going to lie, it is a pretty fantastic boss fight from a gameplay perspective, requiring you to use every demon in your arsenal and successfully taking the ideas of the best 2D Dracula fights and reinventing them in 3D. There are patterns to learn, taunts to recognise, and a monstrous otherworldly second phase. The issue is really that from a narrative perspective, it's just more of what we've already seen so many times before, and it doesn't really live up to that promise of giving us a fresh, morally grey Castlevania storyline.
Oh, yeah, I'm remembering this boss fight now. Phase 2 is bullshit. I hated Phase 2.
It's doubly frustrating because had the game focused on Hector's lust for revenge and had him fall further into his darker old ways, they could have ended things with a surprise final boss against Trevor Belmont, which could have used that fan service moment in an interesting way, instead of just retreading the same old story beats. As I said at the top of this section, Curse of Darkness is a complete paradox. In many ways it represents the utter nadir of Igarashi's time in charge of the franchise, with over-ambition wasting the
Nadir? Hold on. Nadir definition. Lowest point in the fortunes of a person or organization? He's saying that this is the worst game he ever made?
chance to build on the good foundation that Lament of
In
Innocence
some regard?
laid. Clearly little was learned from that experience, and his team made
This guy's the
virtually
paradox
all the
true.
same mistakes, producing a poor story, a wonky camera, and a terrible game world to play in. But that action RPG system, that unique blend of Devil May Cry with Shin Megami Tensei. But that is so good and so engaging that I can't actually help but recommend Curse of Darkness over Lament of Innocence.
It is
really
the better
is the
game.
moment that Castlevania discovered what it could be in 3 dimensions.
Anybody who thinks Lament of Innocence is the better game is wrong.
And put together something
Everybody
that brought
gains
together the
stencil
best of
vocab
its
moment,
RPG
true.
influences with its old school action roots. It desperately needed a sequel to iron out its glaring issues, but sadly, that chance would never come. When Curse of Darkness released in late 2005, it failed to impress critics, and actually ended up with a lower Metacritic score than its predecessor. This lukewarm reception translated over to sales, where Curse of Darkness absolutely flopped, selling a measly 50,000 units in Japan and barely breaking 400,000 sold in its entire publishing run.
I was going to say, if it was just... whatever.
For executives that held the series' purse strings, this was yet another failure to convert the series into 3 dimensions, and really damaged the trust that they had in Igarashi's
They should have just
management
made
of the
Dark
franchise.
Souls.
He'd proven time and time again that he could produce incredible 2D games that satisfied both critics and fans, but that elusive console hit just seemed ever so slightly out of his reach.
Is
And
Metacritic
Curse
that
of Darkness
reliable?
would
Meh,
ultimately be
whatever.
his last attempt at making it happen.
Strap yourselves in, folks. I'm scared of what he's going to say about Portrait.
It might surprise you to hear this, but I found Portrait of Ruin to be one of the hardest games in this series to write about. It might just look like the next portable Castlevania, but it is in reality quite the surprising left-hand turn, full of creative new ideas that catapult the series onto uneven new ground. Incredibly, Portrait
Is this a
originally
7-hour
began
video?
life as a cooperative multiplayer game, as Igarashi and his team had been really impressed with how the Nintendo DS handled connectivity. After realizing just how complex this would be, the project was reworked into something more familiar, although many of those core ideas stuck around and formed the foundation of this next title. Instead of a solitary protagonist, we now have 2 main characters, Jonathan Morris and Charlotte Orlin, a vampire slayer and witch who've been sent by the church to investigate the sudden reappearance of Dracula's castle, thought to have been caused by the eruption of World War II. That's right, unlike the tales of Soma Cruz in the near future, Portrait of Ruin dives back into the past, and is surprisingly a narrative sequel to Castlevania Bloodlines from the Sega Genesis.
Yep.
Jonathan Morris is the son of our Mega Drive whip wielder, John Morris, and huge amounts of the plot revolve around ideas that originated in Kirita's action-packed spin-off. Just like in Bloodlines, we're not fighting against Dracula, and the role of antagonist is played by Brawner, a vampiric painter based on the very real surrealist artist Victor Brawner. Now, where Elizabeth Bathory made sense as a stand-in villain in Bloodlines, Brawner strikes me as a much stranger choice, namely because I'm not exactly sure what he did to warrant Igarashi reimagining him as a creature of the night. His artwork is otherworldly and at times disturbing, but compared to Vlad the Impaler or the Blood Countess, I can't help but feel poor Victor was done the dirty here.
Me when I see the paint, and then me when I paint your mom like one of the French girls, me seeing your mom when I'm about to... I'm trying to come up with something here. I'm sorry, guys. I tried.
Almost as soon as the game begins, we settle back into that now oh so familiar combat, exploration and upgrading gameplay cycle that's come to define the entire series on portables. Although this time, it comes with 2 pretty major twists. The first is the partner system, which takes the game's original multiplayer ideas and blends them up with a heavy dose of the Julius mode from Dawn of Sorrow. Unlike Bloodlines, which gave us 2 perspectives to see the levels from, in Portrait, we control Jonathan and Charlotte at the very same time. It sounds like a complicated idea, but it's actually implemented really well. By pressing X, you instantly switch over to the other character, and while each has different abilities and equipment to manage, they share the same HP and magic bar, which makes them feel like 2 halves of the same character. Jonathan is our Belmont stand-in, starting the game with a whip, but quickly moving on to other weapons, as despite being the son of John Morris, he was never trained in the ways of the legendary vampire killer. Along with the expected arsenal of spears, axes and swords, Jonathan can also equip a massive range of different sub-weapons, which effectively replace Soma's bullet souls, although with a much more classic vampire hunter flavour to them. It's a lot to manage, and it gets even more complex when you factor in Charlotte. Thanks to her being a witch, her abilities are more magical in nature,
No
and
cream
while she's
pies,
a lot weaker in a
sad.
direct fight, you can get hold of a similarly eye-watering amount of spells that do everything from massive attacks, to heals, to shields, to transformations. Where this differs from Julius mode is that by pressing the R button, you can call in your partner to activate their sub-weapon or spell, kind of like an assist move from Marvel vs. Capcom, and by pressing the Y button, they'll join the battle directly, permanently fighting alongside
Paper
you
Airplane
until you run out of
playthrough
mana.
only.
Different
Yeah,
situations
we'll do that tomorrow.
require different characters' abilities.
For
and you're
tomorrow's
always
stream.
weighing up if you should be going in for dual attacks, controlling just Jonathan or Charlotte, or calling one in to activate a spell. Combined with Castlevania's now trademark RPG side-scroller foundations, it makes for a pretty potent combination. And for a lot of people, this is enough to make Portrait one of the best games in the franchise.
5 hours, baby.
But for me,
almost
it's
there.
more of a Faustian pact, where we gain something very interesting, but lose quite a lot in the process. Since Symphony of the Night, Castlevania's gameplay had always been about a careful balance.
Did he just get hit by the bat? Brother in Christ, you got hit by the bat when you have Alucard's sword? Bats are hard to dodge. He's got the Alucard sword.
Of
Also 69 HP.
exploration, combat,
It was on purpose to get to 69. True.
platforming, all taking place within a single location. And in Portrait of Ruin's second big innovation, Igarashi's team attempted to mix this up. Jonathan and Charlotte quickly discover that Brawner, along with his two vampire daughters, Loretta and Stella, are stealing Dracula's power through the use of magical paintings, which are scattered throughout the castle. They can only be destroyed by entering into them, journeying through their twisted landscapes, and defeating the monstrous commanders found within, which fundamentally changes the structure of the entire game. The castle is now substantially smaller than ever before, and really takes a back seat to these new linear style painting levels,
Yeah.
which take us far away from the halls of the castle and out into the wider world. Sandy Grave is
Unfortunately, some of the paintings suck ass.
set entirely within an Egyptian
Honestly, I'll say it. Like 70% of the paintings are just not fun.
pyramid, and replaces those gothic medieval aesthetics with a kind of Coptic horror, all mummies and sandworms. Similarly, levels like the City of Haze and 13
Well, they redid all of the paintings. So each painting got redone a second time. It's kind of like the idea of like the Upside Down Castle, but they just remixed the style of the area and whatever. Fool's Kingdom. Yeah, Nation of Fools is dog shit and deserves to burn. The pyramid one is also kind of annoying. The one, the second time when you have to fight Akhenaten. But other than that, the rest of them are fine. They're not amazing.
Mainstream.
The level design and the portraits are not amazing, but it's fine. Hold on, it might be too dark to see. But Beans is playing in that box. Yeah, it's too dark to see. Oh well.
reimagined 1940s Paris as a necropolis where hideous beasts roam
Yeah, the games
streets.
needed to be made quickly, so they had
After
to
the
reuse a
drab
lot of
and
stuff for sure.
repetitive zones of Dawn of Sorrow, these magical paintings feel hugely engaging. But sadly, it's
Hugely
almost entirely
engaging?
from an aesthetic point of view,
Okay.
as almost all of them lack the level design to back up the interesting presentation.
I hate to say it, but I do agree with this guy, unfortunately, on that regard.
Virtually all of them are completely linear, dropping you off at an entrance and then having you fight left to right and ending up in a boss room.
That's why you
There's
should
only
make
ever
it
one
a
route
map
to follow,
randomizer,
and almost
Smile.
no scope for stepping off the beaten path. even in some of the more complex levels like the Dark Academy or Sandy Grave. Now, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with linear level design, and in fact it's the very foundation of this entire franchise. But where previous games built themselves on tense combat and tight jumps, Portrait is still using all of the mechanics of an exploration-focused game.
Taunt helps a lot
Most
versus the
enemies
sisters.
still die in 1 or 2 hits, which makes fighting your way around a linear level surprisingly dull. Without the bottomless pits of Super Castlevania 4 or the deliberate combat of Rondo of Blood, these kind of tightly designed zones really don't work all that well, and their inclusion might add variety, but it detracts from what Igarashi's handheld games do so fantastically. As so much of the game is spent inside of these painting levels, the castle really takes more of a backseat role, and instead of wandering its halls looking for secrets and discovering different areas, it really exists to funnel you from portrait to portrait. While our heroes do unlock some new movement abilities and a couple of transformation spells, they're only used to gate these linear levels, and there's surprisingly little scope for backtracking or reward for doing so. Now, while there might not be any need to organically explore the castle, there is actually a system that has you revisiting past areas, although yet again, it's not exactly well implemented. Near the entrance to the castle, Jonathan and Charlotte set up a base camp with a monk named Vincent, who's been assigned to act as their quartermaster.
I'll make
all
you
three
a
are
deal.
shocked to discover that their sanctuary has another resident. In the next
Is he not going to complain about this game being anime aesthetic as well?
room is a
I guess he's over it, and Dawn of Sorrow is the only one that gets knocked points in his opinion because of the anime aesthetic, but now it's fine. I don't know.
mysterious ghost called Wind, a spectre who died trying to defeat Dracula in years gone by and now finds himself trapped within the walls of the castle.
He's so stingy.
He acts as a guide and mentor, directing us towards the next objective after each painting, but also, and in a first for the portable titles, handing out side
Thought we'd reach
quests.
999. It takes a while, okay? Be patient.
Because the castle and levels are now so much more linear, this is the system by which we revisit older areas, with Wind saying something along the lines of, go and defeat 10 hill guards, which requires you to go back to the Forest of Doom in order to find the enemy and fulfill the requirement. It's explained in the plot as our ghostly tutor trying to make sure that the two protagonists are prepared to face Brawner, but in reality it's a very shallow system that converts the natural backtracking of previous games into a checklist of menial tasks. None of the quests are ever anything interesting, ranging from the absurdly easy speak to me when you have no MP, to the brutally tedious
True, I would ask for 500
enemies
subs to
or
get
raise
999.
X stat to 100. Also, a lot of them involve heading into a level in order to find a unique item, but this is the real kicker, as it's actually possible to discover the items outside of quests and then accidentally sell them, which locks you into the quest for the rest of the game, with no way to buy them back off of Vincent. It's one of those ideas that I'm sure made sense in development as a way to get more mileage out of the linear zones, but it just doesn't work in execution. And by the time you finish
Just don't
3
sell
or
anything.
4 tedious fetch quests, it's pretty hard to have the patience to sit through all 37 of Wind's tasks.
Just don't do the quests and miss out on the Holy Claymore. It's not that big of a deal. Wait, you don't even need that for Holy Claymore, right? Holy Claymore, you just need the shop to be a high enough level. Yeah, who cares? Just don't do the quests.
Now, while design decisions
do you even
made
unlock
around
with
the
the
gameplay
quests?
and structure might be somewhat controversial, I think an area Portrait does do well is in its storytelling, which feels a lot more cohesive than in Dawn of Sorrow, and actually
How am I
tells a
holding up?
tale that matches up with the light-hearted art direction.
So I actually have a controller that is designed specifically, so if I need to hold up, I just press up right here. It's like a WASD, so this is my up. That's how I'm holding up.
Throughout the castle, Jonathan and Charlotte constantly come into conflict with Brawner's vampire daughters, Stella and Loretta, and after defeating Stella in a boss fight, our heroes discover that she's dropped a locket, which prompts a startling discovery. Wind is none other than the ghost of Eric Lacard, a spear-wielding accomplice of John Morris, who defeated Dracula at the peak of Castle Proserpina 20 years earlier. He'd come to the castle to defeat Brawner and had been killed, and in the process his 2 daughters were turned into vampires and brainwashed into believing that they were our evil painter's own flesh and blood. He begs our heroes to find a way to save them, and therein lies the good and bad endings. By heading to the top of the tower and beating the twins like you would any other boss, the game simply concludes with Brawner escaping, taking the girls with him, and Wind slipping out of existence with his wish unfulfilled. What you're supposed to do is, with the Toad transformation spell, head back into the Sandy Grave portrait and get a hold of the Sanctuary spell.
No cap, I like
which
Portrait a
Wind
lot.
tells
It's a
us
good game.
has the potential to heal vampirism.
This game has a lot of potential, especially if you fully utilize the partner system and like use that to like increase the depth of combat. I just don't like the level designs that much. If this partner system existed in full in Dawn of Sorrow, mwah, chef's kiss.
The goal then becomes trying to land this on the sisters, which is actually much harder than fighting them head on. As it's a 2-on-2 fight, there are attacks flying all over the place, and if Charlotte takes even a single point of damage or you move her off screen, the spell won't go off. When the spell finally completes, the 2 girls are purified, and having remembered their heritage as vampire slayers, they agree to guide Jonathan and Charlotte to Brawner's personal studio and aid in any way they can. Turns out we need to defeat another collection of paintings to get there, but as there's no more castle to explore, all this consists of is heading into the next room and then playing through 4 remixes of levels that we've already visited. To be blunt, it's not a great sequence, and it really makes it seem like the team ran out of ideas and then engaged in some pretty shameless
They didn't run out of ideas. They ran out of time and money. That it wasn't the ideas. It was they had no time because this game needed to come out like 8 months after Dawn of Sorrow came out, and no money because Konami gave them 3 pennies to design this video game.
padding to bulk out Portrait of Ruin's runtime. The new zones do have fresh bosses and enemies to fight, but just like the first time around, the combat often
If you hate reused content, boy oh boy, do I want to introduce you to a game called Elden Ring that won Game of the Year.
isn't enough to make travelling through these areas interesting. And without any new mechanics, it's just another helping.
I
of
want a
something that-
green screen now? No, this is not a green screen. This is a, they're just black curtains that I use a Luma key to delete the darkness. Much like Kingdom Hearts.
wasn't all that thrilling to begin with. Once we've destroyed these final paintings,
that's what I've
the
always
twins
used.
also reveal that Jonathan needs to get hold of the vampire
Bill
killer
Clinton
whip,
did win Game of the
and this
Year
is
as
done
well.
via
They
the
shared it
macabre
together.
Ritual. The now healed Stella and Loretta are more than happy to do this for us, but it requires Jonathan prove himself
it is
worthy by
cold.
defeating the whip's guardian spirit. Now this is actually a cool mix-up, as the fight is against Richter Belmont, using all his old abilities and moves, and you can only fight him as Jonathan. Without Charlotte's magic, it's extremely challenging, and the game even acknowledges this by letting you take him on as many times as you want.
Not using pies, true.
Once the whip is in Jonathan's hands, we get a final revelation, courtesy of Eric Lecard, who unveils the fate of John Morris and explains why he was such a distant father to Jonathan. Turns out, if you're not from the Belmont clan, using the vampire killer slowly drains your life force, and John, having used
I'll
it to
drain
defeat
your
the
life
Count,
force.
fell into a sickness that he never recovered from.
Wait, that's the Dracula's curse.
The reason Jonathan was never trained was in order to protect him from this fate. But with his father gone, Eric falling to Brawner and his daughters captured, there was no option but to allow our young hero to make the choice himself. It's a pretty typical anime coming-of-age storyline, and unlike the harrowing content of Dawn of Sorrow, it actually matches up with the game's child-friendly tone.
So he is okay with the anime this time because it's Portrait of Ruin? And the tone is child-friendly? What does this guy want? What is it? Anime is okay in Portrait but not in Dawn because...
Funnily enough, I think this makes it a strange sequel, because while Bloodlines had virtually no plot, it was advertised as a classic blood and guts action fest, and Portrait really couldn't be any further from this. It's a very bright and cheerful game that often doesn't even feel like it comes from a tradition of gothic horror, I really doubt many people would consider these two games to be part of a duology like Rondo and Symphony or Aria and Dawn. Ironically, where the two games do share something is in their final confrontation, as just like in Bloodlines,
yeah, we talked about Kid Drac
shoehorned
way
in
earlier.
Dracula fight. Throughout their time in the castle, Jonathan and Charlotte keep running into death.
The games are being talked about in release order, FYI.
Who's been brought back to life along with the castle and is similarly trying to defeat Brawner in order to restore his true master to the throne. Once the vampire painter has been defeated within his dark studio, the Grim Reaper steps in to exact vengeance, and using the body of the pretender, he brings the Count back from the abyss, and we're thrust into that same old final confrontation that we fought so many times. While it's an unexciting narrative conclusion, almost a reverse Deus Ex Machina in a way, the actual fight itself is pretty damn great, taking the 2-on-2 formula that Portrait does so well and asking you to defeat both Death and Dracula at the same time.
Yo.
They both use their classic attacks from previous games, and it feels like a fitting finale for the partner system.
Yeah.
Balancing out your two super-powered vampire slayers against the series' two most iconic villains. Once they're defeated, the plot wraps up with all of our characters standing outside the crumbling castle, saying goodbye to Eric Lacarte.
And then they all laugh.
Despite the heartbreak of losing their father, the twins agree to honour his memory, and our team of now 4 head out to defeat darkness wherever it raises its head. A supremely positive ending for a game that feels about as cheery as Castlevania ever gets. Now, like I said at the top of this section, I found Portrait really hard to write about, and I'm sure this conflicted perspective probably comes across in this video. It reviewed very well with critics and is generally considered a fan favourite, but for all its fresh ideas and innovations, I can't help but feel it doesn't come together into that tightly designed package which Igarashi's games usually
I'm grabbing
serve
more
up.
water. I'm going to be right back.
For every interesting new concept, there seems to be a counterbalancing negative, and the more I think about the game, the more I find it to be a pretty uneven experience. It was clear that the Castlevania team wanted to innovate and break away from doing the same old things. And while for many people, Portrait represents the perfect balance of old and new, that specific combination isn't quite to my tastes. In 2005, the opportunity to expand beyond the confines of Nintendo's portables emerged when Sony released the PlayStation Portable, a disc-based handheld console capable of full 3D. As ever, Konami were extremely keen to support this platform straight out of the gate, and within just a few years of its release, we had multiple Metal Gear titles, multiple Yu-Gi-Oh titles, annual Pro Evo releases, and the first Silent Hill game in almost 5 years. Castlevania was also seen as part of this opening salvo, and Igarashi was asked to produce something that could entice in both Nintendo-owning Castlevania fans and PSP owners who probably hadn't seen the series since Symphony. Dracula X Chronicles is the result of this project. It's both the series' first ever 3D side-scroller, full of animated cutscenes and fully voiced dialogue, and also a throwback to the 16-bit era, finally delivering that mythical Western localization of Rondo of Blood. During the marketing before the game came out, Igarashi explained that the reason for wanting to remake Chino Rondo was that it had always frustrated him that his most successful game, Symphony of the Night, was tied so closely to something that had never released outside of Japan. Apparently plans had existed to remake Rondo for almost a decade, and the release of the PSP had finally given them the opportunity.
Does he not talk about Castlevania Rebirth at all? I'm just
Anticipation around the game's release was actually quite large, not just
L
because
video
the West
should have talked
would
about
finally
Rebirth.
get to play a long sought-after game, but because Dracula X Chronicles was part of the vanguard of remake culture that now has the industry in a vice grip. It's a shame really to look back on interviews with Igarashi and hear such noble reasons for creating a remake. He genuinely wanted fans to experience a game that they'd never had a chance to play, and wanted it to be the best version of that game possible. It's a mindset that I think modern developers and publishers could learn a lot from, rather than relying on name recognition to resell games that are not only easily available, but also don't need additional attention. In terms of design, Rondo of Blood and Dracula X Chronicles are almost exactly the same. We play as Richter Belmont on a journey to rescue his girlfriend Annette, and in the process defeat Dracula and the Dark Priest Shaft. We fight through the same branching path levels, and exactly like the original, you can rescue Maria Reinhardt and then play through the campaign as her. Every boss mechanic remains exactly the same, and all of the branching paths are located where they were before, so depending on your familiarity with the game, you'll either spend hours feeling out its many secrets, or plow through it like you're speedrunning. Thanks to my repeated playthroughs for this video, I think it only took me about 45 minutes to beat the game as Maria, which might sound impressive, but that's actually almost half an hour longer than the fastest recorded time, a measly 14 minutes. Where things mainly separate.
Wait, he talked about speedrunning and I missed it? Wait, what? Damn it. I don't want to rewind because it'll break the game. But no, Order of Ecclesia, Judgment. Oh, Adventure Rebirth is here. Never mind, I'm smoking crack.
From the original is in Dracula X Chronicles Presentation, which is a markedly different direction to Chino Rondo's early 90s anime aesthetic.
What did he say about Rondo? Just that it can be beaten in 20 minutes? Is that it? Cool.
All of the characters have been completely redesigned by Ayami Kojima, and now run a lot closer to the flowing ink painting style that come to define the series. Richter's anime headband has been replaced with a lengthy Victorian overcoat, and Maria has seen a complete transformation. Her flowing hair and cutesy dress have been swapped out for a more functional jacket and trousers, which reflect the more serious tone of the game. It's not just the character's appearance that's been reworked though. The game now features a small amount of voice-acted dialogue and cutscenes, all designed to better flesh out the story, which previously required the instruction manual to fully understand.
Cool.
The Dark Priest Shaft's reason for kidnapping the four maidens is now given some context, and Maria's involvement is much less like a joke additional mode, and is instead treated like a critical part of the Rondo story. Considering the greater emphasis on storytelling that Igarashi had brought to the franchise, this new approach fits perfectly alongside the Nintendo Game Boy and DS titles, and despite controlling like an old school action game, it has all the narrative weight and cinematic flair of something much more modern. In this respect, it's the definitive version of the adventure of Richter Belmont, but I have a few personal gripes that mean I'd still opt to play the original if I had a choice between the two. As good as the new 3D graphics are, I think a big downside of the new models is the lack of accuracy in the gameplay, which has the effect of making everything feel a little loose. Instead of everything being based on pixels, models now have hitboxes, which means it can often feel like your whip is harder to use.
Instead of being based on pixels, they're based on hitboxes. Guys, it took us 5 hours to get to this point. This guy just writes down whatever the fuck he wants.
Tribute? You steal men's
FM Bearden,
souls
thank you for
and
the
make
sub.
them your slaves.
Who? Instead of being water, ice is solid. Who wants to break it to him that 2D games also use hitboxes?
Used than in the PC Engine version, and there were frequently moments where Richter slipped off of edges while I tried to position him. It absolutely has to be a consequence of how the new models
No, it has to be a consequence of the new models. It's not me being bad, Copium.
interact with the stages, and Igarashi himself mentioned that trying to recreate pinpoint platforming in 2.5D was the single biggest challenge his team faced. On top of this, for some reason Richter and Maria's fall speed is now much faster than it was in the original, which has made the timing of some of the boss fights ever so slightly different. It's something you'd never notice unless you'd played the two titles back to back, but for me it was a really annoying and pointless
Maybe because boxes are in the third dimension. Shut the
change.
fuck up.
If you're looking for the best version of Rondo of Blood, I'm not entirely convinced that this is it. And personally, I still think that the original is the way to go if you want the purest expression of this game. The new sections of dialogue and animated cutscenes are certainly nice, But there's a sort of antiquated appeal about the pixelated anime look of the original, which I think gives it a very unique and charming identity.
Anime is good in Rondo of Blood. Anime is bad in Dawn of Sorrow. It is not unique and charming in Dawn of Sorrow. It's tacky and gross. But anime aesthetic in Rondo of Blood, good.
Now, that doesn't mean that Dracula X Chronicles isn't worth picking up, and actually, I'd say that this is a must-own for any fan of the franchise, or anyone
Portrait
looking for
anime
an
completely
insanely
overlooked.
good
No, he
value
said
for
it's
money
childlike.
game. That is
and
because
fits the theme.
Igarashi felt that the remake alone wasn't enough to warrant charging full price, and so in a moment of pure genius, he decided to also include a full remaster of Symphony of the Night.
There is nothing genius about the PSP re-release of Castlevania Symphony of the Night. It's not a remaster, really, in any sense of the word remaster. Ugh.
And the entire original Rondo of Blood. That decision to simply include the original game pretty much invalidates all of my criticisms, because you can just switch over to the PC Engine version if you prefer it. It turns Dracula X Chronicles from a simple remake.
It's also not the PCX Engine version. It's like its own separate version. I don't know the exact details about it because I'm not a speedrunner of that game, but it is a different version of the game that has its own separate issues.
Into a historical
It was a
passion
downgrade, yes.
project, trying to bring together modern fans with an older title, and I can't for the life of me understand why this practice hasn't become more commonplace. Just imagine how interesting it would be for fans of Blue Point's Demon's Souls to be able to give the original PS3 version a go, or if there was an option in Resident Evil 2 Remake or Final Fantasy 7 Remake to see what all these new ideas were originally based on. Now,
They
as
did
cool
that
as
in the Halo
inclusion
2 anniversary, which is actually kind of cool.
is, it's the unlockable remaster of Symphony of the Night that really pushes this game into near orange box levels of value for money.
He doesn't understand. He's too stupid to understand that it's the worst version of the game by far.
Along with the simple fact that this is one of the greatest games of all time, playable on a portable system without a single compromised moment.
That is not correct. There's many compromises that were made in this version.
It also includes a lot of the additional content that was included in the
It includes 2 extra familiars and an extra save room. Shut up about the extra content from the Saturn version. Shut the fuck up.
Saturn version that most people would have missed out on. There are 2 completely new areas, which come with their own unique
No, there are not 2 completely new areas. That is not true.
items to collect. And through the name screen, you can play as Richter or Maria from the very start of the game, without having to run through a complete playthrough first. There's just nothing to criticize.
Do you need to beat the game to play as Richter in the original game? I believe you do, right? Yeah, I think you do.
And Dracula X Chronicles.
Do you? Do you need a clear file to play as Richter? I don't remember. I think it shows up the text box that says play as Richter. You do? Okay.
Perfectly collects this golden period in Castlevania's history in one place. When it released in 2007, it was a huge deal for Castlevania fans, and I bought it on day one just for the remaster of Symphony of the Night.
I did
arguably
too.
would have been enough to shift copies on its own. The comprehensive nature of the collection led to some.
I'll be honest, I was hyped for Dracula X Chronicles specifically just to replay Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I was in the same boat. I was like, oh, buddy, I can't wait to play Soten again because my PlayStation 1 disc is all scratched up. And this was before the... Was this before the Xbox re-release? Or I think it was after, but I didn't have the Xbox re-release.
Pretty good reviews, and while almost every publication warned potential buyers of the decidedly old-school difficulty, it was impossible to deny the sheer value that Igarashi and his team had included. The strange thing was that, despite the game's success and how well the team executed their objective, this would end up being the only Castlevania game released on the PSP. Rumours abounded that we'd soon get a Dracula Chronicles 2 remake of Castlevania 3,
Calm
as
down.
Igarashi repeatedly mentioned that he thought Dracula's Curse was the best game in the series. But as
That
the
is
years
some
ticked
copium.
by, it never materialised. Years later, it would be confirmed that Konami had been putting off of developing more titles
slightly
for the
after the
system,
Xbox.
thanks to its sales really tailing off. Despite a strong start, the PSP was pretty
That what's up is
comprehensively
not
beaten
accurate.
by the Nintendo DS, and as it began to lag behind, Sony's weak attempts to draw people back to the platform didn't inspire confidence in developers like Konami. With the Nintendo DS now the uncontested primary handheld platform, and no plans for another console title, the entire Castlevania team focused their attention on one final dual-screen project. A climactic realization of all of the ideas that had driven...
Let me guess. Order of Ecclesia is actually good, and the linear game design makes sense in this version because...
their Nintendo development.
I'm just guessing, because this guy is a contrarian about literally everything, that's my guess, is that he's going to say Order of Ecclesia is actually good.
Since Circle of the Moon. It would be the most complex Castlevania game ever designed, and one that would mark the end of the franchise as we knew it.
OOE is a good video game, but I think most people can agree that its linear design does hold it back a lot. It has really good, it has decent execution on a lot of things, and it has a very large world, but most people just think Shinoa is cute or whatever, and that's why they like Order of Ecclesia. But it has flaws. It genuinely has flaws with its level design and with its area design, and like going through linear levels over and over and over and over and over again, and also finding all of the villagers. Just say Shinoa is your waifu. It's fine. We won't judge you here. We all have Castlevania brainworms like you do. It's okay.
Considering that the Castlevania team had produced 9 titles in just 8 years since Igarashi...
I'm just guessing that he's going to defend the linear level design and say it's actually good in this game, but it's bad in Portrait, but it's good in this game. That's just my guess, because he's the biggest contrarian so far about everything.
She took over the franchise, you could forgive any expectations that the well of creativity had begun to run dry. After all, that's the sort of publishing schedule that you'd expect to see from FIFA, Madden or Call of Duty. Incredibly, it seemed that the team would never tire, and in 2007, at E4All Expo, Igarashi cheerfully informed Famitsu
That's a good
that they were
cat
hard
name.
at work on yet another title for the Nintendo DS, and that fans could expect it to be very high quality, as the entire team was now focused on this single project. Interestingly, most of the hype for this next release came from a decidedly new phenomenon. In January of 2008, a handful of screenshots from an early build leaked online, and flooded sites like IGN and GameFAQs with discussions about who this mysterious female character was, and if the leaks were even real. Despite Konami issuing a firm no comment in the October of that year, they were proven to be anything but
Yes,
fake.
all the PS2
And
games
after
have already
months
been
of
talked about.
speculation, people got their hands on the game and quickly realized just how wrong their theories had been. The woman from the leaks wasn't just a side
CVHD is
character
coming up.
or someone to share the spotlight like Maria or Charlotte, as for the first time in almost 10 years, Castlevania had a female lead character. According to Igarashi, the decision was taken in response to fan emails, who constantly asked when Castlevania would feature a Belmont sister or daughter, and in Order of Ecclesia, he had a story perfect for this change. Our protagonist is Shinoa, a member of the titular Order of Ecclesia, a secret group set up to research methods of combating Dracula in the aftermath of the Belmont.
Everybody
Fire's
forgot about
disappearance.
Sonya.
We're once again back in the 18th century, and this desperate need to find a way to defeat the Count without the vampire killer whip forms the foundations of the story. In an introductory cutscene, we see Shinoa and the Ecclesia Grand Master, Barlow, attempting a process called the Ritual of Dominus, which will bind a magical glyph to our heroine, bestowing her with the power to defeat Dracula should he ever return. Everything is quickly thrown into chaos as the ritual is interrupted by Albus, a fellow Ecclesia agent who claims that it was him and not Shinoa that was promised the honour of bearing Dominus.
Is Shinoa's head
With the
shaped like an
ritual gone
egg?
wrong,
Yeah.
Shinoa lays grievously injured on the
Sexy
floor,
egg.
and Albus, ignoring Barlow's desperate pleas, takes Dominus for himself and disappears into the countryside. Shinoa eventually recovers from her injuries but is permanently damaged. with the shock of the ritual's failure robbing her of her memories and emotions and leaving her as a hollow and unfeeling warrior. After a period of retraining, Barlow sends her out with a single purpose: to track
Is the
down
anime
Albus
style in order of
and
ecclesia acceptable or unacceptable? Let's find out on the next episode of this guy constantly flip-flops his opinions about Castlevanias and their anime aesthetics.
reclaim the power of Dominus. Unlike the large casts of Dawn
Or
of
he'll
Sorrow
say nothing
and
about it.
Portrait of Ruin, Shanoa's adventure is a much more personal story, heavily influenced by Igarashi's own life and drawing on his personal relationships. It might not be an epic action story or a clever redefinition of the series' mythology, but what we do get is a much more emotional tale about rediscovering who you are and the lengths people will go to protect the ones they love. What allows all this personal storytelling to work is that Igarashi finally saw sense and adjusted the art direction to match the tone of the story he was trying to tell. While Ayami Kojima still wasn't involved, the art design was handled by Masaki Haruka, who brought a great deal more detail and maturity to the game's aesthetics. They might
So this is good anime versus bad anime. Got it. Understood.
still have
But when the... So he likes 80s anime in Rondo of Blood. He doesn't like cartoon anime in Dawn of Sorrow. But it's okay to have cartoon anime in Portrait of Ruin. But this is serious anime, and serious anime is allowed in Order of Ecclesia. Got it. That's the anime tier list. Thank you for watching my TED Talk.
an air of anime about them, but it was a much more realistic style, and immediately drew praise from critics and fans alike, who loved the return to a more serious tone.
It's cheap.
Shanoa in
That's the
particular
problem. Why? It looks cheap looking. Why?
Is probably one of the most iconic modern Castlevania characters. The flowing black hair gives her a touch of the Alucards, and the huge back tattoo doesn't just look cool, but also serves a purpose within the story. She's slender and feminine, but also powerful and intense. The perfect combination for the series' first real female lead character.
Cool,
Once
nice
Shanoa
talk.
steps outside of the Ecclesia headquarters, you're immediately confronted with one of the game's major changes, which is a map screen that separates the game's levels into distinct locations. Now this is
genius because...
likely horrifying for fans of Igarashi's previous games, as an interconnected structure is one of the fundamental pillars of his style, but Ecclesia is actually far less fractured than it looks.
I told you he's a contrarian. He's going to defend this.
And in practice, it's just using a different way of presenting how the different zones interlock. For example,
I
one
have
of
the
the
hard
first
read.
areas we head to is the Ruvus Forest, which connects to the Kalidas Channel and then onto the Minerva Prison and Lighthouse. These areas do naturally flow into one another in a way that makes sense.
My argument is, does the art style take away from the core concept of the game? He would argue yes, because it takes away from like the serious story or whatever. But again, if you care about Castlevania's story, you have brainworms.
And many of the locations have multiple exits which each open up new locations on the map. Now what this new system does really well, that previous titles often didn't, is really make it feel like Shanoa's pursuing Albus across a wide and varied land.
Told you. This contrarian motherfucker is...
Actually, the lack of interconnected worlds and the fact that the levels, it's a good thing, really.
I fucking called it from a mile away.
We battle through swamps full of powerful enemies, navigate through complex underwater caverns and assault evil strongholds. It's a real adventure, and while many of the locations are very linear in design, it's impossible to not be engaged by the storytelling of the locations you visit.
It's impossible to not be engaged by the storytelling. Let me tell you, it's not only possible, my ass didn't read a single fucking line of dialogue when I played the game. It's very possible.
In fact, despite Order of Ecclesia being a spiritual successor to Dawn of Sorrow and Portrait of Ruin, I find it feels the most connected to some.
Does the game looking goofy in those portraits detract from the video game, in your opinion, yes or no? I would argue it shouldn't matter, because my enjoyment of the game has nothing to do with those art style at all. Yeah, so then why make it a complaint in the first place?
Simon's Quest.
This guy is making it a complaint, which is why I'm making fun of him for it. Also, he has different opinions on what is okay anime and what is not okay anime, and he doesn't go into depth necessarily about it. So,
Instead of a huge non-linear building, we're hunting for clues across a broad countryside and frequently returning to town to stock up on resources in a way that feels more classically RPG than ever before. And that traditional RPG influence is also all over the gameplay, which has seen its most fundamental redesign since Symphony of the Night and finally nails the more complex direction that the series had been heading in. Unlike every character in every
I don't think it nails it, but okay. I'll let you cook.
Castlevania game before her, Shanoa cannot do a basic attack, and instead of finding and equipping weapons to use alongside her spells, these have all been rolled into a single system: glyphs. This is the nature of her magical tattoos, and the ability which made her the candidate to bear Dominus. Through absorbing different glyphs found out in the world, which come from beating bosses or in hidden locations or even stolen from enemies, you can equip them to either the X or Y button, and they become part of your loadout. Similarly to how everything in Aria and Dawn was governed by souls, the glyphs form all of your traversal skills and special moves, but importantly also your basic attacks. And in order to use a sword or lance or scythe, you'll need to equip the appropriate glyph. Now where this gets really interesting is that they use up magic just the same as any other spell, and in tandem with a magic meter that regenerates outside of combat, Order of Ecclesia essentially functions like a rudimentary side-scrolling Dark Souls. In previous games, most enemies...
It took us this long. It took us 5 hours and 26 minutes, but he finally said the titular word: Dark Souls. I love comparing Castlevania to Dark Souls.
would die in a single hit, but here even basic monsters can take 3 or 4 strikes and they hit really hard.
Everything is Dark Souls.
So utilising Shanoa's dodge and carefully managing your magic meter are huge parts of doing battle effectively. And that's something you're going to need to learn to do pretty quickly, as Order of Ecclesia really doesn't mess around and has a difficulty level that at times is more comparable to the old school NES games, rather than its cakewalk DS brothers.
The DS games are definitely not cakewalks. They are maybe not as difficult as like classic difficulty as the NES games or whatever, but like they are by no means cakewalks. I mean, you're just saying that to make your point, but you're wrong.
Along with far more powerful basic enemies.
Order of Ecclesia is probably the easiest of the 3 in my opinion to finish. There's like one hard boss in Order of Ecclesia, and it's fucking the Shadow guy. The rest of the bosses you can literally just nuke to death using like powerful unions plus Dominus or whatever.
Both money and healing items are hard to come by, and the amount of save points has been dramatically reduced, which means dying outside of boss fights has once again become part of the equation. Elemental weaknesses are now extremely important.
You have to use elemental weaknesses in this game, otherwise you're doing basically no damage at all, which means you have to have like one loadout that does one element and another loadout that does another element and then another loadout that does another element, or you have to go into your menu and switch weapons every single time you encounter a new fucking enemy, which is very tedious in my opinion. It's okay to have different weapons that have different strengths and weaknesses and switching between them, but in this game you have to engage with the system all the time, and you are forced to engage with multiple enemies at the same time that all require different weaknesses as they just bum rush you. Not fun.
And attacking an enemy with the right weapon is the difference between destroying it in 2 hits or 5, which, given how much danger you're always in, is something you cannot ignore. On the B button, you can switch instantly between 3 loadouts, and you're meant to create different sets that can be activated on the fly in order to deal different kinds of damage. For example, you'll want a strike glyph such as the lance, and a blunt glyph like a hammer, and then need to decide which spell glyph complements your primary attack, as different combinations can be used together in union glyphs, which are powerful attacks that draw on both the X and Y slot and use up your hearts. What's cool about these is that just like the gold and healing items, hearts are also pretty hard to come by, and really you have to ration them out, weighing up if you want to save a full tank of union glyphs for a boss, or spend them to make it through the level with more health. When it's all working together, this combat system is simply the best that 2D Castlevania has ever felt. And it's so good that it entirely makes up for the linear zones that have relatively little exploration. There are some levels like Oblivion Ridge which are essentially just a straight walk from right to left, but thanks to the nail-biting combat,
They're good. Linear design bad in Portrait, linear design good in Order of Ecclesia.
they're still insanely engaging, and battling new enemies and trying to work out the best ways to defeat them never gets old. Now, as you
That is not true. It definitely gets old.
chase Albus from location to location, Shinoa discovers that he's been kidnapping the local townfolk, and by freeing them, she can repopulate the abandoned Wygol village, which has a pretty big impact on the gameplay. Each villager you rescue has a different vocation, and by completing quests for them, they either reward you with unique items.
Let me guess. The quests are actually good in Order of Ecclesia, but they were bad in Portrait of Ruin because even though it's basically the same kind of quests.
Or contribute inventory to the shop, which has almost nothing useful in it at the start of the game. For example, if you find herbs for Abram, you'll be able to buy antidotes and high potions, and if you give different kinds of ore to Eugen, he'll make powerful armor and pay you for supplying the materials. There's a cook to provide ingredients for, a dressmaker looking for silks, and even an old woman who asks you to make sketches of different in-game locations in exchange for useful hats. It's essentially this game's version of the quest system from Portrait, and while it does have a few problems, I think it's far better implemented here and feels a lot more natural within the game's world.
It's better because it's more natural?
For starters, Shinoa actually gets to know the villagers over the course of
Oh, because it's the dating sim, because you get to learn more about the villagers. Oh, that makes it better. You're right. My bad.
quests, and each little sequence completes with some really heartfelt dialogue as they try to help engage with the world while lacking any emotions. Also, the rewards are far more meaningful than the endless weak sub-weapons that Wind gifted us, and make the backtracking and hunting for ingredients feel far less like padding. The cooking quests, for example, feel borderline mandatory because food heals so much more than potions and is substantially cheaper, which makes a massive difference in such a difficult game. The only issue is that so many of the items needed to complete the quests are found in Ecclesia's treasure chests, which frustratingly work on a random loot drop system. Each chest gives you an item from about 3 or 4 possible choices, and it ultimately leads to having to run through levels over and over looking for the right items to drop. So once you've fought your way across the entire map, you'll end up in the Mystery Manor, which is an insanely tough area that culminates in the long-awaited confrontation between Shinoa and Albus. As Barlow had warned, Albus is unable to contain the power of Dominus, and through the course of the game, he's slowly become more unhinged, and now finally cornered, he declares himself the reincarnation of Count Dracula.
We're almost at 420
Shinoa
left,
simply
guys. Let's
replies
go.
that despite losing her emotions, she pities what he's become.
What up, man?
And the two do battle for control of the powerful glyph.
Vertical shot.
And this
Take
is where Igarashi delivers his trademark surprise twist. Once Albus is killed, Shinoa absorbs the Dominus glyph, finally reclaiming the power to defeat Dracula. But something is clearly wrong, and as the power floods her mind, so too do Albus's memories. They had known each other during their time in Ecclesia. In fact, they'd been extremely close, with Shinoa referring to Albus as her big brother and admonishing him for always putting himself in harm's way to protect her. When she was chosen as the bearer of Dominus, Albus stepped in because he knew that to wield the power was to die, as its activation requires a human soul. He'd begged Barlow to allow him to bear the burden, but was refused. And when we meet these characters for the first time, we're seeing a heartbroken Albus steal the power not out of jealousy, but out of love for Shinoa, desperately trying to protect her from this destiny. Tragically, his attempts to try and control Dominus all fail, and by the time Shinoa finally catches up to him, he's been consumed by its power, which robs the wielder of their emotions and memories and drives them insane. The final remnants of Albus's being deliver one final plea, for her to never use Dominus and to not trust the author of this dark power, Barlow the Grandmaster. With her worldview completely flipped on its head, Shinoa returns to Ecclesia and confronts the old man, demanding answers about who she really is and why he had lied about Albus's actions. Now, if you hadn't worked it out so far, Barlow is not what he seems, and after Shinoa refuses to complete the full ritual of Dominus, the mask slips and he reveals himself to be a servant of the darkness, working to resurrect Dracula rather than defeat him. Turns out that the Dominus glyphs were made from the remnants of Dracula's body, those relics used by Simon and Just Belmont in order to resummon
Just Belmont.
him. Despite containing great power, their use trades the life of the wearer to bring the vampire lord back from the abyss. Shinoa is obviously horrified to discover this manipulation.
He's just a
and her and
Belmont.
Barlow do battle, but her victory is short-lived. With his last breath, the deceiver sacrifices his own life in order to finish the ritual, and once more, Castlevania rises from the earth,
That's the name of the game.
cradling its vampiric master within. On the map screen, we have a new location, the monstrous citadel of Dracula, and this is where Order of Ecclesia changes up the action RPG formula and delivers a whopping great dose of classic Igarashi gameplay. The castle is a huge singular location, easily matching the size of the castle in Portrait of Ruin, and contains everything you'd expect from a game descended from Symphony of the Night. We're exploring, looking for new traversal abilities in order to open up pathways through the castle, and between multiple warp points, 6 unique bosses, and a non-linear objective, it's everything you could possibly want from a traditional Koji Igarashi title. It's
Everything.
conclusion is just so clever. When the final location on the map opens up, you simply presume it's going to be another short area, but when you take those first few steps into Castlevania and realise it's about
You really think Castlevania was going to be a short area? Whatever.
10 times the size of any other location,
Pretty mid
it
castle?
delivers
Yeah,
a
it's pretty
surprise
mid.
that's just as memorable as the inverted castle moment. Personally, I'd argue it's
This is just as memorable as the inverted castle moment.
even better,
It's better than the inverted castle moment. Cope. Big cope. Yeah, the castle sucks. All the bosses in this version are terrible. You have what? Wallmaster, which is a gimmick boss. You have Eleanor, the fucking horse boss, the worst boss design in any Castlevania game ever. Fucking the shadow guy who sucks. Dracula, and who's the other? There's like more bosses that I don't even remember because they're so. Death is in here, and Death's fine. Death does death things. Death is whatever. But Shadow Guy is terrible, yeah. Horse Boss is terrible. Wall Shadow is a gimmick.
as once we begin exploring the castle, Order of Ecclesia quickly ramps up the intensity and contains most of the
It's pretty
game's
mid.
best
It's a mid
moments.
castle.
Up until this point, the glyphs Shinoa has been using have been stand-ins for the traditional weapons and spells seen in Dawn and Portrait. But in the castle, we find some really crazy attacks that feel fantastic to use. There are wolf heads that unleash vicious bites, huge stone fists that can unleash a union glyph that destroys half the screen, and a set of wings that allow you to permanently fly. Just like in a classic RPG, by the end of the game, Shinoa feels unbelievably powerful. And while
Natesco
previous
is the best-
Castlevania games
yeah.
did this by pumping up your numbers, Ecclesia gives you a visual representation of it.
But it also bumps up your numbers the more you use the skills.
Huge spell effects make those piddly swords and hammers from the early game look like the tools of mere mortals. We're also treated to some of the series' very best
This boss is not in the castle.
boss fights, which is a real compliment considering just how good the team had become at designing memorable encounters. We do battle against the
Do not say this is a well-designed boss.
massive Eligor, which requires you to attack weak points and climb all over its body, and Black
Do not tell me that this is a well-designed boss.
Maw, an insanely cool boss who manipulates his monstrous shadow, asking you to dodge its attacks based on the man in the foreground rather than the creature cast against the wall. There's even time for a
Do not tell me this is a well-designed boss.
funny little gimmick boss, the Wall Master, who you don't directly fight and instead need to position yourself so you aren't hit by his attacks and can absorb his glyph. When you see him die in an instant, it's impossible
You
to
just
not crack
hold
a
up.
smile at how the team was still managing to create memorable moments after delivering 6 very similar games in a row.
I listed the 3 bosses that I think are terrible in the castle, and he's like, these are the 3 best bosses to ever exist in Castlevania. Number 1, Wall Master. You literally hold up on the D-pad and you win.
At the top of the castle, we of course have to do battle with the resurrected Count Dracula, and frankly, it's a climax more than worthy of the rest of the game.
Unless you just nuke him like I always do.
Redesign. His pupilless red eyes, pallid skin, and dank hair give him a really disturbing...
That shit dank, bro. Yo, you smoking on that Drac hair? Oh my, gee, that shit dank.
...look, which most of the other games shy away from. He looks like an unholy monster that's been sealed away for a century, instead of the regal and eloquent master of the castle that we've become so used to. The mechanics, of course, play out like a classic Dracula fight, with the vampire teleporting around the battlefield, laughing at Shanoa's attempts to defeat him. Although this time around, he has far more attacks than ever, and you'll need to learn how to dodge about 8 different spells if you want to have any chance of beating him. Luckily, armed with a huge arsenal of healing items thanks to the goodwill of the villagers and a host of powerful glyphs, I managed to bring
Puffing
the
on
count
Dankula.
down. But unsurprisingly, that is not the end of the story. As Leon Belmont discovered all those years ago in the Forest of Eternal Night, vampires cannot be killed by mortal hands, and it requires the power of their own kind to defeat them. While he opted to create the Vampire Killer Whip, Shanoa has another option, and breaking her promise to Albus, she activates Dominus and destroys Dracula with his own power.
Cool.
She slumps to the floor exhausted, her life force draining away.
Healing is
and
good.
The screen fades
yes.
to black as Albus's memories once again come rushing back to her.
Because the game is hard, healing's
Memories
okay.
of their time
or
spent
something, I don't
together
know.
and how they cared for and looked after one another. She decides this must be a final vision before her death. But death does not come, and instead she finds herself speaking to the spirit of Albus, a leftover remnant of his being, surviving thanks to the sheer power of Dominus. He has a gift for Shanoa. His
Didn't I
spirit
screw
is
this up
able
the
to
first time I
return
played
her-
it? Yeah, because I didn't read any of the story, so I didn't know how to beat the game. So people in chat were like, use Dominus. And I'm like, Dominus kills you. Because throughout the game, if you use Dominus, it drains your health and like kills you. So I'm like, you guys are trolling me, telling me to use Dominus. That shit is useless. Meanwhile, the chat was trying to tell me that that's what you're supposed to do. And I'm like, okay, I'll use Dominus. I went to use Dominus. It was you're supposed to use the Union attack with Dominus. I activate all the Dominus effects and try and kill him with Dominus, and I just die. And I'm like, what? You guys are trolling me. It was kind of funny.
emotions and memories to her, and with tears rolling down her eyes and her
In fact, I think I could find it because it is funny. Hold up. Order of Ecclesia. Look at that thumbnail. Just use Dominus for it. I'm funny, dude. I'm funny. Oh, wait. I want to click on this video. Yo, just use Dominus for it. Wait. Hold on.
And it just killed me. What did I do wrong? I pressed up and attack. And it just killed me.
I
And
got
then up and attack?
Rom Scout's like, please, for the love of God, figure it out. Meanwhile, I'm just nuking this guy. This fight is literally child's play. Oh, and then I died. It was funny. Oh, I found a... Where's the funny moment? Is it this one? This one. Where I'm like, it took me like 30 minutes to figure this out. That won't work. So I'm like, I figured it out. I will dodge his attack by doing this. I'm like, I figured it out, guys.
Do I just hide in the corner like this? I guess I'll super pro
I'm so genius for thinking of this.
too, right?
And I'm like, okay, I'll just wait out this attack and then I'll win.
Why does everyone tell me to use Dominus? Doesn't that kill me? If I use all of them?
Oh my god. Dude, it is cold. It is very cold.
Wait, do you actually have to use it?
Rom Scout, this is funny. Oh man, I got trolled. Good times, good times.
Self finally repaired. She thanks Albus for allowing her
Just
to feel
use Dominus,
happiness
forehead.
before she passes away. But that's not the end of Albus's generosity. Dominus demands a soul for its use, but it's satisfied to take his instead of Shanoa's. And just like he had done for all those years they had spent together, he puts himself in harm's way one final time. All he asks is to see her smile, and the screen cuts across to a heartbreaking full picture of Shanoa, tears streaming down her face in anguish and brimming over with happiness at finally being able to recognise her beloved big brother for who he really is. With that last heartbreaking exchange, Albus slips away, and a silent Shanoa leaves the crumbling castle. It's a tragic and also uplifting ending.
What up,
Our
bro?
heroine finally regaining herself.
Last
but at
4
the
hours
cost
of the 24-hour
everything
stream.
that's
We've been
ever
streaming
meant
for
anything
20
to her.
hours.
Although, for the first time in her life, she'll be the master of her own destiny and be free to walk whatever path of healing she decides upon.
Just woke up, yeah.
It's the most emotional and touching story that Igarashi has ever
8:35.
been able to conjure, and you need to be utterly stone-hearted to feel nothing for the tragic tale of Shanoa
I feel nothing for the tragic tale of Shanoa and Albus.
and Albus. In a franchise full of classic movie monsters, anime action heroes, and a very traditional view of good versus evil, Order of Ecclesia stands out for all the right reasons.
If I just use Dominus,
Drenched in
true.
gothic tragedy, but without leaning into the absurd. It's a story about loss and self-realization, and that's something anyone can relate to. It's deeply satisfying from both a gameplay and narrative
Stone-hearted,
perspective.
yeah. I was
It rounds
smoking
out
the
series time on
Dankula.
Nintendo handhelds with a triumphant final flourish. Broadly speaking, the critics also felt the same, and the review scores settled at around an 85 out of 100. Exactly the same as Portrait of Ruin, but considering this was really dragged down by a few very negative scores from certain outlets, the
He's salty. He's like, oh, these guys were so mean to Order of Ecclesia. How could anybody be mean to my perfect video game?
really didn't
What did you
get
miss?
it.
I have no clue,
It's
bro.
safe to presume that most people considered it the superior game.
I think you'll catch up.
Unfortunately, much like the tragedy at the heart of Order of Ecclesia's story, its sales ended up being equally heartbreaking. In Japan, it bombed, selling less than 20,000 copies according to some sources, and effectively confirming that Japanese gamers had lost complete interest in Akumaju Dracula. The bigger problem was that while previous titles had always made up for this lack of Eastern success with stellar Western sales, franchise fatigue had begun to set in, and after Portrait delivered lower numbers than
835 out of
Dawn,
999.
Ecclesia repeated the trend and similarly returned far lower sales in both America and Europe. Now, this was helped in no small part by Konami's own publishing strategy, which printed an amazingly low number of units in case the game didn't take off. But this then had the opposite effect of creating a scarcity that meant even semi-interested fans couldn't get hold of a copy.
That does not sound right. I don't remember people struggling to find copies of Order of Ecclesia. Is this just copium?
Actually, the only reason it didn't sell well is because they didn't make enough copies. People couldn't get their hands on it. It was so difficult to find.
I don't know, man. I feel like this guy's just coping really hard.
It was a situation that must have been
These three guys said mean things about the game. That's the only reason the Metacritic score is low, and it didn't sell well because they didn't make enough copies.
so frustrating for Igarashi and his team. They'd produced yet
The
another
game just has flaws and people didn't like the game. The game was really linear when Castlevania was known for being like way more explorative in nature, and not having a Metroidvania that's based around exploration makes the game not fun. It's that simple.
generational masterpiece, one of the finest DS games ever made, and had almost nothing to show for their work. In interviews in the run-up to its release, Iga told journalists that he honestly felt that Castlevania had the potential to be the biggest action series.
Would
in
they
the
know
world.
that before buying it, though? Still, there's also the idea that this game series was coming out every single year, so like there could just be fatigue in the idea of Castlevania games. Also, this is in the era where like pre-release information is like available and like reviews are a big deal. So, you know, people who got like early review copies and are like, this is how the game works. People would be like, oh, really? That's weird. Okay.
But-
Or also misogyny. They saw a girl and they're like, ew, gross. I don't want to play as a girl.
I want to play as a hot, buff guy with a big whip.
With another sales disappointment on their hands, that goal seemed further than ever, and the team was left wondering what
up,
exactly
Maleo?
they did wrong.
Good morning.
Well, sadly for our cowboy hat-wearing protector of the faith, the worst was yet to come.
What? The worst? Bro, this game's lit. What are you talking about? Nah, fam. You said CV64 was good, and now you're going to tell me Judgment's bad? Nah, dude. Judgment's based. You're cringe. Actually, Death Note Castlevania is cool. Let me guess. Anime aesthetic in Judgment is bad, but anime aesthetic in Order of Ecclesia is good.
With sales beginning to
Judgment
slow,
does have a banger
it became clear
soundtrack.
that the Castlevania series desperately needed to expand beyond the handheld market. While Igarashi's games were critical darlings and have held up extremely well over time, the team's constant rate of releases had caused an oversaturation that consumers just couldn't keep up with. Between 2001 and 2008, Konami had put out 7 portable titles at a rate of 1 a year. And it was obvious that something needed to change. In 2007, Nintendo had released the Wii, and its focus on casual gaming and motion controls had sparked an explosion of sales that dwarfed anything Microsoft or Sony could dream of. By the end of 2008, it was far and away the most popular console of the generation, with an install base of over 50 million units worldwide.
50 million.
And that was something Konami wanted a piece of. Igarashi was told to produce something for the platform, which in of itself isn't anything surprising, but what eventually appeared on the showroom floor at E3
I hate the Wii. Why?
was an enormous
What did the Wii do to you? The Wii fucked my mom and killed my dad. I hate the Wii.
surprise to everybody. Castlevania Judgment was that game, a multiplayer 3D fighter that was operated entirely with motion controls.
Just plug in a GameCube controller. It's not that big of a deal. It's not entirely with motion controls. Just plug in a fucking GameCube controller.
The motion controls are so bad.
Move that baffled everybody who
Just plug in a GameCube controller, dude.
checked out their booth. Luke Plunkett of Kotaku put out a damning preview titled "I Wish I Hadn't Played Castlevania Judgment," telling curious fans that the game was so bad it ruined his entire trip. As negative fan reaction built,
Castlevania Judgment
Igarashi was
killed my
forced to do
dad
a
and
round
fucked
of
my
interviews
mom.
to
I swear to
reassure
God.
everyone that the
And
game
sucked
would
my
match up to
dog's
the quality people had
butthole.
come to expect, and that his team were trying their very best to make something worthwhile. It was a short-lived reprieve, as this frosty reception was quickly followed by even more negative coverage focused around the game's art direction. Konami had sought to regenerate the look of Castlevania by bringing on board the manga artist Takeshi Obata, who had put together the ridiculously successful series Death Note. He was given free rein to reinterpret the characters of Castlevania however he wanted.
And actually, anime is bad now. Even though I said anime was good last time, not anymore. Anime bad now. Castlevania anime, never.
And surprisingly had a huge amount of input into how Igarashi's team brought his creations to life. Now, while Obata's previous work had earned him a huge amount of respect as an artist and writer,
This is bad.
his ideas about Castlevania did not go down well with the fans, who broadly hated the transition from gothic fantasy to full-blown anime.
Come on, man.
Anime's bad now, but I liked anime when it was Rondo of Blood and Order of Ecclesia because those were serious animes.
Meanwhile, Death Note is totally not a serious anime.
It's a shame too, as I think the designs aren't completely without merit. Characters like Trevor and Simon Belmont look straight out of the pages of a 1990s shonen manga, and the slender
Yes, that's the fucking point. Because it was drawn by a manga artist. Wow.
features and long white hair of Dracula and Alucard really suit Obata's style. In fact, I don't think it's the quality of the designs, but more the wild reinterpretations that warrant the criticism. Eric Lecard from Bloodlines, for example, is now reimagined as a young boy who wields a comically large...
You are so keen on breaking apart the story of every fucking game in this series, and yet you do not mention that the fact that he's redesigned is because the whole plot of this game revolves around time travel. You ignorant piece of shit. God, I hate the way this guy argues. I just fucking hate it. I'm going to bring up the story when it's convenient to my argument, but I'm going to disregard story because it's not convenient to my argument right now.
Beer. And that makes absolutely no sense considering
It's part of the story! Time travel is part of the story, you piece of shit!
Igarashi had gone out of his way to try and rehabilitate the character in Portrait of Ruin. Grant Dynasty from Castlevania 3 is now inexplicably a Voldo-esque mummy instead of a heroic thief, and Death, one of the series' most iconic villains, is now just a Death Note Shinigami. Along with these
honestly, that death design goes so fucking hard.
outlandish redesigns, the roster of playable characters is also pretty questionable. Richter Belmont, Maria Renard, and
Calm down.
Cruz.
No, dude, I've been sitting through almost 6 hours of this guy's video over the course of the last 8 hours because I've paused so much to talk shit. There's no more calming down. This guy is full. This guy is on full blast copium straight to the brain.
Are all nowhere to be found, despite featuring in multiple games, and there's no representation from the 3D games, with Hector, Leon, Matthias and Isaac all left on the bench. Instead, we can play as a random Iron Golem.
No, Iron Golem is the best addition to this game because he is the most fun moveset. Do not talk shit on Iron Golem. Iron Golem is one of the best characters in this game, just for the sheer fact that he has the most fun moveset.
Camilla, the one-time villain from Circle of the Moon.
No, she is a reoccurring villain multiple times. Fuck you.
And most
Suck my dick.
bafflingly,
Plus L plus ratio.
Cornell the werewolf
You said this game had no 3D representation, and you lied because there's Cornell.
from
Plus L
Legacy
plus
of
ratio.
Darkness on the Nintendo 64, who seems to have recovered from his
Yeah, she was in Rondo.
induced decanonization.
This guy just makes up things all the time for his arguments. This guy only appeared once. It's like, that's just objectively not true. Like, this guy, it's like he did research, but then forgot to finish the research. But then, like, I don't know, man.
The justification for all these characters coming together stems from Castlevania Judgment's sole original creation, a time traveler called Aeon. Apparently a monster known as the Time Reaper has arrived from the future to destroy the past, and as a member of what I presume is the Time Police, Aeon has gathered
Hell yeah, Time Police.
history's greatest champions in order to find someone who can defeat the futuristic menace. Now obviously fighting games aren't generally renowned for their storytelling, but this is a particularly bad example. We get an
Brother in Christ, you like the story in Castlevania 64.
introductory cutscene which sets up the quest, but outside of that, there's absolutely nothing to indicate that all this fighting is supposedly tied together with a narrative. There are no cutscenes for beating the game as different characters, no unique interactions before matches.
That's just a lie. That's just a lie. They have interaction that are unique. What? You didn't even fucking play the game.
And absolutely zero effort to provide any sort of single-player offering.
That's just not true. My entire playthrough, I have a YouTube short that literally proves you wrong. Where is it? Where is it? Do I not? Where is it? I know I have it on TikTok.
Are you a vampire hunter?
I am.
Every single intro before you battle is unique when you go through the different character stories.
If you're here, you must be one as well.
Yeah, this game's pretty sick, actually.
They're huge.
Come on, never mind. This game
You
fucking
stop?
sucks.
These things only get in the way.
How can you say that? Those are a sacred gift.
What? Dude literally just lied.
Which is insane considering this was being made to appeal to fans of a series that
Yes.
had only ever produced single-player games. Of course, these misfires could all be forgiven if Castlevania Judgment was a tightly designed multiplayer game, as the main
It's fun enough. You can have fun with your friends just mashing buttons and having a good time, which is what these arena fighters are designed for.
focus would be on the excitement that comes from playing endless matches. But alas, that's not the case, and arguably Judgment's weakest element is its gameplay, which completely justifies all those worries about the studio's ability to put together this kind of game. Basic attacks are done by waggling the Wii remote, with special moves and guard breaks.
Just use the GameCube controller. Complaining about the Wii remote when the console is the fucking Wii is stupid. The game is a Wii game. Yes, it's going to have motion controls. Nintendo would not let you publish your game on the Wii unless it had motion controls.
Tribute? You steal men's
Well,
souls
thank you for the 5 gifted.
and make them your slaves.
Aeon is kind of bad. Sheesh. I agree. I did not own a GameCube controller. Back then, you could buy a GameCube controller for 2 pennies.
Done by
Because
holding
nobody cared about the GameCube. And now all the Melee players eat up GameCube controllers like they're candy.
buttons while you flail it around.
It's like complaining about Seals and Dawn of Sorrow. I think it's less valid than complaining about Seals and Dawn of Sorrow, personally.
You might imagine that different directional movements produce different attacks, but they do not. A huge horizontal swing is the exact same input as a tiny wiggle, and the animations for the attacks are always the same, regardless of how much you move the remote. It's at its absolute worst with how it implements dodging, which has been mapped to a waggle of the left nunchuck for some crazy reason. Actually,
Valid criticism, there are plenty of Wii games that had good motion integration. This is before Wii Motion Plus, before they added the gyroscope to the controller. So before, the Wii Remote only had the pointer action with the IR sensor, as well as whether there is any amount of force. It doesn't matter what direction, it doesn't matter any of that. All it cared about is, are you pointing it at the screen and are you applying a force? This is before Wii Motion Plus. They could not have added additional controls.
using this is borderline impossible, as it's just far too big of a
So he's
movement
asking
to
of
pull
things
off
that
in
were
the
not possible
split-second
for the
windows
console to
you
do.
have to react to attacks. Matches devolve into a random mess of Wii remote movement, where you have no real control over what you're doing, and the result of the match is simply in the hands of the gods. Now,
That sounds like a skill issue to me.
thankfully,
I guarantee people who are good at this game would whoop you every single time and it would not be random.
you can opt to play with a GameCube controller
Yes, do that.
instead, and this remaps all of the inputs onto button presses, which feels much more natural and gives you some degree of control.
No, it gives you all the control you need because that's how the game works.
Now, the problem with that is that the whole point of Judgment was to capitalize on the
Shut the fuck up. You're a baby. The whole point of Judgment was to make a game that sold on the Nintendo Wii.
popularity
Because the Nintendo Wii had an install base of 2 million people.
of motion controls. And as the best way to play this game is by removing those elements, you've got to say that Castlevania Judgment fails pretty hard at its main objective.
No, its main objective was to sell units. What was the sales of Judgment? No fucking way. TheGamer.com. Huh? Wait, what? It's the worst selling Castlevania game? Is that what it's saying? It sold bad? Really? Oh, well.
Now, when you're in full control, Judgment might look like any old 3D fighter.
I was confused because they were making it into like a top 10 list and it was like below it was like in the millions. I was so confused.
very differently to something like Tekken or Soul Calibur. Actions in those games are very deliberate, and you're always locked onto your opponent, which keeps the focus squarely on the combat. By comparison, Judgment is a very loose experience where players can freely move around the map, and you're meant to interact with parts of the stage in between bouts of
You shouldn't compare this to Soul Calibur. You should compare it to like Naruto, Ninja Storm, Giga Blast, Turbo 69, which is like the types of games that were that this game was designed to be. This was not designed to be Soul Calibur. This was designed to be Naruto 69, Budokai Tenkaichi 4. Ugh. And it succeeds at being that type of game if you've ever played those kinds of games.
fighting. Arenas all have environmental hazards that take influence from things you'd
Damn,
see
Japan
in a
fucking
traditional
hates Castlevania.
level.
Today I
You
learned.
can fall into spiked pits, destroy candles for hearts to power sub-weapons, and even fight smaller enemies that will spawn in to attack both players.
He is arguing that this game is not as good as Soul Calibur when it's not trying to be Soul Calibur. That's like complaining that Call of Duty is a bad puzzle game. It's not trying to be a puzzle game.
But none of this really feels like it ever impacts the outcome of a match. As movement is such a big part of the equation, it would have been cool to see Igarashi's team design some much more complex stages that actually felt like 3D versions of famous Castlevania locations. Imagine leaping between gears in a clock.
He also literally lied about some of the cast and the like non-story interactions. Like he just lied. He just said those don't exist when they do.
Tower while doing
So like I'm disregarding 90% of what this guy said because he didn't do any research and he's just making shit up.
battle with your opponent, or facing off against waves of enemies in the Symphony Coliseum. The idea of blending traditional
If you can get past this game's art style, it's a fun time to just have some fan service with Castlevania characters in a funny and goofy way. Just don't take it seriously. It's a fun enough game. Just sit down, have a laugh, have a drink, be like, oh my god, Maria said what about her boobs? That's so funny.
action platforming with a fighting game is quite an intriguing concept, but it's just executed here in such a simplistic way that you'll often hardly even realize these things are taking place.
We haven't stopped watching because I'm just trying to get to the end of this, and hate watching is the only thing fueling me at this point. The pure hatred for everything that this guy is like strawmanning is what's keeping me awake because I have been alive for very long.
Really,
And it's also fun to talk shit.
Judgment is just an extremely clumsily
At my heart, I am a hater, and this is allowing me to get a lot of that out right now, and I hope you guys understand that this is fun for me. I'm not taking any of this seriously. I'm going to go to sleep like a fucking baby and never think about this video again,
made
but I'm having fun.
game, and is top to bottom full of mistakes that a studio with real experience in this genre
No, I would
simply
not,
wouldn't
like,
make.
I would not make this a regular thing where I react to other Castlevania content creators because I would make all of them mad and they would all hate me because I'm a hater.
Balance is all over the place, with certain characters completely useless and others ridiculously overpowered. Super moves do far too much damage and take forever to play out, which means they're utterly
Yes, because it's fan service. Of course they take too long to play out, brother in Christ.
necessary.
He's just complaining about that. This is an arena fighter. Yeah, that was the idea. Is they wanted to make an arena fighter that looked like Death Note. This is an arena fighter that looks like Death Note. Those are my complaints. There you go. That's what the game wanted to be. That's what it was. If you don't like the game, that's fine. But like, you didn't need to draw all this out, bro. Your video's already 7.5 hours long. You could have just made this a short segment, being like, I don't like arena fighters. This is an arena fighter. I don't like Death Note. This is Death Note.
And also extremely annoying. Unlocking the full roster requires beating the story mode 12 times over, and that's in addition to the strange art, the meager amount of content, and the fact that you literally cannot play with the console's default controller. I wanted to be kind
You literally cannot play with the console's default controller. I think you don't understand what the word literally means.
when talking about Castlevania Judgment. It's a premise that I really do believe has potential, and were the game to function more along the lines of Marvel vs. Capcom or Persona Arena, I think the story might have been completely different. These all-star ensemble cast franchise fighters can be good, but the problem is that Castlevania Judgment simply isn't. It released into an atmosphere of skepticism and did absolutely nothing to abate that, garnering awful reviews that have it sitting at a 49 out of 100 on Metacritic. Although hilariously, IGN decided to award it a 7 out of 10 for some reason, which has dragged the average much higher than it would have otherwise been. Unsurprisingly,
This guy is like a weird, he has like weird review hyperfixations with Metacritic. Like, actually, the score is inflated because of this one review, and actually the score is actually deflated because 3 people said something mean about Order of Ecclesia. It should actually be higher. Shut the fuck up.
Konami didn't publish any sales figures, but rumours were that they were incredibly low, with as little as 10,000 copies sold in Japan.
Angry Video Game Nerd was wrong, and I'm mad about it. Yeah, this guy has
Wii.
such weird complaints.
For Koji Igarashi, this failure proved to be the final straw, and he was officially moved away from his role as creative director of the series. bringing an end to over a decade of his ideas dictating how the series was designed. While it might have been a sound financial decision, with Igarashi clearly having lost his Midas touch for creating blockbuster-selling games, I can't help but feel like this demotion was really part of a wider change in the industry. While my artistry and passion began to bleed away in favour of the desperate pursuit
No, he was saying angry video game nerd decimated Castlevania 2, but he shouldn't have because that was mean.
of profit. Koji Igarashi was a man who loved Castlevania and desperately wanted it to be as bold and ambitious as it could be. He was constantly trying to innovate on the
Have a good one,
formulas
Rapu. Thanks
that
for hanging out.
catapulted him to success. And frankly, other than Judgment, I wouldn't say he ever produced a truly terrible game. In fact, certain titles like Lament of Innocence and Order of Ecclesia deserved far better sales than they ended up bringing in, and are now considered cult classics many years later. Some might criticise the quality of his storytelling, and yeah, it wasn't always fantastic, but you really can't ask for anything more than for a series to be managed by someone who truly feels passion for what they're making. It was ultimately an inglorious end to a glorious era, and while Igarashi was asked to stay involved, it was only in a very loose management sense.
This guy just
And the
makes up
creativity
arguments
that had essentially single-handedly
to straw
codified
man
the
like whatever the fuck he's
Metroidvania
trying to
genre
argue against. It's
was
so
finally
annoying.
bottled up and cast aside.
It's so
History
annoying.
has been much kinder to Koji
But I can't stop because I am a hater.
Igarashi than Konami ever were, and his contributions to the industry are now widely acknowledged and respected. But that would be something that took a long time to surface. Just like Hitoshi Akamatsu before him, in 2008, he
As it
disappeared
turns out, the
into
real
the
villain was
background,
capitalism
and
all
Konami
along,
went
aka
looking
sales
for
are more
new
important than
ways
quality.
to make money out of their vampire-killing legacy.
Shocker, I know.
Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth might be one of the lesser known titles in the franchise,
Because it was
but
locked
it
to the
actually
WiiWare.
represents a really important intersection in our story. With Igarashi no longer in complete control of the franchise, this would mark the first time that a studio outside of Konami's internal teams would produce a Castlevania game. It was an idea that a decade ago would have been unfathomable, but with sales plummeting and Igarashi no longer trusted to turn things around, outsourcing was seen as a cheap way to produce games that would definitely give a return on investment. Now I'm sure this sounds like a very cynical corporate move, but instead of playing
Because
it
it
safe,
was.
Konami opted to take a gamble with the studio that they selected. The lucky team was M2, a Japanese developer with a long history of handling ports, but who'd never actually worked on an original game. Suddenly developing from the ground up for a globally renowned franchise was a huge task for the small studio, and it was made all the more
I
complex.
will say globally renowned franchise is a little bit of a after he just said like Castlevania is in shambles and everybody hates it and people stopped buying it and Judgment literally shit on my down my mom's throat. But also this is a globally revered franchise, yeah.
By
Can you still buy Rebirth? No, because it was locked to the WiiWare shop and the Wii shop went down like 10 years ago.
Konami's request,
You can still find it online though through more sea-bearing means. If you have a ship that is willing to sail the seven seas, you can still acquire the game quite easily. Actually, I think you can get the ROM or the WAD file on archive.org.
for not just one, but 3 titles, each based on one of the publisher's classic series. This contract led to M2 producing the Rebirth trilogy, which took Gradius, Contra, and Castlevania and reimagined them as smaller DLC titles that were available exclusively through the WiiWare platform, which was Nintendo's answer to the Xbox Live Arcade. In 2006 and 2007, Konami had released Symphony of the Night in
is
this
more
manner.
strawman than him. Shut the fuck up. That's my strawman to you. Also, suck my dick. I've been up for 20 hours.
And it had been a huge success, really paving the way for developers to start releasing older titles in downloadable form, with the Nintendo Wii still breaking sales records in every territory, and Konami having a lot
He's not just giving his opinions, he's also stating false facts multiple times throughout this video, and then he tries to incur what's the word I'm thinking of? He tries to imply a certain like judgment of that game based off of the false facts that he has claimed earlier in the video, and that's why I'm roasting this guy. He has done this multiple times. He's lied about all sorts of different shit. He also has just brought up just like non sequitur, just random arguments. And I've also brought up my opinions for what I believe. Like that shouldn't be like, you know, a major talking point, or the way you're arguing this is incorrect.
A lot of just
him saying, "Oh, this is just my opinion," doesn't like absolve you from just saying things that are just flat out wrong and misinforming people, and then making an opinion based off of that misinformation that he himself is spreading.
Faith in this sales model. The move from physical to digital just made too much sense to pass up, and it was a move that quickly bore fruit. Gradius Rebirth was a modest success that garnered some praise for its hardcore retro challenge, but with the release of Contra Rebirth later the same year, people started to really notice what M2 were doing. It wasn't just a fresh paint of coat over the original title, and it was in fact a completely new game.
I imagine in his own mind, his opinions are fully consistent. It's just that he is not giving enough context in his 7.5 hour long video to explain his opinions properly.
With new cutscenes, new characters, and all new levels, which made it well worth playing. Nintendo Power even went as far as nominating
Also,
it.
if you have a problem with what's going on in the stream, why are you still here? You have been watching for like longer than most people.
For their Game of the Year awards, which made people really excited to see what M2 could make out of the bones of Castlevania. With Igarashi assigned to the project to make sure that it didn't stray too far from what Konami wanted, Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth released in October 2009 and capped off the Rebirth trilogy with another critical hit. What's really surprising about this title is that despite the name, it's not really a remake of Castlevania The Adventure, which, in case you'd forgotten, was Konami's 1989 attempt to bring the series onto the Game Boy, and is a very grueling and unpleasant experience. Instead, M2 opted to really back themselves, and their game really only shares a handful of things with its handheld ancestor. We still play as Christopher Belmont, we can still upgrade the whip into a flaming ranged version, but that's really where the comparisons end. The brutally precise platforming from the Game Boy game has been tidied up, and you can now control Christopher in mid-air.
Yeah, but you're still here, so shut the fuck up, I didn't ask, Silver Knight.
Which makes all the classic side-scrolling feel as smooth as it should do in a game where jumping is your primary
I think you were lacking a lot
of
social awareness as to you not being very fun right now. So this is your final warning. Either shut the fuck up, change your attitude, or get banned.
Further fleshed out, and now instead of just the 2 you had in Belmont's Revenge and the 0 in the original adventure, you have access to the
I've been
full
up for 20 hours, of course I'm going to be
all
cranky.
of which feel perfectly balanced against
you should
the
understand
game's
that
new
concept and try not to, you know, agitate
Instead
me.
of the endless rope climbing and instant death spike traps, we've got a real variety of enemies, with a lot of different ways to tackle them, and fast-paced platforming that rarely ever punishes mistakes with an immediate game over. In a sense, it feels very similar to how Bloodlines approached its game design, wanting to be action-filled but without demanding that you know exactly what's coming to be able to progress. There's similarly a huge dose of Rondo of Blood, as Christopher can find keys in the game's stages, which can then unlock a host of different paths throughout the levels. These alternative routes often play out really differently, with some having unique bosses, others being much shorter but harder, and even a few that reward you with hidden caches of items. All that's wrapped around the same strategic decision making, weighing up losing your sub-weapon for a potential shortcut, and it still works just as well, adding a huge amount of much needed replayability to a game that's only about 5 levels long.
Yeah, he just doesn't emphasize like what is a good anime aesthetic, what is a bad anime aesthetic, all that stuff. Like he doesn't give enough detail into his opinions. He just makes a statement and then moves on without clarifying or like quantifying his statement. And a lot of his arguments are like, this is bad. Moving on. This art style looks bad. Moving on. Without like emphasizing it more than like maybe 1 or 2 qualifying statements, which could be easily picked apart.
There are some issues with the Adventure Rebirth, which are less rooted in personal taste and are more just objective mistakes in its design.
In And there's nothing more pretentious than saying this is an objective mistake in its design.
For one, you can't jump on and off stairs, which is a really strange oversight, considering that was one of the major innovations of the 16-bit era. Similarly, I've got no idea why you can't swap between sub-weapons, as that's been a staple mechanic since Rondo of Blood. Now, even with those small issues, Adventure Rebirth is a really great game, and considering it released for only 1,000 Nintendo points, which was a little over £7 at the time, it's extremely good value considering experiences like this just weren't made at the time. Sadly,
this is a solid Classicvania experience. I'm not a big fan of it, but I don't like Classicvanias, so that's just me.
With the WiiWare channel discontinued as of January 2019 and Konami never commissioning another sequel or re-release, Adventure Rebirth is now impossible to legally play, and that's only contributed to it further slipping between the cracks of our collective memory. Despite its good reviews and respectable sales numbers, I'd wager this is one of the least played games in the series, and the one that people will be most unfamiliar with. Hope is not completely lost though. In 2020, M2 once again worked with Konami on the series, putting together the incredible Castlevania Anniversary Collection and the Castlevania Advance Collection, which brought two eras together in extremely high-effort compilations. While Adventure Rebirth wasn't part of either, it shows that the lines of communication are still open. Hopefully one day we can see this small but important milestone in the history of the franchise get some of the recognition that it deserves.
I have no clue what he's going to say about this game. He's a contrarian, so he's probably going to say, this game doesn't have enough substance to satisfy my hunger, endless hunger, give me more. That's my guess. My guess is he's going to complain that the game doesn't have much substance. That's my guess. And it mostly comes down to the fact that he doesn't have friends to play this online with. If he played with friends online, this game has infinite playability. It is like one of the most fun games you can have. That's my guess, and if I'm proven wrong, I apologize.
Unsurprisingly, alongside their digital Wii titles, Konami also had plans to release a digital-only title on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. Along with transitioning to a new distribution model, this game would also mark the last time that Koji Igarashi would work on a Castlevania game. While he'd already been largely demoted from his position as series creative lead, he'd been involved in an advisory role with the Adventure Rebirth, and once again he was on hand to help with the development of this new digital.
Did you play it with friends, yes or no? If you did not play Harmony Dissonance with friends, then yeah, you missed out.
Digital title, although without any control about the direction they were headed in. Rather tellingly,
it is a co-op experience.
When asked what he was working on next by Nick Chester,
the game was designed around co-op.
He simply answered, "I'm not sure," and even joked,
"Yes, but I still didn't care for it." You're wrong.
Kit to the next E3. We'll finish
Get
that
the
story
correct opinion.
shortly, but for now, we need to look at the game he was
This is a good game. You're wrong.
Castlevania Harmony of Despair, which released in August 2010 on the Xbox Live Arcade, and then the following year on the PlayStation Store. At first glance, it might look like another return to the series' 2D roots, but in reality, this was a huge experimental leap into what Konami saw as the future of the industry. It was digital only, it had microtransactions, and it was entirely multiplayer focused. Now that might sound pretty awful, but the concept behind Harmony of Despair is actually quite intriguing. And while the game has its fair share of problems, it's a surprisingly well executed attempt to transform the series into something you can play with your friends. The premise is that all of the events of the previous Castlevania games are recorded within a magical book called the Grimoire, and thanks to some dark magic, its pages have come to life, blending
But time travel is bad.
all of the series' history together into a glorious franchise-wide battle royale. It's up to a team of past heroes to save the day.
But the way Judgment did it was bad.
But really, this plot only exists to give a loose explanation for all this Castlevania stuff being
Same exact thing happened in Judgment, bro.
thrown together, as there are no cutscenes and no dialogue. The base version comes with 6 characters to
He said there's no cutscenes and no dialogue in Judgment as well, which he literally lied about.
choose from, and as the game's heavily inspired
That's
by
not what
the
a battle
Igarashi
royale
titles,
is.
The gameplay is that familiar blend
It wouldn't be the first
of
time he's
action
lied about
platforming
genres.
with light RPG elements. Everyone can equip gear, use consumables, and importantly they each have their own unique mechanics that reflect the game they originally came from. For example, Alucard can discover scrolls which teach him the spells he used in Symphony, and Jonathan Morris learns different martial arts that add mobility to his toolset. Now while that sounds like the team had spent a huge amount of effort fully realising these characters, the truth is rather less impressive. All they've done is taken the sprites from Igarashi's latest games and blown them up to work in HD, a lift and shift job rather than anything creative. It's why we've got characters like Soma, Jonathan, Charlotte and Shanoa.
If they had changed the art style, he would have complained that they changed the sprites. There is no winning. All they did was update the sprites to make them HD. If they had changed the sprites, he'd be like, they changed the sprites and they don't look as good anymore.
But none of the other 2D Igarashi characters like Just or Maxim, as they would require new
because he complained about all the redesigns in any other video game that he's talked about up to this point.
Sprites to be made. That also means that there are no reimaginings, which means no 2D Hector or Leon Belmont.
Every time there was a reimagining, you said it was bad.
And none of the 8-bit characters are involved at all. The whole game is essentially a load of old assets rearranged into a new title, which is surprisingly how the concept for Harmony of Despair came about. In an interview with Destructoid, Igarashi claimed that they had simply loaded up a development kit and tried to see how many sprites they could stick on a single screen. Apparently the team found this concept quite fun, and the large single screen levels of Harmony of Despair were born out of it. It's impressively thrifty, but it also shows how far the franchise had fallen, that this was all they could get budget for. A once titan of the industry cobbling together a new game out of the bones of old ones. Now despite looking like a pretty typical Castlevania adventure, albeit with multiple people playing at once, the
8-bit is in the game, yeah, well, you know.
Harmony of Despair
It wouldn't be the first time he's wrong about something that he is adamantly arguing against.
Pretty damn different to anything else we've seen so far. Instead of a focus on action platforming and exploration, the game plays out much more closely to something like Borderlands or Diablo, where the main goal is finding loot that improves the strength of your characters, rather than constant forward progression through the levels. Defeating enemies rewards you with stronger skills, and by opening the many chests scattered around the 6 stages, you can get stat boosting equipment and money to spend in the game's shop. Interestingly, the shop is only accessible between runs, and it gives Harmony a very roguelike feeling, where you'll load into a level without the intent of actually finishing it.
I'm starting to realize this guy doesn't know what genres are. He called this shit a roguelike.
Actually, he said it's a roguelike feeling. He's using it as a descriptor.
I don't care. He has made so many just like really weird comparisons to genres that just do not make sense.
Be looking for better equipment and more money to improve your chances of beating the boss. It's a funny system to find in a Castlevania game. Grinding and leveling up had been a feature of the series since Symphony of the Night, but it had always been treated as something optional, a way to lower the difficulty if you needed, rather than something mandatory. By comparison, Harmony of Despair is very much built with that grind as the very core of its gameplay loop. Now, in order to accommodate all this Diablo...
By the way, the grind being part of its core gameplay loop is a good thing because it emphasizes beating stages quickly, which teaches you, or at least, what's the word I'm thinking of? Encourages you to learn to speedrun the game and to get better at the game, to get a better time so you can get more loot.
Looting, the levels are much bigger than we've ever seen before, and to their
as well
credit,
as cooperation
they're well
with
designed
friends.
enough that running through them multiple times doesn't get quite as monotonous as you'd imagine. Each one has multiple routes to the boss and optional areas that reward you with loot, and it's actually quite impressive how all this variety is packed into a single screen without a moment's loading at any point. Where the stages really come alive is when the players split up and start heading in different directions, which is massively encouraged by the fact that opening a chest rewards everyone with loot. Many of the puzzles require 2 players coming from different directions. Obviously with 6 players it can get pretty chaotic, but it's that kind of beautiful, hilarious mess that great multiplayer games do so well. Trying to get to a chest and realising your buddy is already fighting the boss, or desperately trying to revive someone who died on the other side of the map, are those naturally memorable moments that these kinds of games endlessly serve up. One really clever idea is that instead of a map screen, the right stick now pulls the camera all the way out, so you can see the entire level, and this lets you check on where other players have gotten to, and importantly, keep track of what the boss is doing. In the first level, the Gurgoth can fire a laser beam from across the map, and the panic as its tracer appears over you changes what would otherwise be a pretty simple level into a really fun game of cat and mouse. This idea of the boss interacting with the rest of the stage adds a unique atmosphere to each of the levels, beyond their aesthetics, and some of them are really well implemented. The Puppet Master in level 2 can follow you outside of the boss room, and the Menace from Dawn of Sorrow is reimagined as a hulking monstrosity that destroys most of the level once it's awakened. It's easily Harmony's most creative idea, and it keeps you guessing even when you're running a stage you've already beaten quite a few times. Now the biggest issue is easily its balancing, which feels completely weighted towards multiplayer and makes that loot grind pretty absurd if you decide to head in solo. Most of the enemies in the game feel like they have health pools designed for multiple players to be attacking them, and the damage of
It's because they are. This game was designed with multiplayer and online in mind.
a single character is so low that even basic enemies in the first level take multiple hits to kill.
Also get good. Guy has no friends. Sag face.
It turns the bosses into a ludicrous gear check that requires running the level you're on maybe 5 or 6 times over
Tell that to Kane Naka, who does fucking new game runs all the time, where he starts from a fresh file and beats all of the chapters.
before you genuinely have the power to even attempt them without friends. Sadly, the multiplayer also isn't
That's
without
literally a
issues,
skill
both
issue.
offline and over the internet. For absolutely no reason, the Xbox version
You can beat all the bosses alone. It's not that difficult. It's not necessarily fun. I don't enjoy that style of gameplay, but it's not that difficult. The game is functional single player, but it's not designed for single player.
doesn't have local co-op, which means if you want to play in the same room as your friend, you'd better have a PlayStation.
Kane Naka.
This baffling decision is made a little easier to swallow.
Where's his channel? Where's a link to his channel? He's a Japanese runner. Is this his channel? Yes, it is. There you go. Kane Naka also has done Soten runs in the past. It is really good.
Because the local co-op is not actually that great, and it's pretty obvious that Harmony was designed with online multiplayer in mind only. When 2 players on the same console go in different directions, the camera pulls out and forces you to play in the tiny overview mode, which it was clearly not designed for. We've also not really touched on the game's microtransactions, which are a trend that had unfortunately begun to creep into the industry at this point. Along with 5 other characters, including
I'll say it. The DLC in this game is not too egregious. You can just pick the games that you want, or sorry, the characters that you want to pick. You can pick the stages that you want to pick. This is by no means like predatory DLC.
Julius Belmont, Maria Renard,
But of course, it's a gamer opinion. Oh my god, DLC's bad. Am I right, fellow gamers? Please leave a like and subscribe. Please, I need it.
and Richter, you could purchase 5 additional stages and 2 separate music packs. Now this is a lot of microtransactions, and it represents almost 50% of the total content Konami made for the game. Harmony of Despair cost $50.
I will say, if you got every single character, and you're like, wow, half the content is locked behind... Bro, you don't need all those characters. What the fuck are you going to do with fucking Maria and shit? Like, you seriously downloading fucking Yoko? Like, Yoko is your main in this game? Really?
£15 on release, but if you wanted to experience everything the game had to offer, it would end up costing you closer to $35.
That seems reasonable for a game of this size with all of the fucking DLC. £35 seems pretty reasonable. What is that in American? Like $2?
which is an insane rate to pay for a downloadable title that's virtually unplayable as a solo experience. This pricing model
Imagine paying for a game that's online only. That's crazy. Downloadable online only. Those games shouldn't exist. Am I right, fellas? That's the kind of game you're getting yourself into. He's complaining. This is the thing that fucking pisses me off. He's like explaining the structure of the game and then complaining about it. Oh, I don't like that this is an online only game. I'm complaining about it being an online only game. Bro, it's an online only game. And it's technically not even online only, but still. Just to give him the point that it's online only.
Along with the new focus on multiplayer, led to a lot of criticism from websites and magazines, who saw it as a cynical move on Konami's part to try and monetize the series. Reviews were
God forbid you try and monetize the video game that you're making for profit.
Pretty rough on it, and the final Metacritic score of 65 out of 100 is one of the lowest in the franchise. I think that's a little harsh, as the reality is the team were working with a virtually non-existent budget and produced a game that, in the right circumstances, can be extremely fun, and even has some creative ideas like how the bosses interact with the stages. Like so many games in the series before it, Harmony of Despair could have really used a sequel in order to smooth out some of its issues, but in true frustrating Konami tradition, a follow-up never came, and Harmony has aged into a very strange, trend-chasing side project, rather than that permanent step into the series' future. With middling sales and reviews, it was clear that the experimentation that had so often saved the series in the past was no longer working. And with video game development exploding in cost thanks to the new HD generation, Castlevania was at a crossroads. The big missing piece had always been
HD
that
games.
AAA 3D Castlevania game, and Konami knew that going forwards this would be the only way to keep the franchise in business. They made the dramatic decision to completely reboot the franchise and went out to market to find a developer who was up to this monstrous task.
Bro, I love God of War. Okay. I have not played these games. I have zero opinion. I will let the man speak, but he doesn't have the best track record. I'll let him cook. I'm going to let him cook.
The idea of going big on a AAA console Castlevania game wasn't a new one, as this had been Igarashi's planned direction of travel before he was demoted. The team had begun to work on a...
No, he's not going to love them. He's going to talk shit about these games because he has to pander to gamer opinions, and the gamer opinion is that this game is actually bad.
PS3 and Xbox 360 title starring Alucard, which was tentatively titled Castlevania, and progressed far enough for a teaser to be shown off at the Tokyo Game Show in 2008. With the back-to-back commercial failure of Ecclesia and Judgment, development on this title was cancelled, but the idea of a big-budget reboot stuck around, and Konami decided to follow the route they'd gone with the Adventure Rebirth, and bring in a promising new studio to handle its creation. Around the same time, they'd been pitched a fantasy adventure game by a small Spanish studio called Mercury Steam, led by two highly ambitious designers, David Cox and Enric Alvarez.
David Cox?
While Konami decided against going ahead with that title, the Japanese leadership team were impressed and asked David and Enric to put together a prototype of what they thought a rebooted Castlevania could look like.
Tommy Toblerone.
It was a huge opportunity for the small Spanish team, as while they'd been in existence since 2002, they'd only managed to produce 2 full games, American McGee's Scrapland and Clive Barker's Jericho. And while both are very interesting and ambitious games, they were riddled with technical and design faults, which meant they hadn't made a big impact. This Castlevania pitch was a major deal for them, but crushingly, Konami didn't really like what they'd put together and began to have cold feet about the entire concept of rebooting the franchise. It seemed like Mercury Steam were headed back to Spain empty-handed, until they were saved by Konami's golden god, a man whose creative influence dwarfed even the biggest figures in Castlevania's history. The prototype caught the attention of Hideo Kojima, who felt there was real promise in it.
The first Strand-type Castlevania, no.
And convinced the Konami board to forge onwards with production. It was as close to a home run as Mercury Steam could have hoped for, Suddenly they were working on one of the industry's
Kojima's
most
done it
famous
again.
franchises with a huge budget and had the personal backing of one of the greatest minds in video game development.
One of the greatest minds, past tense.
There was real excitement about what they could produce, and the studio quickly grew to almost 100 people in order to accommodate the massive ambition.
Lament
of
was the
Cox,
first strand type,
Alvarez, and
true.
Kojima.
It is a
News of
walking
this
simulator.
reboot quickly swept through the video game media, and with every press release and announcement, a wave of hype seemed to build. And when the first trailer dropped, it seemed to be justified. Internationally renowned
Patrick
actors
Stewart.
like Patrick Stewart, Robert Carlyle, and Jason Isaacs were all attached. There was a sweeping orchestral soundtrack, and the visuals were breathtaking, showing off the
A little dated for today's standards, but at the time, let's say they're breathtaking.
scale and cinematic direction that the series had
That looked a little rough.
never even come close to. Interest in the franchise had never been higher, and when Castlevania Lords of Shadow released in 2010, that hype converted to sales. Lords of Shadow quickly became the best-selling game in the entire franchise,
Really?
bursting past 1 million units shipped in just a single month.
Damn, all right. The 2010s was a crazy time. You create a gritty Gears of War, God of War, something of War clone, and it sells 1 million units. That's crazy.
And reaching almost 2 within the year. It was a level of success
Good for
that was
them.
unthinkable for a franchise that had come close to cancellation just a few years earlier. Now you'd think that would lead to a huge outpouring of love for the game, as Mercury Steam had effectively saved Castlevania from the Konami chopping block, but its long-term reputation has proven to be one of controversy and disagreement amongst both fans and critics. It's primarily focused around 2 key accusations. The first is that Lords of Shadow is not a true Castlevania game, and the second is that it's an unoriginal clone. And
Those are both the same argument. It's not a Castlevania game because it's an unoriginal clone.
are about to refute both of these
I fucking knew it. Somehow I'm like, there's no. He's gonna defend the game. Okay, the rest of the video makes sense. This is a guy that likes Lords of Shadow. The rest of his opinions are ultra invalid, guys.
arguments. But in order to do that, we need to first look at what Lords of Shadow actually is.
Oh,
We play
I'm honestly not even mad anymore. It's like, okay, it just makes sense. This was all April Fools, JK. I only like bad video games. Understandable. Have a nice day.
as Gabriel Belmont, acolyte of the Brotherhood of Light, a warrior who is battling across a ravaged Romanian countryside in the hope of finding the Lake of Oblivion,
This guy is just such a contrarian. I swear to God.
which rumour has it allows one to contact the dead. As the Brotherhood
I can
are losing
hear the
battle
fedora
against
in
the
his
forces of
voice
evil,
as he
he's
tips
been
it and
sent to
says, "Milady."
seek guidance from the heavens. But for Gabriel, this mission has another purpose. His beloved wife Marie was recently murdered, and our hero
Lords of Shadow stream, you're going to need to drop 1 million Twitch primes.
is desperately seeking for a way to bring her back from beyond the veil of death. This initial quest acts as a sort of extended tutorial, and across Gabriel's short journey to the lake, we're not
Damn,
only
this game looks
introduced
so
to
next
Lords
gen.
of Shadow's gameplay systems and characters, but also get a taste for that cinematic approach which Mercury Steam teased in the trailers. In just half an hour, you do battle with a horde of werewolves, leap between the columns of a huge ruined viaduct, solve puzzles for a magical
solve
form,
puzzles?
and scale the colossal body of an ancient golem.
So far, you've just described God of War. This is God of War. If you told me those exact same things and told me it was a God of War game, I would have been like, that sounds like God of War.
It's a non-stop roller coaster of
God
heavily
of War.
directed action set
And you're going to tell me this isn't a cheap ripoff of God of War?
pieces, and this is the foundation for the rest of the game. While fighting the golem at the lake, Gabriel is joined by a fellow soldier of the Brotherhood, Zobek, and with his help they
Zobek?
bring down the creature, which opens the long-sealed lines of communication between the living and the dead. Face to face with his deceased love, Gabriel pleads with Marie for any information that might help the Brotherhood, but all she can offer is whispers of a prophecy and a phrase, the Lords of Shadow. It means nothing to our hero, but Zobek tells
We have
us
Gods
that
of
this
War at
prophecy
home, yeah,
is a long-kept secret, that a pure-hearted warrior would one day defeat the 3 Lords of Shadow and rebuild the link between heaven and earth, and could potentially bring the dead back to life. It's all the motivation our broken Belmont requires, and the two warriors set off to defeat these lords and claim the power in the name of their order. The rest of the game follows a similar script, a highly directed, linear roller coaster of combat, platforming, and puzzles that's all structured as a story Zobek is recounting, with his narration driving the plot forwards from one adrenaline-fueled set piece to the next. So that brings us on to the first accusation, which is that Lords of Shadow is not really a Castlevania game. In my opinion, it's an idea that doesn't really have anything to do with Lords of Shadow itself. You see, to the
Let him cook.
people who think this, there is no Castlevania without Igarashi, Kojima, and Yamane, and the very idea of a rebooted Castlevania, well, it's a heresy not worth considering. Well, I think this fundamentally misunderstands Castlevania's history, and frankly does Mercury Steam a pretty big disservice. Castlevania is a franchise built on a foundation of highly linear, action-focused games that placed a premium on cinematic presentation.
Placed a premium on cinematic presentation? You're starting to lose me.
That was the fundamental concept behind Akamatsu's initial creation, and all through the NES, SNES, and Sega Genesis years, this is what Castlevania was. I think Mercury Steam really understood this, which is exactly why Konami and Kojima wanted to go ahead with their ideas. In fact, David Cox revealed in interviews after the game's release that Gabriel
So he's like arguing that like fans don't think it's a Konami game because Koji Igarashi didn't make it? Or it's not a Castlevania game because Koji Igarashi didn't make it? No, it's not a Castlevania game because it's too busy being God of War. It's a God of War game. It's not a Castle. It's got a. That's why it's not a Castlevania game. Is because it's a God of War.
had originally looked
Strawman yet again.
much more similar to Simon Belmont from Castlevania 1, with the team intending it almost as a remake. It was actually Hideo Kojima and the Konami leadership that pushed them to strike out on their own and design a fresh character with a new story. There are signs all throughout the game that Mercury Steam weren't looking to discard the past, but build their own version of it. And Lords of Shadow is full of references and nods to past titles. Bosses like the Evil Butcher, Malphas, and Olrox are all reinterpretations of past fights, and classic names are recycled in ways that make sense. The Lord of the Lycans is called Cornell, and the Lord of the Vampires is called Camilla. The creator of the gadgets that Gabriel uses is called Gandolfini, and there is a scroll that insinuates that the citadel the vampires
Gandolfini? Who the
once
fuck is
belonged
that?
to a powerful nobleman
Zorlo
called
in this
Walter
game?
Bernhard. Now I'm sorry, but if you're making multiple references to Lament of Innocence, this must be a game crafted by people who loved Castlevania. The idea that they were looking to chuck out everything from the series' history.
These are people that loved Castlevania because they put in Castlevania references in their Castlevania game? Okay.
Just couldn't be further from the truth. And to me, it's just as deserving of its title as anything made by Kirita, Etsunobu, or Hagihara. So if the game's cinematic action focus isn't the issue, and its rebooted plot and setting aren't either, well, that's the game's reputation saved, right? Well, not really, as the second major accusation is the far bigger of the two. I'm sure even without any prior knowledge, it won't surprise you to hear that a lot of comparisons were drawn between Lords of Shadow and God of War, with some commentators even going as far as to say that it was a clone of Santa Monica's brutal Greek masterpiece. On the surface, it seems spot on. We're an angry, chain-wielding warrior fighting his way through an ancient
He even wields the chains, bro. You're not making a great case.
fantasy setting, only
a mess it
pausing
is.
to do a bit of climbing and puzzle solving. I mean, there are even kill animation QTEs, so Mercury Steam must have been trying to copy something popular, right? Well, no. And I think that's quite disingenuous for a
Let him cook.
few reasons. Firstly, Castlevania already had
Actually, they independently came up with all the same things that are in God of War games separately. That it's just a coincidence.
a 3D action game where you fought with a whip in an extremely similar
Because this was also modeled off of God of War. This was also a God of War clone.
style.
DMC, God of War, regardless. Similar genres.
Lament of Innocence, which came out 3 years before God of War was even announced. Given the references we've already discussed, and the fact that studio head David Cox had literally worked on that game before he joined Mercury Steam, I refuse to believe that they went in this direction entirely to copy Kratos, and not just because they were building on a system that was already proven to work. On top of this, the very concept of a God of War clone makes little sense to me, as God of War itself is really just an amalgamation of ideas from Devil May Cry and
Actually, art is derivative, therefore there's no such thing as clones, is literally what he's saying here.
Prince of Persia. Taking ideas from something that works and refining or reimagining them is a process that's fundamental to the industry. And without iteration, we'd have been robbed of so many great games, like Bayonetta, Dead Space, Dino Crisis, or even Stardew Valley, as they all borrow liberally from existing games.
Yes, but there's a difference between being inspired by and attempting to ride the coattails of a different series. Does that make sense? Like Stardew Valley is not riding the coattails of a fucking not Animal Crossing, but obviously Animal Crossing. What's the game? Harvest Moon, thank you. It's obviously not riding the coattails of Harvest Moon because Harvest Moon is dead and this is a love letter to the series. Whereas the other game, Castlevania Lords of Shadow, is riding the coattails of the success of the God of War series, which at this point in time probably has like 4 successful games that have all sold like 10 million copies or some shit like that. What's up, D-Moss?
If you believe that Castlevania Lords of Shadow is a shallow attempt to cash in on popular Western trends, I'm sure all of this explanation is easy to ignore, but by doing so,
I'm not ignoring it. I'm actively taking it apart as you make these. I'm not ignoring any of it. I've actively taken apart those arguments.
you'll miss out on a game that does more than enough to step out from the shadow of the looming giants in its history and genre.
I'll let you cook. How do they do it?
It would be completely remiss of me to begin
You said that they step outside of the shadow of presumably God of War. How?
my praise with anything other than the game's direction, which is at times absolutely incredible. Every environment you explore has a mystical and ancient design to it, and they're all
Kind of like God of War.
presented on a scale that uses every ounce of the 360 and PS3's next-gen power. According to Alvarez and Cox, the films of Guillermo del Toro were a massive influence on them. And just like in Pan's Labyrinth and Hellboy, we're presented with a dark fantasy world that manages to avoid most of the generic medieval gothic tropes that often plague the genre.
Gothic medieval tropes. The guy that holds a whip and kills vampires? Those medieval gothic tropes that are, to a certain extent, like core to the Castlevania identity?
It's just a complete feast for the eyes, and never stops serving up moments that live up to the legacy of visual storytelling that Akamatsu designed all those years ago.
Just like
Now, probably my
God of War?
favourite element of Lords of Shadow runs completely counter to this inclination towards massive spectacle, and that is the surprising amount of puzzles that split up the combat and platforming.
Just like, say it with me now, God of War.
There is a ludicrous variety of brain teasers for Gabriel to solve, and while there are some basic find the switch and press the buttons in the right order situations early on, very quickly things get quite a lot more creative.
Yes, I am
and there are
still
some
going.
seriously memorable moments
We got 3 hours
that
left.
revolve entirely around the puzzles. Deep inside Camilla's
Those are
castle,
literally God of
we
War
run into
puzzles.
her vampire daughter, Laura, who will only let us progress if we beat her
No, there's
in a game of
vampires. You
chess.
don't understand.
This whole section has its own unique mechanics and strategies, and you can practically
Chess has, well, I guess it, whatever.
taste the passion of the developer who put it together.
They wanted to make a chess ripoff inside of their God of War ripoff. That's a lot of passion.
I'm sure it's the result of long nights spent balancing and perfecting a section that only lasts about 10 minutes and
What? How do you know they didn't just come up with this in a fucking meeting while they were high on coke and just implemented it in a day? That's just an ad hominem. That's just not, you just said, I imagine they probably spent 10,000 hours perfecting every pixel of the orc's ass during the chess match. Yeah, I imagine that too, I guess.
never returns. I just can't see how anyone could think that a game with this level of care poured into it could possibly be a shallow cash grab. and nowhere
Poor fool.
is this more evident than in the game's very best sequence, the music box. After defeating the Lord of the Lycans and the Lord of the Vampires, Gabriel needs to face the Lord of Death, but reaching his necropolis is something that no man can do alone. He seeks out the help of Baba Yaga, an old witch who lives in the Woes Moor, and despite being as unsettling as is physically possible, she agrees to help him.
She tells you like a prophecy about how you're going to kill your wife and daughter, because if you take the offer of Ares, the god of war, he'll
be shrunk down and retrieve a blue rose from within a magical music box. The box itself is outlandishly ornate, and looming massive in the sky is Baba Yaga, laughing and taunting and encouraging Gabriel as he tries to work out how to access the rose. What you've got to do is find different coloured gems that all represent different bars of the classic Castlevania song, Vampire Killer, and by playing them in the correct order,
They made a reference to Castlevania, they really do care.
paths through the music box unlock, eventually leading to the rose. For anyone unfamiliar with the original song, it's going to be damn near impossible to solve, but after playing through 30 games for this video, it was the moment of fan service that got me the most excited, not just tickling my nostalgia, but actually using it in a clever way. Now, clearly we've been in defensive mode so far, fighting back against the many unfair criticisms of Lord
Which you've done very poorly. So far, I just believe this is a God of War
of
clone.
Shadow. But it's time to come crashing back down to reality and deal with its shortcomings, because they really are quite hard to ignore. The biggest is without a doubt the combat system, which despite doing its best to come up with something unique,
Is actually just God of War.
ends up as a really wonky mess that actually discourages you from enjoying all the options available. Very quickly, Gabriel comes into possession of the light and dark medallions, which can be activated on the LB and RB buttons,
So it's just Jack 3?
and add 2 modifiers to your basic attacks. Red dark magic adds additional damage, and blue light magic converts a portion of that damage into health. They're both
So exactly like Jack 3, got it.
recovered by absorbing orbs which drop from enemies, and the game's combat is entirely built around expending and regaining these resources. In theory, it's a pretty great system, but in practice, it's just not that interesting. Just like in most character action games, you can unlock more complex combo chains with the points you get from defeating enemies. But
Hey, I'm cool if this is a God of War clone and you're understanding that this is a God of War clone and you're like, hey, I like God of War, so I'm going to like this game too. Perfectly fine. This guy is like,
Actually, it's not really a God of War clone, and I have proved it with facts and logic because they put a Castlevania song in there. It's not a clone. They made a music box with Castlevania and puzzles just like God of War, but it's not like God of War.
using anything other than the most
I don't care if this is a God of War. It's one of the reasons why I'm not super interested in playing it, because I'm not a fan of like the God of War style of gameplay that was prevalent in like the 2010s and stuff like that. But it seems like it's a solid game that stands on its own as well if you're a fan of that genre of game, and that's perfectly fine. Again, I don't have an opinion on this game because I'm not a fan of this genre of game, so I won't play it. So I'm not going to say it's a good game or it's a bad game, but this guy's arguments are disingenuous as fuck, and they have been the entire video.
basic attacks usually just results in you taking damage. Weirdly, enemies can't be staggered, which means launching into a complex multi-button 5 or 6 hit combo simply opens you up to a counterattack.
It's like a 7 out of 10.
Swarming hordes of enemies or hyper-aggressive
It seems
bosses,
like a decently
there's very
well
little
put together
reason
game,
to do
you know?
anything other than turn on your magic, get in a few quick strikes, and then dodge away to safety.
Like if you've already
It causes
played through
almost
God of
every
War and
single
you want
fight to
something
play out
new,
in an identical fashion, and it does get pretty repetitive. Despite the incredible
like
animations and crazy QTE finishes,
That's the
it's all
genre, is that
style
combat
and
is
no
repetitive.
substance, which is
No?
a shame considering it makes up such a big proportion of the gameplay. That same
It's sold well,
inability
it's a good game,
to really
true.
nail satisfying combat also spoils the big Colossus fights. These moments are clearly influenced by Shadow of the Colossus, and
okay, so it's not God of War, guys, because they have Colossi from Shadow of the Colossus, guys. It's not a God of War clone. They're not trying to cash in on cheap cash grabs. They would not do that.
just like in that
By the way, here's Shadow of the Colossus for 10 minutes.
game, You scale the creatures while they try to shake you off, and hit glowing weak points that are located all over their bodies.
It's like he's actively arguing against his own argument earlier. He's like, okay, it's not a cheap cash grab, guys. It's not God of War, okay? By the way, it's literally Shadow of the Colossus for this boss fight, which is really cool. And this shows up multiple times, kind of like Shadow of the Colossus. You know, it's cool.
Yet again, it's an idea that sounds great on paper, but just isn't quite right in its execution. In Team Ico's masterpiece, there was generally some sort of puzzle element that governed how you got onto the beast, but once you were there, it became all about managing your stamina bar and taking down whatever weak points you could get to. Wanda's frantic battle to keep his grip is literally represented by these mechanics, and that's what makes the encounters so exciting. Where Lords of Shadow really messes this up is that climbing isn't freeform, and there's no stamina bar, which makes each sequence extremely linear. You just climb up the glowing parts, hold the right trigger whenever the prompt appears, and there really is no way to fail if you know what you're doing. The problem is that it's not always clear where you're supposed to move to, and some sections are really particular about how they want you to act. Also, thanks to how linear they are, if you fail a move and fall off, you have to restart the whole process
Metal Gears
from
of
the
War?
beginning. And as some of them can be really long, it's just an exercise
I'm excited
in
for Metal Gears of
frustration
War.
rather than excitement. It's here that the clone accusation rings
Linear is
most
bad
true.
this time, true.
And frankly, when you're endlessly falling off the flying undead dragon, you can't help but feel like you've been served up a pretty pallid imitation of the real thing.
A pallid imitation of the real thing, but it's not a cheap knockoff. He literally dispels his own argument in the middle of it's the same fucking section. This is obvious. This is a parody. This is a joke. This is not a real retrospective. He didn't even read his own script.
Luckily, any thoughts about this game's status as a clone or its validity as a Castlevania game are all completely sidelined by.
And then he says, just kidding, I was lying. I know I said it was a cheap imitation, but actually, it's actually not.
Its notorious ending. It's so massively surprising and unconventional that even to this day, it's still the main thing people talk about when.
I've never heard a single person talk about the ending of this game. Anything that's ever been mentioned about this game is it's kind of like God of War. I don't know. And they changed the story. It's whatever.
Discussing the merits of Lords of Shadow. So after defeating the undead dragon deep within the lands of death, Gabriel is joined once again by Zobek, and as the power of the final Lord of Shadow bleeds away, the truth of Gabriel's journey is revealed. Turns out that Zobek is
Was
a Lord
Dracula
of
the
Shadow,
whole time?
and he's been manipulating our Belmont all along, pushing him towards destroying his rivals and seeking to take their power for himself. With the charade abandoned and Zobek in possession of the God Mask, which represents the power of the Lords, he reveals a final cruel twist. It was not the forces of evil that took Marie's life, but Gabriel himself.
That's literally the plot of God of War! By the way. He killed his own fucking girlfriend. He killed his own wife.
Manipulated by the Necromancer.
That's the same thing that happens in God of War. I'm gonna fucking come. I'm gonna come out of pure spite, I swear to God.
With his entire quest to bring her back, driven by a subconscious guilt for the terrible sin he committed. With that, Zobek kills Gabriel, and it seems that the day is lost, until a voice echoes out from the void.
He wakes up as the new God of War, covered in ashes of his victims.
All hail Zobek. It seems that Gabriel wasn't the only one being manipulated, and before the sorcerer can realise what's happening, he is burnt to a cinder, and the power of the God Mask is taken by Satan himself, who plans to use it to usurp the heavens. With this unholy threat openly...
Like Christian Satan? They just got Christian Satan? Christianity is just canon for the Lords of Shadow games? When does Jesus show up? Lords of Shadow 2? Is he a playable character?
challenging God himself, Gabriel is brought back to life, his body
coursing
joking with holy power. And
do you
the
actually meet
two-do
Jesus?
battle in the game's climactic moment.
Oh my God.
It's the pinnacle of everything
Jesus
Lords of Shadow
microtransaction.
stands for. Monumental
You didn't get the Jesus DLC, bro?
spectacle.
Now it's a
over-the-top
rip-off of Dante's
action,
Inferno,
and
true.
dramatic storytelling, all wrapped up in a pretty button-mashy fight that ends with a series of quick-time events. Once the devil is defeated, Gabriel is allowed once again to speak with Marie, but it's a bittersweet reunion. While she forgives him for his actions and pleads with him to make the most of his second chance at life, Gabriel only wants to be together again. But as he was warned so many times, there's
look at
no
her
path
face.
back from the dead. And even with the God Mask, Marie cannot return. She's called back to the light, and despite saving humanity, redeeming his own dark actions, and making peace with his beloved, Gabriel slumps to his knees, anguish and grief overtaking him as the one thing he truly wanted slips away. It's a captivating conclusion, and one which would have left people discussing the philosophy of this game for years, were it not for the post-credit scene. Candlelight
Marvel, I love post-credit scene. If I don't get a good post-credit scene at the end of my movie, I'm gonna get angry.
flickers in an ancient Gothic church, and a robed figure quietly moves between the pews. Behind a crumbling wall lies a secret chamber, where monstrous gargoyles and demonic statues lie amongst the ruins. At the peak of this tower, the figure reveals itself to be none other than Zobek, and sitting upon a throne, skin withered and draped in shadows, sits Gabriel Belmont, who at the sound of his name hisses, "You sunt Dracul," which is Romanian for "I am Dracula." The two briefly fight before Gabriel is thrown through the window and shockingly falls down into a busy modern-day street, as in with cars and umbrellas and street lights. Gabriel tells Zobek that he cannot live and cannot die, and in response, his one-time nemesis claims that he has a way to help him shed his immortality, if...
Bro, imagine you're just walking through the streets and this motherfucker... This is just a normal day in New York City, by the way. This guy just sits, you know, outside of subway stations. This is the most normal day in New York City.
He'll help him defeat Satan. The vampire screams in pain before disappearing in a cloud of shadows.
Still the most
Camera
normal
pans
day
up
in New York
and
City.
fades to black, leaving Lords of Shadow on what might be the most notorious cliffhanger in modern video games. This post-credit scene quite literally
Castlevania
broke
2077.
the internet, with countless
Quite literally broke the internet. I'm still using it, bro. The internet's not broken. Sorry.
articles, forum posts,
I've literally never heard of this in my life, by the way. I've never heard of this ending.
and YouTube videos, all trying to make sense of a sequence that feels like it comes completely
What up? It's your boy. Today we're going to be reacting to the ending of Castlevania Lords of Shadow. But first, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And I'm going to be showing you my asshole if we get to 10,000 subscribers.
out of nowhere. How is Zobek alive? Why is it taking place in the modern day? And most importantly, how exactly did Gabriel turn into one of the most iconic villains of all time? The most popular theory was that when he was reincarnated as God's vessel to do battle with Satan, a process similar to the ascension of the founders of the Brotherhood took place. Gabriel's light
This guy really loves this game. He's getting into the fucking fanfics and shit. He's like, bro, you don't understand the lore goes so deep.
side now resides in heaven with Marie, while his darker impulses were left
Holy
behind
shit.
on Earth. It was the best that anyone could come up with, and frankly, I think it's a pretty great interpretation that really ties into the themes of duality and consequence that are present all throughout the game. It would have been a fine place for Mercury Steam to leave things, but unfortunately, the game's surprise financial success proved to be an unexpected curse. With copies flying off the shelves, Konami asked Cox and Alvarez to put together 2 DLC packages as fast as they physically could. And in April and June of 2011, the Reverie and Resurrection chapters were made available for download. Now interestingly, David Cox has been extremely candid about these 2 releases, calling them a big mistake in an interview with GameRanks. Apparently there had originally been no plans for further story content, and the mad rush to cobble something together had led to something
DLC
that he
bad.
wished could have been done differently. And after having played them, I can't say I disagree. They pick up the story of Gabriel Belmont after we left him in the land of the dead, and both additional chapters attempt to better connect the main game to its controversial ending. Gabriel is contacted by the young vampire Laura, who reveals that in defeating the Lords of Shadow, he's inadvertently released an even greater danger, the Forgotten One.
By the way, the Lords of Shadow are literally the gods of Olympus. It just took me that long to realize, holy shit, it is literally the same game.
And the two need to team up in order to avert an apocalyptic catastrophe. It's really just a premise for more puzzle solving, more
Averting an apocalyptic catastrophe, again, God of War.
platforming,
God of War did it.
and more combat. And outside of some sections where you control Laura, there isn't really anything new. It's a perfectly functional and fun addition if you're after a dose of more Lords of Shadow gameplay. Where it doesn't fare so well is in its narrative. which Cox describes as his biggest regret. At the end of Reverie, it
When does
turns out that
Jesus
the
show up?
only way someone can fight the
Oh, they die
Forgotten
at
One
Waffles.
is to become a vampire. And this leads to Laura forcing Gabriel to drink her blood so he can defeat the demonic threat. The second half of the DLC contains hardly any narrative whatsoever, and really is just a two-part boss fight against the demon, ending with Gabriel, who's now a vampire, smashing his combat cross and seemingly giving in to the evil that now runs through his veins. Much like Cox, I think these additions to the story are really quite pointless, and actually
I talk about
detract
Cox often,
from the
so I know where
tale
he's
that we
coming
got
from.
in the base game. Instead of the clever theory about Gabriel's light and dark side separating, we're left with a very basic
I think I'm ready to take a
explanation
break.
that he became Dracula in order to defeat a big monster. And the fact that this has almost nothing to do with any of the plot of Lords of Shadow really doesn't sit well with me.
Happy holidays.
As the DLC wasn't originally planned, it makes it quite hard to accept that this was the actual intention behind that post-credit scene.
I need to stand up and stretch
Seeing
and
all
stuff.
the
I'll be right
interesting
back, guys.
discussion
We're at
devolve into, oh, it's explained in a
8:45.
completely
We
unrelated
might
DLC
hit
story that was released 6 months
75,
after.
maybe 900
Well,
by the end of the
that
stream.
just
I don't
sucks
know.
away some of the mystique that it originally carried. Lords of Shadow remains to this
With
day
Varda's,
a highly
we probably can
controversial
get there
title
today.
within the Castlevania community.
huge.
But honestly, I can't help
hit
but be sucked in by its
920, I think
cinematic
with Varda's we hit,
maximalist charms.
999.
It's a roller coaster of dark fantasy visuals, interesting puzzles, and a real sense of adventure. Its gameplay might not be the most creative or innovative take on the genre, but I think Mercury Steam did an amazing job of breathing new life into a dying franchise. There was clearly a lot of care and effort poured into this reinterpretation, and if you consider it a spiritual successor to Akamatsu's very first game, it more than lives up to its namesake. As this video has extensively shown, Castlevania has always been about far more than just Symphony of the Night, and I think Lords of Shadow, despite its lunatic ending, is equally deserving of a place at the blood-drenched table. So given Lords of Shadow's surprise success, you might imagine that Mercury Steam immediately set to work on a console follow-up. But that was actually not the case. As Konami's original expectations weren't all that high, they'd only commissioned a single game, and Mercury Steam were facing an empty pipeline, which was particularly bad news considering how large the studio had grown in the last few years. Obviously they would put together pitches for new projects, but in order to keep money coming in and have enough work for all their new employees, they asked Konami if they could produce a lower budget sequel for the Nintendo 3DS once Lords of Shadow had released. Thanks to the good relationship between the two studios and some really positive feedback from an excited Nintendo of Europe, the green light was given and Mercury Steam fired ahead with this smaller scale follow-up. Now shortly after this, Lords of Shadow released worldwide, and Konami were suddenly very interested in getting another console game out, which meant Mercury Steam had to reorganise into two distinct teams, and try to work out how to create two different games at once. While Dave Cox once again handled production and writing duties, direction was entrusted to Jose Luis Marquez, a programmer who'd been with the studio since it formed, and who relished the chance at a promotion as Enric Alvarez was busy with the pre-production of Lords of Shadow 2. When the game was first shown off at E3 2012, anticipation was once again very high, as the media and fans were excited to see what looked like a return to the Igarashi-style side-scrolling gameplay of the past. Awkwardly, they were even asked a few times if Iga was working with them, which led to Cox and Marquez having to sheepishly say that no, he was not involved. Things looked primed for yet another success, but unfortunately, this time around development was nowhere near as smooth, and the inexperienced team really struggled to get the game into a playable state. According to Cox, development had been done for PC, and then they ported everything backwards to the 3DS, which led to a huge amount of issues and ultimately caused the game to have to be delayed by 6 months, which was an unprecedented length of time for a handheld title. When it finally did release in March of 2013, review scores were a little more mixed than Lords of Shadow, and infamously, the game was absolutely torched by IGN, with Colin Moriarty giving it a 4 out of 10. Now the game certainly isn't bad, but it does have some pretty big flaws, which make that fractured and rushed development cycle quite hard to look past. Mirror of Fate is set 50 years after the end of the Resurrection DLC, with Gabriel now completely consumed by the personality of Dracula and waging a war of vengeance against the Brotherhood, who he blames for his lifetime of misery. We play as Simon Belmont, and later Alucard and Trevor Belmont, as all three assault Gabriel's castle and try to defeat the vampire within. There's a sort of Memento non-linear narrative going on, where different characters see the events of the game from different perspectives, and actually the way that the game brings everything together into a singular story is one of its strong points. Before we get to that though, we need to discuss the castle, which represents the biggest change from Mercury Steam's last outing. Instead of adventuring across a huge and varied land, the game takes place entirely within the walls of Dracula's castle, and the structure once again revolves around finding upgrades that allow you to progress deeper
Dracula's
into the
castle
Citadel.
before.
Now that might be music to the ears of those who didn't like Lords of Shadow's more directed style, but disappointingly the castle and the gameplay flow of Mirror of Fate
It made the game more like a Castlevania game, so it disappointed me.
is probably its worst element. Unlike in Symphony of the Night, the castle is split into clear levels, and there's a very strict order to the events of the game that you always have to follow. For example, as Simon, you approach the ruined castle gates before heading down
Again, I have no opinion on this game. I never played it. Is he being based or cringe? Let me know.
into the underground caverns. Here you find
Well, I
the
know he's
spirit
been
of
cringe,
Bernarda's
but-
power, which you use to find the spirit of Schneider power, which eventually lets you into the castle and onto your confrontation with Dracula. There's absolutely no
Because everyone I've ever heard talk about the Lords of Shadow series is like, actually, Lords of Shadow 2 is pretty good. So he is being cringe, got it.
scope for exploration, and despite giving you the ability to backtrack to
okay.
levels you've already beaten, the game is clearly designed around forward momentum. Your map has a red
Out of
marker
curiosity,
which
how
always
we
points
doing
you
on
in the correct
damage?
direction, and despite lots of locked doors and secret passages, there's very little point in returning to them until the end of a chapter when the warp points unlock and you have every movement upgrade. Despite looking like a game that's harkening back to a more traditional time,
929, baby. We're getting close.
it's actually just as linear.
I think we have
as
to take
Lords of
damage for
Shadow,
this to get into
and
effect.
wants you to move from directed set piece to directed set piece.
Oh, and then I
Now
put
that
on the
might
other
be really
Varda.
disappointing, and if you're Colin Moriarty,
969.
that's enough.
Guys, 969. 992 with a crit. Oh! If I get a crit. Guys, if I just simply get a crit. No, that's not happening. All right, back to the grind. It's possible.
Completely rake the game. But just like in its console brother, these moments of scripted gameplay can be really quite fun. And Mirror of Fate, away from the comparisons to its portable ancestors, is a perfectly playable game. The combat for one is a huge improvement over Lords of Shadow's mashy, dodge-focused mess, and Mirror does a much better job of blending flashy animations with actual mechanics. Apparently Cox and Marquez were heavily influenced by 2D fighters while designing the game, and the combat often plays out like a PvE samurai showdown. It's all based around parries and dodges, and you have to learn the tells for even basic enemies, which works very well from the new side-on perspective. It's particularly good during boss fights, where that traditional Castlevania pattern recognition makes its return, and it's blended with the upgrades in a way that's very reminiscent of how Nintendo designed Zelda bosses. You'll find an item or skill that you have to use to reach the end of the level, and then that same mechanic becomes part of the climactic fight. It's classic adventure game design, and it works really well in Mirror of Fate. Along with the combat set pieces, we also get a spate of puzzle and platforming sections, and it's in these areas that Mirror of Fate feels its strongest. When you're racing down a collapsing structure away from a falling bell, or operating mechanical claws to solve a puzzle, it truly does feel like a handheld sequel to Lords of Shadow. And in a way, it's a shame that the team wasted so much
that's
effort
because it is.
on the bland castle setting, instead of delivering another varied fantasy adventure. Of course, that single location
I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Structure is all in service of the non-linear storyline, which surprisingly I think actually works quite well and more than warrants the 3-character perspective. Initially we're playing as Simon Belmont, who's seeking revenge against Dracula for the murder of his parents, and it all seems very traditional Castlevania. Simon's not really a big talker, and unlike Lords of Shadow there's no narration or world building to sink your teeth into. Just a burly ginger dude looking to kill a vampire. Anyway, while he ascends the castle, he gets himself into a few pickles, which usually result in him being saved by a mysterious grey-haired figure. Once we're finally in the throne room, Dracula reveals that this is none other than Alucard.
What? Who could have seen that coming?
And then the game starts over, with us playing as the Son of Darkness. We see the same events from Alucard's perspective, entering the castle from a different direction and solving puzzles and fighting bosses in a way that ties in with the actions we took as Simon.
God, he looks like
Once
shit.
the storyline catches up to the throne room, we see the conclusion of the game. Alucard, filled with anger, being turned into an unholy vampire, helps Simon battle the Count, and after a long fight the two emerge victorious as Simon plunges his cross into Gabriel's heart. All that's left is for Alucard to reveal why he's been helping Simon, and this leads to the 3rd chapter, Trevor Belmont. Trevor is Gabriel's son, although our fallen hero has no idea he exists, as he was taken from Marie while Gabriel was away fighting and she was sworn to secrecy. Apparently this was done because the Brotherhood had used the titular Mirror of Fate to see the future, and knew that only the bloodline of the Belmonts could defeat Dracula. Eventually,
I don't know if it's
the
just
now
the
adult
exhaustion.
and fully trained
I don't know if it's just the exhaustion hitting me, but I do not follow any of that. Is it just me?
Trevor discovers that the vampire is his father and killed his mother, which prompts him to leave his wife and his little baby Simon in order to seek revenge. We get yet another route
No,
into
it makes
the
total
castle,
sense. Okay, cool.
although this time it's in a much more opulent version, and Trevor's battles with the monsters en route are what's responsible for a lot of the structural damage which Simon and Alucard have to navigate around. It all results in another confrontation
I'm sorry, how did you fuck up your audio that bad?
with Dracula in the throne room,
Why is the left and right delayed?
which Trevor promptly
And then it gets fixed? What?
loses. With his dying breath, he asks his father to look into the Mirror of Fate, which reveals to Gabriel that he has just killed his son. Having just waged an infernal war to get over his last familial murder, Gabriel decides to try and avert this happening once again, and drains some of his blood into Trevor's mouth. He lays his son to rest in a crypt, hoping that one day the magic will bring him back to life. And the camera slowly zooms in on the coffin, inscribed with the name Alucard. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, this story does have some serious issues. We're still really lacking a good reason for Gabriel to have turned from angsty hero into the ultimate evil, and now there's the question of his death, as the game doesn't actually explain how he comes back to life in time to meet Zobek in the modern day post-credits scene. Also, I'm going to say the idea that Gabriel had a son that he didn't know about is pretty contrived. I think the idea is that even Marie is manipulating him, but given their interactions in Lords of Shadow, that doesn't really fit all that well, and it makes Mirror of Fate feel a little disconnected from the game it's supposedly concluding. That being said, I still do like it, and I think Marquez and Cox deserve a lot of credit for at the very least trying to tell a Castlevania story in a creative way. We've seen the series so often just fall back into good guys versus bad guys, but this story of familial betrayal and doomed destiny ends up feeling really fresh, even if the execution is all over the place. Now obviously a lot of the wonky design and weird storytelling is thanks to the game's difficult development, but the delay
Shout out to
actually had a
Nerb.
far more terminal
Hope he's doing
effect
well.
than anything found in the game. Mirror of Fate initially did not sell well, and really to all outside
What?
observers, this
A fucking castle on the 3D and it's sold back? Whoa, no way.
wasn't surprising in the slightest. The game had a well-publicised delay due to quality concerns, released to quite muted reviews, and most importantly, was coming out 2.5 years after Lords of Shadow, on a completely different console. 3DS
why would it-
owners
Why would it be on a new... That's something I don't understand. If you're trying to create like brand loyalty around a series. Like, why would you split them up amongst different consoles? Cough, cough, Kingdom Hearts. Oh, you don't understand. If you play the mobile game that's Japanese only, it tells you a lot about the Keyblade Masters.
Simply weren't interested in a sequel to a game they never played, and the team frantically scrambled to get a HD version together in order to correct this mistake. Later that year, Mirror of Fate released on PS3, 360.
Stop! I will never stop. Actually, I will stop in 2 hours and 30 minutes exactly. I will stop.
Lords of Shadow.
I want to go to bed.
While fans were more positive about this version, it wasn't enough to turn around the critics. And incredibly, despite running at a higher FPS
Kingdom Hearts was the best one.
Visuals, Mirror of Fate HD somehow reviewed.
I love Kingdom Hearts, but I also love making fun of Kingdom Hearts.
It must have been so frustrating for the Mercury Steam leadership.
Just let the hate flow through you. I'm full Sith Lord at this point.
Because they thought Lords of Shadow wouldn't sell.
Union Cross, I thought, was you had to have a Japanese phone manufacturer in order to access Union Cross, but they ended up like adding Union Cross cutscenes to one of the collections. But to actually play Union Cross, you had to have a Japanese phone provider. I thought. I could be wrong though. I'm not caught up to date on all my Kingdom Hearts lore, I guess.
And then found
Am I close to 999? Not really. We are at 846. We're probably a good like 10 to 15 in-game hours away. Granted, I've been pausing the game a lot because we started we started at 24 hours in-game time and we have not hit 48 hours in-game time, but I'm about to hit 40 or 24 extra hours later, if that makes sense. So we've been losing a lot of in-game time because I've been pausing a lot.
Locked into a project that, broadly speaking, went terribly and then damaged their reputation. Luckily for our Spanish developers, their fortunes would eventually turn around in a big way. And surprisingly, Mirror of Fate would actually be the key to that happening. But before we get to that, things were about to get a whole load worse.
All the lore is free though? Yeah, but Did I end up taking a nap? No, I've been awake the whole time. I've just been drinking coffee. I'm surprised in my ability to stay up for 24 hours. This is something I have not done in a very long time, but I'm just goated with the sauce.
So let's rewind a few years and pick up with the other half of Mercury Steam, who under the leadership of Enric Alvarez were hard at work on that console follow-up to Lords of Shadow. Now, Lords of Shadow 2 is a complicated game to talk about because its reputation is really all over the place. Some fans consider it to be a totally misguided mess, while others think of it as a misunderstood gem that wasn't given a fair chance by overly harsh critics. The reality is that both camps are right, and Lords of Shadow 2 might be the best worst game that I've ever played.
Boo, boring.
In an interview with Eurogamer after the game's release, Dave Cox talked about how Lords of Shadow 2 was seen as a marquee title in Konami's 2014 calendar, and this led to a lot more hands-on involvement from their Japanese partners, who were very keen to make sure that their money was being well spent.
They should have just made Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories 2, baby. That would have gave them all the money. Although Yu-Gi-Oh! Already makes Konami a lot of money.
Despite both Cox and Alvarez claiming that the working relationship was productive, it's hard to believe.
No, it was not just you, Lowery.
This atmosphere of heightened expectation didn't contribute to some of the strange decisions that were taken during the game's development cycle. Instead of building on the strengths of Lords of Shadow 1, the team decided to instead directly address its faults. And in interviews at E3 2012, Mercury Steam wowed journalists with tales of redesigned combat, a non-linear game world, and a story that would redefine how people thought of Dracula. Between a new player-controlled camera and a fresh engine that removed the need for loading screens, it sounded unbelievably ambitious, and once again fans and journalists couldn't contain their excitement. This was only compounded by the release of another incredible CGI trailer, this time showing our now vampiric Gabriel single-handedly defeating an invading army before hinting at another confrontation with Alucard. Internet hype exploded, and when a demo released just a few months later, which allowed us to play through this section, it really seemed like Mercury Steam had done it.
I don't want to be mean, but I haven't slept and I've been up for 20 hours, so I'm going to be mean. What the fuck is the dude on the right wearing? What is this? What's the drip? I don't know if I like it or not. I'm like 50-50. It's like weird.
He also has like some weird, like knockoff Weird Al vibes. I don't know. I know it's plaid, but it's like tucked in, but he's also wearing like a thin tie and it's tucked into jeans with a belt. Like, I don't.
Again.
This should be a Yu-Gi-Oh game where you play as Yugi, swing a weapon, climb the arm of an obelisk to return to finally not God of War.
Magazines and websites were braced
true.
for another Castlevania reboot success story. But when it finally released in
When
February
you get Weird Al from Dollar
2014,
Tree.
it made
I'm just being a
headlines
hater. It's
for all
flowing
the
through
wrong
me.
reasons.
I just want to hate on stuff
The
right now.
reviews were absolutely
Show me an image and I
dreadful,
will hate on
with
it.
the PlayStation version netting a measly 63 out of 100. And respected publications like Edge,
I'm drinking the
Joystick,
haterade.
and Eurogamer all awarding it some of their lowest scores of the year. It was an unmitigated disaster for Mercury Steam, whose
does this
aspirations
mean?
of becoming the next Naughty Dog lay in tatters amidst a torrent of criticism and negativity. So what happened in between the release of the demo and the full game to change opinions so dramatically?
Wait, what do you say about Edge?
Well, the simple answer is that people just got to play the rest of the game. Despite the demo promising an experience that harkened back to everything that the original game did well, Lords of Shadow 2 instead plays out like a Frankenstein's monster of ideas, stitching together incoherent sequences into an experience that feels like 3 different games mashed together. It often plays out like a
So this feels like 3 different games mashed together, but Lords of Shadow 1 definitely wasn't God of War mixed with Shadow of the Colossus. Right? Right. Right.
fever dream of a video game, and nowhere is this more evident than in its opening hour. Things begin with another run through of the demo section, which given its quality I can understand. We're starting things off with a bang, and it's the perfect slice of grandiose action gameplay to welcome us back into the dark world of Gabriel Belmont. Once the armies have been defeated and Alucard steps out of the mist, the camera pulls back, and instead of continuing into the father-son confrontation, we're thrust into a sequence of flashbacks that re-establish the plot of Mirror of Fate and the post-credit scene from Lords of Shadow 1. When we finally regain control, we're playing as Gabriel in the far future, withered and weakened as he steps out into the rain-soaked streets of the city to seek sustenance. Instead, he finds a demonic beast that almost kills him before salvation arrives in the form of an armor-clad Dark Knight. The screen once again fades to black, and when Gabriel comes to, we're in first
person
and have to drink the blood of an innocent family while they plead for mercy. Turns out the family was a gift from Zobek, and the knight is his lieutenant, who was sent to collect Gabriel in order to make good on the deal that they made in the post-credit scene. Essentially, Satan is returning to Earth, and in exchange for helping the stylish necromancer defeat him, Gabriel will be granted true death and finally be allowed into the afterlife. This deal is the main thrust of the game, as Zobek uses his magic and connections to locate the acolytes of Satan, and then we control Gabriel as he heads off to kill them before they can
Arkham Asylum?
complete their nefarious work. So Gabriel heads off to a heavily guarded pharmaceutical company, where the first acolyte is located, but instead of this throwing us back into the action platforming of the demo, the game lurches into a strange stealth sequence that involves turning into a
I'm just saying. More like Darksiders? Okay. Well, is this before or after the Arkham games came out? Arkham Asylum was the most recent one. I never played the Arkham games.
rat and taking
Just guessing.
possession of the hulking guards. As weird as this is, things get even stranger as we then meet a young Trevor Belmont, who's inexplicably alive and beckons us into a portal
was
which
after?
takes us
Okay.
back in time to Gabriel's castle. This is an entirely different section of gameplay where we're exploring and finding upgrades, fighting against bosses, and the story seems to revolve around a malevolent blood that's turning the subjects of Dracula's domain against him. When we finally step out of another portal and back into the real world, it's straight back into those stealth sections and back to the quest to capture the acolyte.
I sure do love rats.
This is what I mean when I say that Lords of Shadow 2 feels like a fever dream. There's just so much going on, and so little of it actually feels coherent. While most games use their introductory sequence to establish their core gameplay and present the narrative, we're none the wiser after playing the game for an entire hour. Is this a cinematic stealth game or a highly directed character action game? In the castles, it feels like a fast-paced, exploratory RPG, and then out in the modern city, it can look more like The Last of Us. Now let's get something out of the way before we look at the rest of the game, and that's those stealth sections, which have become
This game wishes it looked like The Last of Us.
notorious thanks to the emphasis that the negative reviews placed on them. Honestly, they aren't great, and the mechanics feel incredibly half-baked. There are some parts where you're meant to possess enemies or transform into a rat, but none of it feels particularly natural. And
Why doesn't Alucard have a rat transformation in Symphony of the Night?
unlike series like Splinter Cell or Metal Gear,
I would pay so much money for somebody to do that. Hack the rat transformation into Symphony of the Night. Let Alucard be rat.
which treats stealth like a sandbox, Lords of Shadow 2's sequences are more like a puzzle where you simply have to work out exactly what the game wants you to do. Thankfully, they're all pretty damn
I just
easy
want
and
one
never stick
small
around long
rat.
enough for any frustration to truly set in.
It's like, have you guys played Kirby and the Amazing Mirror? There's the mini Kirby ability where it just lets you fit through small cracks. I want that. I just want that. Also, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror is kind of goated. Goated Metroidvania, by the way.
But that isn't to say they don't hurt the game. During those early sections where Gabriel is still recovering his power, it makes sense for him to have to stick to the shadows. But the problem is that we keep getting these sequences even though our power returns. This is supposed to be the Prince of Darkness, a being who
L2
can
technically
openly
doesn't do
challenge
nothing in the
Satan,
PlayStation
and being
version,
forced
but I
to
get what
run
you're
around
coming
as
at.
a rat rather than use our weapons
You gonna stream
creates
Kirby?
an absolutely hilarious.
I love specifically Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland and Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Those are my two favorite Kirby games of all time. Actually, Superstar is also really good. I just didn't grow up with it, so I don't have the nostalgia for it. But Superstar is also very, very good. Those are like the three goats of Kirby, in my opinion.
Level of dissonance between the narrative and the game.
I just didn't grow up with it, but I still love
Despite
Superstar.
That, the stealth sections aren't actually the game's biggest sin, which for my money is the absolutely
game's just a little too
terrible open world
small.
structure.
Superstar's kind of small scale, but yeah.
Lords of Shadow 2 is split between two locations. The modern city, where we hunt the acolytes of Satan,
was the original Smash
and the
Bros.
ancient castle, where we protect Marie and Trevor from the malevolent blood. The narrative frequently takes us between the two, and you're constantly finding
It's so much
upgrades
fun to
in
play
one
co-op.
that then enable forward
Superstar is so
progress
much fun to
in
play
the other.
co-op.
Now, if you're following the yellow marker on your map and heading from story quest to story quest, the game can feel pretty linear. But unlike in the last game, we're free to step off the path and head back to any area we've previously visited. It sounds interesting on paper, but in practice it's implemented so damn badly that I virtually never returned to a single location during my entire playthrough. If you want to head into the other reality, you have to physically walk to a specific location, which then activates a cutscene where a white wolf howls and the portal opens. Although then you need to physically
YouTube, catching up live. Thanks for the content. Keep up the fantastic work. Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you, Urvakan.
walk into the portal,
We're in the last 2 hours of our 24-hour stream, and I'm glad you were able to make it.
and then through a little animation,
You were
which
here, part of
eventually
history.
spits you out on the other side. What makes this
Shout out to
even
the
worse
YouTube
is
gang.
that's also
Appreciate
how
you
the
guys.
fast travel works, and accessing other areas when you're in a world requires you to walk to a map room, watch an animation, pick a location, and then watch another animation before you finally arrive. It just utterly kills any desire to step off the intended path and engage with any of the exploratory mechanics. When you find an upgrade in one world, there's
open
absolutely
world
no
structure.
motivation to take it into the other, and certain mechanics like the shop and arena, which are only in the castle, will end up being completely ignored because they're just too damn hard to get to. Now, the weirdest thing is that if you do decide to just religiously stick to the yellow marker and ignore all of the game's side content, Lords of Shadow 2 can actually be a pretty fun experience. The combat, for one, is dramatically more engaging, and really, in my opinion, lives up to comparisons with other titans.
Has he never
in the
played
action
Metroid Prime?
adventure.
Is his name Tommy Tallarico? Tony the Tiger, Tony Tortellini? The guy who made Metroid Prime while kissing Miyamoto on the lips? I believe so.
Genre. Instead of the entire
If you weren't here for the H-Bomber Guy video, I'm sorry, man.
highly whip-based combat from the previous title, Gabriel now fights with 3 pretty
day for 5
different
years.
weapons which you can switch between at any point. Your primary attacks are done with a whip made of Gabriel's living blood, and instead of the light and dark medallions, we have the Void Sword and the Chaos Gauntlets. While the sword
Void
takes the place
Sword.
of the healing light magic, the gauntlets add a new dynamic, which is that certain enemies have to be guard broken, and thanks to this you're constantly switching between all 3 on the fly. They all have unique movesets and combos, and along with a reworked dodge system that's much more deliberate, the mechanics really do hold up for the entire game.
Gauntlets, like in DMC?
Lords of Shadow 2 is at its best when it's focusing on the things that Mercury Steam does well, which is huge spectacle and highly directed linear set pieces. When you're battling and platforming across a runaway train, or doing battle with a monstrous Gorgon deep within the castle, everything just clicks. It honestly baffles me that Alvarez and his team wasted so much time creating all
MTV
these
Cribs
drab
fame, yes,
hub world
that's the guy.
areas when they clearly should have just stuck to the formula from Lords of Shadow 1.
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Thank you, Reverkin. You the homie.
Which they clearly could execute to a far higher level. While you can ignore the exploratory ideas and grit your teeth through the stealth sections, what you can't get away from is Lords of Shadow 2's story, which in my opinion
You could probably get away from it if you just close your ears every time the story pops up and close your eyes and go la 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 la. You can probably avoid it.
leaves the tale of Gabriel Belmont on a profoundly unsatisfying note.
Tommy
It's
Melee
eventually
Lover.
revealed that
Tortellini.
everything that's happened to Gabriel since Mirror of Fate, the 1,000 Years of Sleep, the mind-bending
No, he was defending Castlevania 64 earlier. Don't forget that.
journeys between city and castle, and the hunt for Satan
And he said Soten was the greatest game of all time and sold 10 billion units and created a overnight superstar of a video game that has made Castlevania the biggest video game of all time.
Satan's acolyte.
Even though Soten is honestly pretty niche in the grand scheme of things, and Castlevania as like a series is pretty niche. In fact, Lords of Shadow outsold every other Castlevania game. So funny enough, the Lords of Shadow series is the most popular and most modern version of Castlevania for 99% of people outside of the Castlevania animated series, which is its own separate thing that probably has put more impressions to like normal people about Castlevania than anything else that Konami has ever done.
Have all played out according to a plan hatched by the Dark Knight,
Smile.
who is none other than Alucard.
Batman is Alucard?
Now, even after hours of trying to unpick this plot, I'm still not entirely sure how this plan is supposed to work. But from what I understand,
Netflix wins
the
again,
two vampires are trying to trick Zobek and Satan into coming out into the open so they can defeat them both once and for all. And to do this, they needed to make them think that Gabriel had become weak, hence the long sleep and his withered state at the start of the game. All of the strange journeys into the castle, the battles with the malevolent blood,
Zoidberg in this
conversations
game,
with
Pog.
long-dead characters, well, that was just all a process of Gabriel's broken mind repairing itself. And when Alucard unveils
The reason Lords of Shadow sold the most, it seems like comes down to marketing the game as like the next console, like the next gen console experience that everybody needs to like hop on for, and the fact that it was reminiscent of like already popular game titles that people were familiar with, like God of War and the other ones.
the truth, Dracula's full power comes flooding back, and the trap can be sprung. Obviously, Zobek isn't best pleased by this revelation, and we're immediately thrust into a boss fight against the Necromancer, which of course ends with Gabriel smashing him to pieces and reclaiming his vampire killer whip. Next up is Satan,
Wow.
and the now reconciled father and son battle their way across the city just in time to see the summoning ritual complete, and the betrayer emerge into this world.
Onimusha
He's obviously
but
pretty
Greek.
ticked off that he's been tricked, and declares that if he doesn't get to rule the earth, he'll just destroy it instead. Obviously, this
Very, honestly, Frieza move. I can't get the Dragon Balls. I'm blowing up this goddamn planet.
requires the aid of a massive flying demon
Frieza did it.
worm, and the final sequence of the game involves scaling its body and doing battle with monsters.
Others
all
did it before
while
Frieza? No, Frieza did it. Who blew up a planet before Frieza? Star Wars? Psh. What, you're telling me that there's Star Wars influences in the sci-fi Dragon Ball Z? Get the fuck out of here.
soaring through the skies, firing off planet-busting
This game got like infinite marketing. You know the other game that got infinite marketing, which had a very similar style? Fucking Dante's Inferno. I swear to God, I saw that fucking Dante's Inferno commercial when I was in high school like at least 100 million times. Like, holy shit, they wanted you to buy Dante's Inferno for the Xbox 360. Dante's Inferno was good. I thought it got pretty bad reviews, but I never played it.
laser beams. Eventually, our heroes
But again,
destroy
it was
the
another
beast
God of
and
War
defeat Satan, which culminates in
style video game that did well. I think it sold pretty well.
them all falling to Earth and Gabriel stabbing his nemesis through the heart with the reclaimed vampire killer. With Alucard's life saved and humanity finally free from the last of the Lords of Shadow, our anti-hero smashes the Mirror of Fate and chooses to live. The camera pans up and the credits roll. It's a fittingly grandiose
So they killed Satan, but where's Jesus?
ending for a series that's always been dominated by spectacle and over-the-top action, but it's frankly impossible to ignore the many plot holes and unanswered questions that this narrative throws up. The biggest issue is easily the lack of
So now it's a Satan killer, not a vampire killer, true.
any real explanation for the game's events.
We're finally free from this video. Almost. We have 20 minutes left.
We never discover why Gabriel's memories are trying to kill him in the castle. We don't get any reason for Alucard's change of heart. And worst of all, there is
Change of Heart got unbanned. It's no longer on the ban list. That's why. Come on, guys. Get with the program.
zero explanation for Zobek, Satan,
Paradise Slice and Divine Comedy beat Frieza. No, Turbo Dog, please.
I think the implication is maybe that these are immortal beings who
Let
can
me
never
have
truly
this.
pass away. But then the
Also, what's up,
vampire
dude? I hope
killer
you're
is
doing well.
randomly
good to
introduced
see you.
as a tool that can defeat them. Which, again, makes very little sense, as it was literally used on Gabriel by Simon Belmont and didn't kill him. If you were hoping for more answers in Lords of Shadow 2's DLC, you're going to be disappointed. It's just
Jesus DLC, finally? Now that they defeated Satan, now they have to fight Jesus? Come on. My money is on Jesus DLC. Trying to get tired enough to sleep again? That is me in 2 hours. I'm going to be tired enough to sleep again. Finally.
a short hour
Good luck.
long journey through the castle where we play as
Oh,
Alucard
Jesus.
while he places the Void Sword and Chaos Gauntlets into protection to await Dracula's return. As it doesn't have any of the terrible stealth
Yeah, Change of
sections
Heart
or
is unbanned.
pointless exploration.
It's limited
you'd
to
imagine
one,
it to be a
and it's
slice
doing
of
absolutely
everything
nothing in the
Lords of
meta.
Shadow 2 did right, but amazingly, it somehow manages to be considerably worse. Combat now works like it did in Lords of Shadow 1, with light and dark magic rather than the alternative weapons, and the story is just boring. Despite it literally being called the Revelations DLC, Alucard hardly says a word, and things wrap up with us even less clear about how the story of Lords of Shadow 2 is supposed to work, as I was under the impression the castle was in Gabriel's mind, and here we are exploring it like it's a real location. I think there is a good game somewhere inside of Lords of Shadow 2, and when its core ideas click together, it can be really enjoyable. The environments are as beautiful as ever, and the redesigned camera and combat are a huge step forward from Gabriel's first adventure. But it's just that you have to sift through so much incoherent nonsense to get to these sections. In an interview with Eurogamer after the game's release, Cox and Alvarez both talked openly about how the game's negative reception caught them really off guard, as Mercury Steam and Konami had genuinely believed that they were working on something special. Given those passionate
should have
interviews
made
at
more God of
E3
War,
and
true.
how high the production values are throughout the entire game, I do believe them, and think that they were honestly trying to create the ultimate 3D Castlevania game. It's just that they were caught in a maelstrom of publisher pressure, developer ambition, and fan expectation, and simply couldn't meet all of these demands. Now, this might seem like a tragic end to our story, but cast your mind back to Mirror of Fate, as despite the game's mediocre performance, it had planted the seeds of Mercury Steam's salvation. While working on the 3DS version, they'd
Castlevania
established a
64
good
is the best
working
Castlevania.
relationship
This guy
with
said so.
Nintendo of
True,
Europe,
true.
who, despite the negativity surrounding the studio, agreed to see a pitch for a new Metroid game. Series producer Yoshio Sakamoto was impressed.
Dude, they were like, damn, that Castlevania game you made goes real hard. Can you make us a Metroid, please? Miyamoto said he wants Metroid.
by Jose Marquez's ideas, and a partnership was struck up between the Spanish studio and Nintendo EPD. Despite a lot of skepticism around Mercury Steam's involvement with the franchise, this union produced Metroid: Samus Returns, which sold and reviewed surprisingly well, and then was followed up with the blockbuster
fucking shit out of this. I will never question your wisdom again.
the success of Metroid Dread.
I just got the vibes, bro.
As of this
I
video,
got the vibes.
they're back to
So this
being
guy
a
was
beloved
just
studio
no
for
good
reviving
news.
a cult classic 2D series. But sadly, it's not for their work on Castlevania.
You are as God intended. I loved you then, as I love you now.
Seems like he looked up critic scores and made up theories to, yeah, something like that. Metroid Dread has no replay value, IMO. Probably.
And so our story concludes in 2019 with the release of the last game in this fated franchise, Castlevania Grimoire of Souls.
Okay, he has a 15-minute analysis on this, and then we're
A
free.
last terrible whimper from this once titan of the industry. In
We're almost
2015,
free.
Hideki Hayakawa was made Konami president, with a mandate to completely change the company's focus
Let's go.
and bring in some serious cash.
Can we just say we made it through this? We paused a lot. We've probably been sitting on this video for like 10 hours because I paused so much. But we're almost done. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of all of us together.
The HD era hadn't been kind to our Japanese developer in the slightest, and during the 2010s, almost every single one of their once prosperous franchises started to deliver disappointing numbers both financially and critically. Pro Evo had been totally eclipsed by FIFA.
Oh, the emotional
Yu-Gi-Oh! and
scarring will
Bomberman
never
had
heal
waned
from
in
this video, that is
popularity,
for sure.
And there hadn't been a successful Contra, Suikoden, or Silent
Your second
Hill
time
game
through this
for
mess,
well
I
over a
deserve
decade.
pizza. True.
Despite its issues and modest sales, the Lords of Shadow games had actually been one of their better performing releases. And this wasn't a trajectory that a huge international company like Konami could maintain. Hayakawa had made his name in the mobile industry, producing the
Gotchas.
ludicrously profitable Dragon Collector games. And when he was made CEO, his lone goal was to pivot
Dragon collecting games? Dude, I am not a mobile gamer, so just looking at that screenshot and the gameplay makes me it's like staring into the void. It's like staring into like an eldritch entity that I cannot comprehend with my mind's eye, and I'm going insane looking at it.
the entire company to this new form of video games that seemed to endlessly print money. Traditional big budget games were out the window, and in their place was gacha, pachinko, and microtransactions.
Hell yeah, dude. He didn't even bring up sexual violence in this video. Not a true Castlevania fan. He didn't try out the Castlevania pachinko machine and review it.
Famously, this led to the acrimonious split with Hideo Kojima, which caused the cancellation of Silent Hills and the release of Metal Gear Solid 5 in an unfinished state. Hayakawa was absolutely brutal in his
TCG is
pursuit
the real
of this
gotcha?
direction,
Yeah, it
and within
is.
just a few years, Konami's reputation as one of the biggest video game producers in the world was utterly destroyed.
You have to imagine the dragons and
Castlevania
then you
wasn't
collect
exempt
them.
from these changes, and in 2018, a mobile game called Grimoire of Souls
Erotic violence, DV confirmed, not CV pachinko expert. What is it called? Is that not the game? It's erotic violence.
was
Am I wrong?
announced, with Konami
I've also been alive and awake for 20 hours. That's my excuse. Also, I'm a baby and it's my birthday soon, and also you wouldn't yell at a baby, would you?
cynically advertising it as not only a return to the Igarashi storyline, but a conclusion to that entire saga. Now, this in of itself isn't anything surprising, as the franchise had seen a few different mobile games released over the years. During the Java era, Konami had put out a single original title, Order of Shadows, although it didn't make
Holy shit. How hard is it to... I think I've brought this up before. How hard is it to get my hands on Order of Shadows, and how do we play it on stream? I'm writing that down for later. Very hard unless something changed. Fuck. Java mobile devices.
make any great impact, and the series of ports and demakes that followed it were really just exercises in monetizing the franchise.
You need a device with it still on it, there's no emulation for it? Fuck.
Their lone interesting effort in this space was Castlevania Puzzle Encore of the Night,
Yo!
which released in 2010 on iOS.
Yo, look at those sprites that they probably stole from somebody on DeviantArt. Let's go!
It took a lot of influence from Super Puzzle Fighter, with gameplay based around one-on-one fights, but also implemented a lot of RPG
Yotin,
mechanics
my
that
favorite
encouraged you
game.
to customize
Yo,
your
welcome
own
back,
version of
Roundbox.
Alucard with skills and upgrades. Despite it actually being an interesting, fleshed-out game, it sold
I hope it doesn't
absolutely
have some
terribly
DMR
and was
to crack,
discounted
yeah.
to less than $1 quickly after release, before being removed from the store entirely. Given this track record and the press coming out of the Konami leadership, there wasn't a huge amount of faith in Grimoire of Souls, and this profound lack of interest led to a very strange launch. On September 20th, 2019, Grimoire of Souls released exclusively in Canada, where it
Damn you, Canada, yet again. Foiled by your free healthcare and your access to this kind of dogshit game before everyone else.
stayed for an entire year before Konami pulled the plug and removed it from the iOS and
Damn you,
Android
dinner
store.
dog.
They bafflingly cited poor sales as the reason for doing this, which begs the question, why not actually release the game worldwide if you want people to buy it? It seemed that the series was doomed to fade into the background, but incredibly, Grimoire of Souls actually returned in the September of the following year, with Konami putting out a trailer for its re-release on the Apple Arcade in 2020.
Apple Arcade
This version
exclusive, by the
actually
way.
caught people's attention, as Konami confirmed it would have no
Holy shit, you're still watching this? I've paused so much. I've been pausing so much to talk shit about this guy.
microtransactions
I've turned into just pure hatred at this point.
or additional paid content, and, was actually releasing worldwide. Sadly, any excitement about a potential new entry in the series quickly evaporated when people got their hands on the game, which felt like a poor quality mobile port instead of a
The
full
longest
title.
hate watch ever, true.
The gameplay is
I'm a hater
supposed
to my
function a
bones,
bit
I can't
like
help
Harmony
it.
of Despair, allowing you to control and customize different characters from the series' history as they tackle levels based on previous games. It's an intriguing concept, much like it was 10 years earlier, but it's just executed so lazily, and Grimoire feels quite horrible to actually play through. Almost nothing from its mobile incarnation has been reworked.
No, my
which
in-game
means
timer is
slow
really
and
low.
plodding
This is a
movement
speed
that was
run.
obviously originally designed to be controlled with a touchscreen. Animations and models are really low quality and lack the snap and responsiveness of Castlevania games made decades earlier. Its most egregious sin is that all of the gacha and microtransaction mechanics are still in the game and are now just funded via in-game currency. There are still login bonuses and content gates, along with a structure that's literally designed around you running levels over and over in order to build funds to get past insane gear checks. It's just not fun to play in the slightest, and the few professional organisations who actually covered it were not kind in their reviews. What makes this even harder to swallow is that there's actually some interesting ideas in Grimoire, which could have seen their potential realised in a proper video game. The premise is that Alucard is contacted by an organisation called Elagos, who manages the magical grimoires that record all of human history, just like in Harmony of Despair. And just like in that game, the dark power within them is starting to spill out, and the whole game is structured around Alucard's journey into these books to team up with the heroes inside and defeat the evil within. Scenes where different characters from different eras interact are actually quite well implemented, and unlike in Harmony, Ayami Kojima was contracted to produce a host of new artwork, which means we actually get what feels like an all-star cast. There are levels based on almost every single major release, and seeing Soma Cruz, Shanoa, Albus and Simon Belmont all conversing and fighting alongside one another is something that deserved to be realised in a better game. The same goes for the story, which is nowhere near as bad as you'd imagine. Alucard eventually discovers that Elagos and the Grimoires were created by Death to try and reverse Dracula's ultimate defeat in 1999, and we even get another look.
Bro, just make the game already, Konami. Stop dick teasing us about the fucking Vampire War of 1999
card
Solar
ritual
Eclipse, Dracula's Castle.
in order to bring the memory of Trevor Belmont out from the vampire killer. It all climaxes with a ritual that finally destroys the castle within the solar eclipse. And while it doesn't exactly definitively end the saga of Castlevania, the final moments of reconciliation between Dracula and his son feel like a fitting place to leave a story that spans 3 decades. Ultimately,
99 Cent
Grimoire
Rapping,
of
I
Souls
know.
is a terrible and cynical
Trust me, I
game
know.
that just shouldn't
Well, there is a fan game that is attempting to make but allegedly speaking, I would not narc on this fan game. I would never.
exist. It was designed to turn fans of the series into gambling addicts, and then when that failed,
If they wanted to turn fans of the series into gambling addicts, they could have contracted me, and I could have done predictions on the stream because you guys are fucking gambling addicts, okay?
it was
Konami, just reach out to me, bro. I got you.
repurposed into a lazy and unenjoyable subscription game that barely qualifies as a full Castlevania release. I really toyed with the idea of simply not including it, but I think it's an
Skateboard tricks around the
important final
castle, and
stop
it's
on
just
our
a skate
journey,
park.
as it represents
And there's ska music playing in the background, yeah. It's actually a Tony Hawk Pro Skater clone.
how far Konami had fallen and how much they were willing to plunder their once great franchises in the pursuit of easy money. It could have so easily been a sequel to Harmony of Despair, blending those interesting multiplayer RPG mechanics with a proper story and fresh artwork by Kojima. DLC-style multiplayer games had only exploded in popularity since Harmony's release, and the only reason to not follow in this direction is if you think your
Child,
fans
your mom orders
are
mozzarella
fools.
stick.
Well, Castlevania fans might be hard to please
yeah.
and might be fickle about their loyalties, but they are not stupid. And with Grimoire's failure as both a mobile and arcade title, the franchise finally slipped out of existence. A once influential and mighty series laid to eternal rest. The quandary
Oh my god.
that sparked this entire retrospective
I disagree with that point. CV fandom AF. Fandom AF.
was the strange disconnect between Castlevania's current popularity and its complete absence from the modern world of video
Current popularity, you say?
games. How can it be that the runaway success of the Castlevania animation
Which hasn't produced any new content in how many years now?
hasn't prompted the release of another 2D action platformer or exploratory side-scroller? The obvious
Because Konami doesn't want to make video games?
answer is that ever since Konami's pivot towards mobile games and gambling machines, they haven't really done anything with any of their franchises. And Castlevania's
Except loan them
peril
out to new
is similarly
developers.
shared by once blockbuster series like Silent Hill and Metal Gear Solid.
Smaller than both of those series, but yes.
If we're being extremely generous to them, they've seen firsthand how expensive creating video games can be. And with a new, completely risk-averse leadership, there's just no appetite to give fans what they want, rather than what sells. Now, you might think that's case closed.
Silent Hill
but
was
I think there's
Blockbuster? Compared to Castlevania, I would say so, yeah. Silent Hill was always, had a bigger following. How's Muramasa going? We are at
more to Castlevania's
850 attack power. With boosts, we get up to like 950 almost.
absence than the current state of Konami.
Thank you, Dave.
Steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Appreciate you. Yo, Castle of Chaos Tycoon? Oh, shit. You get to make your own little Castlevania theme park, and Alucard runs through it, and he's like, there's not enough bathrooms in here.
In October 2022, a Silent Hill 2 remake was announced, along with a spate of other smaller titles. So clearly, they aren't opposed to a series resurrection if they think there is market appetite. The big problem is that while a series like Silent Hill fits
Are we doing the
easily
thing where you
into
fake
modern
dying for
remake culture,
content?
Castlevania couldn't
I
be
have.
a worse fit. Almost all of
I
its
have 2 life
best-selling
apples
and
left, so
critically
yeah, I
acclaimed
got you.
titles are older 2D entries, which, to Konami's credit, are
That's not a bad
already
idea. Once I get to
available on
999
modern
Attack, I'll do
hardware
that.
as part of the fantastic M2 developed Castlevania
I saved, like,
collections and
30 minutes ago.
Castlevania Requiem. Thanks to the series' issues transitioning into 3D, there simply isn't an obvious candidate for an outsourced HD remake. And I think this is the true reason for the radio silence. Any fresh entry would have to be a completely new game, and the Konami of the 2020s just aren't interested in spending the money that ambitious designers and talented artists would require to make this a reality.
Just use AI talent.
But that doesn't mean Castlevania is dead, as in many ways, the franchise lives on, despite its body lying still in the metaphorical ground. The games of Akamatsu, Hagihara, and Igarashi would prove to be so influential that you can see the imprint of their ideas in almost every corner of the modern industry. Series like Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, and God of War owe everything to the tightly designed action platforming of the Belmonts, and every...
I'm sorry, what now? Actually, Castlevania didn't rip off those games. Those games ripped off Castlevania, actually.
gory and terror-filled horror title can thank Akamatsu for being the...
I'm sorry. Did he just say fucking Amnesia owes its existence to Castlevania? He had to end on a strong note. I love this guy. No, this guy's spitting. This guy's spitting facts.
first to push...
Bloodborne only exists because Castlevania. I'll let him have Bloodborne. Whatever. I don't care. He can have Bloodborne. I'm not going to argue that.
video game imagery in that direction.
That fucking
The most
CD clone
obvious
God of
lasting
War.
influence has been its contribution to the Metroidvania
Okay, Blasphemous is not a Castlevania game.
genre.
I will die on that hill. It is just 2D Dark Souls. In the same way that your Dark Souls character doesn't fucking double jump, this guy never fucking double jumps. At least until fucking 20 hours into the game, I swear to God. It's a Metroidvania, except you get abilities at the pace of like, ugh.
Genre, which takes its namesake from the creations of Koji Igarashi. There's simply no way that beloved games like
Dark Souls
Hollow
is a
Knight,
Castlevania-inspired
Ori and
game,
the Blind
true.
Forest, or Dead Cells would exist without Symphony of the Night and its spiritual
This
successors.
guy taking massive
And the
bomb
very
hits of
fact
copium.
that an entire genre bears the series' name is a testament to quite how alive
Yeah, a genre that exists only for like 2D Dark Souls games and like just indie like what's the word I'm thinking of? Self-indulgent games. Like the Metroidvania genre is not a healthy genre. If you're making Metroidvanias, there's probably something wrong with you.
Castlevania really is. But it's not just
It's also
through
an
these loose
insanely niche
connections,
genre.
As for many people, Castlevania is still with us in a very literal sense. In 2014, after having left Konami in a fit of frustration at their
Bro, not the Bloodstained. Oh God, Bloodstained will save us, Copium. Bloodstained will give us the Castlevania we want.
new direction, Koji Igarashi set up a Kickstarter for a spiritual sequel to Symphony
It
of the
only took him
Night
5 years
called
to make the game,
Bloodstained
and the game's still not finished in the year's 2022. This game is still not finished, and they're working on a sequel, and the year is 2022. They started this fundraising in like 2014.
Ritual of the Night, and it was far more successful than he could have ever dreamed. Bloodstained quickly morphed into its own franchise, and the amount of interest in the
Switch
project
port? Yeah, fuck the Switch.
ended up also
Stop
spawning
porting
a
games to the
retro
Switch.
Castlevania throwback, Curse of the Moon, which would prove to be so popular that it eventually got its own sequel just a few years later. Ritual was similarly a big hit, getting rave reviews and ports to almost every single modern system, and as of this video, the team are currently working on a sequel, and the franchise looks like it's here to stay. So in spite of the absence
Okay, I'm done. I don't care about his ending. Holy shit. We made it. And we have an hour and 45 minutes left. What do we close the stream out with? Is the question. We have Elden Ring video. The Man Who Tried to Fake an Element. That sounds actually really interesting. I forgot I put that on my list. The movie. We could watch Bloodlust. All right, fine. It's actually almost the perfect length. I didn't watch the whole video, so my opinion is completely invalidated. True. True. So true. Honestly, have been awake for almost 24 hours, plus L, plus ratio. Nothing I say matters. I am but a measly worm.
All right, guys, get comfy. 480p quality. Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust anime English dubbed. Is it just me or is the volume a little loud? No, it's just me.
You steal
Yeah, Andrew,
men's
thank you for the,
souls and
5
make them
gifted.
your slaves.
Appreciate you, dude. Wait, hold on. I have to make sure I don't get copyright striked. I got you guys. Here we go. Now I won't get copyright striked. We're at 144p. Let me also do a quick... I got you guys. No copyright strikes here. Boom. Flip horizontal. They'll never see it coming. They'll never know, guys. I have surpassed the bots. They won't know. Literally 0 copyright claims on this video. I think I'm fine. Can we copy strike PewDiePie? Haven't they done that already? Aw, doggy. Turn it upside down. True, it's the upside down castle. When did this movie come out, by the way? It's unfortunate that we're watching it in low quality. 2000? Shit! That's pretty crazy. I do wish I had a 1080p version, but you know, it is what it is. Oh no, I'm getting sucked. And it has to be as sexual as possible. The numbers are dwindling. Just make more vampires, forehead. Dark metamorphosis. Half human, half vampire. Vampire Hunter D? What's the D stand for? D's nuts. I was waiting. Thank you. D's nuts. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Here he comes.
Okay, it is all of a sudden really quiet. Maybe? Oh, buffering. Let's go. PogChamp. Look at that horse. This would have never happened if Robocop was around. You mean me breaking the law, infringing on copyright? Which I'm totally not doing. I actually am not doing that for legal reasons. We would have shot all the vampires. Let's go.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, blessed is the Lord Jesus Christ.
Somebody tells me this movie is going to be quiet then loud, then quiet then loud.
And I'm the one that summoned you here today for this reason.
Go on. I'm listening.
So if your eardrums blow out, not my fault.
2 nights ago.
Charlotte?
She disappeared.
Jonathan, Charlotte, Jonathan,
She was
Charlotte.
in bed, sleeping. It was the middle of the night. Several people told us they saw a carriage outside our house. The carriage.
Some OVA,
belonged to
yeah.
Meyer Link, the vampire.
Or something, I don't know.
I organized a search party of 50 men, but it was no use. We couldn't find them. We were ambushed.
Jesus Christ, that's so fucking loud.
Took my sister and killed my friends.
Now it's quiet.
That's just a down payment. You'll get the rest when you find her. $10 million. But you better move fast.
10 million?
You've got some competition. I've hired the Marcus brothers, and they've got a head start.
Marcus?
I don't think so.
Huh?
It may be too late for her. Your sister may already have been tempted. What then?
You have to get there before that happens. What do you think we're paying you for?
That's enough! My son is emotional. Please excuse him. This has been difficult for all of us. If you knew my
Marcus Phoenix?
daughter, you'd understand. She's kind and beautiful, and her loss is more than this old soul can bear.
Joe DiMaggio?
Now I need to ask you something. If you find her changed, can you see that her death is without suffering? Be kind to her, please.
No, no! We can't do that.
Can someone confirm?
Right! No, she won't be changed. You're talking about
John
your
DiMaggio,
daughter.
not Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio is the baseball player.
It's not easy to ask him for this, but it's something that must be done. I'm sorry. You understand.
I
Damn, Jake the
understand.
dog is really fucking telling him off.
$1 million is not enough.
What? How dare you!
Stop it! Hold your fire! I said stop!
Dude, that's Jake the dog, though.
I'll double the price. I'll give
Paul
you 20
Giamatti.
million.
They're all the
Just bring
same.
her back one way or the other.
It's Tony Rigatoni, the guy who made all the Roblox oof sound effects.
Bender, no!
Find my daughter. Also, this is my robot friend, Bender. Waka's falling off the top. This guy's got more waterfalls than you. Yeah.
Did you see a carriage go by here with 4 horses in front?
Let me go! Let me go!
God, I love
You're lying.
anime voice acting. Oh. 2000s voiceovers. Oh. This shit, it fuels me.
Oh, damn. We got company.
I love mediocre voice acting in anime. Oh.
Lots of company.
BTM is also some good vampire trash. Hell yeah. Ooh. Joke's on you, I don't watch modern anime. And I never will. What am I, a weeb? Yeah, having good voice actors and then absolute dog shit trash voice actors in the same performance is just, oh, it's so good.
Oh, man. Is everybody okay?
Yeah.
Do you believe that? The place is overrun with them. He must have been here already. Well, come on. Ready or not, here they come.
Oh, man.
It's zombie time.
Dude, he said the line.
Yeah, come and get it, zombies.
I'm not going to pause again. I can't. We're not allowed to. We won't finish the
It won't
movie.
take long, Grove. Just stay in the tank.
He zombed all over him. Dude, this movie is gonna get me hyped up, and then we're gonna do another 24-hour stream of me just playing Vampire Hunter D for PlayStation 1. Ooh, flashing lights warning. Holy shit. That was cold as fuck. Yeah, if you're sensitive to flashing lights, maybe stop watching the stream now.
Not so fast, buddy. And fire. Gotcha. Rest in peace, huh? You hear that?
Sounds like a horse.
It's moving. Uphill. Let me try.
He's gonna kill the horsey.
Right. Right about.
Hey guys, it's me, your best friend from high school.
Right there.
Beautiful. Just beautiful. I applaud you, stranger. Tell me what you're doing here. If we're in the same game, we should be friends. Tell me your name. Mine's Borgoff. Borgoff Marcus.
D.
Is this like a D's nuts joke? You think I'm gonna fall for this?
The guy, the Dunpeel Hunter.
We are still going, Doc.
He's amazing.
Wake up, Borgov. He's the competition, not some buddy of ours. Come on. What are we doing here? We just helped him. Think about it.
Yeah, he's right. I agree with him about that. We helped him too much.
I agree with him about the thing that we are talking about right now.
Dead by now. We do the work and he gets the reward.
You boys should relax. We just did the famous Dunpeel a little favor is all.
A little favor we can't afford.
Hey, you ever hear the one about the owl and the squirrel? Squirrel works all summer, storing away stuff for the winter, all kinds of nuts and seeds. He works real hard. Then one day, just before the first snow, he goes outside for one last look around when all of a sudden this owl swoops down and grabs him, carries him off. Ah, what a shame, says the squirrel, because what's going to happen to all that good food?
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, hilarious.
You get it, you guys? That stupid squirrel is all like... What? Layla! Hey, Layla, what's the rush?
What's with her?
Women, am I right, fellas? Always hopping on their jet-powered motorcycles.
Oh, you're outnumbered 4-1. So what? They do have a head start, but when the sun comes up, the heat will slow them down. Speaking of sun and heat, I know I don't need to remind you of your susceptibility. It's called heat syndrome, and the last time you ignored
Heat
it,
syndrome?
you almost...
Don't worry.
I hate it when you say that. What are those? Tracks? Let me see.
Ew.
Yeah, these are definitely not tracks.
Ugh.
6 hours old, I should say. Okay. I'm suffocating now. Hey, what was that? Oh, that's funny. I could have sworn I heard something.
Quiet. Sandman is most likely.
Sweet flesh.
Isn't that Super Mario Sunshine? That's the Sandbird from Super Mario Sunshine.
Well, I guess guess we better just turn back. It's a shame, really, because, you know, we could have... Hey, whoa! Hey! No!
His name's
Go
Lefty.
back, man.
That's cute.
Go back! Come on! You're crazy! Come on, man! Please, let's just go back. No, go over! Pick up! Boys!
Giant sand intestines.
That was good. Okay, now we survived that. Can we stop? Did you ever hear the expression "too close for comfort"? 'Cause that was damn uncomfortable. What is it? A resting house? I didn't think anybody had those anymore. He must be in there. Wow, it blends in nicely.
Honestly, shit security system.
Okay, well, here we are. Okay, I can see him.
How many are there?
2, I think. A man and a woman.
Look out for the exit door.
Okay, no door. No door there. Still no door. No.
We wasted so many sunflower seeds.
Are you
$12.91.
sure about that door? No.
On the other side of the desert, cause you're doing cool shit.
What was that?
Fade into the sunset, L. Not living in the moment, honestly, an L+ ratio for me.
She's out of her mind!
You're dead!
No, that's Santa! That's Santa riding on his sleigh, guys! You can't kill Santa.
Cry Lady ripped off Vampire Hunter.
I'm here for the young woman.
I wouldn't recommend it, Dunfield. Taking on a vampire at night is a mission for morons and fools. Which are you? She's here by her own choice, Dunfield. So unless you're the kind of man who would take a woman against her will for the money in it, and I'm sure it's a lot, I suggest you save your sorry ass now and leave us to travel in peace.
I would if I could believe you, Meyer. Your credibility, however, is less than impeccable under the circumstances. You kidnapped the girl.
Ooh, flashing lights.
My nose! What happened? Oh, what I miss?
She called out his name. It may be true what he said.
Nah, she's just ignorant. She's a child. She doesn't know him yet. She doesn't know what he's capable of.
I hope she's not a child. That's creepy. Oh.
No, you'll be fine. Calm down. You're good. You're chilling. Nothing bad'll happen.
That poor girl. She's bleeding pretty bad. I mean, she won't last long. It's a shame, really, to waste all that good blood. I mean, come on, admit it. You're tempted. I mean, I know you are.
Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust.
Mother.
Wait, I was just kidding, you know. Come on, let's go. We got work to do. The money, come on, think of the money.
Give me the money. He's got Mr. Krabs attached to his arm. Poor guy.
Hey, what did you do to me?
I touched your
found
titties.
Your wound and stopped your bleeding. That's all.
Oh, I get it. You think you can just go ahead and tear off the clothes of whoever you come across. That's what you think, isn't it, Dun Peel?
You should go back home and nurse your wounds.
What are you, my mother?
You called out for your mother before. I thought you might be needing her.
Hey!
Get owned. SpongeBob took 40 Benadryls. Insults a woman, leaves, Giga Chad.
When the last vampire is extinct, who will mourn our passing? Will she? Will anyone?
Probably not. It's kind of like one of those if a tree falls in a forest things.
This pain, this loneliness.
I said leave the girl alone. She's trouble. She's competition, you know. You aided and abetted the enemy.
Both a rat tail and a mullet, and I don't know.
I hope this is the right way.
Trust me, I know how they think, these vampires. When they're threatened, they all head for Barbaroy. They're so predictable.
Barbaroy, yeah. I really hate that place. It's full of lunatics and monsters and that old crazy man, you know.
Does it hurt very much, Layla? Layla?
Huh?
Your injury. Does it hurt you?
Oh no, it's fine. Grove, you should lie down. You look tired. You need to rest. Don't worry about me.
Layla.
You look tired. You need to rest.
Dress the wound. Was it him? You can tell me it was him, wasn't it? The Dun Peel hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Layla, I'm warning you. He's trouble. He's against us.
I don't know why he did that. Grove, please don't tell anyone, okay?
Oh, shit.
He stopped there. But what for?
Let's find out. Knowlton, Kyle, you come with me. Layla, you stay in here with Grove. Okay. Is everybody ready?
Always.
Ready.
Yeah.
They're gonna get him.
Hey, no. See what's going on in there, will you? It may be a trap.
Yeah. We'll cover you.
It'll be my pleasure, gentlemen.
hell? Bastard. Unbelievable.
Baited.
Hey, watch out!
Riddle me this, Batman.
Assume it's arrogance and not stupidity that brings you here, gentlemen. Or perhaps it's ignorance. You're skillful hunters, I can see, but you are no match for the Barbaroi.
They did not censor the Marcus Brothers. This will not be streamed.
Years of isolation have made us
Uh-oh. You guys getting me banned on Twitch? If so, I mean, I'm down. Fuck it. I can use a vacation.
Huh? What? What the hell's going on?
What, like cock and balls? Not safe for work, or what?
Watch out for the shadow.
What are you talking about? The shadow? What do you mean?
Also, the audio is a little weird.
Nope.
Alabama. Just say I understand.
You, huh?
Alabama, understood.
He's dead. No, he's not. Come on, no. Come on! Snap out of it! Come on! Oh my god, damn it! Come on! I need you! Oh god! No!
Sag.
Oh God, we're getting close. Those are the windmills of the Barbaroi. I really wish you'd turn back. There must be another way.
There isn't.
Ooh. Snake
I
ladies.
am D, the hunter. I have business with the Barbaroi.
Levels Muramasa. 855. That's the guy who kissed Miyamoto every day? Yeah. When he was making Metroid Prime for 5 years.
Oh, no.
So I see you have dismounted. You have respect for your elders. That's very considerate indeed.
I want you to stop your protection of Meyer Link.
You? You know, you make me laugh. That's a good one. I see you are a very humorous young man, and beautiful too, I might add. Or does that make you uncomfortable to have an old lech like me admire you so?
You take me for a fool. Someone paid me $100 million to protect Maya Link. Can you top that?
Well, you drive a hard bargain there, old man. What if I can?
You really are entertaining me, Mr. Stranger. I suppose you know our reputation, the Barbaroi.
I just realized he's on a fucking unicycle. That's sick.
After 5,000 years, I don't
This
think
movie's
we're
lit.
about to change our stripes anytime soon. Although if we did for anyone, it would be for you. I have seen many a done peel, but somebody like you I've never seen before. That's why it's such a pity that you have to die. I really can't let you leave here alive now, can I? I'm afraid you have to die, stranger. So sorry. The Barbaroi are great warriors. You are a warrior too, no doubt. And although you may kill some of us,
I think it's funny that they're like, wow, isn't inflation crazy? They're like throwing around hundreds of millions of dollars or whatever, and it's like, because it's the future. I think that's, at least that's the impression I'm getting. But it's like,
what's he doing?
I don't know, man. Fucking Elon Musk could buy your entire shitty vampire planet.
Grove,
We already live in a post-capitalist,
we have no choice.
late
We
capitalist
need your help
nightmare.
on this
I don't know,
grove.
man.
Think you can do it there, man? Give it to me. I'm waiting.
Don't push yourself too hard now. I mean it, okay? I want you back.
Damn, they really did Hector dirty in this movie.
You know, I really have nothing against the Barbaroi personally. It's a shame I'll have to kill so many of you. Indeed, I admire your loyalty and your devotion to duty. Yet I wonder about the fairness when you allow one to fight against so many. But if that will entertain you...
I see. Well, you make a good argument, young man. How interesting.
Old man, I think the fellow is right. Please allow the three of us to entertain our young guest here.
What the fuck Mr. Meeseek's talking about over there?
3 against 1, how unfair. 3 against 1, unfair.
That's enough. You mock us with your ridiculous antics,
Look at Mr.
Benji.
Meeseek's head ass.
I will not have you distracting us from the job at hand, which is the protection of the carriage. We'll do things my way. Huh?
Holy shit.
What the devil is that?
Damn, get fucked.
Go for it, bro! Go for it! Kill all those guys! Kill every last one of them!
Come on, Grove. Hold
Wait,
on.
what? Wait. He's astral projecting right now? But like for real? Damn. He's fucking him up too.
Follow me, Tinkerbell. I'm waiting for you.
Fucking ghost lasers. He's playing Vampire Survivors. True. This is actually just Vampire Survivors. Dude, Danny Phantom is so weird now. I missed a few episodes and it got really strange.
I've got to say this. I admire that young
Shouldn't
hunter's
have messed
spirit.
with the team.
Although he doesn't stand a chance against Bengi and the others. Still, it's a pity I'll miss the show. Oh well, c'est la vie.
Danny Phantom's still going? Hell no. I think Butch Hartman is like out of business, doesn't do shit anymore except try and scam people on GoFundMe. And do like oddly like Christian weird shit. I don't know. What up, Ludwig? Indeed, Merry Xmas.
It's not fair. I'll show you what's
Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust is what we were watching. All you need to know is vampires getting fucked up by some guy named D.
Suckers.
Stop, I beg you.
Say goodnight. Kyle, did you happen to see where that girl went?
Maybe she got caught in the wheels.
Go look.
Dude's name's Kyle. Yeah, Kyle, go check the wheels, bruh.
nice, Caroline, very nice. A little crude, but effective. They're all yours.
That freaking monster. Is everybody all right?
Yeah, but Kyle was outside. He was up on top.
Kyle! Kyle! Where the hell are
Kyle's
you,
dead.
Kyle?
Down here.
You okay?
Oh, he's fine.
Quiet.
Never mind.
Still around.
I expected him to be just like crushed by the train and like half of him sticking out.
Damn, an idiot.
Well, how convenient this is for me. Come on out here so I can finish the job. Your time is up. Come on, you coward! You're gonna pay for the pain you caused my brother.
Hey, are you awake?
I need your help to swallow up this spell.
You're a slave driver, you know that.
Nothing bad better happen to Kyle, or else I will cry.
Hey, remember to watch out for the shadow, huh? Try and stay still.
Easier
I haven't seen this before because I'm a child that doesn't watch anime. Anime is for weebs. I would never watch an anime. I'm doing this for work, okay? I'm writing this off on my taxes. This is a business expense. The emotional damage that I will receive from watching this anime is a business expense.
That was close.
Oh shit, they're hunting the vampires, just like they said in the title. It's crazy.
Well, the tank is full of holes. Fuel's all gone. We can't drive it like this anyway. What are we gonna do? What should we do? Borgov, any idea? How's Grove?
Honestly, not too great. Borgov, wake up! What are you thinking about over there?
Oh, nothing really. I was just thinking about the carriage. Wonder where it is by now.
Well, hell, man, at this point, it's pretty much anybody's guess.
If you want my opinion, I'd say they're either setting sail from the port of Abral or hiding somewhere deep in the Grenache mountain range.
I sure hope so. Anyway, we still have to get some fuel. And the town of Garusha isn't that far away from here. Kyle, you go with Layla. I'll stay here and do the repairs.
If you are seeking the pathway to the stars, come to me. I pray for your safe arrival with all my heart. The pathway to the stars.
Oh, she's sleepy. Hit nap time. Bro, that's gonna be me in an hour and 6 minutes.
I don't know about you, but I sure miss that horse. What was his name? Oh, the silent treatment, huh? Well, I got two words for you. Heat syndrome. Look, I know I'm a parasite, but haven't I always been a helpful parasite? Now, you may not care if you die from heat, but becoming a piece of beef jerky is not a lifelong ambition of mine. Yeah, well, what's the sound of one hand yapping?
Rib whores. Hello there, Andrew. Merry Christmas.
How much?
Oh no, keep your money.
Come on, just take it. Let's go. Layla? Oh, I see. It's him, isn't it?
Kyle, why don't you start back without me? There's something I want to do here first. Back off.
Have I told you you're quite irresistible in that sexy skin type getup?
No, tell me about it.
I just did. You make sure you watch your back with that guy, Layla.
Honestly, flirting 100. That's definitely how you do it. That's talking to women 101, baby. Oh, they're siblings. Oh, nice.
I'd like
Good for them.
beer.
Good for them. Oh. I hope they're happy.
I've just been admiring your fancy weapon there.
Like step siblings or
I have no plans to use it anytime soon.
That's good. That's good, because I have no plans to let you keep it. Give it up. You heard me, little girl.
Is this Cowboy Bebop? Yes. It's Cowboy Bebop 2, actually. It just launched. It just dropped yesterday. New Cowboy
Well,
Bebop
here's
just
to
dropped.
You, Sheriff. I'd buy you a drink, but...
Thank you, but no thanks.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say you must be awfully busy with that new Dun Peel hunter in the town now.
What Dun Peel hunter?
What Dun Peel hunter? I tell you what.
I'd like to buy that horse.
I'd like to eat that horse.
$300,000. And if you don't like the price, go somewhere else.
That's a lot of D's coins.
Freeze! Put your hands where I can see them. Now!
Sheriff, he paid good money for that.
Oh, hi, Bender.
Doing? Take your money and go. We don't want you here. We don't sell to Dun Peels in this town.
Damn, racist Bender be hitting weird.
Understand me,
We
Dun
don't
Peel?
like your kind around here.
You understand.
Wait a minute, that's my horse you're talking about there. And I'll sell it to whoever I want if they can afford the price I'm asking.
You can't do that. We have laws against it, Pope. Good laws, and for a damn good reason.
What laws?
Don't play coy, Pope. You know as well as I, Dun Peels aren't allowed.
Not allowed, right. I remember a time not that long ago when we had vampires at Dunpeel's both around here, but...
And that's why we have the law.
Listen to me whether you want to hear it or not. You weren't even born when this happened. Do yourself a favor and listen to the story. I'm going to tell you about the time when the children were kidnapped. There were 10 children altogether.
Yeah, I heard about that time.
Kidnappers
The delivery on that line was so good. Yeah, I heard about that.
The townspeople pooled their money to hire a vampire hunter. They wanted the best. And when the hunter came, he was a very strong and quiet man. And he did his job, too, which was to return the children safely back into their parents' homes. It wasn't easy, but many vampires died by his hands before this job was over with. And when it was over, and the children were back home, the people attacked the man. They said he was a Dunpeel half-vampire himself, so they punished him.
Can't say I blame them for doing that.
That was actually kind of based.
You can't trust them. That's all that's about. You're right about that part, Pope.
Dude, he's being a gamer racist
He
tonight.
did the job. I see, then I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Let him go.
And what is that?
What does it look like, idiot?
6.9.
Pope, you can't know what you're doing. Put it down.
I know exactly what I'm doing.
You don't know. Put it down now, you old fool!
I would much rather be an old fool than what you are, Sheriff.
Now don't shoot.
I can tell you I won't think twice.
That's
about
because
using
the
this
voice
weapon.
actor is Bender
I
playing as a
might
cowboy.
enjoy it. Get on your horse, stranger.
Thank you.
He sounds like that because that's literally what's going on here.
It's only
Very
fitting
perceptive.
I thank you. It's the least I can do. I may be just an old fool now, stranger, but I could never forget a face like yours. And I'll never forget what you done for me back then.
What?
That's right. I was one of them
It was
kids.
him all along.
And I always felt bad about that. The way you was treated, how nobody stopped you, nobody thanked you, instead the ignorant bastards ran you right out of our town. So it's true, isn't it, what they say about you Dunpeals? You don't.
He's been on this saving people grift for a few thousand years.
But she was listening the whole time. She found out that he was actually the good guy. Oh.
Where's Bengi? What's taking him so long?
Well, the horses are rested now. We better go. Come on.
Sees woman, ignores her, Giga Chad behavior.
Master, what is it? May I help you, sir? It's still light outside, Master! What?
Leave her alone, Mashira.
Yes, sir.
She misses the sunlight. Let her enjoy it.
Honestly, yeah, that makes sense. He was hustling. That's how he ended up as Bender, bro. He was on that Sigma grind set. I will say the artwork is really, really nice.
I am D, a hunter. Your father sent me. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. You sit in the sunlight. You must not be changed. So why do you stay with him? Last night in the carriage you called out his name. Why did you call for him?
I suppose my father has not told you that I'm in love with Meyer.
You don't know who he is. You can't be in love with him.
Well, I am. If you only knew how good he's been to me. I love him.
I love him, Daddy.
Please, believe me, no one else
I won't
will.
be a vampire, Daddy.
You don't understand. He is what he is, Charlotte. You can't change him. He'll take you in time.
I
And
can
when that
change him,
happens, I will have
please.
to kill you.
Fine. Kill me then. I would rather die than to go anywhere without him.
Don't take me back there. I mean it. I simply could not live without Meyer. How sweet that is. She loves a vampire. So very sweet. Idiot. You stupid girl. Get up. We're going.
Leave me alone.
You'll do what I say. Do you have any idea how many people have died at the hands of your beloved Meyer, this vampire you want to protect?
None!
You fool! And you! You stay right where you are, my friend.
Sorry, but I really don't want to have to share any of my profits. You understand, don't you? It's business.
Above you.
Rookie mistake.
Kill me! Too much sun!
Oh no, they're too.
I warned you about the heat, but you don't listen!
Why are they all so hot?
Come on, you can't survive unless you dig a hole. You need to bury yourself!
You can only survive if you fucking bury yourself. Hop in a coffin, loser. That tree is falling, bro. So no head.
Hurry!
Is there a Reddit sub dedicated to tree girls? Oh, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's multiple. And it all spawned from this movie.
Layla? Layla, are you there? Come in, Layla.
Yeah, I copy.
Thank God. Are you okay? What's your position?
I'm near Lake Chiffon. Our game is heading north from here.
We'll catch up. Layla, do you know what's happened to the Dunpeel hunter?
No, I haven't seen him.
All right. Well, take care. Stay in touch. Borghoff, out.
Use the magic hand. No, magic hand's an asshole. He's like, I ain't gonna dig this hole.
The tables have turned.
Turns do be tabling. Bro's taking a dirt nap. Tree lady's still alive?
Now that cleared my head. I really should return the favor, don't you think,
get it.
honey?
Cleared my head. Okay, well. You just got lucky. Unless you can summon lightning. Literal Deus Ex Machina. That's some good lightning, alright. Alright, it's time for another break for my hands. I think they need them. I'm gonna go save the game. And I'm also gonna use the bathroom.
Don't get any ideas.
850 died.
I'm just trying to stay dry here.
890 died.
If there was any other place to go,
830 died.
believe me, I'd be there. As soon as the rain lets up, I'll be gone from here.
843. I might need to grab Drag Tunic, honestly.
I think I can guess your problem. Your family was the victim of vampires.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything about it.
All right. Perhaps I don't.
This stupid thing. It bothers me. You really are a weird one, you know that? In spite of being a Dunpeel hunter and all that entails.
Dunpeel.
How did you know about my mother?
Called her name, remember?
She was kidnapped by vampires. My father went after her. He was trying to rescue her, so they killed him.
Mana prism drop.
And after a while, my mother returned, but she wasn't my mother anymore. She'd been changed. The people in the village stoned her to death while I watched. After that,
That's
I left
cute.
home. I met the Marcus brothers and joined with them. I wanted to be a hunter, to avenge my parents' deaths. I've seen many terrible things since then. Lives destroyed, families devastated, hopes crushed. Every time, it seems, the vampire's to blame.
I can understand why you choose to do it, but the life of a hunter is no kind of life.
It's the only life I'm any good for now, and it looks like it's the only life you've ever known. So I suggest we make a pact. Since we're both in it for the long haul, whoever dies first, the other one can come and bring flowers to their grave. How's that? It's the rain. It makes me sentimental. I don't know why I should care about that. It's just I love flowers. And I don't think I'll be getting any. I'm all alone after all. We have that much in common, don't we? That we're both hunters and we're both alone. Oh well. I'm being silly. Doesn't really matter.
I'll do it.
Haha.
Bring your flowers.
Put flowers on my grave. Haha. Unless.
I don't expect to.
Stop. I didn't really mean it when I said that. And
It was a
anyway,
joke. I was joking.
don't really
Haha.
understand why you should keep on doing this.
I wouldn't mean it. That's gross and
Because I'm
icky.
a
Haha.
vampire. I don't get to have a life. Not like you.
$9.86, not $9.99, but $9.86. Close. Maybe a crit.
Well, with the
Can I get a
rainstorm last
crit?
night, they can't be too far away.
We're even now, Dunpeel. Understand?
Seriously, no crits?
I have a very bad feeling about this.
How so?
I think I
Over 999
finally
damage.
figured
We did
out.
it. 10,000 or 1,033.
Well, I'm sure you're right. If you're thinking they're headed for the castle.
Yeah, that's right, the castle.
Can I ask what is this
Castle
for?
of Chafe. What
The
are you
text at the top of
thinking?
the
We
screen
can't
is
go
Zorian
in
Blood
there. It would be
Muramasa
suicide.
999.
It would be insane.
What are you now, afraid of a little insanity? Since when have we been sane? We just have to get to them before they reach the castle. There's a bridge up ahead. That's where we intercept the carriage.
I remember that trick from the time we got those vampires.
I end up back here. Library card.
It worked that time, and it can work again now. Layla, come in. Come in, Layla. Over.
Did I get nailed, Vlad? I did not.
What's up?
Because I wanted to save using the Muramasa against all the bosses that I can, so I've killed as minimal bosses as possible, except for, wait. No, I got Darkwing Bat. So I do have it. Or I should have it. No, wait, the nail is, creature.
Don't move. I'm warning you. Try anything funny and you'll be blown to smithereens. You want to try it? I didn't think so. We just want the girl.
Hello there. She's still human. Come on, get out of there. Now. Borgoff, she won't come.
She won't come, all right. It's because you guys aren't vampires.
I said get out of there.
Got him.
Let that be a lesson to you, you cowardly Barbaroi animal.
Borgoff, look. Borgoff.
I'm gonna use the bathroom. Be right back.
What the?
he's crispy.
What is this guy, crazy? Doesn't he know he can't exist outside here in the sunlight?
I won't let you take her!
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. You're making our job a lot easier. Not enough for you? It's what you deserve. Over here, hot stuff. Look at him burn.
Here,
No!
something to help you
Look at him!
Hey!
Hey, where do you think? Why'd you let her go?
I love you. I can't go on without you.
Borgoff, we should just let her kill herself. And then we can finish him off. What do you think about that idea? We get the money if she's dead or alive.
Hey, you're right. Okay.
Stop it!
Kyle! I'll blow you to hell! What?
I don't want you to worry about these wounds of mine. They will heal. Then we shall go to the city of night in distant stars. When we go there, we can be alone and free to love each other. It's true. Believe me. We'll be there soon.
We're it now. We're the only ones left, Borgoff. We should just give it up. If we make it into that castle, none of us will make it out alive.
We can't quit now. We owe it to Kyle and to Nolan.
I didn't miss anything important,
Keep
right?
going on.
Listen, Borgoff.
Shut up. I won't hear it.
Layla, what do you think?
Grove, they fear us. They fear us because they know our reputation, that we never give up. And we never can. If we quit now, we might as well quit the business. And I can't do that. I won't do it. Till every last one of them is gone.
Something moves the plot forward, nothing important. Understood. good as it should be.
Master, do you hear? He's coming. The castle is nearby. I'll stay here and deal with him.
Do I have dreams of playing Soden? No, not really. Usually have stress dreams, trauma dreams, nightmares. Me having sex with your mom, just the normal stuff.
We're getting close. The castle of Chaith. Soon we'll be able to see it. The home of Carmilla, the bloody countess. You've heard of her. For 5,000 years, her rule of terror lasted, and then that was that.
Then that was that?
Your father, the vampire king.
Isn't the fourth one the same as the previous three?
He was impatient with her vanity, offended by her bloodlust, her gluttony. He grew so tired that he killed her while she slept, impaling her on his sword, and that was it for her. Except she haunts the place now with phantoms and demons, but you don't care about that, do you? But I bet I know what really gets to you, Dunpeel. What really gets to you. The thought of those two lovebirds giving birth to another Dunpeel. Oh, that's it. See, I know you. I know how you think. I know how you feel. I know every move that you make. You can't move.
Damn. All right. You can just be more supportive. Just be like, hey, man, I feel like you're going through a rough time. This whole, Dunpeel thing got you in a loop. Let's talk about it, bud. You know what? Fuck this game. I'm done playing video games. I'm just gonna watch the movie for the rest of this fucking stream. Call it a day. My hands hurt. I need to rest my hands. I'm doing nothing tomorrow. Level 49 with... Why does it say I have 78 strength? What happened? Oh. It's because I'm wearing red rust. I thought that was the Muramasa. Oh. Ha ha ha. We're good. My bad.
I'm glad we could meet at last, Hunter D. You are a worthy opponent.
Who hired the Barbaroi? Who were you working for?
It was Carmilla who hired us, and as a Barbaroi, my duty has been fulfilled. Now I can die in peace.
What I am doing is wrong. Yes, Fran, I agree. Ew, gross.
I gather from your letter that you've had a rather difficult
I'm aware that farming Muramasa for 24 hours straight is not something you should do.
Unique to humans, you know. We vampires are very susceptible. I hope I can be of service.
We're very grateful, Carmilla.
You both must be exhausted. Perhaps you should rest first. I'm sure that the young lady would like to freshen up.
They did draw the castle real
You've
pretty.
probably heard rumors about me, but I can assure you they all stem from jealousy and envy. I'm not the bloody Carmilla they like to portray me as. Now, behold.
Oh.
That's it. That is the ship.
This
It
is
will
how I
take
stream
you to
now.
the city of the night, where you can live peacefully.
I can be
at last.
comfy.
You can be happy there. There was a time, many years ago, when every
Spaceship?
castle had a ship like this one, and the night sky was full of their flashing lights.
Vampires are aliens?
Those were the days when vampires flourished.
And a love like yours was not so desperately impossible.
This is Cowboy
So
Bebop.
different from today. Our numbers dwindling, hunted and alone. We are hopelessly misunderstood. But you two seem to have beaten the odds. I'm very, very happy for you. The ship hasn't been used in years. I've no
Vampire
idea if
religion
it
is
will fly
Scientology
safely, but
confirmed.
I'm sure that's a risk you're prepared to take.
We're very grateful.
I only wish I could go with you.
Go repopulate some random planet. I don't care. Damn, look at that skull. Oh no, something happened?
Why stop? I want you, Meyer. I want all of you.
Damn. Did you guys make me sit through an hour of exposition for a hentai? You wouldn't do that to me, right?
Forever in darkness eternal, forever thirsting for blood despite your best intention. I can't imagine that life for you, not for you, Charlotte.
Yes.
You're so selfish, Meyer.
What are we watching? Hentai, apparently.
I carry a heavy weight on my conscience. Those villagers and the bounty hunter and my family, they still mourn my loss, Meyer.
It wasn't your doing, Charlotte. It was my fault entirely.
Well, then we're both to blame because we can't know happiness, not anymore. I wanted you to be happy, Meyer, and so I abandoned my father and my brother for you.
Mm-hmm.
But their pain set the wheels in motion for our pain, and so on it goes.
So
All
true.
we have is each other now, and I want to be close to you. Without that, we have nothing. All the pain I've caused and all the agony I feel is nothing now. And you are everything to me, my love.
Why wouldn't a vampire's
We'll
clothes
talk
show up in the
more on
mirror?
our trip
True.
to the stars, if that's all right with you. There is some unfinished business I have to attend to. Do not leave this room, understand?
Vampire killer starts playing on the piano.
D.
Listen, Meyer. The woman says she wants to go back home.
I don't believe it.
Bro, he didn't ask you your opinion. Get fucked. Oh, you got sliced hot dog style. Hit him with the Scott.
Charlotte.
So is this just an acid trip?
I don't know. Something's not right. Of course, you don't have to take my word for it.
Carmella's acid trip lit.
Judge for yourself.
Sick.
Let's go. Layla, don't go. Layla, don't go in there. If you go in there, you're never coming back.
Oh, I'm coming back.
Okay.
No.
No, you aren't. I just said you're not coming back. What? Why does nobody listen to me? Nobody takes me seriously until I go ghost mode. Ugh.
Check upstairs.
I'm on it.
I'm tired. Damn, she got titties.
Nice hat.
I was not thinking nice hat. I was staring directly at the tits. I'm sorry. Look, I've been awake for 24 hours. My brain has gone into full animalist survival mode. Food, comfort, titties, you know, all that good stuff. Eye tracker
I know
stream.
you hate me, Dee. Please, try and understand. I loved
Mother!
your father. What choice did I have?
I'm coming, Mother! I'll save you! My brothers, no. I can't kill them.
No, Kyle. Hey, I don't believe it. You two sure are a sight for sore eyes.
Well. Got him. It'd be like that.
What are you doing? Get up. Why aren't you listening? I said get up.
Go away. I want to be alone.
I want to be alone.
Get out of here.
But that's me.
Can you forgive me, Dee? Dee? I know
Yeah,
it's
the
been
bats know
lonely
what's
for
going
you.
on.
I was lonely too, until you came along. Did you hear, Dee?
You're not my mother. What kind of demon are you?
It's okay, honey. It's okay to cry. I know how
This
you
is actually a really healthy form of therapy for a lot of people.
It wasn't
It's
your
comforting your
fault.
younger self
It
and,
wasn't.
you know.
Yes, it was. Let go.
Except this is, you know, evil vampire trick. So, still healthy. I feel like she's working through her her problems. She's processing
it's just
them.
an illusion. Carmella's playing with us.
Excellent. What
That'd be a really expensive session of therapy,
I
Doorboy.
haven't had this much fun in centuries. You don't mind, do you? It just makes things so much more interesting. You're doing very well, by the way. Very well indeed.
The woman, where are you hiding her?
Skibbity-whoop.
Borgov, what are you doing? We don't have time for this.
Layla, are you in love with this dun peel?
Are you crazy? What is wrong with you? Borgov!
Dun Peel, drop your weapon.
Bruh.
Drop it now! Ah!
She took you in, didn't she?
She'll die! I'm warning you, Dunfield. Don't come any closer.
Num 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 num.
Enough! Now you die!
Oh, he ghosted on all over that guy. Look at that. Aw, huggies. Huggy time. He got Chaozu. Chaozu! Why did her neck make an apple noise? Like you bit into an apple. That's not how that works. Necks are crunchy.
Look! She's coming! Carmilla!
Necks are just bones.
The spirit of Carmilla!
Cat are coming! Ew. Wait, so she was an illusion the whole time, and then she just needed blood from a human to like resurrect herself, and then she killed this other vampire guy because he was just bait. Oh no, he didn't actually die. Never mind.
Dunfield Hunter! Your mother was human, but your father was a vampire, and you have betrayed his ancient blood.
That's how
You side with humans against us. Our people are facing extinction, and you're contributing to their demise. You stalk and kill your own ancestors, Dunfield. You should be ashamed! Your human self is your weaker self. Humans are nothing more than livestock.
Join
we
me
prey
in
on them as they prey on
reshaping
beasts.
this world.
This is the rule of nature!
Ooh, sword. This is the vampire form of cancel culture.
Your kind must face extinction. You cannot survive. You must die. That is the rule of nature.
Ah, very strong words for a Dunfield. But you seem to forget. Our spirits are eternal.
No, Carmilla. Nothing lasts forever.
I see.
You're talking to the bitch that had a 5,000-year rule. I don't think she believes you.
Hunter. I guess my only option is to use force.
No, that's Star Wars. Lady. You can't do that. Don't tell Twitch. You guys didn't see anything. Shush.
that was cool.
No, this can't happen!
Are you the son of the Vampire King? Who are you? Who are you, Dunfield? Such power!
Yummy. Aww. Dracula's castle.
Charlotte, come back. I need you. Please come back.
Darling, is that you?
Oh, yes. It's me, Maya.
I'm so happy, Maya. Because we are together now. At last.
Together. At last.
You made me happy, Maya. You let me dream. You let me dream of our beautiful trip to the stars. Our dream. Our beautiful, wonderful dream.
It's not a dream. We are going to those stars, Charlotte. Oh, my dear one. You and I will get away from here. We will fly together to the city of the night where we were meant to be free from all of this.
Huh?
Where you can rest, my love, finally.
They got a
be
city
free.
in the stars?
Yes. Freedom. At last.
My precious, precious love.
Old Space Colony's got it. Is Homegirl gone soft?
Let's go. Away from here.
She ain't gonna kill the vampire? She ain't gonna go pew pew.
Stop right there, Meyer. I'm taking her back. Back to her family who loved her.
She knew I loved her best of all. You can't understand it. You've never loved a human.
I've never killed one either.
You struggle to resist this nature of ours, but it can't last forever, Dee. The urge for their blood is stronger.
If that day comes, then another will hunt me. It's as simple as that.
Final fight? He does kill people all the time, it's true. Oh boy, I shouldn't have about to kill him. Nap time.
What a waste. A sad waste.
Thanks for the stream.
Chaosvania, thank you for the 1626. Merry Christmas to you too. Oh my god. I'm so ready, dude. I'm so fucking ready to sleep.
Enough of killing. Enough of misery and death.
Wait, why is she stealing the ring?
I've had enough.
She's just robbing the corpse? show the family. Fair.
I've had enough.
That was a weird sound effect I heard in there. It bounces perfectly, and he's... Oh, he did the stab, but the ring is on the tip of the sword, because that would be really cool in anime if that happened.
My heart.
Oh no. Never mind. Not anime enough. Oh! Oh, but he picked it up with his sword. Never mind, that's anime as fuck.
She's dead. The ring is all I need. I'll take it to her father as proof.
Yeah, no, that castle is crumbling. You should probably go. No upside down castle here. It's not gonna flip upside down. It doesn't do that yet. They don't learn that trick, you know, for a little while. The old model castles, the new models they flip, but this one's not on that update yet. Upside down castles in space. I can't wait for that one.
Tribute. You
Thank you,
steal
Megalodon.
men's souls and make them your slaves.
I'd appreciate it. That reward money would rightfully be mine, you know. But hey, I'm generous. I'll let you keep it just this one time.
What in the fuck was that? Space? Oh shit. His ass is really going to space.
Where is he taking her?
Space!
Away from here.
Come on! You can make it. Come on!
Why does the rocket sound like a whale? Good question.
Fly away.
Why does she care? I do not understand her character in the slightest at all. I don't get it. She's got some issues, man. She got rewritten hard? Good. Jeff and Elon become vampires and go to space. Don't give them any ideas. Don't let them know that vampirism is an option. I'm happy that the fact that they're mortal right now. If they somehow found immortality, it's over for us. The rocket was built and on the launch pad. Guess they had the fuel after all.
We are gathered here in this resting
Beautiful.
place to bid farewell to our sister.
That's called a callback.
Into your gentle arms we commend her gracious spirit. Take her to yourself and give her safe haven. And though she struggled in life, Now she knows your blessed peace. For all who question will find answers, and all who love will find contentment, joy, and peace eternal. For now we see as through a glass darkly, but then we shall see clearly, face to face.
Tribute.
You ought to
steal
snitch.
men's souls
Appreciate
and make
you.
them your slaves.
Mister!
Wait, is this a flashback to her mom's funeral?
Mister, wait! Excuse me, sir, but I was wondering
Ford?
if you knew my grandmother, Layla. Yes, it's you, isn't it? My grandmother told me about you, so I'd be honored if you'd come into our house. My dad would be so happy. Please?
Dad?
I
Dad?
appreciate your kindness.
Oh, come on. We don't live very far.
I just came here to keep a promise to an old friend of mine.
Aww.
She was afraid no one would mourn her death. I'm glad she was so wrong.
Huh? Oh, I guess I see.
Tribute.
Thank you for the
You
gifted as well.
steal
honestly.
men's souls and make them your slaves.
God, what an ugly face. That child is disgusting looking.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, that was nice. You're not so bad after all. You just dress bad.
Oh, whoa, look at that. 50 seconds left on the 24-hour stream. Guys, it's about to end. Oh my god, so quickly. Oh, hi, Beans. Oh, he's so sweet. He's so cold. Oh my god. Alrighty, y'all. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Have a bangin' Kwanzaa. Again, I'll see you guys not tomorrow or today. Tomorrow? I might see you guys tomorrow. I don't know. I'm going to go to sleep. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.